Listen closely, everyone, and let me tell you about the wonderful life the heavens have bestowed upon me. Handsome, rich, surrounded by women. Yeah, I have none of that. My name is Tian Shun. Every time I step outside, I cause a commotion. You think I'm some kind of celebrity. No, no, no. It's because I'm so incredibly ugly, both literally and figuratively. Ugly enough to frighten small children. I'm used to those heartless whispers by now. Having a face like this isn't easy. It's caused me endless suffering. I doubt any girl would ever like me. Tian Shun looked up at the clouds, half convinced they were mocking him. Does this mean my face is so hideous that even the heavens can't bear to look at it? Suddenly, a piercing horn blared from behind him. Tian Shun spun around, his face a mask of terror. The next thing he knew, a truck sent him flying. The cruel driver even had the audacity to yell, "I'm giving you a 3-star rating. You're so horrifying, you've almost made me crash." Tian Shun began to loathe his miserable existence. So, hitting an ugly person doesn't count as an accident. You hit me because your driving skills are atrocious. How dare you blame my appearance? What crime is it to be ugly? If I had one wish before I die, I hope I won't be burdened with this repulsive face in my next life. I want to know what it feels like to be admired for being handsome. Tian Shun died with that desperate longing, and it seemed the heavens had heard his heartfelt plea. On a clear, moonlit night in another world, a pair of beautiful eyes slowly fluttered open. Expecting to face the fearsome visage of the king of hell, Tian Shun was met with something entirely different. I'm not dead. Where am I? Before him, more than 10 young women bathed and played. This can't be real. Have I been transported to another world? Why am I suddenly dreaming of such a blissful life? The girls glanced in his direction. Oh no, I think they've seen me. He braced himself for their horrified screams and inevitable flight. Instead, 2 of the girls approached him with friendly smiles. They surrounded him, touching his face and cheeks. They were all stunningly beautiful, but they showed no signs of fear. The girl on the left giggled. "We don't bite. Why are you so shy?" The girl on the right added, "You're so pretty. Such fair skin and a delicate frame." Tian Shun had never experienced such a surreal moment. It was a scene every man dreamed of. Seeing Tian Shun's blush deepen, the girls asked with concern, "Little sister, are you all right? Why is your nose bleeding?" Tian Shun stammered, "Little sister." He quickly looked at his reflection in the water. The fair skin was undeniable. Even Tian Shun couldn't deny it. But this feminine appearance. Suddenly, the girls moved closer, starting to undress him. "Come on, let your older sisters help you scrub your back." Tian Shun couldn't resist. And then his decidedly male chest was exposed. Predictably, he was promptly kicked away. A brief introduction. The original owner of this body was also named Tian Shun. He was the young master of a martial arts family, but due to his lack of talent, he was expelled from his home. Tian Shun, burdened by a cruel fate and further humiliated by his family, was given nothing but women's clothing, amplifying his apparent uselessness. Forced to wander in a flamboyant floral dress, he collapsed from exhaustion a few days later, his frail body giving way. Fortunately, a passing girl discovered him and brought him to a place called the Floating Meow Sect. Back in the present, Tian Shun found himself desperately pleading with the sect's sisters, his tongue lolling out, "I was wrong. I truly didn't know this sect didn't accept men." The sisters, one after another, spat in his face. "We've seen plenty of lecherous men like you. Did you think you could fool us?" Even with 10 mouths, Tian Shun couldn't explain himself. "Sisters, this is a genuine misunderstanding. Besides, you were the ones who offered to help me bathe." Just as the sisters were preparing to castrate Tian Shun, a signal announced the arrival of the sect leader. Riding the wind atop her flying sword, the sect leader arrived. Tian Shun stared, dumbfounded, at the sect leader, a woman of exceptional beauty named Yun Ling Chan. A dense, spiritual aura emanated from her. Being the sect leader, she must be reasonable, he thought, clinging to that hope. He immediately clutched her leg and begged, "Sect leader sister." "No need to explain," she interrupted. "Just kill him." In every world, it seemed, no one wanted to hear Tian Shun's explanations. Tian Shun was utterly petrified. Heavens, at least let me say something. The sect leader brandished her sword, intending to send Tian Shun back to his original world. Who told him to be so cheerful about transmigrating before he died? She muttered, "From now on, I'll never speak too soon about anything." Just as Tian Shun was about to give up, a shout echoed from above. Well, someone beat us to it. "Big brother, let's join this little play." A heroic rescue scenario flashed through Tian Shun's mind. Would someone actually save him? Yin Ling Chong went on the defensive, shouting, "Who's lurking out there? How dare you trespass on the floating Miao sect?" A group of menacing figures leaped down from the roof. In the chaos, one of them accidentally severed Tian Shun's bonds. "I am Tian Shun. Many thanks, heroes." These so-called heroes looked more like bandits. Damn, Tian Shun thought. These guys don't look like good people at all. Was I rescued by villains? Their leader, a man with a face almost as ugly as Tian Shun's in his previous life, leered. "Demoness, you've been ruining our fun for far too long. Today, I'll flatten this place and show you why we're known as the Four Great Evildoers." Tian Shun couldn't believe his luck. "I'm dead. Did I pick up the wrong script?" Seeing this, Yin Ling Chong jumped to a conclusion. "So you're all in cahoots." Tian Shun was appalled by the misunderstanding. "Sect leader, sister, you're mistaken. Actually, the leader cut him off with a slap. Now, don't be scared. We're here to capture these demonesses alive. How dare a sect leader let someone ride roughshod over her? Such arrogance." The sect leader drew her sword and charged, the battle about to begin. "The boss is all talk," someone sneered. On the battlefield, he's scared enough to wet himself. Suddenly, a group of women collapsed to the ground. Clutching her head, Yin Ling Chong, the sect leader, staggered. "What have you done?" The second in command revealed a sinister grin. "Nothing much. Just added a little something to your water supply. The floating Miao sect is finished." Tian Shun realized he wasn't in a good position either. His last hope was that the sect leader had also succumbed. The four villains had won without lifting a finger. The third villain grabbed the delicate, beautiful Tian Shun. "Boss, what do we do with this one? Might as well just kill him." Tian Shun's life hung by a thread, his face ashen. "No, don't kill me. I'm at your mercy. Let me surrender first." He humiliatingly knelt and clasped the villain's legs. "Truly, my admiration for you great heroes is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, like the surging currents of the Yellow River. I only regret meeting you so late and wish I had been born a few years earlier. In short, I beg you heroes to accept me as your disciple. The floating Miao sect is nothing but a name now. Boss, those vixens have been captured as you instructed." He had betrayed his sect's sisters without a second thought. "What are your plans now, great heroes?" The boss licked his lips, a lewd and utterly despicable look in his eyes. "What else?" Of course, visions of pleasure and unspeakable scenes from brothels filled his mind. Fear gripped Tian Shun. He quickly thought of a way out. "I think, perhaps we should take things slowly, little brother thinks." This completely deflated the boss, who roared just like a woman. "Can't even protect yourself, and you want to plead for those devil women." Tian Shun began to calculate, try to manipulate the situation. "Of course not. It's just that your little brother suddenly thought of something important concerning the wealth and honor of you great heroes." The mention of riches and fame immediately piqued the boss's interest. "Wealth and honor. Tell me more." Tian Shun began with flattery. "Although you great heroes are wise and valiant, those vixens dared to oppose you elder brothers, relying only on their numbers." The villains listened intently as Tian Shun offered his plan. "If you could increase your power, these people would naturally kneel in submission, awed by your prestige." He then painted a grand vision, captivating them with his words. "Therefore, we could establish the villain sect, gathering all the wicked under heaven, and in the name of the villain sect, commit all the evil deeds in the world. This would be a sect that embraces the dregs of society. And so, before long, the villain sect would become incredibly famous, and the sect leader would become the leader of the villain sect, the source of all evil in the world, revered and worshipped by all, able to command thousands of troops with a single word, shaking the very foundations of the land." The villains were completely enthralled. Inciting discord was Tian Shun's specialty. Now, what needs to be done is to choose a sect leader and then advertise to recruit talent. The only problem is there's only one position for sect leader. The first villain stepped forward confidently. "That's easy. The sect leader should naturally be me." The third and fourth villains, weapons in hand, jumped up. "What? Are you rebelling?" And so, the villains supposedly brothers in arms, began to attack each other. I'm the sect leader of the villain's sect. Take this. Tian Shun, ever opportunistic, slipped away. You guys keep fighting. Bye-bye. I don't want to get involved with you lot. By the next morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, Yun Ling Chong, the sect leader, lay bound like a trussed chicken, tossed haphazardly on the floor. Suddenly, someone burst in from outside. A hand lashed out, grabbing towards the sect leader, startling her. Just as she was about to scream, the figure before her spoke. Sect leader sister, don't shout. I've come to save you. It was Tian Shun, the young man. Yun Ling Chong, bewildered, replied, I was about to execute you earlier, and now you're saving me. Tian Shun, in truth, was looking to exploit the sect leader's authority. He explained it was all a misunderstanding. Besides, a kind-hearted sect leader's sister like you would never do such a thing. Inwardly, he thought, this sect is full of timid girls, and she's the leader. Who knows who to follow anymore? That lot looks like they won't last 3 episodes. What's the point of hanging around with them? Quickly untying her, Tian Shun urged, let's go before they discover us. Feigning naivety, Yun Ling Chong softly said, I truly misjudged you. It seems you weren't one of them after all. A second later, her demeanor shifted, and she pointed her sword at Tian Shun. But you are the true mastermind. Staring at the blade at his throat, Tian Shun's face twisted. Sect leader sister, are you joking? Yun Ling Chong seemed to have descended into full-blown paranoia. First, you commanded the 4 great evildoers to poison everyone, then snuck into the floating Miao sect pretending to be captured. Then you signaled them to attack, and finally, you put on this heroic rescue act. Am I wrong? Tian Shun wanted to retort, your imagination is running wild, sister. What are you thinking? Are you writing a script? Yun Ling Chang's eyes burned with hatred. Enough talk. I'll kill you first. Just then, the villains burst in. The 4th villain yelled, Big brother. We've been tricked by him. I told you not to trust that sissy. The hulking first villain stepped forward, cursing at Tian Shun. So, you were the one acting all high and mighty earlier. No more excuses. Kill this guy first. Seeing Tian Shun's pale face, the sect leader thought, could he actually have come to save me? The first villain raised his blade and charged. At that critical moment, a smoke bomb exploded, filling the air with ice-stinging gas. It took a moment for everyone to recover. The first villain blinked his eyes open. On the bed, only a pair of undergarments remained. Furious at the loss of his 2 prizes, the first villain roared after them. After a chase, Tian Shun and Yun Ling Chong found themselves trapped in a room by the 4 great evildoers. Damn it, we, the 4 great evildoers, are being held back by a single door. Big brother, should we retreat? Once that witch recovers her powers, I fear. The second villain said in a low voice, don't worry. I paid a hefty price for that poison from Old Man Poison. It's colorless and odorless. Just a whiff, and they'll be driven mad with desire, unable to stop themselves. The first villain, still feeling the sting of his loss, grimaced. But if they don't come out, won't that brat take advantage of her? But the most insidious of them all was the second villain. He'd hatched a plan. Eldest brother, you're mistaken. Firstly, this will force them out. Secondly, that which treasures her body and would never allow anyone to defile it. If something happens between those 2 inside, she'll definitely not let that brat off the hook later. With that, he lit an incense stick laced with a potent aphrodisiac. The effects of the aphrodisiac incense quickly took hold. Why am I suddenly so hot? I'm incredibly festy. Yun Ling Chong wasn't faring any better. Unaware of the cause of his sudden discomfort, Tian Shun turned to her and asked, Sect Leader Yun, do you feel? Yun Ling Chong, her face flushed, quickly moved away. It must be some trick of those scoundrels. I can't stay here. Tian Shun reached out and grasped her arm, startling her. She lost her balance and stumbled backward. Tian Shun swiftly caught her. In that moment, something about him seemed strikingly masculine. Yun Ling Chang's eyes flickered, a captivating allure in their depths. Gazing at Yun Ling Chang's lips, as tempting as ripe cherries, Tian Shun, overcome with a desperate impulse, embraced her. A thrill coursed through him. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against hers, and then they kissed, lost in the moment. Just as Tian Shun was swept away by the passion, a voice echoed in his mind. Who's there? He thought, bewildered. The statue behind them, as if imbued with a spirit, spoke. Seek no more. I am here. Tian Shun whirled around, thinking he'd seen a ghost. You can talk. Who are you? In life, I was one of the most powerful cultivators on this continent. The voice began to tempt him. Break the seal. Simply use your blood to anoint this mural and release me. Tian Shun turned his back dismissively, casting a look of utter disdain at the statue. Wu Yixing Jun's voice boomed in outrage. Hold on, I haven't finished. How dare you ignore me? Tian Shun didn't believe in such supernatural nonsense. He saw it as nothing more than empty boasting. If you were truly so powerful, why are you trapped here? He glanced at Yin Ling Chong, lying unconscious on the ground, and realized he was out of options. Tian Shun decided to take a gamble. He bit his finger, drawing blood. I guess I have no choice but to trust this strange being. He smeared his blood in a circle on the statue. Suddenly, the statue radiated a blinding, breathtaking light. Yin Ling Chong collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Tian Shun, fearing the worst, cried out, "Sect leader Yin." Wu Yixing Jun, now materialized in a spectral form, appeared beside him. Don't worry, she's only fainted. Boy, I'll borrow your body for a moment. Leave the rest to me. Moments later, someone emerged from the secret chamber. The villains, their eyes gleaming, watched him approach. You've got some guts coming out here alone. Tian Shun, now possessed by Wu Yixing Jun, spoke with an arrogant air. I was hoping for a bit of exercise, but it seems you're nothing but small fry. I've lost interest. Why don't you just finish yourselves off? Seeing the dramatic change in Tian Shun, one of the villains exclaimed, Eldest brother, has this brat gone mad? I think he's scared out of his wits. The first villain, simple-minded, wanted a quick resolution. Why waste words? Let's get him, brothers. 4 against 1. He'll be crippled if he's not dead. Tian Shun didn't even bother dodging. Activating his protective barrier, he looked at the ragtag group and sneered, idiots. Their blades struck the barrier and snapped in two. With a flick of his wrist, Tian Shun sent the hulking men flying 25 feet. Panic seized the villains. What the hell? He's like a different person. He's too strong. We can't beat him. Boss, what do we do? There's only one thing left. The first villain's solution was pragmatic. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is best. Boss, wait for us. Tian Shun unleashed a secret technique, a playful grin spreading across his face. It's been a while since I used this. I wonder if I'm still rusty. The sword in his hand seemed to sprout tentacles, chasing after the fleeing villains. Spiritual energy transformed into ropes, binding them tightly. The 4 large men fell flat on their faces. Enough playing. Wu Yixing Jun's spirit departed, leaving Tian Shun's body useless once more. Yin Ling Chong rushed out from the secret chamber and caught him as he slumped. What happened? Where are the 4 great evildoers? Tian Shun's eyes were glued to her ample bosom. Sect leader, sister, you're awake. He drooled, offering a weary explanation. Just now, sister said she was an ancestor of the sect and wanted to borrow my body to chase away those scoundrels. I don't know what happened after that. Yin Ling Chong quickly checked Tian Shun's pulse, her thoughts racing. There's no trace of cultivation on him, no spiritual energy. Could it really have been a sect ancestor? Tian Shun is still as useless as ever. Nothing's changed. How long do you intend to lie there? Tian Shun hastily wiped his drool and scrambled to his feet. Yin Ling Chong spoke slowly. It seems I misjudged you. Though you trespassed into my sect, you protected it this time. I have nothing to offer as repayment, only myself. I hope you won't refuse. Yin Ling Chang's offer was unexpectedly bold. Tian Shun couldn't refuse. Say no more, sect leader sister. I accept. Yin Ling Chong seemed to have been waiting for those words. Her voice turned cold. Very well. You can stay as a handyman. She had just sentenced him to servitude, cleaning toilets and feeding pigs. I don't want to be a handyman. I want to offer myself. Why isn't this going according to plan? In the end, Tian Shun found himself toiling away in the storage room, cursing his fate. Other people transmigrate and become kings and generals. Why am I stuck like this? A set of clothes was thrown in his face. The injury was minor, the humiliation immense. A woman approached, ordering him around like a dog. Don't be lazy. There's a mountain of work waiting. Tian Shun, the useless man, wanted to rebel, but he couldn't. These women all knew martial arts, while he was physically weak, without even the chance to resist, as if understanding his thoughts. You want to become strong. Why not seek me out? It turned out that after a nap, Wu Yixing Jun had returned. Tian Shun cursed, You monster. I called you earlier, but you didn't answer. You were hiding somewhere laughing at me, weren't you? Wu Yixing Jun wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and offered a cursory explanation. I was sealed for too long, and helping you out earlier consumed a lot of my spiritual energy, so I had no choice but to fall into a temporary slumber. Tian Shun asked suspiciously, you just said you could help me become strong. You're not lying to me, are you? Wu Yixing Jun seemed to have been waiting for this question. He began to lay out his conditions. Of course, as long as you accept me as your master, I will help you. But I have very strict requirements for my disciples. Before Wu Yixing Jun could finish, Tianxin pulled up his pants and stood up, complaining. Before, you said you could help me get justice, and now you want to take you as my master. It seems you're completely unreliable. Forget it. Wu Yixing Yun it. Countless people beg to become my disciples, and you dare to call me unreliable. Wu Yixing Jun angrily shoved Tian Shun's head into the toilet. You little brat, call me master. Stroking his chin, Wu Yixing Jun looked at him expectantly. Before you officially begin cultivating, I will introduce you to the cultivation system of this world. Spiritual qi is the foundation of cultivation in this world. Any cultivation technique requires the consumption of spiritual qi. The higher the realm, the greater the capacity to store spiritual qi, and the purer the spiritual qi becomes. Furthermore, based on the strength of spiritual qi, there are a total of 8 realms: unsurpassed, heaven-stepping, silver moon, earth-supporting, profound jade, nascent sovereign, qi condensation, and body tempering. Except for body tempering, all other realms are further divided into 9 minor levels. Wu Yixing Jun continued to speak eloquently to Tian Shan. If you truly want to embark on the path of cultivation, body tempering is the first hurdle. However, Tian Shan's inner thoughts were filled with self-doubt. Body tempering, but I'm a useless one of my family. I failed at body tempering, which is why I was expelled from my clan. Wu Yixing Jun spoke firmly, giving Tian Shan hope. The useless one of a clan is not necessarily truly useless. So, your Tian Shun has been playing the pig to eat the tiger. Before entering your body, I thoroughly investigated your background. In reality, not only are you not useless, but you possess an extremely rare bloodline, one unseen in 1,000 years. Tian Shun was stunned. What? Wu Yixing Jun continued. If I'm not mistaken, someone deliberately sealed your bloodline. Tian Shan's head throbbed, as if it would split open. This event didn't seem to exist in his original body's memories. Could it be that his previous self had inadvertently offended someone? Wu Yixing Jun handed him a piece of paper covered in writing. He commanded, follow this prescription and find the necessary ingredients. Then, I can help you refine the marrow cleansing pill, which will help you break the seal and begin cultivating. Following Wu Yixing Jun's instructions, in the back mountains of the floating Miao sect, Tian Shan was climbing mountains and fording streams, searching for medicinal herbs. Didn't he say these herbs were easy to find? I've been walking for so long, and I haven't even seen the shadow of a single herb. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind him, as if something was moving. A woman stumbled forward, clumsily tripping over a small pebble. And just like that, she fell right into the handsome Tian Shun. The two of them had a scene of physical contact no less dramatic than a Korean drama. Tian Shun, looking at the woman sprawled on top of him, furrowed his brows and said, "What are you doing?" The woman above him, who could be called a celestial fairy sister, solicitously asked, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" Oh dear. He suddenly felt that falling a few more times wouldn't be so bad. The woman helped him up. "Are you all right?" Within his mind, Wu Yixing Jun roared uselessly, "Don't be an idiot. Quickly look around. What is that?" Sure enough, surrounding them was a pack of hungry wolves. But looking closely, their appearance wasn't quite like wolves. A bit strange. These were Cloud Rock mountain cats, docile by nature and rarely taking the initiative to attack humans. But now the whole pack seemed intent on biting their heads off. "Sister, what did you do?" "I didn't do anything. I just placed some medicine near them, and they suddenly went crazy and attacked me. So there's something wrong with that medicine." He went over to inspect it and discovered with horror that it was. The crazed wolves suddenly lunged forward to bite. Careful. Tian Shan quickly held out some medicinal herbs in front of them. The frenzied cats instantly transformed into docile creatures, crowding around Tian Shan, licking and nuzzling, looking utterly adorable. It turned out they were enjoying catnip. Unexpectedly, this stuff also worked on mountain cats. In the woman's eyes, Tian Shun now appeared like an idol. Many thanks, young master, for saving this little girl's life. Having nothing to offer in return, please allow me to gift these medicinal herbs to you. Tian Shun, holding the pot of medicinal herbs, thought of his home and the children. This girl, compared to the harpies in the sect, was truly an angel. If only he could continue to meet her. Wu Yixing Jun was busy inspecting the pile of miraculous herbs. Little mortal, this time you've struck it rich. The ingredients needed for the marrow cleansing pill are all here. Now all that's missing is a D-rank wood elemental spirit core. Tian Shun, having gained something without any effort, said dejectedly, "Why is it so troublesome? If only someone would bring me a spirit core as a gift." Wu Yixing Jun felt despair towards this useless disciple. He said coldly, "Keep dreaming. Even a low-rank spirit core isn't as easy to find as these herbs. Unless you beg me." His words were barely finished when a cat dropped a wood elemental spirit core at his feet. Tian Shun picked up the spirit core, even holding it up to admire it. "So now I've gathered all the ingredients." That really didn't take any effort at all. His mouth hadn't even closed when a thief quickly snatched it away. The culprit was the mischievous monkey from over there, who's calling for a horse. Tian Shun hurriedly chased after it, looking like a fool. "You rotten monkey, stop right there." Tian Shun continued his pursuit, eventually being led to a courtyard. In the hot spring bath was Yun Ling Chong, bathing in the open air. Hearing the commotion, she cried out in alarm, "Who's there?" The little monkey hid in a corner, panting. Tian Shun lunged, intent on capturing the mischievous monkey. "I finally got you," he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of triumph and exasperation. "Now, give me back that spirit core." The cunning monkey, startled by Tian Shun's sudden aggression, quickly flung the spirit core away. It landed, with an almost comical precision, directly onto Yun Ling Chang's discarded clothing. Tian Shun, completely oblivious to the potential implications of this unfortunate trajectory, had eyes only for the spirit core. He scrambled forward, rummaging through the pile of clothes in a frantic search. A sudden chill swept over him, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. He shivered involuntarily. "Why is it so cold back here?" he muttered, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. Standing directly behind him, her face a mask of icy fury, was Yun Ling Chong, ready to unleash her wrath upon the unsuspecting Tian Shun. Realizing the gravity of his accidental transgression, Tian Shun's face paled. "If I told you a monkey led me here," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper, "would you believe me?" Yun Ling Chang's entire being radiated a palpable aura of rage. "Damn it," she seethed. "Heavens!" Her voice, dripping with barely contained fury, cut through the air. "What do you think you're doing?" Tian Shun, acutely aware of his physical disadvantage against the powerful sect leader, could only plead. "Please, let me explain," he begged. "It's a misunderstanding, I swear. How many times am I going to be framed like this? Does the author have some kind of vendetta against me?" Just as the situation seemed utterly hopeless, the purple-haired woman from earlier rushed into the room. "Wait," she cried. "Oh, my destined one," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Tian Shun. He stared back, surprised. "It's you." Stepping forward, the purple-haired woman bowed respectfully to Yun Ling Chong. "Sect leader," she said, her voice earnest, "I saw a monkey run out of this room just now. I implore you to reconsider." Yun Ling Chang's expression remained cold. "Why are you pleading on his behalf?" she demanded. The purple-haired woman quickly explained the earlier encounter. "I was gathering herbs when I was attacked. This young man risked his life to save me. I'm certain he wouldn't do something like this." It was a reasonable explanation, but Yun Ling Chong remained unconvinced. Regardless of the reason, she stated coldly, "There better not be a next time. Otherwise," her words trailed off as she brandished her sword menacingly, the blade coming perilously close to slicing off Tian Shun's eyebrow. Good heavens, women are terrifying, Tian Shun thought, his heart still pounding in his chest. Having vented her fury, Yun Ling Chong turned and stalked away. Tian Shun wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken from the near-death experience. Suddenly, a soft hand reached out to him. The purple-haired woman smiled warmly. "Fancy meeting you here," she said. "My name is Tian Mi." Tian Shun grasped her hand, his face breaking into a relieved grin. "I'm Tian Shun," he replied. "Thank you so much for what you did back there." Tian Mi's easygoing nature shone through as she chuckled. "I was in such a hurry earlier," she said. "There's something I want to give you." She led him to a secluded spot behind the courtyard, which appeared to be at the edge of the floating Miao Sect's boundary, protected by a shimmering barrier. Tian Mi channeled her spiritual energy into the barrier, causing a doorway to materialize. Taking Tian Shun's hand, she smiled. "Let's go." Together, they stepped through the opening. "Life is good," Tian Shun thought, a wide grin spreading across his face. On the other side of the barrier stood a small, charming cottage. Inside, the furnishings were simple yet cozy. "This is where my mother and I used to live," Tian Mi explained softly. "After she passed away, the Grand Elder found me here and brought me to the sect." She walked over to a small wooden box and gently lifted the lid. "This is something my mother kept hidden here," she continued. "She said if I ever had a wish, I should open it." Looking at Tian Shun, she offered him a box. "Now it belongs to you," she said. Though overjoyed, Tian Shun was still a little embarrassed. "Such a precious item. Why give it to me?" Tian Mi immediately pouted. "Just take it. If you don't, I'll be angry." Who could refuse such a plea? "Thank you," Tian Shun said, tears welling in his eyes. From childhood until now, this was the first time a girl had shown him such intimate kindness. Lost in this beautiful dream, he was so moved that Tian Mi had to wave her hand to bring him back to reality. "Hey, are you all right? What's wrong?" It turned out Tian Shun was so touched he was crying. "How pitiful. I'm Yufine. I think I just got some dust in my eye." Tian Mi, ever kind, suggested he take a look around. "You can look around. I'll go and tidy things up a bit." Truly, she was more angelic than Tian Shun himself. Wu Yixing appeared from behind him. "Little deity, this is a good opportunity to leave the floating Miao sect." Looking at the necklace in his hand, Tian Shun hesitated. "But if I just leave like this, she'll be punished." Wu Yixing, with his worldly wisdom, teased, "Little deity, don't tell me you've fallen for her already." Tian Shun was about to retort when a commotion erupted outside. "What do you think you're doing?" Tian Mi was grabbed by the hair by a man at the second level of chi condensation. He roared, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tian Shun saw everything from inside the cottage. He called out her name into the night. "Tian Mi." Without a second thought, Tian Shun rushed out. "One-on-one. I have to save her." Wu Yixing stopped him. "That man is at the second level of chi condensation. You haven't even reached the body-tempering realm yet. Rushing out there is suicide." Adrenaline surged through Tian Shun, overriding all reason. "Then possess my body like last time." Wu Yixing interrupted. "I told you, I expended too much spiritual energy last time and haven't fully recovered." Tian Shun felt the crushing weight of his own weakness. "It's all because I'm too weak. I can't do anything. If only I could become stronger." Suddenly, the necklace in his hand began to glow. The necklace emitted a green, spiritual light. Wu Yixing immediately recognized it as something precious. "Little deity, you're in luck. There's a top-grade wood elemental spirit core inside. The heavens are truly on your side." Tian Shun was instantly elated. "Now I have all the ingredients. If I start body refining, I can save her." Wu Yixing suddenly tossed the necklace away. "Why?" Tian Shun couldn't understand the eccentric old man. Wu Yixing began to explain. "Body refining is the key to opening the door to cultivation. This process is extremely important. You must maintain a completely calm state of mind. Otherwise, you could lose your mind, fall into the demonic path, and ultimately, your body will explode and you'll die." Tian Shun hadn't realized it was so serious. Wu Yixing asked, "Do you think your current state of mind is suitable?" Tian Shun knew he wasn't ready. He looked towards Tian Mi. "Then what should I do? Am I just supposed to watch her die? That would be too cowardly." "That old geezer Wu Yixing is even more cowardly than I thought. Just snatch the spirit core when no one's looking and run." Problem solved. Tian Shun couldn't stand it anymore. "This is so unmanly." "Master, what are you even saying?" Wu Yixing, with his characteristically cold heart, advised, "She's just someone you've recently met. Why bother?" Wu Yixing has a point, a voice within Tian Shun seemed to say, but with your talent, it's such a waste. With the help of that master behind her, your future is guaranteed. Don't worry, there are plenty of women out there. Tian Shin scoffed, brushing off the internal voice. I can't believe I took someone like you as my master. He resolved to plunge into the sea of troubles. If you want to go, then go. I may be nothing, but I know gratitude. After all, Tian Mi has treated you very well. It turned out to be a test by Wu Yixing Jun. He chuckled, not bad. It seems I didn't misjudge you this time. Tian Shun's eyes burned with indignation. He'd been tricked. Were you testing me just now? Wu Yixing Jun, revealing a surprisingly warm heart, said confidently, a master as skilled as I am. What if I ended up teaching an ungrateful disciple? That wouldn't do. But considering your current state, body refining is very dangerous. Have you thought this through? It was time for Tian Shun to display his extraordinary abilities. Master, let's begin. Without further ado, Wu Yixing Jun began to form hand seals, combining various medicinal ingredients. He then channeled them into Tian Shun's body. Once our technique is complete, that little girl will be finished. Wu Yixing Jun continued, steady your mind. I'm purging the impurities from your body. Tian Shun felt as if his body was being torn apart. No, the seal is activating. Wu Yixing Jun offered fervent encouragement from within. Little godchild, persevere. Master, my chest hurts. It feels like it's about to burst into flames. Almost there. Keep going. Tian Shun's heart was bound by a chain of demonic energy. Wu Yixing Jun channeled more immortal energy, directing it straight at Tian Shun's chest. The chain finally shattered, restoring his heart to its complete form. Thunder suddenly boomed across the sky. A strange phenomenon appeared, resembling either a celestial dragon or a carp. Meanwhile, Tian Mi pleaded desperately, please, spare me. The man at the second level of chi condensation drew his sickle, preparing to strike her down. You damn girl. You never thought this day would come, did you? He swung the sickle, intending to finish her off. I'll chop you into pieces. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized him. Tian Shun now stood in a different place, having reached the first level of chi condensation. Let her go. The second-level cultivator wrenched himself free, cursing, just a measly first-level chi condensation brat. You won't die. He leaped forward, aiming to teach Tian Shun a lesson with his iron fist. Tian Shun was sent flying into a durian tree. Though he offered resistance, it was negligible. The second-level cultivator pointed at Tian Shun. Beg for mercy now, and you might still live. Tian Shun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. Is that all you've got? Though his mouth throbbed, a thrill coursed through him. His body, surging with newfound power, felt strange and unfamiliar. He caught a glimpse of amber eyes flashing before him. In less than a second, they vanished. Tian Shun activated his instantaneous movement technique, appearing behind his opponent in a surprise attack. He unleashed a furious barrage of 108 heaven-crushing fists. The second-level chi condensation cultivator stared at Tian Shun, frail as a dry twig. He thought, bewildered, how is this possible? His cultivation is clearly lower than mine. Exhilaration surged through Tian Shun. He didn't want to stop, fueled by the rush of power. I'm not afraid of you anymore, he taunted. Just you wait and see. Panic seized the second-level cultivator. He fled, abandoning even his shoes in his desperate escape. Tian Mi, huddled in a corner, trembled with fear. Tian Shun reached out a comforting hand. Are you all right? He asked gently. She clung to him, her body weak and trembling, finding solace in his embrace. Tian Shun froze, a strange flutter of emotion, like a love-struck youth, stirring within him. Just then, a thin, frail young man approached from behind. He had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Overwhelmed by shock or exhaustion, he collapsed unconscious. Tian Mi and Tian Shun carried him into a nearby cave to rest. As Tian Shun watched Tian Mi tend to the unconscious man, a bitter concoction of emotions churned within him. She seemed to know the man well. Could this be her boyfriend? The thought stung. Sensing Tian Shun's accusing gaze, Tian Mi quickly explained, please don't misunderstand. He's just a patient of mine. It happened like this. I was gathering herbs one day when I came across this young man being beaten by bandits. I try to help him, but they capture me instead. They almost cooked me alive. Luckily, the sect leader arrived just in time and saved me from the bandits. but the young man was unconscious. I begged the sect leader to let me bring him back to treat his injuries, but she refused. A wave of sadness washed over Tian-Mi. So, I had to secretly bring him here. Unfortunately, my medical skills aren't very good. He hasn't recovered yet, and he seems to resent me for some reason. Drawing on his knowledge from the modern world, Tian Shun said, I see. It seems he might be suffering from some kind of trauma after that attack. Tian-Mi moved closer to Tian Shun, her voice soft and pleading. Could you please not tell anyone about this? Tian Shun blushed, struck by her innocence and kindness. How could he refuse? Of course, he assured her, gently stroking her hair. Don't worry. Before he could finish his sentence, a shrill voice, like a tigress's roar, echoed from outside. So, this is where you two lovebirds are hiding. A crowd of people, like a Mongol horde, swarmed the cave entrance. It was the second-level cultivator, back with reinforcements. Surprise. He sneered. I'm back. Nowhere to run this time. Tian Shun and Tian-Mi exchanged a worried glance. This was bad. Very bad. After a moment of tense silence, Tian-Mi shoved Tian Shun away with all her might. They're after me. Run. Save yourself. Tian Shun refused to abandon her. He stepped in front of her protectively. No, he declared. We leave together, or not at all. The bandits, forced to witness the tender scene between Tian Shun and Tian-Mi, fumed. They're still at it, acting like we're not even here. Fine then, let's finish this. Get him, men. The leader charged, iron club whistling through the air. Tian Shun narrowly dodged, the weapon missing him by a hair's breadth. Thinking he had the upper hand, the second-level chi condensation cultivator seized the opportunity, attacking from behind. Where do you think you're going? He sneered, flinging 4 strips of cloth, aiming to bind Tian Shun. The remaining bandits surged forward, swords raised, ready to strike the killing blow. Just as despair threatened to consume Tian Shun, Tian-Mi appeared as if from nowhere. Please, she begged, spare him. I'll do anything. The descending swords faltered, frozen midair. They bound Tian Shun to a jackfruit tree and dragged Tian-Mi away. Don't go with them, Tian-Mi, he cried out. Wu Yixing Jun materialized behind him, offering counsel. Young disciple, he began, these men are not only stronger than you, but they also fight with practiced coordination. There is only one way to prevail. Hope flickered in Tian Shun's eyes. What is it, master? Tell me. Wu Yixing Jun didn't answer immediately. Instead, he traced a formation on the ground, then channeled spiritual energy, directing it towards Tian Shun's head. Tian Shun's eyes rolled back, a look of bewilderment washing over his face. This technique is called harmonious breath chain, slashing form intent unified body movement like wind, Wu Yixing Jun explained. It is one of my signature techniques. I now impart it to you. Learn it well. Tian Shun rapidly grasped the technique, a surge of vital energy flaring in his eyes. Tian-Mi was dragged into a desolate forest. Last chance, one of the bandits growled. Tell us where it is. Tian-Mi, choked to the point of near asphyxiation, gasped, I truly don't know. The bandit with the bandages, showing no mercy, prepared to strike her. You wretch, you dare toy with us. I'll kill you. But then, as if struck by some unseen force, he froze. Strange. I can't move. Tian Shun had arrived, ready to show them the true meaning of sword intent. Inheriting his master's technique, he used the sword's spiritual energy to bind the bandits. What is this? They cried. Agony racked their bodies. In moments, they were spitting blood, their lives ebbing away. Tian Shun breathed a sigh of relief. The heavens have helped me. He seemed to have overexerted himself. He collapsed, unconscious. When he drifted back to consciousness, Tian-Mi's face swam into view. Where am I? Tian-Mi, her eyes brimming with worry, asked, Are you awake? As Tian Shun's mind cleared, he realized with a start that Tian-Mi was sitting on top of him. What is this? He sat up abruptly, alarmed. What are you doing? Tian-Mi presented him with 2 enormous pomelos. Then, with a suggestive gesture, she pulled back a curtain, implying it was time for something more. She spoke in a soft, coquettish voice. Brother Shun, you risked your life to save me. I have nothing to repay you with except... She reached for her clothes. This was getting rather bold. Tian-Mi's hand moved to untie her top. This was certainly unexpected. The devil on Tian Shun's shoulder roared, Take it off. Take it off. Tian Shun promptly squashed that devilish thought. He leaned closer to Tian-Mi. gazing at her remorseful expression. Tian Shun, oblivious to his good fortune, cried out, "Wait." Tian looked at him with innocent eyes. "What is it?" Though desire warred within him, Tian Shun declared righteously, "You misunderstand. I didn't save you for this." Tian seemed hurt. "Do you find me undesirable, unaccustomed to such close proximity to a beautiful woman?" Tian Shun stammered. "No, of course not." Hearing this, Tian made a move to disrobe further. "Then why?" Tian Shun, in a moment of unexpected chivalry, blurted out, "Because I don't want you to make a hasty decision." Like a fool, he reached out and stroked her hair. "So I'll wait." He thankfully refrained from touching anything more substantial. Thank heavens, he thought. Tian suddenly took his arm, whispering, "I understand." A knowing smile played on her lips. "But I really can't wait any longer." With that, she boldly pushed him down onto the bed. Despite his strength, Tian Shun found himself unable to resist. "Wait," he thought, "how did she get so strong?" Tian seemed to transform before his eyes. A cruel glint entered her gaze. "What a pity," she purred. "I was planning on playing the innocent little sister a while longer." A cold sweat broke out on Tian Shun's brow. This escalated quickly. "What are you talking about?" Leaning close, she whispered in his ear, "You've been tricked, you fool." To Tian Shun's astonishment, she continued, "Those bandits. I sent them to rob a treasury. I just took all the loot for myself afterwards. So, you're the perverted woman I was talking about. And in my former cauldron that malfunctioned. You only kept him alive because you hadn't found a replacement yet." Tian Shun felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. The image of the pure, harmless goddess shattered into a million pieces. The realization that he'd been a pawn in her game hit him hard. "So everything you did for me, it was all to find a new cauldron, of course." Tian ran a hand down his chest, mocking his affections. "Look at you. Don't tell me you've actually fallen in love." How touching. Rage boiled inside Tian Shun. He was about to teach the wicked woman a lesson when she acted first, releasing a captivating fragrance that overwhelmed his senses. He instantly fell into a dazed, confused state. Tian, clearly starved for male companionship, crooned seductively, "Good boy. Sister will make you feel good." Losing control, Tian Shun embraced her tightly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway. The door burst open. "I've caught you red-handed." When Ling Chong stood there, like a righteous deity. The adulterous pair on the bed seemed glued together. Tian Shun snapped back to his senses. He scrambled to when Ling Chang's feet, clutching her legs. "Sect leader, you're here." She almost. "Get off me." Tian shrieked. Tian quickly resumed her innocent act, bursting into tears. "Still playing the victim, huh? You won't fool me again," Tian Shin thought. It became clear that Tian performance was aimed at the sect leader. Sobbing dramatically, she cried, "Sect leader. He tricked me into leaving the sect. He poisoned me and forced me to be with him." Tian Shun was utterly shocked. He never expected things to escalate to this point. He desperately tried to explain, "That's a slanderous lie. I hadn't even had a chance to." Tian leapt from the bed and snatched the sword from Ling Chang's hand, holding it to her own throat. Her performance was worthy of an Oscar. "My purity is gone," she wailed. "In my next life, I will continue to serve the sect leader." With a flick of her wrist, when Ling Chang dislodged the sword, saving Tian's life. Tian's cries intensified. "Why did you save me, sect leader? Why didn't you let me die?" When Ling Chang gently wiped away Tian's tears. Then, she uttered words that nearly made Tian Shun wet himself. "This isn't your fault," she said softly. "I will see that you get justice." Tian Shun's eyes widened. Wow, he thought, she's a really good actress. When Ling Chang abruptly turned to Tian Shun, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Justice, however, seemed to have little interest in Tian Shun's side of the story. As he was dragged away, he pleaded, "Sect leader, please let me explain." Thrown into a prison cell, Tian Shun fumed. "No amount of caution can protect you from a manipulative woman," he grumbled. Just then, Wu Xingjun appeared. "I assumed you knew it was a trap," he murmured. "Every time she came near you, there was a distinctly malevolent aura about her." Tian Shun was speechless. "Wait," he stammered. "Master, you knew she was trouble all along." Wu Xingjun calmly replied, Yes, but you never asked. Tian Shun crawled into a corner, utterly dejected. Did you come here just to mock me, master? He mumbled miserably, but Tian Shun was not one to give up easily. He refused to be defeated by some scheming woman. I need to think, he muttered to himself. Wu Yixing-jun, however, took no pleasure in his disciple's suffering. He thought, my young disciple, the path of cultivation holds trials 100 times more difficult than this. I cannot always be by your side. With a clearer head, Tian Shun began to analyze the situation. Logically, for such a grave offense, the sect leader should have executed him on the spot. He formed a likely hypothesis. Just like last time, the sect leader was probably just keeping him imprisoned temporarily. Suddenly, and inexplicably, Tianmi appeared. Tian Shun, she said, the same manipulative look in her eyes. Are you all right? I came to see you. Tian Shun almost welcomed her irritatingly timely arrival. She sat down and took his arm, her voice dripping with false concern. See, if you had just listened to me from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Just confess, and I can get you out of here. Tian Shun scoffed, pulling his arm away. Thank for the offer, he said coldly, but I don't need it. Surprised by his defiance, Tianmi pressed him. Aren't you afraid of dying? A dangerous glint entered Tian Shun's eyes. He beckoned her closer. Let me tell you a secret, he whispered. Tian Shun murmured a few words in Tianmi's ear. Her eyes widened and her face paled. What? She gasped. After listening to Tian Shun's fabricated fairy tale of a love story, she asked incredulously, are you really the sect leader's lover? Tian Shun puffed out his chest, feigning confidence. Indeed, I am. For Tianmi, it seemed, this was the punchline to a particularly hilarious joke. After her laughter subsided, Tianmi sneered at Tian Shun. How utterly ridiculous. Don't you know the sect leader hates men? Tian Shun remained unfazed, calmly leading her on, but there are always exceptions. Do you remember the incident with the 4 great evildoers? Back then, when the 4 great evildoers attacked the floating mist sect, Elder Sister sect leader and I were cornered in a secret chamber. He continued shamelessly, the 4 great evildoers poisoned us, and we did things that are beyond description. Tian Shun spun the tale into a romantic drama. In the end, I thought she would kill me, but unexpectedly, she said that as long as I helped her cultivate, I could stay in the sect as a handyman. Tian Shun watched Tianmi's face contort. Understand now. She began to waver, anxiously thinking, could the story about the 4 great evildoers be true? Why was the sect leader's coma kept a secret? Could it really be true? Ultimately, she couldn't quite believe the outlandish story. No, that's not right. If you two really had that kind of relationship, why is the sect leader so cold towards you? Tian Shun replied, isn't that just for show? We can't exactly make it public, can we? Tian Shun suddenly leaned closer to Tianmi, his voice laced with menace. As for your scheme to frame me, Elder Sister sect leader will find out when she finishes cultivating. He had officially turned the tables. If you have nothing else to say, you won't live to see many more days. This time, Tianmi truly paled. Could he really be the sect leader's lover? Tian Shun, growing bolder, feigned a conciliatory tone. But seeing as how things have gone these past few days, you still have one last chance. Now you know who's calling the shots. Tianmi was on the verge of tears. She was supposed to be the one threatening him. How had it come to this? Furious, Tianmi shoved Tian Shun away and stumbled out of the prison. Wu Yixing-jun, unaware of his disciple's plan, questioned, Little Shun, what are you scheming? Tian Shun replied, if I'm not mistaken, Elder Sister sect leader didn't believe a word she said. Footsteps echoed from outside. Catching sight of a pair of long legs, Tian Shun suspected she had returned. I didn't expect this one to come looking for me. Over the next few days, Tianmi was met with whispers and glares wherever she went. Have you heard? Tianmi. But as she hurried past, the whispers would abruptly cease. Something's definitely happened. Tianmi pondered. She sought out the Hall of Ancestors, but was turned away. Closed today. Go back. Tianmi peered inside. There were clearly people within. What in the world is going on? Tianmi wandered into the forest, anxiety gnawing at her. Why is everyone acting so strangely? Could everything he said be true? Suddenly, someone lunged at her, clamping a hand over her mouth and dragging her away. It was Tian Shun. He whispered, don't make a sound, it's me. Tianmi was terrified. It's him. He's been released. What is he planning? Tian Shun urged, come with me, quickly. Tian Shun led her to a courtyard, Wen Ling Chang's courtyard. He used a special spirit stone to unlock the door. Tian Mi grew more convinced of Tian Shun's supposed affair with the sect leader. This is the spirit stone that opens the sect leader's quarters, and he has one. Seeing Tian Shun's secretive manner, Tian Mi anxiously asked, "What are you planning?" Tian Shun coldly drew back the curtain. Inside, the sect leader, Wen Ling Chong, lay gasping, seemingly on the verge of death. Tian Shun, feigning concern, grasped Tian Mi's hand. "You must save sect leader Wen Ling Chong. Quickly." Tian Mi, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, asked, "What have you done to her?" Tian Shun feigned a look of bewildered panic. "I did nothing. Sect leader Wen Ling Chong summoned me for cultivation practice, and then she suddenly collapsed." Tian Mi rushed to Wen Ling Chang's side and took her pulse. Upon contact, she knew any attempt to save her was futile. Her pulse is incredibly weak. A thought suddenly struck her. Does anyone else know about this? Tian Shun shook his head, a barbed comment laced within his words. "I haven't told anyone about our dual cultivation session yet. Perhaps you're the most experienced in these matters." Tian Mi's face darkened. How dare he insinuate such a thing? Is he mocking me? She fumed inwardly. Tian Mi abruptly changed her demeanor. But why should I save her? She's shown her true, villainous colors now. Tian Shen feignait confusée de surprise. "What do you mean?" Tian Mi let out a harsh laugh, her words dripping with malice. "Are you still unaware of the true power dynamics within the sect? Years ago, when Ling Chong was merely a disciple of the former sect leader. Aside from the former sect leader, the most influential person in the sect was the Grand Elder. But during the transition of power, the Grand Elder suddenly vanished. By the time she returned, the new sect leader had already been chosen. That day, when the Grand Elder returned, haggard and worn, she made a horrifying discovery. Wen Ling Chong had ascended to the position of sect leader, effectively demoting the Grand Elder to insignificance. For years, they've been locked in a silent feud. Wen Ling Chang's impending death is quite convenient for me, wouldn't you say? With her gone, Tian Mi glanced at the dying Wen Ling Chong. The Grand Elder will smoothly ascend to the position of sect leader. So you see, this sect is rife with such intrigues. Tian Shun feigned obliviousness to her machinations. What does any of this have to do with you? She's practically speechless now. You still haven't figured it out, have you? I'm working for the Grand Elder, you fool. Tian Shin seemed to have been waiting for this revelation. A knowing smile spread across his face. So that's how it is. What an unexpected development. Without hesitation, Tian Mi unleashed her lightning techniques. Dozens of tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring Tian Shun. "What are you doing?" he cried out. Still consumed by her dark desires, she extended her serpentine tongue. "She's as good as dead. It would be a waste not to take advantage of your immaculate physique." Bound tightly, Tian Shun groaned in pain. "You're insane. Sect leader Wen Ling Chong is still here. Are you planning on doing that in front of her?" Tian Mi's words dripped with lust. "I've endured her presence for far too long, all for the Grand Elder's plan. It seems she's in the final stages of decay anyway. Doing in front of her, it's the only way to truly satisfy me." Suddenly, a familiar aura emanated from behind the curtain. Tian Mi's face paled, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Sect leader." Wen Ling Chong emerged, sword in hand. Her first words were laced with disappointment. "You have truly disappointed me." With a swift stroke, she severed the tendrils binding Tian Shun. He casually brushed off his sleeves. Surprised, Tian Shun rubbed his wrists smugly, recounting, "That day, just after you left, sect leader Wen Ling Chong came to find me. It turns out she'd long suspected everything you were doing. She just lacked concrete evidence. So I told her about this plan. Then we put on a little act. When Tian Mi learned the truth, she went completely berserk. It was you all along. I'll kill you." Before she could make a move, she was taken to the island. Meanwhile, news quickly arrived from the Grand Elder's side. "Grand Elder, it's gone wrong." After hearing what happened, she gnashed her teeth in fury. To think that a plan I'd spent so long preparing was ruined by someone of unknown origin. The female disciple, hot-headed, drew her sword. "Let me eliminate him. I'll avenge senior sister." The Grand Elder, more cunning, spoke up. "Hold on." Meanwhile, in Tian Shin's courtyard, he sneezed repeatedly, dozens of times. Exhausted after days of mental sparring with women, Tian Shun lay in bed recuperating. I keep feeling like someone's talking about me. The female disciple rushed in, breathless. The sect leader requests your presence. It's urgent. Tian Shun was ushered into a lavish room. Not long after, the important personage arrived. It was a beautiful woman Tian Shun had never seen before. She spoke softly, "I've been waiting for you." The disciple behind her quickly introduced her. "This is the Grand Elder of the Floating Mist sect." Hearing this, Tian Shun's face darkened. "So, sect leader when Ling Chang's rival has come knocking. This isn't good." The Grand Elder put on a reasonable air. "I heard there was some misunderstanding between you and myself, young master. I had to resort to this method to meet you. My apologies." Tian Shun, who had remained wary, replied, "What does the Grand Elder wish to discuss?" The Grand Elder gestured with her hand. A beautiful woman brought forth a precious medicine bottle. Seeing Tian Shun's stunned expression, the Grand Elder explained, "This is a qi condensation pill. It can help gather and condense qi, very beneficial for your qi condensation stage cultivation." "Why such sudden generosity?" Tian Shun turned away. "I cannot accept a gift without reason. Please take it back." Hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled. "Young master, you drove away the 4 great evildoers. How can you say there's no reason? You deserve it." The alluring woman gazed at him with dewy eyes. "This servant has long admired the young master and wishes to serve you." The Grand Elder, becoming bolder, stated frankly, "Moreover, I, too, wish to befriend the young master." Tian Shun guessed part of their intention. They wanted to win him over with both gifts and women. Knowing he shouldn't act rashly, Tian Shun feigned naivety. "I am but a humble servant in the sect. I wouldn't dare presume." Seemingly anticipating this, the Grand Elder said with a cunning glint in her eyes, "If you haven't made up your mind, young master, take your time to consider it." Tian Shun calmly took his leave. The impatient disciple at the Grand Elder's side urged, "Grand Elder, are we just going to let him go? Should I?" The Grand Elder, already calculating her next move, replied with anticipation, "Don't worry. It won't be long before he comes crawling back to me." Tian Shun naturally found the whole affair strange, being allowed to leave so easily. He had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. As Tian Shun navigated the throng of women, another woman bumped into him. Whether intentionally or not, he couldn't tell. Tian Shun quickly steadied her. "Are you all right?" She mumbled an apology and hurried away. Women are so strange, Tian Shun thought, perplexed, truly peculiar. After a day spent matching wits with the Grand Elder's faction, Tian Shun breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally made it back. Without a second thought, Tian Shun drained his teacup in one gulp. Wu Yixing Jun, his mentor, suddenly spoke, suspicion lacing his voice. "Something's not right. Someone has been in this room." Don't drink. But it was too late. Someone had already made their move. 2 bone fragments clicked together, activating a hidden formation. It was the Grand Elder. She had tampered with Tian Shun, releasing a venomous insect into his body. Tian Shun felt a sickening shift within him, his face paling. The teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. The poison had been in the tea. Tian Shun had been struck sitting down, completely unaware. Wu Yixing Jun immediately began to administer aid. A strange mark appeared on Tian Shun's chest, the brand of the bloodthirst spider. These creatures lived in pairs, feeding on flesh and blood until death claimed one of them. The only way to remove it was to lure it out with another of its kind. The spider on Tian Shun's chest grew larger, more engorged. "No!" Wu Yixing Jun exclaimed, his voice strained with worry. He abruptly stopped, his brow furrowed in concentration. If he couldn't kill it instantly, he risked harming little Shun. Just as Wu Yixing Jun feared Tian Shun was crossing the Naihe Bridge, his eyes flickered open. He sat up suddenly, racked by a violent coughing fit, a truly pitiful sight. "Little Shun, what's wrong?" The coughing intensified until, with a final, shuddering heave, he coughed up a spider. His face, already pale, turned an ashen gray, and he collapsed unconscious. Wu Yixing Jun had never seen anything like it. The bloodthirst spider had expelled itself. The spider, looking strangely pathetic, as if it were the victim, twitched on the ground. Seconds later, it foamed at the mouth and went still. Wu Yixing Jun picked up the spider, examining it closely. He muttered to himself, could it be that little Shun's flesh and blood are unique? Did this spider try to consume him, only to be repelled, forcing it out? A moment later, Tian Shun stirred, his mind foggy. What happened? Wu Yixing Jun, deciding to have a little fun with the boy, put on a ghostly voice. Little Shun, fancy meeting you here, so soon to keep your old master company. He continued his spectral act, whispering, come here, let master give you a hug. Tian Shun couldn't take it anymore. Master, you're being too dramatic. What are you doing? Wu Yixing Jun dropped the act, holding up the spider triumphantly. This little fellow just took a tour of your insides. Tian Shin stared at the hideous insect in horror. Wu Yixing Jun continued thoughtfully. I wonder what kind of potent medicine we could concoct with this. The bloodthirst spider began to transform. In the blink of an eye, it regressed, reverting back to its egg form. Legend has it that when a bloodthirst spider senses mortal danger, it transforms into an egg. Could it be that it understood us talking about concocting medicine? Wu Yixing Jun didn't dwell on it. He placed the egg in a jar and said, in any case, the Grand Elder has already set her sights on you. What are you planning to do now? Tian Shun didn't seem particularly surprised. He mused, though I escaped safely this time, she'll undoubtedly cause me more trouble. I might as well go directly to the Grand Elder's Hall. The scene shifted to the Grand Elder's Hall. She spoke triumphantly. It seems young master has finally seen the light. Tian Shun's sharp eyes noticed a familiar face beside the Grand Elder. Seeing Tian Shun, the woman averted her gaze, guilt evident in her expression. Tian Shun searched his memories. The image of the strange woman who had bumped into him the other day surfaced. Now, Tian Shun was completely certain of the mastermind. So it was you. He clenched his fists, his voice rising in anger. It seems I never really had a choice. The Grand Elder savored the moment, feigning innocence. Rest assured, young master, she said smoothly, I only wish to befriend you. I have no intention of harming you. Tian Shun, already aware of her deceitful schemes, snapped, dropped the act. Tell me what you want me to do. The Grand Elder clapped twice, signaling her subordinates, then enunciated each word carefully. I want you to become as close as possible to sect leader Wenling Chong. Tian Shun's eyes widened, the implications hitting him hard. The Grand Elder put on a harmless facade. Surely, young master won't refuse such a simple request. Tian Shun lowered his head, his voice cold. You want to use me as a spy to usurp the sect leader's position, don't you? A confident smile spread across the Grand Elder's face. Her eyes took on a distant look as she said, You misunderstand, young master. We are doing this for the sake of the Floating Mist sect. Tian Shun was taken aback. The Grand Elder began to recount a story from many years ago. Back when the Floating Mist sect wasn't the forbidden zone it was now, the sect boasted thousands of male and female disciples. The sect leader had a beloved male disciple whom she cherished. Wenling Chong would often stand by the window, gazing at him day after day, unable to contain her affections. But he turned out to be a deceiver. He dealt Wenling Chong a painful blow, exploiting the sect leader's trust to steal all the precious books and treasures of the sect. From that day forward, Wenling Chong grew to despise men. The sect leader, in her fury, expelled all the male disciples from the sect and refused to accept any more. But because of this, the Floating Mist sect lost a great deal of talent. With so many enemies, it gradually declined. Tian Shun, now understanding her intentions, said, So your goal is for me to help sect leader Wenling Chong resolve her emotional baggage, then recruit talented individuals from all over and restore the sect's power. A righteous aura suddenly emanated from the Grand Elder. Indeed, young master, as the Grand Elder, I cannot stand idly by and watch the sect's continued decline. I will use any means necessary. Even if I am cursed by the world, I will not regret it. Tears welled in Tian Shun's eyes as he feigned emotion. To think that the Grand Elder would sacrifice so much for the greater good. I'm truly humbled. Keep it up, he thought. Let's see what she does next. As Tian Shun knelt, bowing low, the Grand Elder continued, Young master, are you willing to help me? Tian Shun scratched his head with a pretense of naivete. It's just that sect leader Wenling Chong still seems to harbor some reservations towards me. I'm afraid. The Grand Elder cut him off. Young master, you need only act as you normally would. I will arrange for someone to assist you. Furthermore, this is a forbidden matter within the sect. I trust you will maintain utmost secrecy outside these walls. A flicker of tension crossed Tian Shun's face, but he acquiesced for the time being. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, a young woman was being bullied. How can this be all? Did you eat some of it? The young woman, at a loss for words, could only deny the accusation repeatedly. No, I didn't. The scene unfolded before Tian Shun's eyes. He was surprised to recognize the young woman as someone he knew. It was she who had found him unconscious by the roadside and brought him to the floating mist sect. Afterwards, she had also diligently cared for him day and night. Watching the two aggressive women berate and curse her, Tian Shun, recognizing his benefactor, felt a surge of concern. She seemed to be in trouble. Just then, a small, fleshy creature, seemingly a pet, bounded out of nowhere, chirping Dan Dan incessantly. The young woman, startled nearly to the point of wetting herself, scolded Dan Dan. "Why did you run out here? Go back." One of the aggressive women, witnessing this, roared, "So you gave all our medicinal pills to this good-for-nothing." The little creature, Dan Dan, proved surprisingly vocal, launching into a stream of indignant chirps in response. Enraged, the aggressive woman channeled her spiritual energy. "How dare you threaten me? You're dead." The situation was escalating rapidly. Tian Shun thought, "This is bad." The woman unleashed an attack. Tian Shun swiftly intervened, deflecting the blow. The young woman, believing her end had come, slowly opened her eyes to see Dan Dan, the fleshy little creature, unharmed. In a replay of a heroic rescue, Tian Shun smiled and asked, "Are you all right?" The young woman recognized Tian Shun. She thought to herself, "It's the young master who was injured before." The two aggressive women, their tirade interrupted, glared at Tian Shun with obvious hostility. Noticing the two medicinal pills clutched in one of the women's hands, Tian Shun surmised that they were the source of the conflict. The timid young woman urged Tian Shun to flee. "Young master, please leave. If senior sister truly gets angry, it will be a lot of trouble." Intent on repaying his debt, Tian Shun offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of trouble." The aggressive woman sneered. "What business is it of yours? Why are you so eager to interfere? Unless there's something going on between you two." Tian Shun let out a scornful laugh. "Is that so?" The young woman behind him quickly interjected, "No, that's not it." Resorting to his previous tactic, Tian Shun slyly replied, "I once saved your sect leader. By your logic, does that mean there's something going on between us as well?" Taken aback by Tian Shun's audacity, the woman sputtered, "Shut up. Don't put words in my mouth." Tian Shun decided to use a bit of sly manipulation. "How about I report this to your sect leader and let her decide?" The two women were instantly silenced, fuming but powerless. The innocent look on the young woman's face only fueled their anger. "You're lucky this time." Finally decided to back down and leave. But Tian Shun, now with time on his hands, spoke coldly, "I don't think I told you to leave." The woman's face tightened with rage as she stepped closer. "What do you want? Give her back everything you took and apologize." The woman felt deeply humiliated. "Just a piece of trash. Don't think I won't teach you a lesson." Tian Shun, at the first level of qi condensation, braced himself, ready to fight. "Trash. Do you know how rude it is to give people nicknames?" The woman behind her, more timid than her senior sister, whispered, "He has a special status. If we cause a big scene, we might be the ones who suffer." The aggressive woman for moments before suddenly deflated. Knowing better than to provoke someone of importance, her spiritual energy dissipated. "Why am I suddenly so scared?" Finally, she relented, returning the spirit stones and offering an apology. The young woman breathed a sigh of relief. With a polite bow, she said, "Thank you, young master." Tian Shun quickly helped her up. "You're very understanding. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't pulled me back, I might have ended up as a beast dinner." Tian Shun began with some polite small talk. "Oh, right. I don't believe I know your name. You can call me Lu Li, a name as beautiful as its bearer." Tian Shun, seizing the moment, launched into a flirtatious poem, her beauty, like ice, unyielding, yet ethereal as jade, a vision too stunning to bear. He added, "Truly a lovely name." He then introduced himself. "And please, don't call me young master. It feels too formal. My name is Tian Shun." Dan Dan, seemingly taken with Tian Shun, bounded towards him. The sight of the talking, fleshy sphere sent a shiver down Tian Shun's spine. Dun dun, dun. But finding it rather cute and squishy, Tian Shun began to play with his new toy. "What is this little creature?" Lu Li's mind drifted back to a day by the lake. She had been deep in meditation. A strange sound had suddenly echoed from the opposite shore. Something was churning the water. Moments later, Dan, the fleshy sphere, had leaped from the lake and collapsed unconscious. So, you gave all those medicinal pills to Dan to heal its injuries. Liu li kradled Dandan lofingli. The pure-hearted young woman's love for animals shone through. Dondama show bedliut. I had to try everything I could. Watching Liu Li play with the fleshy sphere, Tian Shun's thoughts drifted to his own family and children. Wu Yixing Jun's voice snapped him back to the harsh reality of his situation. Such a small body, freshly healed wounds. Have you no concern for yourself? Dan suddenly startled, gesturing to Liu Li. Liu Li looked towards the distant tower, suddenly realizing the sun had set. Liu Li, Kluching Dandan, Horiet away. Young master, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I must go. Back in her courtyard, she pushed open the door with a worried, "Master must be furious." The moment the door opened, a volley of crystalline darts shot out. Liu Li instantly went on the defensive. As if transformed into a different person, she channeled her spiritual energy, unleashing a counterattack. Facing the onslaught of crystalline projectiles, she, in the blink of an eye, revealed their true form, a harmless scattering of leaves. From within the courtyard, Liu Li's master emerged, her expression cold. It was none other than sect leader Wenling Chong. It seems you haven't been idle in your cultivation these past few days. Liu Li, looking at the seemingly simple face that belied a 9th-level qi condensation realm cultivation, softly called out, "Master." Wenling Chong abruptly changed the subject, her tone serious. "Have you used the cultivation-enhancing pills I gave you earlier?" Liu Li stammered, "Why yes, master, I have." Wenling Chong looked directly into her eyes. Liu Li's faces kremid, imlint. Wenling Chong flicked her forehead affectionately. "Every time you lie, you blush, and you unconsciously fidget with your fingers. If I had to guess, your senior sisters probably took those pills from you." Liu Li, suddenly reduced to a bashful child, blurted out, "It wasn't the senior sisters. I gave them willingly." Wenling Chong could never quite understand this child. "You even pleaded with them to take them. Your cultivation is higher than theirs. Why didn't you resist?" Liu Li's answer stunned Wenling Chong. "But the senior sisters are family." Liu Li couldn't bear to see her family hurt. Wenling Chong felt a pang in her chest at those words, family. Memories of that autumn, when her parents were still alive, flooded back. Wenling Chong suddenly lowered her head, her grip tightening on her sleeve. Liu Li, her heart aching for her master, asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong?" Did Liu Li say something wrong? Wenling Chong, as if struck by a hammer, rubbed her head. "It's nothing. I just remembered some unpleasant memories. Do you think you could do me a favor?" The little girl eagerly awaited her task. Several days later, in Tian Shun's courtyard, he sipped his tea, gazing at the clouds, his mind wandering. I haven't seen sect leader's sister in days. A feeling of abandonment settled over him, as if she were deliberately avoiding him. As he leisurely drank his tea, a figure burst through the window. Tian Shun reacted swiftly. Leaping back, he narrowly avoided the attack, the sword slicing through the air where he'd just been sitting. The attacker seemed to have intentionally allowed Tian Shun to see them. Tian Shun immediately gave chase, pursuing the figure deep into the forest. He observed the assassin's clumsy movements and surmised they were deliberately leading him somewhere. Tian Shun was led to the area of the sex barrier, specifically to a path leading outside, where a crack had appeared in the barrier itself. It didn't take Tian Shun long to understand. It seemed someone wanted him to leave the floating mist sect. The assassin, presumably lurking in the bushes, had stopped. He'd never encountered such an unprofessional assassin. Why the pause? "Master ordered me to take the young master out of the sect. I have no choice but to offend him once more." With those words, she attacked from behind. Tian Shun, for the moment, silently observed the assassin's attack patterns. Although her moves were sharp, they all avoided vital points. By now, a large section of the barrier had cracked. Tian Shun pretended to slip and tumble out through the opening. Before hitting the ground, he played the part of the lovesick man. "Do as you will. Even if I'm reduced to ashes, I will never leave sect leader Wenling Chong." The descending sword halted abruptly, just as Tian Shun had predicted. Sure enough, the assassin wasn't well versed in the art of deception. She looked at Tian Shun with tear-filled eyes. "I never thought young Master Tian Shun was so devoted and righteous. What am I to do now?" Seizing the opportunity, Tian Shun immediately turned the tables and counterattacked. The mask was torn away, and to Tian Shun's horror, he discovered it was the silly girl, Luli. He was just about to launch into a flurry of excuses when a stern voice rang out from the distance. "What are you two doing gathered here at the Sex Core Barrier Zone? Isn't this a bit too coincidental?" The speaker was the Grand Elder, arriving at just the right moment. Could this be a trap set by that old hag? She ordered a group of disciples, seized them. The situation grew increasingly tense, and another major player appeared, shouting for everyone to stop. It was sect leader Wenling Chong, arriving on her sword to join the commotion. She immediately intervened, saying cheerfully, "This was just a small test I arranged for Lier. It seems I was overthinking things." The Grand Elder turned to the only man present. "Even so, isn't it against sect rules for him to remain here?" The Grand Elder suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "Unless..." Tian Shun immediately imagined himself being castrated and forced into a dress. "What? Why would you do that to me?" The Grand Elder drew her sword, speaking gravely. "Unless we sever his manhood, it will violate sect rules." The thought of losing his little brother terrified Tian Shun to his core. Hey, stay back." He trembled, tears welling in his eyes. "Didn't you say you wouldn't touch me before?" The Grand Elder whispered, "The greater good is at stake, young master. Please bear with it." Tian Shun was nearly driven mad. "Bear with this. Bear with my ass." Tian Shun struggled to maintain his composure. He thought to himself, "I can't turn against this old hag yet. I just have to find a way to play along and get through this." Tian Shun's greatest skill was acting, and he quickly slipped into character. "Sect leader Wenling Chong, since things have come to this, I won't make things difficult for you." Gathering his spiritual energy, he declared with an air of noble resignation, "But this body was given to me by my parents. How can I so easily give it up?" Oh my, the Grand Elder said with amusement. "Looking to put up a fight, are we? Only at the first level of chi condensation, but quite brave nonetheless." Tian Shun adopted the demeanor of a frail young man. "To think that I devoted myself wholeheartedly to the sect, only to meet such an end." Tian Shun glared furiously at the empty air. His earlier emotional outburst had struck a chord with everyone present. It was whispered that when the sect leader had been trapped, it was Tian Shun who had driven away the 4 evildoers and saved her. It was also Tian Shun who had discovered the Tian honey. Tian Shun felt he had successfully manipulated the situation. It seemed to be working. The old hag surely wouldn't, contrary to his expectations. The Grand Elder charged forward, sword drawn, intent on killing him. "If you're so eager to die, then allow me to lend a hand." This was completely off script. Tian Shun jumped back. "Is this for real?" In that precarious, heart-stopping moment, Wenling Chong cast a protective barrier in front of Tian Shun. Sect leader Wenling Chong, ever composed, explained her actions clearly. Rewards and punishments must be distinct. His crime of trespassing into the sect has already been dealt with through his menial labor. She tossed Tian Shun a token. However, he has also performed a meritorious service in protecting the sect. From this day forward, he will remain here as an official disciple. The Grand Elder couldn't believe when Ling Chong would do such a thing. This person's background is unclear. What if something happens in the future? Wenling Chong spoke decisively. "If he is someone brought into the sect by this sect leader, then I will take responsibility for anything that happens." Tian Shun accepted the token, thinking to himself, "So the old hag wants to use me to punish senior sister." The Grand Elder turned to leave, his demeanor strangely off. "It seems the sect leader has made her decision. Then I shall take my leave." A cryptic smile played on his lips. Indeed, she had a plan all along. After everyone had left, Tian Shun bowed his head and thanked senior sister for saving him. Wenling Chong didn't even glance at him, turning and walking away. Tian Shun felt a pang of hurt. Women are so hard to understand. She just risked everything to save me, and now she's acting so cold. Luli approached, her eyes brimming with tears. She spoke hesitantly. "Young Master Tian Shun, actually, this was Master's idea to have you leave the sect. It's just that Luli was too slow." Tian Shun watched Wenling Chang's retreating figure, a smug thought crossing his mind. It seems senior sister is cold on the outside, but actually quite adorable inside. Wenling Chang spun around irritably, scolding, "Lur, do you have time for idle chatter? How is your progress with the cultivation technique I taught you last time?" Luli understood and followed, carrying Dan Dan, the adorable fleshy sphere, who squeaked a farewell. Tian Shun made a silent vow. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't let anyone take advantage of you. Wu Yixing Jun, appearing as if from nowhere, looked on in bewilderment, seemingly aware of his own existence. In the stillness of the late-night forest, a deer grazed peacefully, colorful fruits scattered across the ground. The unsuspecting deer stepped closer to pick one up, unaware of the cruel hunter lurking in the shadows. The next morning, several female disciples discovered the deer's carcass. Another spirit beast dead. And just like the ones before, it was completely drained of blood. How cruel. The group worried anxiously, unsure whether to roast or stew it. Tian Shun hid behind a tree every day, peering out. He overheard snippets of conversation, and a worried thought took root. Recently, a disturbing number of spirit beasts have been turning up dead within the sect. It was highly likely connected to that old witch, but what was her motive? Could it actually be true? His master had once told him that after being parasitized by the bloodthirsty leech, a peculiar craving for fresh blood would emerge. Tian Shin saw through the Grand Elder's cunning scheme. So that's it. The old witch wants to use this method to frame me. Tian Shun encountered the Grand Elder's confidant. A daring idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Master, he began, feigning innocence, do you still have that bloodthirsty leech egg from before? That thing is incredibly dangerous. What do you need it for? Every thick-skinned orange has its sharp fingernails. Tian Shun began a plot. A tiger that doesn't roar isn't necessarily a Hello Kitty. Naturally, the best course of action was to use her own methods against her. A few days later, at sect leader Wen Ling Chang's main hall, someone outside requested an audience. She's cultivating, no visitors, came the reply. The Grand Elder cared little for such formalities. She kicked the door open and barged in. Out of my way. I have urgent business with the sect leader. Such a rude display, bursting into the main hall like that. Wen Ling Chang's expression remained unchanged in the face of such arrogance. She opened her almond-shaped eyes and spoke with cold authority. What is it? The Grand Elder jumped as if scalded. Recently, spirit beasts within the sect have been dying continuously. After investigation, it has been discovered that the culprit is the disciple Tian Shun, whom the sect leader personally brought in. The Grand Elder continued, her voice laced with ominous implication. What's even more terrifying is that he's concealing his true identity. He is the legendary bloodthirsty demon incarnate. Wen Ling Chang didn't even bother to stand. She calmly uttered 4 words. Do you have proof? Just then, a female disciple rushed in, panicked. Sect leader, something terrible has happened. She blurted out shocking news. Several disciples' bodies were just discovered on the mountain, their condition identical to the slain spirit beasts. It seems the target has shifted to humans. What? When Ling Chang gasped. This played perfectly into the Grand Elder's hands. Pressing her advantage, the Grand Elder declared, it seems the beast is no longer satisfied with the blood of spirit beasts and has begun preying on humans. I implore the sect leader to join me in swiftly resolving this matter and uncovering the truth. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Tian Shun was relaxing, completely oblivious. Why are so many people looking for me this early in the morning? He wondered. When Ling Chang arrived first, getting straight to the point. This sect leader has a question for you. Recently, her gaze landed on Tian Shun's blood-soaked right arm. When Ling Chang's eyes widened in alarm. What's with the blood on your hand? Tian Shun feigned panic, avoiding her gaze. I accidentally cut myself while practicing my swordsmanship. The Grand Elder arrived to join the spectacle, pointing her sword accusingly at Tian Shun. How long do you intend to keep up this charade, bloodthirsty demon? Tian Shun played dumb, shouting blood. Demon, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You're even fabricating an identity for me now. Are you trying to frame me, you old witch? The Grand Elder thought she had completely won. Her plan was this. He'd been parasitized by the bloodthirsty leech, and now all it would take was a bit of fresh blood to trigger it. However, the cunning old woman noticed something amiss. Wait a minute, there's clearly blood on his hand, so why isn't there any reaction? The one who did react was the female disciple standing behind her. The disciple's eyes became bloodshot. What was happening? Why did she suddenly feel so excited? Thinking back to that day in the forest, the female disciple calculated so many dead spirit beasts should be enough to attract attention. Now all that's left is... Suddenly, she felt a force behind her. Warily, she turned. It was the innocent-looking Tian Shun. He blinked and said, Sister Dianhan, I have a few words I'd like to share with you. He led Dianhan to sit beside a boulder and drink wine. Seeing Tian Shan's eyes filled with what seemed like love, she imagined, so this is it. He likes me. He deliberately cooperated with the Grand Elder to get close to me. But Tian Shan was just too handsome and charming. This face wasn't bad either. It's just a pity that Tian Shan suddenly took her hand. I never thought Sister Dian Han would also have feelings for me. Why don't we leave the sect and live a carefree life together? Dian Han, captivated by his beauty, agreed to everything the young master suggested. She thought, he won't live much longer anyway, so I might as well agree for now. Unable to resist Tian Shan's charm, he continued, according to the customs of my homeland, 2 people in love can use wine to seal a 100-year promise. As expected, Dian Han drained her cup in one gulp. Tian Shan smiled triumphantly. Being born handsome certainly had its advantages. Back in the present, Dian Han realized she had fallen into a trap. I'm done for. There must be something in the wine. Tian Shan deliberately showed off his bloody hand. Looks like the wound is bleeding again. Dian Han was losing control. She thought excitedly, I can't take it anymore. I want to devour him. No sooner said than done. She lunged forward like a bloodthirsty zombie. When Ling Chong was quicker, she intercepted Dian Han with her sword. She glanced at Tian Shan and asked softly, are you all right? Tian Shan beamed. I'm Yufina. It seems sect leader sister really cares about me, prioritizing my protection. By now, Dian Han had completely transformed. When Ling Chong exclaimed, is this the bloodthirsty demon you spoke of? The Grand Elder couldn't believe this turn of events. It's clearly him. He's the one infested with the bloodthirsty leech. How can this be? Dian Han, now completely irrational, roared, get out of my way. When Ling Chong, hesitant to kill her, thought there might be more to this. She decided to subdue Dian Han first. When Ling Chong remained calm, thinking she might be able to uncover the mastermind behind this. In an instant, the entire main hall felt like the Arctic. Why had it suddenly become so cold? One Ling Chong transformed into an ice queen, her surroundings covered in frost. Dian Han, frozen solid, literally returned to her normal state. Terrified, she stammered, how did I become like that? Even Tian Shan couldn't hide his surprise. She's back to normal. Wu Yixing Jun explained, bloodthirsty worms are extremely vulnerable to cold. In a cold environment, their behavior can be temporarily suppressed, allowing the host to regain some lucidity. The Grand Elder, more agitated than anyone present, muttered, no, if she regains her senses, I fear. I'll have to make a decisive move. I'll have to sacrifice my trusted disciple. Don't blame your master for being heartless. One Ling Chong, the sect leader, quickly stepped forward to interrogate Dian Han. I ask you, with the strange occurrences within the sect these past few days you're doing. Dian Han, terrified and speechless, stammered, sect leader, I. At that moment, an arrow pierced her heart. Dian Han, in agony, turned her head to see who had struck her down. It was the very master to whom she had pledged lifelong loyalty. One Ling Chang's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on the Grand Elder. What is the meaning of this? The Grand Elder, her face ashen, forced out an explanation. She had lost her mind. I was concerned for the sect leader's safety, so I acted, unintentionally. When Ling Chong seemed to sense something amiss. She was your disciple. Or are you afraid of something being discovered? Panic seized the Grand Elder, and she immediately fell to her knees. Absolutely not, sect leader. I misjudged her. I nearly caused a great disaster. I beg for your punishment. Tian Shan, observing calmly from the side, thought, that old witch seems to be readily admitting guilt, but she's actually averted a major crisis by shifting all the blame onto the dead. The title Grand Elder truly carries weight. When Ling Chong made a bold move. In that case, perhaps the position of Grand Elder is no longer suitable for you. The Grand Elder, clearly not expecting this outcome, cried out, what? When Ling Chang's voice held a warning. You dare raise your voice before the sect leader. Do you have some grievance? Left with no other choice, the Grand Elder conceded, seething with resentment. I obey the sect leader's command. She left the main hall, her fury barely contained. Tian Shan knew his own situation wasn't much better. He had now completely antagonized the old witch and needed to formulate a plan. Suddenly, when Ling Chong clutched her head in pain and collapsed to the ground, her face a mask of agony. Sect leader's sister, Tian Shan, rushed to her side, catching her as she fell. He was alarmed to discover, why is her body so cold? He immediately called upon his master, Wu Yixing Jun for help. Master, quickly see what's wrong with sect leader sister. Wu Yixing Jun used his celestial eye to peer into Wen Ling Chang's very core. He quickly reached a diagnosis. A cold toxin has accumulated within her body. It's likely related to the ice-based cultivation technique she practices. An unexpected wave of worry washed over Tian Shun. Master, is there a cure? Sometime later, when Ling Chang awoke and was escorted to her chambers to rest, holding the prescription Tian Shun had given her, she asked doubtfully, "Can this prescription of yours truly cure the cold toxin within me?" Tian Shun replied, "This is a traditional family prescription. It's cured similar symptoms before, so it might work for sect leader Wen Ling Chang." Wen Ling Chang tentatively accepted his kindness. "All right, since you have such a kind heart, Anyang City should have all the medicinal ingredients you need. You and Li Er can go together." Wen Ling Chang suddenly paused, lost in thought for a moment. Looking at Tian Shun's male physique, she continued, "Now that you're a member of the Floating Cloud sect, to avoid unnecessary trouble, it's best you change your identity." Tian Shun was confused, unsure of the sect leader's intentions. "Change my identity." The next day, on the outskirts of Anyang City, Tian Shun and Lu Li stopped at a modest inn that also offered lodging. Lu Li spoke up, "It's getting dark. Anyang City is still some distance away. Let's stay the night here." The moment they stepped inside, they erupted in a flurry of excitement. "Oh, where did this untainted celestial maiden come from?" The so-called celestial maiden was Tian Shun, transformed into a young woman, accompanied by the beautiful Lu Li. Thanks to sect leader Wen Ling Chang's shape-shifting pill, Tian Shun was now in his new guise, even possessing a feminine figure. The pill had worked remarkably well. Lu Li, seeing the commotion, couldn't resist teasing him. "Sister Shun, it seems you're quite popular." He walked to the counter and, affecting a delicate voice, said, "Innkeeper, we'd like 2 rooms." The innkeeper's face flushed crimson. He stammered, too. 2 young ladies wished to stay the night. Observing how everyone treated him, Tian Shun thought to himself, somehow, being like this is even more troublesome than before. The innkeeper checked his ledger and announced, "I apologize, young ladies, but we only have 1 room left." Confused by their surprised expressions, the innkeeper asked, "Do you have other companions, young ladies?" Tian Shun quickly covered Lu Li's mouth. In his assumed feminine voice, he said, "Sister, it's been so long. Why are you acting so distant? Don't forget our current identities." Lu Li, resigned to the demands of their mission for the sect, conceded, "All right then, 1 room it is." The innkeeper gestured for someone to lead the 2 to their room. "Please, this way." A few lecherous men, fueled by alcohol, began to gossip. "Those beauties are quite the pair." At brotherly, Mr. Zhao chuckled. "Those young ladies must be of noble birth. A man of my humble standing wouldn't dare dream of such beauties." Mr. Li, feigning drunkenness, excused himself. "I've had a bit too much to drink. I'll take my leave." Mr. Zhao, as if waiting for this opportunity, followed suit. "Well, drinking alone isn't much fun. I'm feeling a bit tipsy myself. I'll be off then." And so, the 2 men each retreated to their own rooms, presumably to pursue their own devices. Late into the night, the light in Tian Shun and Lu Li's room still burned. Staring at the dwindling candle flame, the 2 sisters gazed at each other. Dark circles ringed their eyes, each thinking the same thought. "It's so late. Why isn't she asleep yet?" Finally, Tian Shun broke the silence. "It's late. You should get some rest, or I can sleep first." They began a polite back and forth, each insisting the other take the bed. "There's only 1 bed. You sleep. I can sit up all night." "No, young master, you should sleep. Lu Li will protect you." Finally, Tian Shun relented. Patting Lu Li's head, he adopted an older sister's tone. "Lu Li, stop arguing. Be good." Lu Li, believing Tian Shun to truly be a woman, obediently climbed into the bed. Tian Shun sat sipping tea, trying to chase away the lingering drowsiness. "This tea is awfully bitter," he muttered, grimacing. "Unpleasant." Seeing Tian Shun cough, Lu Li felt a pang of sympathy. She'd almost forgotten how frail he was. Sitting up all night like this, what if he fell ill? Worry gnawing at her, Lu Li stammered, blushing, "Sister, perhaps we should..." Before she could finish her sentence, Tian Shun suddenly lunged, pinning her to the bed. What's happening? He yanked the curtains closed. She's still so young. Heavens! A cold sweat slicked Lu Li's skin. Panic clawed at her throat. Sister, she cried out. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Someone's outside, Tian Shun whispered. A pervert is peeping at this innocent young woman through the window. It was none other than Mr. Li, who had just claimed he was going to bed, pulling the curtains. What kind of household is this? He grumbled. Suddenly, a hand clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Brother Li, why aren't you in bed? Mr. Li snapped, irritated. Don't bother me. I'm busy. Then it hit him. That voice. He quickly covered his face with a cloth. Brother Li, you've mistaken me for someone else. Mr. Li paused, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. That voice was strangely familiar. He abruptly snatched the cloth from the other man's face. It's you, Brother Zhao. The two were truly birds of a feather. Brother Zhao stammered, don't misunderstand. I was just passing by. Dressed like that. Passing by. Claiming you're going to sleep, but then sneaking over here to peep at a young woman changing. It seems Brother Li and Brother Zhao planned this all along. As they squabbled over a spyglass, a noise echoed from the distance. Dozens of hostile eyes were now fixed upon them. Setting aside their lustful pursuits, they each drew meter-long swords. So many greedy fellows for such a small room. The enemy is upon us. Let's cooperate for now. In the inn's corridor, a chaotic brawl erupted, a battle over women. After a furious exchange of blows, Brother Zhao and Brother Li emerged victorious. Thanks to you, Brother Zhao, Mr. Li panted. How about you choose first, and the rest are mine? Brother Zhao's eyes lit up. How generous of you, Brother Li. Then I'll. He didn't finish his sentence. His face paled, his sword clattered to the floor, and he spewed what looked suspiciously like ketchup, clutching his chest and wailing, Brother Li, you poisoned me. Mr. Li had indeed betrayed his comrade. I've never been one for choices, he sneered. I prefer to possess everything. My apologies. Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through his own gut. What? He coughed up a mouthful of something resembling strawberry syrup. You too. Unbeknownst to them, their fraternal betrayal was over a spiky owl figurine. Give me the antidote first. One gasped. No, you give it to me. I won't give it to you unless you give it to me first. After a pathetic scramble, the two brothers descended together into the depths of oblivion. Back with Tian Shun, he was still on top of Lu Li. It seems quiet now, he murmured. Is the fight over? Lu Li asked, Sister, should I go out and check? Tian Shun could still smell danger. It's not safe yet, he whispered just a little longer. Lu Li, growing increasingly embarrassed by Tian Shun's weight pressing down on her, squirmed beneath him. Sure enough, footsteps sounded outside. A voice, raspy as a drake's, called out, You fools, fighting amongst yourselves. In the end, it all falls into my hands. The door was kicked open violently, and a group of rough-looking men poured into the room. Their leader, a man with a face even Tian Shun in his previous life would have envied for its ugliness, leered. Don't be afraid, beautiful ladies, he said. I received your call for help and came to protect you. Tian Shun's mind raced. Another unexpected twist. A call for help. Could someone be impersonating him to lure these thugs here and deliberately cause trouble? The leader's gaze raked over him lasciviously. According to the letter, he said, It's time for you to show your gratitude. Tian Shun braced himself to fight, but someone else acted first. A fist slammed into the leader's face. Damn it, he roared. Which dog dares hit me? A male voice echoed from the walls, seemingly without a physical source. Bandits, leave now or face the consequences. Enraged, the leader yelled, Don't play these ghostly tricks. You think you can scare me? Show yourself and fight. As you wish, the voice replied. A brilliant flash of a sword sliced through the shadows. In less than a second, the attacker was upon him. The tip of his sword pressed against the leader's throat. Such speed, the leader gasped. It seems you're a worthy opponent, but this place is too cramped. We risk hurting my men. Seeing their leader held hostage, the other thugs remained silent. Boss, one stammered nervously. The cowardly leader, now on his knees, pleaded, How about we fight another day? His men paled. So embarrassing. Boss, another chimed in. Next time you're scared, don't use us as shields, okay? Get out, the leader snarled. The thugs turned tail and fled. Wait for me, boss, they cried. The newcomer, a large, imposing man, stepped into the light. I am Situ Nan, he announced. It seems you ladies were in danger. Tian Shun immediately went on the defensive, remaining silent. He eyed Situ Nan warily. Could it be him? He wondered. He quickly dismissed their savior and bolted the door. Thank you for your assistance, young master, he said, but this humble maiden is quite shaken. We will offer our gratitude properly another day. Tian Shun believed it was better to be safe than sorry. The next morning, in a room at the inn, Situ Nan sat leisurely painting. A disciple approached and reported, Young master, the two beauties left before dawn through the back door. Shall I follow them? Situ Nan flew into a rage, throwing down his brush. Don't be absurd, he roared. That would make us no better than those bandits. He gazed at his painting of a thorny owl, drool dripping from his chin. She will be mine eventually, he muttered. Tian Shun and Lu Li, now traveling as sisters, reached the edge of the forest. Lu Li sighed, a sound as deep and long as a highway. Tian Shun immediately guessed her thoughts. Still thinking about last night, he asked. Lu Li, startled by his perceptiveness, blushed. Well, she said awkwardly, Situ Nan did save us. Leaving without saying goodbye seems a bit rude, doesn't it? Tianxin couldn't believe how naive Lu Li was. Saving us. Little sister, don't you find everything that happened last night a little too convenient? Tianxin tried to guide Lu Li's thinking. The night we were there, suddenly a group of people showed up and started fighting. And then, she continued, what that bandit said only deepened my suspicions. Don't worry, beautiful ladies. I received your call for help and came to protect you. I think someone impersonated us, spread rumors to stir up trouble, and then swooped in to resolve it themselves. You're as good a detective as any, Lu Li conceded. Judging by the outcome, the person who fits this profile best is that young Master Situ Nan. Lu Li was reluctant to accept this. But that's just conjecture. What if we're wrong? Wouldn't we have misjudged a good person? Tian Shin sighed. Maybe I should just give you a good thump. You're so naive, it's truly astounding. Suddenly, a group of men burst from the bushes. It was the same ruffians from the previous night who had finally caught up with the two women. They brandished long spears, encircling Tian Shun and Lu Li. Lu Li fearfully drew her twin daggers. How do they track us all the way here? Tian Shun seized the opportunity to teach Lu Li a lesson. Weren't you worried about misjudging a good person? She didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, she seemed almost expectant. If I'm not mistaken, that good person will show up and save us any minute now. Sure enough, as if on cue, a sword came flying from the distance. A dramatic entrance, if ever there was one. The sword sliced through the air. Situ Nan strolled casually into view, speaking before he even reached them. I noticed these ruffians acting suspiciously, and, concerned for the safety of you two young ladies, I followed them here. The bandit leader's face twisted in frustration. This guy's like a leech. He just won't let go. He pulled a pill from his pouch. This time, I came prepared. Let's see how this nameless pill works. Time flashes back several hours. After his failure the previous night, the bandit leader was sulking in the forest. A young woman emerged from the undergrowth and approached him. She threw herself at the bandit leader. Cousin, you've been away for so long. I finally found you. The bandit leader was bewildered. Where did you come from? The young woman pulled a purple pill from her pouch. This is a spirit pill I worked so hard to find. Take it, and your power will increase many times over. You'll definitely pass the clan's assessment. He stared intently at the pill in her hand, seeing the look of delight on his face. One of his underlings cautioned, Boss, she's a complete stranger. Be careful, it could be a trap. The bandit leader shot him a look. You think I wouldn't recognize her. So, boss, you do know her. He thought it over, his limited intellect and meager education struggling to keep up. With my talent, my enemies are all extremely dangerous individuals. They wouldn't resort to such simple tricks. All right, I've decided. I'll take it. He boldly snatched the pill. The young woman beamed. Good luck, cousin. Even if it's a laxative or rat poison, I'll take my chances. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Feeling a surge of energy through his body, the bandit leader crowed. Looks like I made the right bet this time. I feel a surge of power. Incredible. Situ Nan pointed his sword at the thug's face. Scoundrel, prepare to die. The thug, in a frenzy, slammed his fist into the ground. Right on time. He channeled his energy, forming a protective sphere. Situ Nan countered with a surge of his own supernatural sword energy. Tian Shun in intentionally glanced over, feigning a look of distress. The effects of the drug transformed the thug into a monstrous whirlwind of fury. With a swipe of his claw, he sent Situ Nan flying into a durian tree. Catching Tian Shun's worried glance, Situ Nan felt that even being injured was worth it. As expected, she's starting to worry about my safety. It seems everything is going according to plan. Tian Shun leisurely enjoyed the unfolding drama, complete with the bloodshed. Death for a beautiful woman is the most tragic death, she mused. Situ Nan put on a show, declaring, "Rest assured, young ladies, as long as I still draw breath." Suddenly, there was a shift in the thug's demeanor. He lunged forward frantically, cutting Situ Nan off mid-sentence. "Hey, are you showing off?" The enthusiastic onlookers cheered. "Our boss is magnificent." By now, the thug had lost all reason, roaring quiet. "You're giving me a headache." Finally losing control, he lashed out at his own men. Tian Shun was slightly surprised, thinking to herself, something's not right. He seems to have lost his mind. Despite being battered and bruised, Situ Nin felt it was a small price to pay. It seems the drug is starting to take effect. That idiotic thug fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I had someone deliver him that rage-inducing pill. While it temporarily boosts spiritual energy, the side effects are numerous, and increased aggression is just one of them. Two men fighting tooth and nail, all for one Tian Shun. Is it worth it? Daring to compare your spiritual energy to mine. You're courting death. The thug's underlings began to realize their boss had become something other than himself. After his violent outburst, his stomach began to swell alarmingly. Situ Nin watched the results with a smug look. The most terrifying side effect is that after swallowing the spirit pill, all spiritual energy vanishes in an instant, followed by death by explosion. You willing? Situ Nin emerged from the wreckage, covered in wounds that would evoke pity in any onlooker. Projecting an image of unwavering masculinity, he reassured them, "It's all right now." With those words, he collapsed, his face landing squarely in Tian Shun's chest. Tian Shun almost forgot she was disguised as a woman. Could this guy be aiming for me? If so, this is going to be a major problem. I can't very well draw my sword on him, but if this keeps up, something's bound to happen. Suddenly, a token slipped from Situ Nan's person, whether intentionally or not. Luli quickly picked it up. Isn't this the City Lord's token?" she exclaimed in astonishment. After examining it with her spiritual energy, Luli confirmed there's no mistaking it. It bears the unique spiritual mark. Tian Shun felt the situation growing increasingly complicated. It seems his identity is not so simple. He's most likely some official's son. If that's the case, I can't afford to make any rash moves. Who knows what kind of protection he is lurking in the shadows. Doing anything now would be unwise. As Tian Shun predicted, an ambush awaited them in the forest. "Taking them out like this is too risky," Luli murmured. "It could cause problems for us in the city later." A bold idea struck Tian Shun. "I have a plan." He propped the unconscious Situ Nin against an ancient tree. Luli listened to Tian Shun's scheme, a flicker of unease in her eyes. "This doesn't feel right." Tian Shun softened his voice, offering reassurance. "He's not a good person, Luli. Besides, we're doing this for the sect leader's sister." Several days later, in Anyang City, the three of them occupied a room in a city inn. Under Tian Shun's attentive care, Situ Nin swiftly recovered. A soldier outside the door inquired anxiously, "Young master, are you all right?" Irritated by the interruption, Situ Nin snapped, "I'm perfectly fine. Leave me be." He then decided to reveal his supposed identity. "I'm indebted to you two young ladies for your care these past few days. I can no longer hide it. I am, in truth, the son of Anyang City's city lord." Tian Shun and Lu Li feigned surprise, covering their mouths with their hands. "So that's who you are," they exclaimed. Inwardly, they thought, just as we suspected, a typical spoiled rich kid. Basking in the apparent admiration in their eyes, Situ Nan preened. They seemed quite taken aback. "My plan is 90% certain to succeed now." Now aware of his supposed status, Tian Shun spoke softly. "Young master, you were injured rescuing us. Caring for you is the least we could do. We're the ones who should be thanking you." Situ Nin suddenly clasped Tian Shun's hand. His desire, long simmering, finally boiled over. Tian Shun, feigning shyness, murmured, "Young master." Seizing the opportunity, Situ Nan confessed, "Lady Tian Shun, the truth is, I've admired you for some time now." Tian Shun blushed prettily, while her inner thoughts were far less innocent. He's finally taken the bait. I've been waiting for this. Luli observed from a distance, thinking to herself, let's see how sister handles this. It was Lu Li's turn to perform. She suddenly began to tremble. "I'm so cold, so cold." Tian Shun quickly embraced her sister. Sitanan, caught off guard, stammered, "What's wrong?" Tian Shun's eyes filled with a carefully crafted sadness. "Young master, there's something you should know. My younger sister suffers from a cold poison. It flares up from time to time." Expertly manipulating the situation, Tian Shun continued, "Fortunately, I recently obtained a prescription from a wise elder. He said that if I can gather all the ingredients, it can cure my sister's affliction." Tian Shun's voice choked with feigned despair, tears welling in her eyes. "Until my sister is cured, I can't think of anything else." The ever-opportunistic Situ Nan snatched the prescription, eager to ingratiate himself. "It's just a prescription," he declared. "Leave it to me." He thought smugly, "Once I find these ingredients, this girl will be mine." Desperate times call for desperate measures, as they say. Tian Shun sobbed, calling after him, "Young master." He turned and strode away, brimming with confidence. "Wait for me. Once I have the ingredients, I'll return to marry you." Tian Shun breathed a sigh of relief, signaling to Lu Li that she could drop the act. "Not bad acting, Lu Li," she said with a smirk. Lu Li nuzzled against Tian Shun's fake breasts. Even though it was just an act, this was the first time she'd actively embraced a young master, and it felt strange. The embrace was so tight Tian Shun couldn't break free. "Little sister, Lu Li." Lu Li snapped back to reality, blushing as she looked at Tian Shun. Why was this child suddenly acting so strangely? Tian Shun, playing the part of a thoughtful older sister, patted her head. "You just stay here and continue feigning illness for now. Just in case, I'll also go look for the medicine. We can't put all our hopes on a stranger." Several days later, in Anyang City, Tian Shun, back in male form, strolled along, whistling. "Finally, I can temporarily return to my normal self. No more strapping 2 melons to my chest. Walking is so much more comfortable." But then, the image of those grapefruit-sized mounds flashed through his mind. Tian Shun began to understand the source of this unfamiliar shyness. It seemed he needed to finish this mission and return to his sect quickly, or things might get complicated. Suddenly, a commotion erupted up ahead. A crowd had gathered to watch a fight. "Are you blind, old man?" A frail, elderly man had been shoved to the ground. 2 strapping young men berated him. "Old fool, these are precious medicinal herbs. Can you even afford to replace them?" The old man, outmatched, could only protest. "You clearly bumped into me first." Seeing reason fail, one of the men, a guard, raised his whip. Still talking back. "You're asking for it." Tian Shun appeared, as if from nowhere, seizing the guard's wrist. "If your parents failed to teach you manners, then society will. Young people should be respectful. How can you bully an elderly man?" Enraged at being lectured, the guard roared, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Before he could utter his grandfather's name, Tian Shun's fist connected, sending his eyeballs bulging. The force of the blow sent him flying 8 meters. Tian Shun admonished, "Don't be so arrogant in the future." Clutching his injured eye, the guard howled, "What are you all standing around for? Get him." Tian Shun calmly gestured behind him, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Are you calling for them?" Sure enough, a group of his underlings lay battered and bruised on the ground, courtesy of Tian Shun. Helping each other up, they retreated. "I'll remember your face." Tian Shun politely helped the old man to his feet. "Are you all right?" The old man, deeply grateful, replied, "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. These old bones would surely have been left here otherwise." Having lived through more than 70 winters, the old man possessed little of value. He pulled a bronze disc from his robes. "I found this in a mountain cave not long ago. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude." It looked like little more than scrap metal. The Void Walker Star-Lord appeared, saying, "Little mortal, take it. This is a good thing." Though still somewhat puzzled, Tian Shun accepted the gift. "Thank you, sir." He sat beneath a tree, examining the bronze disc. "Master, what's so special about this?" The Void Walker Star-Lord, ever the encyclopedia, explained, "This disc bears the imprint of a spiritual cultivation technique. It likely conceals some sort of special cultivation method within." The Void Walker Star-Lord patiently instructed the naive Tian Shun, Little deity, try channeling your spiritual energy into it and see what happens. He focused his mind, circulating his spiritual energy, and gently touched the bronze disc. Instantly, the bronze disc radiated a peculiar energy. Abundant spiritual energy surged into Tian Shun's body, and he grasped the spiritual technique, flickering shadow evasive steps. Tian Shun remained engrossed, absorbing the spiritual energy from the bronze disc. The Void Walker Star-Lord suddenly sensed an approaching malevolent aura. Little deity, stop cultivating. It seems trouble is coming. And indeed, he wasn't wrong. From afar, a curse rang out, "Brat, so you're hiding here." It was the one-eyed thug from earlier, bellowing, "Your death day has arrived." Tian Shun rubbed his wrists, preparing for action. "What? You want to fight again?" The thug blustered, "Don't get cocky. Open your eyes and see who's here." It truly was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Tian Shun gulped, a knot of dread forming in his throat. His fate determined to pit me against him. It was Situ Nan, the thug masquerading as a scholar. "You were the one who beat my man," he accused. It seemed Tian Shun and Situ Nan were bound by karma from a past life. Tian Shun calmly replied, "Your men were disrespectful. I merely helped you discipline them a bit. No need to thank me specifically." Situ Nan drew his sword, displaying his cultivation level. "Less nonsense. You should know better than to strike a dog without considering its owner." He even thoughtfully summoned a black serpent to settle the score with Tian Shun. Tian Shun's eyes widened in sudden alarm as the black serpent lunged at him without a word, sinking its fangs into his flesh. An explosion rocked the mountain, and Situ Nan laughed triumphantly. Waste of space. Dead in one blow. A second later, Tian Shun emerged from the dust cloud, and someone shouted, "He's still alive." Situ Nan, though slightly embarrassed, feigned composure. "Not dead yet. Consider yourself lucky." He grew serious, unleashing a venomous sword strike. "Try this on for size." Tian Shun calmly parried the blow, leaping into the air as if propelled by springs. Situ Nan began to find him a challenging opponent. "What strange footwork," he said tensely. Tian Shun continued to close the distance, arriving face to face with Situ Nan in the blink of an eye. He prepared to deliver a punch that would send Situ Nan sprawling. "My turn." Situ Nan immediately unleashed his ultimate move, launching throwing darts. From barely a handspan away, Tian Shun swayed, dodging the projectiles. The darts passed through him, leaving no mark, instead embedding themselves in a nearby tree trunk. Situ Nan paled. "I seem to have underestimated him. He dodged at such close range. What kind of footwork is that?" Tian Shun retreated to a safe distance, landing steadily. He panted, his face drawn. "I had intended to use this opportunity to practice my cultivation, but I didn't expect it to consume so much energy." Situ Nan saw through Tian Shun's predicament. "It seems this footwork drains a great deal of spiritual energy." "Good." Tian Shun's face clearly displayed the message. "I'm about to collapse." While still uneasy, he was ambushed from behind. Tian Shun's heart leaped into his throat. He was done for. Ambushers, armed with bows, had him targeted. Not one, but 4 archers had him in their sights. A flurry of arrows, hundreds it seemed, whistled towards him. Tian Shun braced himself, convinced this was the end. He'd have to try again in his next life. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an axe whirled through the air, joining the fray. Spinning with dizzying speed, it intercepted the deadly volley, miraculously saving Tian Shun's life. A slender hand, wrapped around the axe's haft, came into view. His unexpected savior was a young man with fiery red hair. Situ Nan instantly recognized the newcomer, Duo Li. Seeing Duo Li intervene on Tian Shun's behalf, he immediately jumped to a conclusion. "So, he's one of yours." Duo Li's response sent a wave of crimson across Situ Nan's face. "You're thinking too much. I just find you unpleasant." Situ Nan drew his sword, preparing to face them both. Duo Li, not one to back down, began to twirl his axe. "What's it going to be? Want to try your luck?" Situ Nan's eyes flicked between Duo Li and his companions, assessing their strength. He swallowed his rage and sheathed his sword. Duo Li was clearly powerful, and his followers looked equally formidable. With forced composure, Situ Nan spat, "Consider yourself lucky. We're leaving." The disgruntled group turned and retreated. Tian Shun studied the red-haired youth before him. This Duo Li had made Situ Nan, the city lord's son, back down. He was clearly someone of considerable influence. But Duo Li seemed only to be looking for amusement. He sighed dramatically. How boring. Knowing his place, Tianshan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your assistance. Duo Li didn't even glance at him. Saved you. Who are you? Someone worthy of calling me brother. You're a country bumpkin. We're all so dreadfully provincial. Tianshan's mind raced. It seemed Duo Li's only motivation was to antagonize Sidonan. However, their mutual animosity could be useful. He filed this information away for future use. The encounter reinforced Tianshan's awareness of his own limitations. He needed to increase his cultivation level quickly to deal with future threats. Returning to the city, Tianshan resumed his search for ingredients. He paused before a renowned apothecary. Master said, I only need low-value ingredients to refine the qi condensation spiritual liquid. Confidently, he entered, his entire fortune clutched in his hand. This shouldn't cost too much. He was prepared to spend lavishly to improve his strength. Emerging from a shop, Tianshan wept openly while the shopkeeper beamed. Come again soon. Tianshan lugged a sack of ingredients back home. Perched atop the bundle was a chaotic jumble of onions, garlic, and chili peppers. The sight was a painful reminder of his depleted funds. Void Walker Star Lord offered words of comfort. Don't be so glum, little deity. It's only a few hundred gold taels. My money, anyway. He tossed Tianshan a vial of blue liquid. You'll see. You got a bargain. Tianshan instinctively caught the vial and, quick-witted as ever, lifted it to his nose. Is this the qi condensation spiritual liquid? It smells divine. Voidwalker Star Lord wanted nothing more than to crack Tianshan's skull. You little deity, are you trying to die? A master tormenting his disciple. This is outrageous. Tianshan, bewildered, asked, Master, this isn't for drinking, is it? This looks like rat poison. Voidwalker Star Lord replied with a knowing look, You take one sip of that, and you'll be bettered for the rest of your life. Tianshan began to prepare the concoction according to the instructions. He watched as the solution dissolved into the hot bath water. Then, he plunged into the bath and began to soak. Several hours later, Tianshan's entire body radiated a surging spiritual energy. Sweat poured from him like a river, and the pressure caused the bathtub to explode. Tianshan had officially advanced to the third level of qi condensation. Tianshan couldn't believe how potent a few medicinal ingredients could be. Master, this qi condensation spiritual liquid is amazing. I jumped 2 levels at once. Voidwalker Star Lord couldn't help but give him a sidelong glance. And who was just complaining about the cost? Tianshan, now emboldened, pushes luck. If I keep using this, can I reach the Bright Emperor realm? The thought of becoming a celestial being just by taking a bath had him practically drooling. A second later, his master's hammer brought him crashing back to reality, cracking him over the head. Stop daydreaming, you little deity. Voidwalker Star Lord sternly lectured Tianshan. You leveled up so quickly because your cultivation had been stagnant for so long. Besides, you can only use the spiritual liquid once in a while. Tianshan finally came to his senses. No work and all play, leveling up just by bathing. I really was dreaming. Tianshan recalled his earlier shopping spree at the apothecary. That's right. While I was buying those ingredients, I overheard something about the herbs the sect leader's sister needs. 2 of them are quite rare. They might be sold at the auction house in the city. I should go check it out. Anyang City was a bustling hub of activity, day and night. Beautiful women were not a rare sight, and the one walking down the street was a true beauty, captivating all who saw her. No sooner had she stepped onto the street than she was accosted by a group of lecherous men. Where are you rushing off to? Beautiful. I know this area well. Need me to show you around. The woman snapped irritably, Get lost. One of the men, oblivious to her displeasure, reached out to touch her, his voice loud and boisterous. Just my type. The woman, with a fiery temper, began to channel her spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed the offending man. Time to play the hero. Tianshan stepped forward. She told you to get lost. What are you still doing here, putting on this show? The woman's spiritual energy instantly dissipated, and she watched with wide eyes. The lecherous man could only stand in the middle of the street and yell, How dare you interfere? Do you know who I am? Tianshan, bored with this tired act, spat on the ground. Why do you villains always announce yourselves the moment you show up? Save it for the underworld. Tianshan landed a heavy punch. The other 2 lecherous men rushed forward to help their companion. You're looking for a death wish. Tian Shun glanced from the corner of his eye and, with a practiced twist, effortlessly deflected 2 blows. He immediately unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, pushing outwards with a powerful shove, sending the 2 attackers sprawling to the ground. The 3 defeated thugs lay there, groaning and whimpering. Having finished his display, Tian Shun turned his most handsome face towards the beautiful woman and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" The woman, however, had vanished. Tian Shun blinked, a little stunned. She didn't even say thank you. What a strange girl. Soon, the auction was about to begin. 2 guards stood imposingly at the entrance, barring Tian Shun's way. "Identification, please." Tian Shun, possessing nothing of the sort, offered an awkward, earnest smile. "Identification? I don't seem to have any. I heard that to enter the auction house, you need identification to prove your assets, at least a black iron card worth 10,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the 2 guards immediately moved to dismiss him. "Apologies, but without identification, you cannot enter the auction hall." Tian Shun resigned himself to using his backup plan, reaching into his robe. He produced a small vial he had prepared earlier. "If I can present an item of equivalent value, I can enter correct." The guard stared at the cheap-looking vial in Tian Shun's hand. "Do you even know that the minimum entry requirement for the auction house is 10,000 gold coins?" Tian Shun, brimming with confidence in his product, replied, "Of course." The older guard scoffed. What could possibly be in that little bottle worth 10,000 gold coins? He immediately ordered the nearby soldiers to intervene. "This man is clearly here to cause trouble. Seize him." Tian Shun stared at the unreasonable men before him. "Do you even know the meaning of the customer is always right?" Suddenly, a commanding voice interjected, "Such impudence." The speaker was a distinguished-looking elder, emanating the aura of someone at the first level of the Bright Emperor realm. The soldiers immediately saluted respectfully. "Grandmaster Feng." The elder approached Tian Shun and spoke warmly. "This gentleman wishes to participate in the auction. Is that correct? Perhaps you could tell me a little about the item you wish to sell." Tian Shun immediately adopted the persona of a seasoned salesman. "This is qi condensation incense. It can accelerate the cultivation speed of those in the qi condensation realm, and moreover, it has no side effects whatsoever." The elder's eyes widened at the mention of such miraculous effects. Intrigued, he smiled. "Might I have a look?" Tian Shun readily offered the vial. "Please, Grandmaster, feel free to take a sample." As the lid was opened, a wave of potent spiritual energy washed over the elder, nearly sending him into a trance. He extracted a single drop of the liquid for inspection. Despite his slightly crossed eyes, his appraisal was sharp. This is top-grade spiritual incense." Seeing the elder's reaction, Tian Shun grinned, pulling out a larger pouch. "Indeed, and I have more than just this one vial. Now, am I qualified to enter the auction house?" "Oh, but of course, esteemed guest. Welcome." The elder beamed. "Naturally, we shall arrange the finest seating for you, young master." He produced a golden card. "This is a VIP card for the Starthen auction house." The elder then granted Tian Shun a rare privilege. With this card, you may access any stall within. Furthermore, the value-added tax on goods will be reduced from 10% to 3%, and these goods will also be given priority in sales. The guards felt a deep pang of anxiety for their positions. We're dead. This time, we've offended the wrong person." The old man welcomed Tian Shun as if he were greeting a god. "Please, come in, careful of the threshold." The 2 guards tried to shrink into the background. Thankfully, they're in a good mood and have forgotten about us. The old man stopped mid-stride and pointed directly at the 2 guards. "Oh, right from tomorrow onwards, you 2 don't need to come in anymore. So you couldn't escape after all. Let this be a lesson to you. Don't act so rashly." The auction hall was a sea of faces. Tian Shun wore an alluring black cat mask as a disguise. On the stage stood a gorgeously dressed young woman. "Are any of you interested in the Lingji mushroom in my hand?" Below the stage, a throng of men burned with eagerness, their mouths practically watering. "This Lingji is so pristine, and the price is very reasonable too." Tian Shun began to suspect this was a rather peculiar form of auction. "Oh, dear me, are these people actually here to buy anything?" Finally, it was time for Tian Shun's premium goods. I've just received an item I'm sure will pique your interest. A wooden box containing 6 vials of spiritual liquid was brought onto the stage. This item is called Qi Condensation Incense, and it can accelerate cultivation in the Qi Condensation realm. The guests below began to murmur anxiously. Does this medicine have any side effects? Does it really accelerate Qi Condensation cultivation? The young woman winked flirtatiously. Please rest assured, this item has been personally appraised by our Grandmaster Feng as a premium spiritual incense. It absolutely has no side effects. Oh my, being so close is so boring. The lecherous crowd's drool practically formed a river as the young woman smiled suggestively. Finally, she announced a sky-high price. The starting bid is 50,000 gold coins. The crowd below immediately erupted, scrambling to bid. 60,000, 62,000, 70,000. Tian Shun watched the frenzy of bidding, secretly delighted. Before coming here, his master, Voidwalker Star-Lord, had refined a batch of Qi condensation incense. Although it used low-grade medicinal ingredients, it still achieved its purpose. The apothecary owner's voice boomed. Remember to pay your debt. Tian Shun suddenly noticed a familiar head of red hair. Oh, it seems I know someone here. Mesmerized by the way, he casually rang the bell and tossed around money like it was nothing. 200,000, a figure that forced all other competitors to retreat. The crowd instantly fell silent. He ate a grape fed to him by a beautiful woman and muttered contemptuously, "These commoners are nothing but ants. How dare they compete with me?" Tian Shun was also a little shocked, secretly pleased. Selling Qi Condensation Realm pills at this price is probably the limit. But in this world, there's always someone who has to one-up you. 210,000. There's someone who dares to outbid me. Duoli nearly choked on his grape. He glanced over to see who was so bold. It was his sworn enemy. "It's you, Situ Nan." Situ Nan feigned surprise, raising his voice. "So it's Brother Duoli." The two began to bicker fiercely. "If I remember correctly, you just bought some cultivation support pills last week. Be careful, too much can make you sick." Situ Nan, elegant and composed, waved his fan languidly. "Many thanks for your concern, Duoli," he said with a smirk. "I was merely planning to purchase this as a gift." Duoli, determined not to be outdone, raised his bid to 22,000. Situ Nan refused to yield. 23,000. 30,000. Watch this. 31,000. Neither man showed any sign of backing down. 40,000. 41,000. Duoli, driven by a furious desire to win, roared 60,000. "See if you can match that." He muttered under his breath. "If he bids any higher, I'll make him cough up blood." My real target wasn't this anyway. A knowing smile spread across Situ Nan's face. Man plans, and heaven laughs. He withdrew his bid with a flourish. A gentleman wouldn't dream of taking something another desires so dearly. If Duo Li is so enamored, I shall concede. The blow was a crushing one. Duo Li had to be helped to his feet. The auctioneer began the final call. 60,000 once, 60,000 twice. My, it seems we have a winner. And so, the gavel fell, sealing the exorbitant price. Congratulations, young Master Duo Li, on acquiring the Qi Condensation Incense. Situ Nan, his objective achieved, offered a mocking felicitation. Congratulations, Duo Li. Duo Li nearly exploded with rage. Seeing a potential brawl about to erupt, guards descended from the balconies above. "Gentlemen, please maintain order and adhere to the rules of the auction." Duo Li, eyeing the guards poised to intervene, forced himself to sit back down, seething. Aside from Situ Nan, there was another who was quite pleased. Tian Shun grinned like a fox in a henhouse. Thanks to the fool, his incense had fetched a far higher price than he'd anticipated. The young woman on stage moved on to the next premium item. Now, we come to this unique artifact. Rumor has it that it originates from the ruins of a powerful cultivator. Should one unlock its secrets, untold riches await. The artifact pulsed with a dazzling light. It was the very item Voidwalker Star-Lord craved. "Little brat," the Star-Lord's voice echoed in Tian Shun's mind. "I sense my spiritual energy within that scroll. You must acquire it." Tian Shun wasn't exactly flush with cash. Acquiring such a treasure seemed a daunting prospect. Yet, to his surprise, no one seemed interested. The artifact sat unwanted, a stark contrast to the previous frenzy. Why did they all look so disappointed? He wondered. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone knows these kinds of artifacts are sealed with the spiritual imprints of their previous owners. Ordinary cultivators can't break them. And if you can't break the spiritual seals, it's nothing more than a worthless piece of parchment. Tian Shun, having successfully eavesdropped, felt a thrill of excitement. So that's how it is. He glanced at the hushed auction hall, then back at the neglected artifact. It seems I'm about to get a steal. The auction took a bizarre turn. The young woman announced, as a token of our appreciation, this auction will feature a special, secret prize. A large curtain descended from the ceiling, revealing a massive birdcage. The highest bidder for lot number 10 will receive this unique reward. Inside the cage, a woman sat bound like a trussed chicken. Her face was a mask of despair and resignation. Yet, her striking beauty and defiant spirit drew hungry stares from the men in the audience. The reality of the situation hit Tian Shun like a ton of bricks. This wasn't a legitimate auction. It was a den of iniquity, trafficking human beings as prizes. This was going to be troublesome. Tian Shun's gaze settled on Situnan, who sat across the room, sipping tea. He could only use him as a tool. The young woman on stage, acting as auctioneer, began the bidding. The starting price, 3,000 gold coins. The exotic beauty in the cage was a unique prize, and the bidders below clamored for her. 6,000. One shouted. 8,000. Cried another. 10,000 from yours truly. Roared a third. Even the lascivious young master, Duo Li, couldn't contain himself. He held a beauty in his lap, calculating his next move. The woman beside him was already growing tiresome. Perhaps it was time to sample something new. After being tricked the last time, Duo Li was more cautious. That hypocritical Situ Nan, so concerned with his image, likely wouldn't compete with him this time. Duo Li stood up, a predatory gleam in his eyes. 100,000, he declared. This little bird will be mine. The thought of the pleasures to come sent a flush of heat through Duo Li's body. Suddenly, a bold voice cut through the air. 110,000. Duo Li practically levitated with rage. That damned Situ Nan again. Duo Li's gaze snapped to Tian Shun, who stood impassively amidst the crowd. He seemed lost in thought, and Duo Li wondered what held his attention. Then he saw it, Tian Shun exchanging a look with Situ Nan. His mind whirring like a detective's, Duo Li began to piece things together. That exchange, could it be? Was there a conspiracy afoot? A theory began to form in Duo Li's mind. I see, he thought, a smug look spreading across his face. He's Situ Nan's new lackey. Confident in his deduction, Duo Li scoffed internally. The same trick twice. I won't fall for it. Situ Nan glared at Tian Shun, fury burning in his eyes. Of all the nerve, to try and curry favor with him by using a woman, and in such a public setting. It was preposterous. Duo Li, seizing the opportunity to fan the flames, sauntered over. I never would have thought Brother Situ so concerned with appearances, he said, his voice dripping with false sympathy. To send a lackey to bid on a woman for you. How discreet. Situ Nan's face turned crimson with rage. The sheer audacity of Duo Li's accusation. Don't spout such nonsense. He snapped. His own suspicions began to mirror Duo Li's. That man was undoubtedly working for Duo Li, trying to smear his reputation. Duo Li pressed his advantage. Now, Brother Situ, I'm only trying to help. One must know one's limits. He adopted a condescending tone, as if lecturing a wayward child. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes shifting towards Situ Nan with newfound understanding. So even young Master Situ had a weakness for women. To risk offending the city lord Sug for a mere woman, how foolish. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer prepared to finalize the sale. 110,000, going once, going twice sold. The gavel fell, and the woman was sold. Tian Shun had successfully acquired the 10th volume he desired. Congratulations to our esteemed guest, the auctioneer announced. With practiced efficiency, the auctioneer presented a wooden tray. And now, for the final item of the evening. All eyes turned to the stage. The final item was a cultivation technique known as frenzied chant. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tian Shun's face. A cultivation technique, he muttered. I was told there would be an elixir. After the auction concluded, Tian Shun sought out the old man he had spoken with earlier. Of the two ingredients you mentioned, the old man said, I believe I've seen blue bone honeysuckle in the vault. Tian Shun's eyes lit up. He leaned closer, his voice eager. Would you be willing to sell it to me? The old man chuckled, turning away. My apologies, but not long ago, our entire stock of medicinal herbs was purchased by another customer. Walking alongside the foreign beauty, Tian Shin pondered. Could Situ Nan have bought all the herbs? I'll have to ask him. A cold sweat broke out, Tian Shun's face paling. That means I'll have to transform into a woman again. The girl behind him spoke up. Master, are you going to take me home now? Tian Shun, startled, had nearly forgotten his debt to her. Tian Shun reached out, unfastening her chains, officially granting her freedom. He smiled. You can go. The woman immediately knelt, kowtowing repeatedly. Master, Ana will certainly obey you. I absolutely will not run away. Tian Shun waved his hand, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. You misunderstand. I truly want to let you go. Ana still seemed uncertain, her face downcast. Tian Shun generously placed several gold coins in her hand. My purpose today wasn't human trafficking. Take this, leave this place, and return to your true family. Having never encountered such kindness, Ana cried out, moved, Master. With that, she turned and left, their brief connection at an end. Tian Shun remained oblivious to the figure watching him from the trees. It was one of Situ Nan's subordinates. Indeed, this was the very person young Master Situ was searching for. Tian Shun had certainly attracted attention today. From a balcony above, Lam Din watched him thoughtfully as he walked away. After Tian Shun had walked some distance, a thin, older man called out to him. Young man, my leg is injured. Could you help me home? The man's face alone screamed untrustworthy. Tian Shin inquired, where do you live? The old man gestured towards a narrow alleyway. Just down that alley. Within that very alley, a group of assassins lay in wait, ready to hack Tian Shun to pieces. The informant rushed in, breathless. He's coming. The assassins, all at the sixth realm, exchanged puzzled glances. So soon, the newcomer was not Tian Shun. Wary, the assassins demanded, who are you? Lam Din offered no reply. With a cold expression, she channeled her spiritual energy and charged in, taking on all five at once. Meanwhile, Tian Shun continued down the street, innocently carrying the old man on his back. Suddenly, the old man's face contorted. Put me down here, please. Naive and unsuspecting, Tian Shun asked, Sir, we haven't arrived yet, have we? The old man turned and fled, throwing a hasty apology over his shoulder. Sorry, young man. Watching the supposedly crippled old man run faster than a galloping horse, Tian Shun called after him, Sir, your leg. The scent of danger finally reached Tian Shun. Channeling his spiritual energy, he braced himself, muttering under his breath, great compassion mantra. I'm dead. Following the tangy aroma of tomato sauce, Tian Shun burst into the alley. The five assassins lay scattered, lifeless. Tian Shun stared in disbelief. What happened here? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the distance, followed by a blinding flash of light. Someone hurled a spear, nearly sending Tian Shun to meet the same fate as the assassins. A package was tied to the spear's point. Tian Shun stared at the bundle. What kind of delivery is this? He wondered. He cautiously retrieved it and examined the contents. Inside was a beautiful, vibrant lotus flower. Just then, a large bird soared overhead, a single feather drifting down. The lotus in Tian Shun's hand was the lamb caught, Manhua. The feather brushed past his eyes and then, whether by accident or design, landed directly on one of the dead assassins. The feather instantly transformed into a corrosive poison, consuming the body. Tian Shun recoiled in horror. Such terrifying toxicity. Tian Shun ventured deeper into the alley, wanted to understand what had transpired. He recalled the old man's strange behavior. Judging by the old man's hasty retreat, he mused, it seems they planned to ambush me here. Man plans, and heaven laughs, he thought. But someone else got here first and poisoned them. With that reasoning, everything makes sense. This mysterious person waited here for me until the moment they could deliver the lamb caught Manhua. Tian Shin mentally listed the possible candidates. The only people who know I need this ingredient are Sect Master Tai, Lu Lai, Fong Duong from the auction house, Situ Nan, and Na. The most likely person is... A thought struck him. Could it be? The scene shifted to a small room within the city. Ana sat by the window, anxiously waiting. She paced restlessly. Big sister has been gone so long. Why hasn't she returned? A short while later, Lam Din returned, unharmed. Ana's face lit up with relief, like a child seeing her mother come home. She rushed forward. My lord, is that person all right? Lam Din slowly shook his head, indicating that Tian Shun was fine. Ana breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Ana knelt in gratitude, pledging her service to Lam Din. Thank you for saving that person. I am willing to serve you. Back with Tian Shun, his suspicions now centered on Ana. To think she was hiding so much. Could she have intentionally been captured and brought to the auction house? His head began to ache from the mental exertion. I can't overthink this, he decided. The more I think, the more confused I become. I need to focus on gathering the remaining ingredients and curing Sect Master Tai. Tian Shun had tirelessly searched day and night for the medicinal herbs listed in the prescription. Now, only one rare ingredient remained, the Hong Hoa Tin Hatch. But the auction house didn't have it. Finding it will be... Suddenly, a group of people hurried past on the main road, their voices hushed. Why have they summoned us? What's happening? One whispered. I heard there's a fire tribute core in the Doan Nai mountain range, perfectly suited for the young master's cultivation technique. Concealed in a nearby corner, Tian Shun didn't miss a word. A surge of excitement coursed through him. A rare fire tribute core. Could it be? A masked individual emerged from a nearby outhouse, clutching his stomach. Why does my stomach keep hurting today? Tian Shun swiftly attacked from behind, covering the man's mouth and subduing him. He then bound the man and hid him in a secluded corner. Donning the man's clothes, Tian Shun prepared to infiltrate the group. Completely unsuspecting, one of the men called out, "Hey, you in the back. Hurry up." On a volcanic peak in the Doan Nai mountain range, Duo Li assembled his elite troops. He distributed a pill to each of them. In your hands are poison-repelling pearls. The mountains are rife with miasma. Consume these, and you will be protected from its harmful effects. Without hesitation, the men popped the pills into their mouths. Only Tian Shun managed to trick that young lord with a feigned gesture. Duo Li announced the enticing reward, adding that regardless of success or failure, each man would receive 100 gold coins. The mercenaries rejoiced. Tian Shun, hidden within the throng, observed thoughtfully. So, he comes from an official's family. But why does he seem so excessively righteous? The group ventured deeper into the Doan Nai mountains. The atmosphere within the caverns suddenly shifted, becoming strangely ominous. Tian Shun felt a prickle of unease, unsure of the cause of this abrupt change. A colossal fire serpent materialized. Vonai Tin Quan immediately assumed his advisor role, warning, "Young master, be cautious. This is a fire jiao." A 2 Quan serpent cultivation is around the first level of the Manhong realm. Tian Shun, startled to encounter such a formidable beast, nearly lost control of his bladder. What? First level Manhong realm. That's a whole major realm above me. His gaze fell upon something peculiar. Atop the serpent's head rested a Huin Hoa Tin Thatch, a rare gemstone typically found in the most perilous and inaccessible locations. Duo Li pointed at the fiery serpentine monster. "Kill this beast," he bellowed, "and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." Tian Shun glanced at the surrounding mercenaries, realizing they were in the same predicament as him. These men, all at the Ngung Kai realm, seemed destined for death. The mercenaries trembled like leaves in a gale. It doesn't look easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? Duo Li Skufa. There are so many of you, and you can't even handle a single beast. Brandishing their weapons, they charged recklessly towards the fire serpent. Tian Shun stealthily followed, deciding to keep his identity concealed for the moment and wait for an opportune moment to act. The fire serpent opened its maw, a gaping chasm the size of a subway tunnel. It unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the men into piles of ash. The remaining mercenaries cried out in terror, their voices filled with despair. "We can't handle this level of power." Seeing Duo Li's indifferent expression, one man stepped forward and suggested, "Young lord, perhaps we should escort you to safety." Duo Li, already harboring a sinister plan, replied, "No need. Just lend me a few things, and I'll have a way to destroy it." The mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what he meant. The young lord's eyes glinted. "Your lives," he uttered coldly. The men felt a strange transformation within their bodies, a loss of control. What has the young lord done to us? It must have been those pills. But it was too late. Driven by an unknown force, they charged madly towards the fire serpent, engaging it in a futile battle. One by one, they were roasted alive by the serpent's flames. None could even touch a single scale. Tian Shun remained unscathed, fortunate that he had refrained from consuming the pill. That thing was definitely strange. Good thing I was cautious. The fire serpent turned its attention towards Duo Li, who cursed under his breath. That brazen beast. Duo Li wasn't just anyone. He'd anticipated this. But I still have another trick up my sleeve, he muttered. In the blink of an eye, he hurled dozens of pellets. They formed a shimmering barrier, trapping the fire serpent. The creature thrashed, now bound by an ethereal figure eight. Duo Li surveyed his handiwork with a smug grin. These frost-binding pearls cost me a fortune, he gloated inwardly, specifically designed for fiery vermin like you. The serpent, seemingly enraged, strained against its icy prison, sweat-like droplets of molten rock raining down. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the frost-binding pearls. With a mighty heave, the serpent shattered the fragile ice, shards scattering like glittering rain. Duo Li's face paled. What? How? Could it be that fire attribute core? Unleashed, the serpent unleashed a torrent of fire directly at Duo Li. I'm finished, he shrieked. The inferno, a raging storm, threatened to consume him. Just as Duo Li braced for incineration, the flames stalled midair. The serpent's power ebbed away. It collapsed unconscious under Duo Li's stunned gaze. Standing over the serpent's prone form, Duo Li let out a triumphant laugh. What's the matter? No more fire. Weren't you so fierce just a moment ago? His gloating was cut short as the serpent suddenly convulsed, sending him flying with a powerful headbutt. It slithered into the dense foliage, leaving Duo Li choking on dust and fury. You foul beast. When I catch you, I'll roast you alive. Just then, a figure blurred past Duo Li, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Who was that? He wondered aloud. It was Tian Shun, hot on the serpent's trail. Incredible, he thought. The fire serpent, Huozi Jun Xe, is even faster than I imagined. He pressed on, a surge of gratitude welling up. Thank goodness I mastered the shadow step technique. A moment's distraction, however, and he lost the trail. Staring into the dense undergrowth, he froze. It's gone. But Tianxian quickly sensed something amiss. There's a shift in spiritual energy nearby. It can't be far. A sudden chill ran down his spine, killing intent. He looked up into the gaping maw of the serpent. Instantly, he teleported backwards. The serpent's jaws snapped shut on empty air. Tianxian was surprised. I didn't know serpents could camouflage themselves. I almost fell for that. Keeping his distance, he calculated. It's badly wounded, and after such a long chase, its strength must be waning. The serpent, seemingly regarding him as easy prey, slowly advanced. When it was close enough, Tianxian focused his spiritual energy. This was his chance. A brilliant light erupted, and a gleaming sword materialized. Sword in one hand, the other concealed, Tianxian moved like a phantom, attacking from multiple angles, a blur of flashing steel. The serpent shrieked in pain as the relentless assault continued. With a final horizontal slash, Tianxian ended the onslaught. The serpent's body, severed into multiple pieces, sprayed black blood across the forest floor. Its head, eyes wide, landed with a thud, the core within extinguished. Tianxian gently retrieved the core. He carefully examined it, murmuring, "Finally, the Imperial Fire Core is mine." Suddenly, a strange purple liquid erupted from the core's cavity, spraying towards Tianxian. The situation turned dire. He barely managed to raise his arm to shield his face. The liquid struck his forearm, and he cried out in pain amidst the dense foliage. The purple liquid drained his strength, sending him crashing to the ground. His body trembled violently, and he found himself temporarily unable to use his spiritual energy. Just then, a powerful voice boomed, "You won't escape." The situation was critical. Tianxian muttered to himself, "I have to find a way to survive. He's coming after me. What do I do now?" Duo Li ran swiftly, searching for the red serpent. He burst through a thicket, shouting triumphantly, "Found you." Pushing aside the foliage, he froze. Standing within the thicket was Tianxian, disguised in women's clothing. Duo Li, captivated, inquired, "Fair maiden, what brings you here all alone?" Feigning shyness, Tianxian replied, "I was gathering mushrooms on the mountain and lost my way." Despite his fascination with the maiden, Duo Li didn't forget his purpose. "Did you happen to see anyone else pass by here?" Tianxian feigned innocence. "While hiding here, I saw a man fighting a giant serpent. In the end, I think they both perished." Upon hearing this, Duo Li searched the surrounding area, thinking to himself, both dead. The core must be nearby. I can sense the presence of fire essence. Observing this, Tian Shun fumbled in his sleeve, thinking the fire essence of the Imperial Fire Core is too potent to conceal any longer. If he discovers it, he'll suspect my identity. I might as well. He produced the core, feigning innocence. Oh yes, I found this strange object on the ground just now. The moment he saw the core, Duo Li lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. The Imperial Fire Core. He grasped the core with a triumphant grin, extending his hand warmly. Fair maiden, you've done me a great service. You seem to be gravely injured. Why don't you come with me? Kadi can tend to your wounds. Tian Shun feigned reluctance. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, kind sir. Inwardly, he plotted, I'll go with him for now, then find a way to reclaim the core. Oblivious to Tian Shun's scheme, Duo Li wore a smug expression, thinking to himself, not only have I acquired the core, but also a beautiful woman. What a profitable venture. Within just a few days at the Dao estate, Tian Shun had earned Duo Li's trust. One evening, as they shared a drink, Tian Shun sighed, affecting a melancholic air. Duo Li leaned closer, solicitously asking, What troubles you, my beauty? Has someone in the estate been mistreating you? Tian Shun shook his head, replying softly, No, it's not that. Seeing his feigned distress, Duo Li puffed out his chest reassuringly. Then what is it? Tell me, and I shall surely help. Waiting for this very invitation, Tian Shun began to weep, lamenting, Under your protection, I am safe and sound, but my poor sister still suffers. Duo Li's eyes lit up with excitement. You have a sister? Then bring her here at once. At this moment, Tian Shun feigned a bashful hesitation before revealing, Oh, I dare not hide it any longer. My younger sister suffers from a strange illness. Fortunately, a noble person saved her life, but for a complete recovery, she needs something called an Imperial Fire Core as a catalyst. Duo Li forced a laugh, a flicker of unease in his heart. I happen to have one, but I'm saving it for later use. To mask his discomfort, he feigned generosity. I don't have it on hand at the moment. Why don't you bring your sister here first? I'll invite the best physician in the city to treat her. Tian Shun rushed forward, embracing Duo Li, and spoke sweetly, Thank you, brotherly. It's just that my sister is frail, and I need to fetch her myself to be at ease. Duo Li, his ego swelling, replied, As you wish. He had no idea he was walking straight into a trap. It seemed that stronger measures were needed to pry the core from his grasp. Meanwhile, C2 Nan, as he sketched a portrait, inquired about the progress of the medicinal herb search. His servant respectfully reported, Most of the ingredients have been found. Only one rare herb remains. C2 Nan slammed his staff down in a fit of rage. Useless fool. The servant, Bugon to speak further, repeatedly kowtowed, begging forgiveness. This lowly servant deserves death. Just then, another servant entered. Master. He leaned in close, whispering into C2 Nan's ear. C2 Nan's face darkened as he listened, muttering to himself, She dares to request a meeting with me. It just so happens that this young master has run out of patience. Then she will either come with me, or... The Tian Shun in the portrait smiled, a breathtakingly beautiful smile. That afternoon, in a tavern, C2 Nan, a smile masking his cunning, raised his cup. Miss A. Shun, I hear you requested this meeting with me regarding a matter of great importance. Tian Shun, feigning shyness, confessed that ever since meeting the young master, her heart had been captivated. If he would not disdain her, she wished to follow him, never to leave his side. Inwardly, she sighed, Sister, sect leader, I do this all for you. Si tu n'en es facile. Is that true? His initial joy quickly faded, replaced by a frown. But the prescription from last time. I haven't gathered all the ingredients yet. Tian Shun offered a gentle smile. Actually, that is also my sister's wish. Even if something is missing, she agrees. C2 Nan, having waited for these words, eagerly replied, Then I shall return to my estate and make arrangements, and then welcome you into my home. Unluckily, one of Duo Li's servants overheard the entire conversation. He immediately ran back to report, Young master, it's bad. Duo Li, upon hearing the news, flew into an uncontrollable rage, smashing his cup. His hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth. That treacherous pair. Just as Duo Li was about to confront them, he encountered Tian, Shun returning. He couldn't contain his anger. You dare show your face here. Tian Shun, upon hearing this, immediately burst into crocodile tears, feigning utter heartbreak. Sobbing, Tian Shun retorted, I never imagined Brotherly would think so poorly of me. It seems I misplaced my trust. Duo Li raised an eyebrow, demanding an explanation. What is your relationship with that man? Tian Shun turned towards the door, sighing dramatically. He has been harassing me for a long time, and somehow he learned of my sister's illness. He claimed he could save her life on the condition that I marry him. Tian Shun wiped his tears, feigning strength. Although I know he has ulterior motives, he continued, his voice wavering. For the sake of my poor sister, I have no choice but to enter the tiger's den. With that, he turned, tears streaming down his face. Once my sister recovers, I can only rely on your care, Li Ji. Someone like me, defiled as I am, perhaps doesn't deserve to exist in this world. Duo Li reached out and grasped Tian Shun's arm. Wait, he said, his voice low. He wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, then finally relented. With a pained expression, Duo Li pulled out the Imperial Fire Core. Isn't it just a core? He said. Take it. Tian Shun snatched the core from Duo Li's hand. Isn't this the thing you picked up before? He asked. Duo Li, flustered, fabricated story. I didn't know what it was before, he stammered. I only recently had it appraised and discovered it was the core you needed. Tian Shun, with a practiced smile, clutched the core. Thank you, Li Ji, he said. I'll go and bring my sister here so she can thank you herself. Duo Li felt a surge of excitement. He imagined the beautiful Tian Shun falling for him, and perhaps even her sister as well. In his fantasy, the younger sister would say, little one doesn't know how to repay you. Please allow me and my sister to serve you, Li Gich. The more Duo Li thought about it, the more pleased he became. He enthusiastically saw Tian Shun off. Go and return quickly, he said. I'll be waiting for you at the estate. After parting ways, Tian Shun set off to retrieve his accomplice. Finally, it's done, he thought. Now I need to get Lu Li and escape. A while later, Tian Shun returned to the inn. A sense of unease settled over him as he opened the door to their room. Why hadn't Lu Li reacted to the news? Had something happened? But there was someone else in the room. Tian Shun startled, a cry escaping his lips. Young Master C2, what are you doing here? C2 then stepped forward. It seems Miss Asian isn't very happy to see me, he observed. Tian Shun stammered, no, that's not it. C2 then closed the distance between them, a sly smile playing on his lips. If I hadn't just returned from my errand, he purred, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the pleasure of seeing you again. Would I? Caught off guard. Tian Shun could only manage. How could that be? We'll be seeing each other every day from now on. C2 then said nothing, only gestured with his hand. A group of men dragged Lu Li forward. The young girl sobbed, Sister, I accidentally revealed everything. Terror gripped Tian Shun. Liu Li, his disguise exposed, he turned to C2 Nan. What do you want? C2 then dropped the pretense. This young master has gone to great lengths for you, he said, his voice laced with malice. What do you think of that? Seeing Tian Shun bullied, Lu Li cried out, Sister, run. Don't worry about me. Hearing her sister's plea, Tian Shun knew he couldn't abandon her. Let her go, he demanded. Do what you want with me. Otherwise, I'll die right here. C2 then had been waiting for those words. He waved his hand dismissively. The ropes binding Lu Li fell away. Si tu n'as adopté à moque gentiment hier. Miss Asian, if you please. As Tian Shun passed Lu Li, he whispered something to her before following C2 Nan. Watching them go, Lu Li's resolve hardened. Young master, she vowed, I will definitely come and save you. Not long after, they returned to the city lord's mansion. Tian Shun was bound to a bed, his limbs secured tightly. C2 Nan, with a predatory gleam in his eyes, surveyed his handiwork on the bed. I waited a long time for this day, he purred, then casually shed his clothes, letting them fall to the floor. C2 Nan could barely contain himself. Now, I'm going to show you a good time. Tears streamed down Tian Shun's face. This can't be happening, he sobbed. My first time with a man. Panic clawed at Tian Shun. Wait, he blurted. If you do this, you'll regret it. C2 Nin was undeterred. It's too late for that. No matter what happens, I won't let you go. Trapped, Tian Shun knew he had to take a desperate gamble. Si tu n'en recailles in horror. What is this? You're a man. He stammered, aghast. Tian Shun sat calmly on the bed. Just then, Duo Li burst through the door. Situnan, release him. He took in the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Gods above, what's going on here? Tian Shun seized the opportunity, crying out, brother-in-law, save me. Duo Li looked around in confusion. Then, realization dawned. Are you talking to me? Tian Shun nodded frantically. Duo Li quickly untied him, asking, so you're the beauty's brother. Where is she? Tian Shun suddenly collapsed, feigning distress. My sister. Duo Li, now deeply concerned, pressed him. What happened? Tell me. Tian Shun pointed a trembling finger at Si-Tu Nan. This bastard, he killed her. Grief and rage consumed Duo Li. What? He lunged at Si-Tu Nan, fury in his eyes. Si-Tu Nan, you'll pay for this. Si-Tu Nan tried to explain. You idiot. That woman and this man are the same person. We've both been tricked. Duo Li ruora trika. You think I can't tell the difference between a man and a woman? Duo Li swung his axe, forcing Si-Tu Nan onto the defensive. The force of the blow sent Si-Tu Nan's sword flying from his grip, embedding itself in the wall. Duo Li pressed his attack, Si-Tu Nan raising empty hands in a futile attempt to block. A spiritual energy staff materialized between them. It shoved Si-Tu Nan back towards his subordinates. A figure stood in the doorway, his voice booming with authority. This is the city lord's mansion. Who gave you permission to cause such chaos? It was Si-Tu Chang Kong, Si-Tu Nan's father. Relief floated Si-Tu Nan's face. Father. Si-Tu Chang Kong bound Duo Li and his companions with spiritual energy shackles. Still consumed by rage, Duo Li snarled, Si-Tu Chang Kong, you dare lay a hand on me. If my father finds out. Si-Tu Chang Kong cut him off with a chilling glare. Silence. If it weren't for your father, you would already be dead. Overwhelmed by the sheer difference in power, Duo Li could only grit his teeth and curse. Bastard. Tian Shun and Lu Li weren't faring much better. The sheer pressure of the spiritual energy made it difficult to even stand. It seemed they were in serious trouble this time. Si-Tu Chang Kong turned towards them and roared, as for you, Dai. Indignant, Tian Shun challenged him. City Lord, you attack us without distinguishing right from wrong. Is there no law in Yang City? Spiritual energy coalesced around Si-Tu Chang Kong as he declared, law. In my Yang City, I am the law. Lu Li hastily conjured earth-based magic, crying out, I'll hold him off. Run. But her earth-woven vines were no match for his power. Too late. A palm strike blasted through the wall. Lu Li looked up, fear etched on her face. Tian Shun, a confident smirk playing on his lips, instructed, silly girl. Next time something like this happens, remember to hide behind me. Touched, Lu Li replied yes. Tian Shen sensed imminent danger. The ceiling above them glowed ominously as stones began to fall. With Lu Li in his arms, Tian Shen nimbly dodged the falling debris. Surprise fliquèrent à Si-Tu Chang Kong's face. He dodged my golden rose palm and scathed. He thought incredulously. Aloud, he said, impressive footwork. Summoning his sword, Tian Shun adopted a dangerous stance. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Si-Tu Chang Kong spoke with suspicion. What? He dares to attack me. Could it be his true strength isn't at the Qi condensation realm? Tian Shun roared, take this. This sword will take your dog's life. Raising his defenses, Si-Tu Chang Kong scoffed, putting on a brave front. Let's see how much you're truly capable of. What happened next left him dumbfounded. Not just him, but everyone present was stunned into silence. Tian Shin scooped Lu Li into his arms and fled. Farewell. Duo Li, bewildered, called after him brother-in-law. Give me your address. I still want to visit you and my sister. The next morning, in a room within the Piao Miao sect, Tian Shun awoke with a pounding headache, disoriented and unsure of his surroundings. Just then, Lu Li entered, carrying a basin and a towel. Seeing him awake, she dropped everything in her surprise. Overjoyed, she rushed to his side and embraced him. Young master, you're finally awake. Slightly flustered by the embrace, Tian Shin asked, what happened after we escaped the city lord's mansion? Releasing him, Lu Li explained, young master, you carried me as we fled, but as soon as we returned to the sect, your spiritual energy was depleted and you collapsed. Fortunately, the sect leader arrived in time and saved you. Tian Shun's face flushed. So it was sect leader's sister who saved me. Lu Li cheerfully retrieved the the basin and towel. Before leaving, she added gently, "Young master, please rest well. Luli won't disturb you any longer." As soon as she left, Wu Nai appeared, teasing, "Little Tian Shun, it seems your trip to Anyang City has blossomed your peach blossoms, hasn't it?" Tian Shun responded playfully, "Master, the cabbage you've nurtured for so many years is finally ready to be harvested." Wu Nai immediately transformed into a Maru, patting his head consolingly. "Master only wanted to train you." Wu Nai began to admire himself in the mirror once more. The last time he just finished making himself presentable, a fight had broken out, forcing him to start all over again. What a nuisance. Tian Shin couldn't hold back any longer. "Master," he reminded him, "you just said everything you were thinking out loud." Upon hearing this, Wu Nai vanished in a blink and reappeared, his face alight with excitement. "Don't mind those minor details," he said. "Master has some good news and some bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Tian Shun, startled, cried out, "Master, could you please stop flitting about like that?" After his outburst, Tian Shun calmed himself and said, "Tell me the good news first. I've had enough headaches lately." Wu Nai, having waited for just this moment, proudly declared, "Master has unlocked the spiritual seal on the scroll. Inside, there's a clue about one of my treasures." Tian Shun's spirits lifted at this news. "Master," he asked eagerly, "what's the bad news?" At this question, Wu Nai's self-satisfied air deflated somewhat, and he offered an embarrassed chuckle. "I have absolutely no recollection of this particular treasure. Furthermore, the 10th volume only has one page. We must find the remaining pages to pinpoint its location." Tian Shun's brief surge of joy dissipated, and he sighed. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Tian Shun opened the door to his room, bathed in the gentle sunlight. He thought of her. It had been a while since he'd seen sect leader Yun Lin Thuong. Gazing at the clear blue sky, he worried about the progress of her treatment for the icy poison. He hurried to her room and knocked. "Sect leader Yun Lin Thuong, are you in there?" Strangely, in the heat of midday, frost was beginning to form on her door. This bizarre phenomenon filled him with dread. Could this chilling air mean? Tian Shin couldn't hesitate any longer. He pushed the door open and rushed inside. Yin Lin Thuong was meditating, her body encased in ice. The sight of her in this state sent a wave of panic through him. What had happened? His eyes darted around the room, searching for answers. He noticed several figures lying on the floor and surmised. Could it be that these people took advantage of sect leader Yin Lin Thuong's weakened state during her treatment and attacked, causing the icy poison to backfire? Desperate, he called out for help. "Master, what's wrong with sect leader Yin Lin Thuong?" Wu Nai examined her for a moment before speaking. "The situation is dire. Her consciousness is almost completely gone. She's only relying on instinct to hold back the icy poison's encroachment. Her prognosis is critical." Wu Nai spoke decisively. "Quickly, remove her clothes." Tian Shun's mind, still capable of straying to irrelevant thoughts, flushed crimson. "And master," he stammered, "are you serious?" Wu Nai wasn't joking. He urged his disciple, "What are you waiting for? If the icy poison reaches her heart, it will be too late." Despite his intense embarrassment, Tian Shun forced himself to act. "Sect leader Yin Lin Thuong," he whispered, "please forgive me." Moments later, Yin Lin Thuong's back was covered in acupuncture needles. Exhausted and mortified, Tian Shin asked, "Master, what do we do now?" Wu Nai instructed, "Channel your spiritual energy into her." Just then, her icy form pressed against him. "So cold," she murmured. A mixture of arousal and extreme awkwardness flooded through Tian Shun. He started to pull away, but Wu Nai stopped him. "Don't push her away. Your yang energy can accelerate the melting of the icy poison." Wu Nai conjured two flames, one red and one blue, and encouraged his young disciple, "Just a little longer. You can do it." Yin Lin Thuong released a chilling breath as her treatment continued. Tian Shun watched intently, utterly astonished. He stared at the ethereal wisps, his eyes wide with fear. "Mother, what is that?" he cried out. Wu Nai, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. "The icy poison within her has accumulated over a long period," he explained, absorbing spiritual energy and solidifying into form. "We must destroy it to completely eradicate the poison." The chilling air intensified, coalescing into spectral skulls that exhaled frosty breaths, swirling into a miniature vortex. The frigid air transformed into ice, clinging to everything it touched. Soon, Tian Shin's feet were frozen to the floor. "Damn it," he thought. "Its properties counter my extreme shadow bewildering steps." The icy tendrils spread, with terrifying speed, encasing half of Tian Shun's body in a frigid prison. Suddenly, he remembered the core he had obtained in Yang City. This is a high-grade fire attribute core, he realized. Perhaps it will work. With a surge of determination, Tian Shun wrestled the core free. Without hesitation, he brought it to his lips, preparing to consume it. Seeing this, Wu Nai shouted, desperate to stop his young disciple. You can't eat that. But it was too late. Tian Shun swallowed the core. A brilliant light erupted from his body. He became a living bomb, the surrounding ice exploding outwards in a shower of glittering shards. Yin Lin Thuong stirred, a throbbing pain in her head. Tian Shun leaned close. Sect leader, he asked, concerned, are you all right? She looked at him, bewildered. Why was he here? Then, perhaps from the cold or the lack of clothing, she sneezed. The realization of her state of undress hit her like a wave. Despicable. She cried out, her voice filled with anger. Sect leader, Tian Shun pleaded, let me explain. Calming slightly, she took in her surroundings, then registered the feeling in her body. The icy poison, it's gone. She murmured, confused. She scratched her head, trying to piece together the events that had transpired. Thankfully, Tian Shun, the memory began to return. Understanding dawned. He saved me, she realized. But now, it was Tian Shun's turn to be bewildered. Why were there two sect leaders? He collapsed, startling Yun Lin Thuong. She reached for him, but he was already on the floor. Gently, she laid him on the bed and checked him over. He was merely exhausted, his spiritual energy depleted. Looking at his face, shame washed over her. She had nearly killed him, and yet he had risked everything to save her. A knock at the door shattered the quiet. A panicked voice announced an intruder in the sect, expressing concern for the sect leader's safety. It was the Grand Elder and her subordinates come to check on her. Yin Lin Thuong glanced towards the door, her mind racing. If anyone saw him here, there would be trouble. There was only one thing to do. The Grand Elder gave a perfunctory knock and pushed the door open. Yin Lin Thuong lay in bed, covered by blankets. Sect leader, what are you doing? Feigning weariness, she explained that she had exhausted her spiritual energy during cultivation and needed to rest. Seeing this, the Grand Elder respectfully withdrew. Then, sect leader, please rest. I shall take my leave. Only when the door closed once more did Yin Lin Thuong dare to lift the curtain. Tian Shun drowsily opened his eyes, murmuring incoherently. I used to secretly think that after helping sect leader sister remove the icy poison, her attitude towards me would improve a little. But I never expected. He was about to burst with excitement for it to be this good. He didn't get to finish his sentence before a hand clamped over his mouth. Yin Lin Thuong, her face flushed, stammered, "Ah, you." Overjoyed, Tian Shun declared earnestly, "Sect leader sister, you don't have to say anything. I will definitely take responsibility." Yin Lin Thuong froze, taken aback. Take responsibility. As comprehension dawned, a blush crept up her neck, and she retorted indignantly, "Don't speak nonsense. It's not like that." Seeing her reaction, Tian Shun couldn't resist teasing her further. "Then what are we doing?" Yin Lin Thuong regained her composure. "Get off the bed and put your clothes on," she continued, then hesitated, drawing her legs up to her chest. "He's weak right now. He should be resting in bed, but perhaps not." Tian Shun grumbled as he crawled out of bed. "Why does my whole body ache so much?" Overcome with guilt, she reached out and grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Wait." But she used too much force, and they both tumbled to the floor. Somehow, they ended up gazing directly into each other's eyes. The unexpected intimacy left them both stunned. Yin Lin Thuong recovered first. "Get up," she said. Unfortunately, Tian Shun was still lost in a daze. Exasperated, she slapped him. "Snap out of it." Tian Shun rubbed his cheek, bewildered. "Clearly, I'm the victim here. Why am I always the one getting hit?" Feeling a pang of remorse, Yin Lin Thuong stammered, "Are you all right?" Emotionally scarred, Tian Shun flinched back. "Don't come near me." Mortified, Yin Lin Thuong struggled to maintain her composure. "Anyway, it's not what you think. You can rest here for now." Recalling that dark moment in his history, Tian Shun thought to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't blurt out anything this time." Suddenly remembering something, Yin Lin Thuong's expression turned icy. "Oh, and one more thing," she threatened, "if you dare breathe a word of this to anyone." She pointed her sword at him, her voice menacing. "I might just have to remove your head." The life of a man is like navigating 12 treacherous harbors. Tian Shun sighed inwardly. Women are truly baffling, changing their moods faster than turning the pages of a book. It's a miracle I survived this encounter. Several days later, in a room floating on a lotus-filled lake, Tian Shun awoke with a stretch. Finally recovered, he exclaimed, feeling invigorated. Time to get some fresh air. His excitement abruptly vanished. Wait a minute, he thought. According to the original owner's memories, today is supposed to be a special day. He smacked his forehead. That's right, it's Lu Li's birthday. Gazing at the picturesque landscape, he mused, I haven't repaid her for saving my life. I should get her a gift. A thoughtful expression settled on Tian Shun's face. What should I get her? His gaze landed on the tower in the distance. An idea suddenly struck him, and he said cheerfully, I've got it. It turned out that the tower was the treasury of the floating temple sect. Thinking no more of it, Tian Shun entered the treasury to choose a gift. Last time, after I healed sect leader Yun Lin Thuong, I had the opportunity to enter the sect's treasury. I can choose a suitable treasure as a gift. He noticed a necklace, and a nearby attendant explained, this pendant has a defensive function. It can withstand attacks below the illusion jade realm before its energy is depleted. After hearing this, finding the function quite good, he took it. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. Lu Li stood in the pavilion, admiring the scenery and longing for her beloved. He said he would give me a surprise today. I wonder what it is. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered her eyes. Tian Shun's gentle voice reassured her, don't be afraid, it's me. Close your eyes. His voice made Lu Li's heart beat faster. Young master, she whispered. Tian Shun removed his hands, and Lu Li obediently closed her eyes. He quickly searched through his belongings. Then he fastened the teardrop-shaped necklace around Lu Li's neck. Finished, he allowed Lu Li to look. You can open your eyes now. Tian Shun smiled and asked, do you like it? Lu Li fell into contemplation. Why would young master deliberately give me a gift today? She didn't know what she was thinking, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be? Lu Li was almost stunned. Blushing, she shyly asked, why would young master suddenly give me such a precious gift? Tian Shun, not yet realizing her train of thought, smiled and replied, because today is. Lu Li excitedly waved her hands. The poor frog, it's really like that. Today was the Qixi festival. Actually, that's what Tian Shun had intended to say, but in her excitement, she covered his mouth. Lu Li understood young master's feelings. In fact, she also had something she wanted to tell him. At this moment, both the frog and the person seemed small. Could it be that this young lady has misunderstood something? Why do I feel like something's not right? Then he saw Lu Li hesitating. Her face flushed crimson, too flustered to speak. The old man finally realized the problem. Wait a minute, the atmosphere seems a bit off. Don't tell me you're planning to do that. Lu Li mustered her courage and shouted, I like young master. Lost in the bliss of her confession, Lu Li continued, ever since we were in Yang City, I've liked young master. I thought it was just unrequited love. Lu Li smiled tenderly, her eyes shining, murmuring, I never thought young master would also have feelings for me. And you even chose Qixi Festival to confess your feelings. At this point, Tian Shun's face was as pale as death. It turns out it's just a coincidence. This is a huge misunderstanding. Tian Shun gave an embarrassed laugh and frankly explained, you've misunderstood, little sister. Today is your birthday. This is actually just a birthday present. The 3 words birthday present turned Lu Li to stone. She hurriedly wanted to ask, so, young master, don't you? Tian Shun interrupted her, stating bluntly, I've always seen you as a little sister. This answer caused her pain, but she still held onto a sliver of hope, asking again, just a little sister. Tian Shun scratched his head, innocently delivering the fatal blow. Actually, there's already someone in my heart. The words caused Lu Li's smile to vanish completely. Her eyes welled with tears, like a wounded fawn. Heartbroken, Lu Li quickly excused herself. I'm not feeling well. I'll go and rest. She walked away, tears streaming down her face, a picture of misery. Under the cover of night, Lu Li wrestled with her pain. Why? Why is this happening? It was all my own wishful thinking. Suddenly, a sinister shadow blocked her path. Recognizing the figure, Lu Li gasped, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face was dark as thunder. You insolent girl, you dare disregard the sex rules. You harbor shameful intentions, plotting filthy deeds. Tears blurring her vision, Lu Li pleaded, Grand Elder, please let me explain. The Grand Elder scoffed. Explain? What is there to explain? I saw everything. Knowing it was futile, Lu Li knelt. This is all my fault, Grand Elder. Punish me as you see fit. Seeing Lu Li prostrate before her, a smug smile crept across the Grand Elder's face. Playing both accuser and comforter, she changed her tone, offering a sliver of solace. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In fact, I can even help you achieve your desires. Luli looked up in surprise. The Grand Elder's smile turned predatory. On one condition. Luli asked warily what condition. Her lips curled into a thin smile as she whispered in Luli's ear, "Become mine." Revulsion rippled through Luli. Biting her lip, she refused. My master is like a mountain to me. I could never betray her. Undeterred, the Grand Elder calmly replied, "Don't be so hasty. Think it over. You can come to me anytime." Wanted to hear no more, Luli turned to leave. The Grand Elder called after her, her voice laced with temptation. "Remember, if you want him, this is your only chance." The next morning, Luli wandered listlessly in the dawn light, wrestling with whether to tell her master about the previous night's encounter. Passing by a courtyard, she overheard hushed whispers. "I heard the sect leader and that Tian Shun are involved in something inappropriate." A dark-haired girl gasped. "Really? But I thought the sect leader hated men." The other girl continued, "Yesterday, Senior Sister Chu saw him leaving the Lin Long Pavilion. That's a restricted area. No one goes in or out without the sect leader's permission." Luli fingered the necklace around her neck, disbelief warring with a growing unease. "But Master gave me this necklace. It was meant for him." The dark-haired girl sighed. "The sect leader is treating him so well. Could she have changed?" The gossiper, eager to share, added, "Not only that, I heard they're cultivating together." But seeing Luli, her face paled. Backpedaling quickly, she stammered, "Actually, it was Senior Sister Chu who said all that. I just overheard." Grabbing her friend, she hurried away. Already heartbroken, Luli felt even more dejected after hearing this. Luli went to Yin Lin Thuong's room and knocked, but she was told that Yin Lin Thuong wasn't there. Surprise flickered across Luli's face. Lost in thought, she mused, "Master usually checks on my cultivation practice around this time. Why isn't she here today?" Unable to find her master, Luli decided to seek out Tian Shun. If Master isn't here, she reasoned, I should apologize to the young master for leaving so abruptly yesterday. Arriving at the door, Luli froze. Inside, Tian Shun cried out in surprise, "Sect leader sister, why are you here?" Yin Lin Thuong's voice was firm, "Stay still. Don't move." Curiosity gnawing at her, Luli cautiously cracked the door open to peek inside. "Why is Master here?" She whispered to herself. She saw them sitting on the bed. Tian Shun stammered, This isn't very good, is it? All right, I'll take it off." Luli stared at their interaction, utterly shocked. Master and the young master, are they? Coupled with his rejection the day before, a chilling realization dawned on her. "I understand now," she murmured, "so that's how it is." The happy expression on Tian Shun's face when he'd said, "Actually, there's already someone in my heart," flashed through her mind. The painful truth crashed down on Luli. The person the young master loved was her master. Gluting herself, Luli flut. Meanwhile, Yin Lin Thuong, finished with whatever she was doing, said with a touch of annoyance, "If I'd known you were this noisy, I would have sewn your mouth shut." Tian Shun straightened his clothes, a playful pout on his lips. So, sect leader sister was worried that after curing the cold poison, there would be lingering effects on my body. "That's why you came to examine me," I thought. Sensing his unspoken thoughts, Yin Lin Thuong asked, "What were you thinking?" A sharp pinch to his cheek cut off his reply. Nothing. He insisted. Luli ran into the woods, covering her face as she sobbed. Why is this happening? Seeing her distress, Dan chirped a few times, as if trying to comfort her. Suddenly, a voice scolded, "What good is crying? Does it solve anything?" Luli straightened up, her voice wary. "Who's there?" Before she could react, the voice continued, "Don't look for me. I'm inside you." A dark hole opened beneath Luli's feet. She fell, reaching out a hand as she cried, Dan. The hole vanished as quickly as it had appeared, swallowing Luli whole. Luli looked around cautiously. "Where am I?" A figure stood waiting. "You're finally here," it said. Luli asked warily, "Who are you?" The figure turned, its form strangely familiar. It was identical to Luli, except for the color of its eyes. Luli frowned, staring at the doppelganger. "You look just like me." The strange figure stepped closer, its voice unsettlingly intimate. "Silly little sister, I am you." It tapped Luli's forehead lightly, then stated bluntly, or perhaps it's more accurate to say you are a weak, useless version of me. It transferred information to Luli through the mark on her forehead. The influx of information left Luli breathless and weak. She now possessed the other's memories. "So, to protect me, you willingly went into slumber," she whispered, emotion choking her voice. The other Luli, her eyes gleaming red, smiled. Do you believe me now? I will help you remove the obstacles in your path and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you. Hearing this, Luli hesitated, shrinking back slightly as she murmured, but, Master. Luli's eyes, red-rimmed with tears, flashed with anger at these words. You're still worried about her, she urged. In her eyes, you're nothing but a tool, a stepping stone. Just think about what she's been doing behind your back. The words brought the morning's overheard conversation rushing back to Luli's mind. Tears streamed down her face as she clenched her fists, whispering, if it weren't for Master, young Master Tian Shun would surely return to my side. Consumed by her anguish, Luli declared with sudden determination, as long as I can be with young Master, I'll do anything. The other Luli, her eyes also glowing red, stepped forward with a satisfied smile. Good girl, she crooned. Let me help you take back everything that's yours. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures parted ways. One waved cheerfully, calling out, farewell, sect leader Yin Lin Thuong. Dan, having finally found him, leaped onto Tian Shun's head. Tian Shun scooped up the small creature. Dan, he asked, why are you here all alone? The little creature chirped and squeaked in response. Carrying Dan, Tian Shun entered the woods, searching for Luli, finding her unconscious. He quickly gathered her into his arms. Luli, he said anxiously, are you all right? Luli stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at him with a soft expression. Young Master, she murmured. Sitting by the stream, Luli asked quietly, why did you come here? Tian Shin gently stroked Dan's head. Dan came to find me. All frantic, he explained in a low voice. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came to check. He abruptly changed the subject, looking intently into her eyes. By the way, he said, why are your eyes red? Luli pretended to rub her eyes. I've been practicing a fire-based cultivation technique recently, she lied. It's a side effect, but it doesn't affect me otherwise. Tian Shun seemed to accept her explanation without suspicion. I see, he said, as long as you're all right. Remembering the awkwardness of that night, Luli knelt down. I was 2-4 that night. Young Master, she said, please forgive me. Tian Shun was startled. He quickly helped her to her feet. Don't say that, he said with a cheerful smile. It was my fault for not being clearer. It was a misunderstanding. He seized the opportunity to suggest a symbolic sibling bond. If you don't mind, he said, let's become sworn siblings from now on. Liu Li Froza. Siblings. She gritted her teeth inwardly, struggling to compose herself, before finally managing a strained smile. All right, she agreed. Looking at his adorable new sister, Tian Shun affectionately ruffled her hair. He then seemed to remember Dan, who had been momentarily forgotten. Luli spoke up. Good Dan, come here, she said. All right, I almost forgot about you. Dan looked at Luli as if she were a wicked witch, quickly scrambling back into Tian Shun's arms. Tian Shun seemed puzzled by the creature's sudden aloofness. That's strange, he remarked. Why won't this little guy let go? Maintaining her pleasant facade, Luli said politely, I've been busy with my cultivation lately and haven't been able to give Dan proper care. Would you mind looking after him for a few days, brother? Tian Shun readily agreed. Of course, he said. The two then parted ways, each heading home. The moment Tian Shun turned his back, Luli's carefully constructed expression crumbled. Meanwhile, in the Ninchao prefecture, City Lord Situ Nin furiously shot arrows at a portrait of Tian Shun, venting his rage. He drank wine to soothe his frustration, grumbling, I was hoping my father would avenge me, but there's been no movement after all this time. His blood boiling, he slammed his wine cup down on the table. No, I must go and demand an explanation. True to his word, he set off to seek information. As he passed a room, he overheard voices inside. How are things progressing? Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Situnin stopped abruptly, a suspicion forming in his mind. Who is my father conspiring with? The door suddenly opened, revealing a stranger. He lifted his hood, revealing a face that had once shaken the Jianghu, causing Situnan's face to drain of color. It was the strategist, Mu Chuan Hongchun. He abruptly unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy to fling the door open, then seized Situ Nan by the throat, his grip tightening. The city lord rushed forward to intervene. Stop, that's my son. The strategist gave him an icy glance. So, this is the precious young master. With one hand, he flung the city lord's son aside. That habit of eavesdropping needs to be corrected, or you might not keep your life for much longer. Situnin clutched his nearly crushed throat in terror. The city lord hastily helped his son up. The old fox said, Don't worry, son. As long as everything goes according to plan, you'll get your share after we succeed. A dark, sinister aura emanated from the strategist. Situ, Nan began to worry about his entire family. Father, why are you involved with such a dangerous person? If others find out, the city lord cut him off. I know what I'm doing. He reminded his son of their past grievance. Don't you want revenge? Tian Shun's identity has been exposed. He continued, I've had people investigate thoroughly. They belong to the Piao Miao sect. Tian Shun's unpredictable gender left Situ, Nan bewildered. Isn't the Piao Miao sect only supposed to have female disciples? Are they male or female? The city lord sighed wearily. The Piao Miao sect is not easy to deal with. Wanting revenge in such a short time is like asking a thief to catch a thief. We have to take a gamble. That's why I sought out this madman. 2 birds with 1 stone. A few days later, at the Piao Miao sect, Tian Shun was sleeping soundly, drooling on Dan Dan. A commotion erupted outside, and Tian Shun stomped out, grumbling, what's all the noise so early in the morning? Let a person sleep. A line of female disciples stood in the courtyard. Tian Shun woke up completely. What's going on again? What is it? It seemed that on this fine day, a group of men had come looking for trouble. Evil women, come out and face your deaths. Yin Lin Thuong remained calm in the face of this situation. Our sect has always maintained a policy of non-interference with you. Why have you brought so many people here? The city lord spat as he spoke, his words dripping with malice. Let me ask you, do you know anything about the recent disappearances of young women in Ninchao City? Yin Lin Thuong, her expression unchanged, calmly stated, this sect leader fails to see how this matter concerns us. The city lord let out a cold laugh. Humph, he scoffed, resorting to blatant thuggery. This city lord has thoroughly investigated. You are colluding with a man practicing demonic cultivation, and they must be apprehended as sacrifices. The information is irrefutable. Allow me to spread the word. A murmur of unease rippled through the disciples below. Yin Lin Thuong, ever composed, immediately activated crisis management mode. Such slander. Everyone knows the Piao Miao sect consists solely of women. How could there be a man among us? Tian Shun, deciding to muddy the waters further, emerged from inside. Sisters, he called out, what's happening? Every eye rolled towards him. Tian Shun instantly regretted his impulsive appearance. I seem to have chosen a poor moment, he thought, wishing he could crawl back into the womb. Emboldened by the backing of the Animal Protection Society, the city lord roared, Demoness, explain this man's presence. Tian Shun froze, fear seizing him. How did Sita find this place? Maintaining her composure, Yin Lin Thuong offered a placid explanation. This individual stumbled upon our sect some time ago. We merely took him in as a handyman. The city lord raised a skeptical eyebrow. Oh, is that so? He produced a jade pendant from within his robes. Observe this, everyone. This was found at the residence of a recently vanished young woman. Tian Shin stared, dumbfounded, falsely accused again. Strange. I didn't lose anything in Ninchao City last time. Where did Situ get this jade pendant? Lu Li, observing Tian Shun from the sidelines, shook her head. Yin Lin Thuong, every inch the sect leader, spoke with reasoned authority. While this is indeed an item from the Piao Miao sect, isn't it a bit of a stretch to base accusations on a single jade pendant? The city lord, clearly working from a prepared script, gestured dramatically. This young woman here is the fortunate one who escaped. Let her speak. The woman stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Yin Lin Thuong. It was her. She's the one who killed everyone. The city lord, now holding all the cards, bellowed that he had both witness and evidence. Each word dripped with condemnation. Demoness, what do you have to say for yourself now? Yin Lin Thuong, momentarily at a loss, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What in the world is going on? A mob surged forward, eager for violence. Kill the Demoness. Brandishing an iron chain, one man lunged, aiming to crush Yin Lin Thuong's skull. Enough talk. Let me kill this Demoness. Yin Lin Thuong, drawing upon her familiar swordsmanship, parried the blow. The chain wrapped furiously around her blade. Having restrained Yin Lin Thuong, the attacker let out a savage laugh. Seeing their opportunity, the soldiers swarmed forward, raining blows upon her. Demoness, left with no other choice, Yin Lin Thuong unleashed her ice technique. Instantly, the iron chain became encased in ice crystals. With a grunt of effort, the bald attacker flung the chain aside, spewing a string of obscenities. 2 of his subordinates rushed forward to support him, both intent on ending Yin Lin Thuong's life. Focusing her spiritual energy energy, she unleashed her signature sword intent, repelling the soldiers. Under the protection of the sect's formations, the members of the Piao Miao sect were, for the moment, safe. Tian Shun returned to the gambling den and addressed his master, Wu Nai. Master, can the formation hold back the crowd outside? Wu Nai shook his head wearily. It won't be that easy. It can defend for a while, but formations are inanimate objects after all. Sooner or later, it will be broken. Tian Shun calmly analyzed the chaotic situation the city lord had created. The missing young women are suspicious. It's likely Situ Nan orchestrated it. To resolve this, we must. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Tian Shun cautiously opened the door. Lu Li, what are you doing here? Young Lu Li's eyes gleamed with a mischievous, almost conspiratorial light. She quickly closed the door behind her and spoke urgently. Brother, the sect is in chaos. I know a secret tunnel. You should leave quickly. Tianshin couldn't suspect this child. Surprised, he asked, there's a way to leave the sect. The opportunity was too good to pass up. He laughed. Good girl. Tell the sect leader that she has treated me well, and I will clear her name. Tian Shun immediately began gathering his belongings, grabbing whatever was within reach. Lu Li's gaze turned strangely knowing. With a subtle profundity, she replied, yes, I will certainly tell Master. Meanwhile, with Yun Lin Thuong, the city lord and his men were trapped like caged dogs. Yun Lin Thuong carefully observed their every move. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes. Lu Li, she asked softly, has anything unusual happened within the sect? Tears welled in Lu Li's eyes. With a strained expression, she replied, nothing unusual yet, Master. Only, young Master Tian Shun has left. Disappointment tinged Yun Lin Thuong's voice. He's truly gone. I thought. A sliver of hope remained. Did he say anything before he left? She asked expectantly. Lu Li's performance was seamless. She shook her head dejectedly. Yun Lin Thuong relinquished her attachment to the man. He was never truly one of us. It's for the best that he's gone. Whatever role fate gives me, I will play it, Lu Li thought to herself. Falling to her knees, she declared, no matter what happens, Lai Ni will always remain by Master's side. Completely unsuspecting, Yun Lin Thuong stroked her disciple's head. It's a blessing to have you, Lai Ni. Meanwhile, in Ninchao City, Tian Shun, clutching Dan Dan, had made his escape. Approaching an elderly man, he inquired, Old sir, I've heard there's been trouble in the city recently. The old man exhaled a puff of smoke. Aye, many young women have gone missing. They say it's the work of some demonist from the Piao Miao sect. Wicked business, that. Tian Shun, holding back his urge to defend the sect, pressed further. Where did the families of these missing girls live? Good question, the old man replied. Strange thing is, they all moved away in a single night. Tian Shun investigated the vacated homes. Each room appeared deliberately cleaned, scrubbed of any trace of their former occupants. Tian Shun was no Sherlock Holmes. He sighed in frustration. It seems the trail has gone cold. Seeing no further progress, Tian Shun turned to leave, a sense of foreboding settling upon him. These irregularities confirmed a conspiracy was afoot. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. A young woman collided with Tian Shun. Her face flushed crimson, tears and snot streaming down her face as she hid behind him. Time to show some masculine prowess, Tian Shun thought. The other man wore a demonic mask, clearly marking him as trouble. Who are you? Tian Shun demanded. Why are you pursuing this young woman? The masked man's reply was succinct and chilling. None of your business. The masked figure lunged, intent on silencing them both. Tian Shun, with the agility of a seasoned ninja, unleashed a flurry of movement, a phantom image technique blurring his form. The masked man, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in the fight, exclaimed, what kind of movement technique is this? Tian Shun, swift as lightning, circled behind him. The masked man muttered a desperate incantation. Om Mani Padme Hum. I'm finished. Tian Shun struck, targeting the man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. He disarmed him in a single motion, the pain nearly bringing the masked man to his knees. The sword clattered to the ground, and the masked assailant crumpled, effectively a headless snake. Tian Shun punctuated his victory with a swift kick to the man's backside. This was clearly a low-level operative, down and injured in less than 3 moves. Likely just a pawn in a larger game. Tian Shun pressed his advantage, the captured sword now at the man's throat. Who are you? Tell me. The masked man, surrendering immediately, stammered, please don't kill me. I'll talk. Suddenly, the whisper of an arrow splitting the air. a blatant attempt to silence the captive. Tian Shun reacted instantly, whirling around to seize the attacker. But behind him stood only a trembling young woman. Tian Shun approached her gently, offering reassurance. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now." The girl's eyes darted nervously, tears welling up. Perhaps the shock had left her disoriented. Did you save me?" she whispered. "Yes," Tian Shun replied softly. He sensed something amiss. The girl seemed very young. Could she be connected to the missing girls? He decided to be direct. "What's your name? Why did that man try to kill you?" The young woman feigned innocence. "My name is Guyu. That man, he just attacked me." Just as she reached the crucial part of her story, she clutched her head and cried out, "My head. It hurts. I don't remember anything." And with that, she collapsed, leaving Tian Shun to deal with the aftermath. "Hey, are you all right?" Tian Shun asked, catching her as she fell. He hoisted the now unconscious girl onto his back and carried her into an inn. "A room, please," he requested. The innkeeper, his mind already conjuring lascivious scenarios, thought, "Looks like this gentleman is in for a good night." The innkeeper, overly eager, led Tian Shun to a room. "Right this way, sir." Meanwhile, in the troop leader's humble dwelling, a concerned voice spoke. "Troop leader, you haven't eaten anything for days. You can't keep this up." The haggard troop leader sat slumped in his chair, his voice heavy with grief. "You all eat. I have no appetite." The other person, carrying a bowl of noodles, turned to leave. Just then, a young man burst in, breathless with excitement. "Troop leader, we found the young miss." The troop leader shot to his feet, his face alight with relief. "Thank goodness. Where is she?" The scene shifted back to the inn, where Tian Shun was diligently tending to Guyu. Fortunately, she seemed physically unharmed. It appeared she had fainted from some kind of shock. He would have to wait until she woke to learn more. Just as he relaxed, the door burst open. Having experienced so much upheaval recently, Tian Shun was almost unfazed. "Who are you?" he asked calmly, seeing Tian Shun holding his daughter's hand. The troop leader was consumed with rage. Tian Shun's kindness was met with hostility. He glared at the old man. The troop leader's face was a mask of fury, veins bulging. "You beast!" he roared. He resolved to fight Tian Shun to the death to defend his daughter's honor. Tian Shun wouldn't back down either. Spiritual energy surged within him. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, ready to paint the inn crimson. Just then, Guyu stirred from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes to the sight of her father and her rescuer facing each other, swords drawn. "Oh!" Guyu cried. "Stop!" Both men froze, thankfully before any blood was spilled. After a flurry of explanations, the two fathers finally understood. "So, you're a father. So you saved my daughter." And just like that, the two men sat down to talk like civilized men. "Good sir," the troop leader said, "thank you for saving my Yuer. Gu apologizes for my rashness." Tian Shun drank his wine with a smile. "Think nothing of it," he said casually. "Consider it a bonding experience." Seizing the opportunity, Tian Shun pressed his advantage. "Actually," he began, "there's something I'd like to ask of you, Troop Leader Gu." At this, the old man's face darkened. "I've sent my men to investigate," he said, "but so far we haven't found any valuable leads. As for whenever I think about what happened." Troop Leader Gu poured himself another drink to drown his sorrows. Tian Shun decided to take matters into his own hands. "You've done your best, Troop Leader Gu," he said. "Leave this matter to me." Just then, two soldiers carried in a large chest. The troop leader, in a gesture of gratitude, turned to Tian Shun. "This is my life savings," he declared grandly. "If there's anything you desire, take it. Fortune smiles upon us. Fortune smiles upon us." Wu Nai suddenly appeared. "Little Immortal," he whispered, "look at that." 10 familiar books caught Tian Shun's eye. He gasped. Could these be the companions to the scroll from the auction? Tian Shun stared, transfixed. The troop leader, understanding dawning on his face, sighed. He walked slowly towards the chest and said gently, "There's no need to hide it from you, good sir. I haven't been able to make heads or tails of these. Perhaps someone with your talent can unravel their secrets." He tossed the books to Tian Shun. "Take them." Having bestowed his gift, he took his precious daughter by the hand. "Farewell," he said. "If I hear anything, I'll send word." Tian Shun, restless and driven, knew he had to venture into the city for other leads. He couldn't afford to wait. Wu Nai, never one to be idle, reappeared. "Little Immortal," he announced, "I've pieced the two halves of the scroll together. Guess what?" Wu Nai pointed excitedly at a spot on the map. "The treasure is very close to us." Tian Shun, preoccupied with worry, showed little enthusiasm. "Master," he said, "you wanted to go treasure hunting." Sensing Tian Shun's anxiety, Wu Nai reassured him. Don't worry, this won't take long. Besides, finding my treasure will benefit you as well. Tian agreed. At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from the bushes. Tian, with his keen hearing, spun around. Who's there? He demanded. Seeing that they were discovered, the figure emerged from the shadows. Guyu scratched her head sheepishly. We were discovered so quickly. I didn't expect the troop leader's daughter to show up. Tian asked with concern, Guyu, why are you here? It seemed Guyu had come to repay her debt. She smiled and said, I heard Tian was looking for something. I'm very familiar with this area. So Tian immediately dashed Guyu's hopes. He said urgently, you're too reckless. What if something happens to you while you're following me? Guyu burst into tears. Why are you so uptight? I just wanted to see if I could help. Looking at the young woman sobbing, Tian's heart softened. It wouldn't be safe to let her go back alone now. Since she had followed him this far, perhaps she might remember something useful. Finally, Tian coaxed her, don't cry anymore. Let's go together. Guyu's eyes immediately lit up like headlights. And so, Guyu followed Tian, wandering all over. By the time they reached the middle of the desert, the novice Guyu was nearly exhausted. Are we there yet? We've been walking for hours. Guyu accidentally tripped over a rock and tumbled to the ground. Clumsy me, she cried out, just managing a yelp of surprise. Looking at the young woman sitting on the ground, Tian gently asked, are you all right? It looks like you've hurt your leg. Like a portable medic, Tian treated her sprained ankle. As he massaged it, he asked solicitously, is that better? Guyu's face turned as red as a tomato, a clear sign of infatuation. It feels so good, she murmured. Tian started to feel a little apprehensive. Why was this young woman making such strange expressions? She even added a few moans. Tian quickly withdrew his hand, afraid it might get burned if he lingered any longer. Only then did the young woman realize her expressions were a bit much. She stammered, it's much better now. With that, the two continued on their journey. Let's keep going. Just when they thought they were safe, a deep male voice boomed. You slut. So you're here. Tian and Guyu spun around in alarm. It was one of the Ghostface gang. Tian clearly remembered his appearance, that mask. You're one of the guys from the other day, aren't you? Tian quickly stepped forward, shielding the young woman. The man sneered. Perhaps he's her lover. It seems heaven has eyes. Today, he was determined to avenge his fallen comrade. You're both going to die. Tian swiftly scooped up Guyu and soared into the air. Dust and sand billowed across the desert as Tian carefully supported Guyu. Clutching a magical orb, the masked man was determined to pursue them relentlessly. Where do you think you're going? Tian used one hand to channel his power in defense, the other to protect Guyu. The two attacks collided directly in midair. It was like an egg striking a stone. Tian's blow sent the masked man flying into the branches of a tree. Struggling to regain his footing on the ground, he cursed Tian venomously. I was going to let you die a clean death. As he spoke, he slowly replaced his mask. Instantly, he transformed into a hairy monster, his fingernails lengthening and turning black. He had mutated into a tall, dark figure, literally tall and dark. Now I'm going to grind you into dust. Thunder rumbled in the sky, lightning flashing through the clouds. Tian didn't react in time, and the man raked a claw across his face, leaving a burning gash. Struggling to his feet, Tian assessed the situation. The man's skin was incredibly thick. Conventional attacks wouldn't do any real damage. The wolf-like man turned his attention to his primary target. Where do you think you're going? Guyu screamed, trembling, stay away from me. Rain lashed down, slicking the large boulders around them. A plan began to form in Tian's mind. I've got it, he muttered. He launched another attack, striking the man from behind. The man, unfazed by the continued assault, sneered. Idiot, the same trick again. You think that can hurt me. But despite the man's tough exterior, the blade pierced his flesh. Tian relentlessly attacked the same spot. The man, finally realizing something was amiss, growled. Every attack the same place. He spun around, roaring, you bastard. He blocked Tian's blade with his hand. Tian pressed his attack. If once isn't enough, he gritted, then 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Water wears down stone. Little by little, the man's body was now riddled with wounds, some small, some gaping. Tian pressed his assault. Let's see, he roared, which is stronger, your skin or my blade. His sword plunged deep, piercing the man's chest. The mask finally fell away. Tian held his sword to the man's throat. Tell me, he demanded, who are you? Even now, the man's face was hard, his jaw clenched. He snarled at Guyu, you wretch. Even if I die, you won't escape. Guyu recoiled, her eyes wide with terror and despair. Overwhelmed, she collapsed. Tian Shun, seeing this from afar, cried out her name in alarm. Some time later, the rain had stopped. Tian Shun carried Guyu, continuing his journey. Guyu awoke in a daze, still unsure of what had transpired. Sensing her movement, Tian Shun turned. Are you awake? Tears welled in her eyes. It's all my fault, she choked. I insisted on following you. I haven't helped at all, only caused you trouble. Tian Shun offered a comforting smile. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. He stopped abruptly. Before them was a cave, and perched above it, a creature resembling a tiger, but with wings. Guyu looked up at the cave entrance. Is this the place, Tian Shun? She asked. She tugged at his arm excitedly. Let's go inside. Tian Shun hesitated, his gaze fixed on markings carved above the cave entrance. Something felt amiss. What is that? He wondered. While he was distracted, Guyu stepped inside. Wait, he called out, but it was too late. She stepped on something at the cave's threshold. The ground trembled violently. The statue above the cave entrance crumbled, revealing a black and white beast within. The creature roared, the remaining stone shattering around it. Guyu stared in horror. What is that? She stammered. The beast roared again, and she fled back out of the cave, her heart pounding in her chest. In her panic, Guyu fell. The creature landed heavily and advanced towards her. Terrified, she stammered, stay back. As the creature loomed over Guyu's trembling form, Tian Shun swiftly summoned his celestial sword, shouting, stop. Don't hurt her. His weapon hurtled towards the white tiger. Thousands upon thousands of crystalline swords shot towards its body. Yet upon impact, the sword shattered. A wave of worry washed over Tian Shun. In the blink of an eye, what realm has this monster reached? He thought anxiously. This isn't good, he realized. The white tiger had pounced, landing beside Guyu. Its paw slammed down upon her, cracking the very ground beneath. But when it lifted its paw, its prey had vanished. It snapped its head up, its eyes locking onto where Guyu had been rescued, a burning blue fire igniting within them. Suddenly, sharp shards of ice erupted from the desert sand, hurtling towards Tian Shun. Seeing the imminent danger, the ice shards closing in, Tian Shun reacted with lightning speed. He sliced through the peak of the nearest shard, landing safely on the severed section. That was close. He breathed, relief flooding through him. The winged white tiger soared into the air, beating its wings to unleash a chilling blast of frigid air towards them. Ice slowly crept up their bodies, encasing them in its frigid embrace. Guyu shivered, her voice trembling. So cold. Tian Shun gritted his teeth, a chilling thought gripping him. I can't move. This is it. The white tiger opened its jaws wide, preparing to devour the two before it. Suddenly, the egg within Tian Shun's body shot forth, flying towards the colossal white tiger. Dan, unafraid, spread its small form, shielding Tian Shun. Dan, get out of the way. Tian Shun cried, his voice laced with fear. But Dan remained resolute, standing firm. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Then, a burst of flame erupted. Dan transformed into a colossal fire dragon. The white tiger, moments before a fearsome predator, now cowered like a frightened kitten. It trembled before the mighty dragon. Then, it turned and fled back towards the cave entrance, reverting to its inanimate statue form. Tian Shun watched, bewildered. The white tiger turned back to stone. The blizzard stopped. He gently stroked the black dragon's snout. Dun, he murmured affectionately. The black dragon then transformed back into its small, adorable form, landing in Tian Shun's arms and falling into a deep sleep. Guyu looked up at the small creature, her eyes wide with wonder. Brother Tian Shun, you have such a powerful spirit beast. He smiled. This is Dan. Originally a low-level spirit beast, I don't understand how such a strange thing could happen. I see, she replied, a shy blush creeping across her face. Her voice softened. Brother Tian Shun has saved you 3 times now. I don't know how to repay you. Her words trailed off as she rose on tiptoe, leaning towards him, almost as if to kiss him. Tianshun was taken aback. A captivating fragrance seemed to emanate from her. Tianshun clutched his head, feeling a sudden dizziness wash over him. Why is my mind suddenly so hazy? He thought, bewildered. Sweat beaded on his forehead. My body is burning up. This is bad. I've been hit by her love goo. He looked at her, his gaze fixated as if she were his destined soulmate. The seductive woman purred, Tianshun, darling, come here. The wolf-like man, driven mad by the poison, lunged towards her. She continued her alluring whispers, Tianshun, darling, let Yue reward you. Suddenly, a flash of lightning crackled overhead, jolting him back to his senses. He recoiled, shouting, what did you do to me just now? She narrowed her eyes at him, thinking, such strong mental fortitude. He hasn't completely succumbed to the enchantment. A sly smile spread across her face. Oh dear, I've been discovered. I was hoping you'd die peacefully, she said, as a group of figures suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her. A familiar voice boomed, young warrior, it's been a while. It was Troop Leader Gu. The manipulative woman pouted. What took you so long? The troop leader held up a ghost face mask. Ran into that idiot wolf who ran off earlier. Took a little while to deal with him, he said, giving her a playful swat on the backside. Tianshun, finally understanding the deception, exclaimed, so you weren't father and daughter after all. The two embraced, the man not bothering to deny the accusation. Indeed, we're a notorious pair of bandits in these parts. We specialize in tricking greedy fools like you, then taking advantage of the opportunity to kill them. The group closed in on Tianshun. Since you've given us such a generous gift, we'll let you die with your body intact. Tianshun held up the unconscious Dan. Don't even dream of it. The woman shrieked a warning. Get back. Be careful of the spirit beast in his hands. The bandits huddled together defensively. Tianshun let out a cunning chuckle. After a moment of tense silence, with no sign of attack and Tianshun nowhere to be seen, one of the bandits turned to their leader. Boss, looks like he ran away. Deep within the cave, Tianshun, ignoring the shouts from outside, continued his escape. What are you waiting for? Go after him. Exhausted from running, he paused. I've run this far. I should be safe from those bandits for now. He continued cautiously forward. Suddenly, he heard a noise close by. He spun around, on high alert. Impossible. They couldn't have caught up so quickly. Standing in the shadows was a woman in purple, her face veiled. He eyed her suspiciously. Why are you alone? Where are the others? He considered the situation. She's probably a scout. Best to make this quick and avoid giving away my position. He summoned his celestial sword. The woman reacted instantly, firing a volley of sharp arrows towards him. The arrows whizzed past him, embedding themselves deeply in the cave wall behind him. He glanced back, impressed. Such potent spiritual energy. Turning back to the woman, he launched his celestial sword in an attack. She deftly dodged the blow. He recalled the sword to his hand, preparing to thrust it towards her. Farewell, he said. As they fought in the dim light of the cave, he realized something. The woman seemed strangely familiar. She looks familiar. She seized the opportunity to erect a temporary protective barrier. As Tianshun turned to finish him off, the wolf-like man raised a hand. Wait, he pleaded. He pointed at himself. We've met before, haven't we? Memory flooded back to Guyu. She remembered the man intervening when she'd been accosted by thugs, their encounter ending abruptly. She recognized him instantly. Scratching his head sheepishly, he explained, I was being chased by some bandits and mistook you for one of them. I had no choice but to attack. He then inquired, by the way, how did you end up here? Before Guyu could answer, she turned to see the bandits approaching. Their leader pointed and yelled, you little punk. We finally found you. Then he noticed Guyu beside Tianshun. His eyes lit up, and a girl too. A rare find indeed. He pointed at Guyu and ordered his men, go easy on her, lads. Don't hurt the pretty one. At his words, both Guyu and Tianshun tensed. Tianshun stepped forward, ready to fight. I'll try to hold him off. Find an opportunity. Sensing something amiss, he turned back to escape. He turned back again, stunned. Behind Guyu, a colossal serpent had materialized. The serpent unleashed a torrent of venomous fumes, choking the approaching bandits. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, the bandit leader roared, you bitch. What have you done to me? Guyu remained impassive, arms crossed, watching them with disdain. The bandit leader, in a last-ditch effort, summoned his spirit beast. Damn you. But his small wolves were torn to shreds by Guyu's serpent. The bandit leader stared in disbelief. Impossible. My spirit wolves destroyed, he was seized by a violent cough. He choked out a curse. You even in death. I won't forgive you. The venom blurred his vision. His men lay scattered on the ground, succumbing to the poison. Tian Shun watched in awe as Guyu effortlessly dispatched the bandits. His heart filled with admiration. Incredible. She took them all out single-handedly. He looked at the familiar corpses. Wait a minute, he thought. Weren't these the same bandits who attacked before? He looked at Guyu as she recalled her spirit beast. Could she have been the one who secretly delivered the medicine? He was about to ask when he felt something clutch his leg. Looking down, he saw a female bandit clinging to him, pleading, "Save me. I'll do anything. Anything." He looked at her coldly. "When you rob and murder," he said sternly, "you should consider the possibility of a gruesome end yourself." She watched Tian Shun's retreating back and cried out in despair no. Tian Shun, regaining his composure, feigned a cough and asked, "Lady Warrior, were you the one who gave me the medicine before?" The radiant woman turned and gave a single nod. Suddenly, she was racked by a violent coughing fit. Tian Shun asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He started towards her, but she warned, "Stay back." Without warning, the ground trembled as if in an earthquake. From behind her, shards of sharp crystal hurtled towards them. Tian Shun, without a moment's hesitation, ran towards her, yelling, "Watch out." He scooped her up in his arms and leaped away, narrowly avoiding the shard of crystal. "Are you all right?" he asked, pinned beneath him. The girl's face flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she turned away without answering. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the cave. Rocks rained down. "Not good," Tian Shun exclaimed. "This place is about to collapse." Moments later, still shrouded in the cave's darkness, Tian Shun pounded his fists against the wall, desperately searching for a way out. But there was no give. How can this be? He thought. This wall, it's absorbing all my spiritual energy. The only exit is blocked. It seems we're trapped. He sighed, worry gnawing at him. He wondered how the girl was faring. Turning back, he saw she was unconscious. Unbelievable, he thought. How can she sleep at a time like this? He reached out to shake her awake. "Wake up." Suddenly, Xingjuan appeared, his face etched with alarm. He grabbed Tian Shun's hand. "Don't touch her," he explained. "Her body is riddled with hundreds of poisons. They're all acting up at once, and she's struggling to suppress them." The girl continued to fight against the toxins raging within her. Seeing her pain, Tian Shun asked, "Master, will she be all right?" Xingjuan replied, "It's hard to say. Someone whose body is so saturated with poison that they can even survive. I can only recall one other person like that." As he finished speaking, the girl coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sight deepened Xingjuan's worry. This isn't good. She can't hold on much longer. Tian Shun asked urgently, "Master, is there any way to save her?" Xingjuan hesitated. "There might be a way, but..." He looked at Tian Shun intently. "But are you sure you want to save her? It's incredibly dangerous." He painted a grim picture. "One wrong move, and you'll be consumed by the poisons as well. Your soul will be scattered." Tian Shun looked back at the girl, who seemed to be fading fast. His resolve hardened. "She helped me once before, and this time, this is all my fault. I drag her into this." His gaze was unwavering. He couldn't stand by and watch her die. Sensing his determination, Xingjuan nodded. "I understand. Little Immortal, lend me your body." With that, Xingjuan merged with Tian Shun. He then spoke to the girl, "Don't suppress them any longer. Release them all. I can help you." His voice grew more confident. "Trust me, we've only met a few times, but I seem trustworthy, don't I?" The girl didn't speak. She considered for a moment, then unleashed the full force of the poisons within her. Facing the potentially fatal onslaught, Xingjuan, within Tian Shun's body, began to chant. The incantation was designed to neutralize the deadly toxins. He opened two magical formations around them and continued chanting. Then, he drew a character in the air. As he spoke the character aloud, more and more Bagua formations materialized around them. A crystal, radiating an orange-gold light, appeared. Kneeling, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." He returned Tian Shun's soul to his body, his own form fading away. Then, overcome by exhaustion and fainting, the girl quickly embraced him. Looking at the young man who had saved her life, she felt a surge of emotion. Helping him lie down on a flat rock, she took out a handkerchief to cool his forehead. Just then, Tian Shun stirred awake. Seeing him conscious, the girl startled, blushing as she backed away. "You're awake," she said. He murmured in agreement, still hazy and unsure why she was acting this way. The girl shyly asked, "Young master, why did you save me just now?" He answered sincerely, "Didn't you help me before? We could consider ourselves friends, couldn't we?" Hearing the word friends, she pondered its meaning. Turning back to him, She explained, I helped you before only because you saved someone very important to me at the auction house. Hearing this, he remembered. Ah, yeah, idiot. She continued, her voice tinged with sadness. Besides, I don't need friends. Tian Shun, sitting beside her, asked curiously, why is that? She hesitated, then responded, each word measured, because I am very ugly. An image of his own face before he'd crossed over into this world flashed through his mind. His gaze drifted into the past as he began to tell a story. The children around me used to say cruel things, he began. Ugly freak, don't follow us. Someone that ugly wouldn't even dare look in a mirror. They all hated me, refused to play with me, even threw rocks at me. Gradually, I just huddled alone in a corner. But one day someone asked me, why are you hiding here all alone? It was a very sweet little girl. I replied, they all say I'm ugly. The little girl reached out and wiped away my tears. Don't listen to them, she comforted. Just walk a little further and you'll meet the right people. That little girl was like an angel who saved my life. She held out her hand and said, do you want to play with me? You ugly boy. Someone actually wanted to be my friend. Finishing the story, Tian Shun told the girl, that's the story of my friend. He went on, after that, I met more and more people, and they all became my friends. It turned out he had disguised himself as someone else to tell his own story. She reflected on the words, just walk a little further and you'll meet the right people. Then, she removed her mask, revealing a large scar that marred her right cheek. Do I frighten you looking like this? She asked him. Hearing her words, he was silent for a moment. Then, he extended his hand, a smile gracing his lips. If you'll allow it, he said, I can be your first friend. A warmth bloomed within the girl. Her gaze softened. Thank you, she whispered. Then he introduced himself. Oh, right. My name is Tian Shun. I don't know what to call you. Reaching out to take his hand, she replied brightly, my name is Shun Londing. As the words left her lips, her figure flickered and vanished. Looking down to see Tian Shun pressing his ear to the ground, she asked, what is it? Tian Shun signaled for her to be silent. He had a reason for his actions. There seems to be a way out below, he whispered. The sound of dripping water echoed up from the depths of the cave. Drip, drip, as if something was about to fall. It turned out Lan Ding and Tian Shun had deliberately fallen down here to search for an exit. Looking at the surroundings, he was surprised to find a completely different landscape. She turned and asked, are you all right? Tian Shun replied, I'm fine. I'm a pretty good swimmer. Then he sighed, thought for a moment, and said, when I was little, I once jumped into a lake without understanding what I was doing. Luckily, I was a good swimmer, and instinct helped me reach the shore. He then cheerfully asked her, so, does this mean you accept me as a friend? Shun Lan Ding was startled by his question, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. But she feigned indifference, replying, if you died, being stuck here alone would be rather boring. Tian Shun simply chuckled at her response. They swam to the shore and arrived before a large door. He guessed it led to the exit. He gently pushed open the ancient door. Inside was a corridor lit by torches on either side. Looking closely, he saw that the torches were made of branches. The door behind them suddenly slammed shut. A voice echoed in the now pitch-black corridor. It was the two small demons again. A grotesque laughter suddenly reverberated through the space. Thousands upon thousands of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. It's been a long time since we've seen living people. Seeing the dangerous situation they were in, Tian Shun cursed under his breath. Damn it. He looked at the monstrous creatures before them and said, it seems we've taken a wrong turn. The monsters kept chanting at Shun Lan Ding, fresh meat. He lunged forward, shielding her. With his sword, he slashed at one of the monsters. Its head was severed, but its mouth continued to grin grotesquely. The monster then sprouted another head. Seeing this, Tian Shun paled, but ignored the pain caused by the spiritual energy. The demons surged forward, seizing him by the throat. They cackled, little brat, stop struggling. Just offer your body to us. Shun Lan Ding stood beside him, calling out in worry. These demons specialized in devouring the souls of others. One of them extracted a soul. It was Xingjuan. The demon, in the midst of satisfying its hunger, suddenly stopped. Looking at the soul, it spoke in terror impossible. He carries the aura of that great one. They then released him. Having narrowly escaped death, Shun Lan Ding collapsed to the ground, stunned. A moment later, the blue flames in the corridor flickered. Tian Shun slowly regained consciousness. His head throbbed. He wondered why the monsters had suddenly vanished. Could his master have helped him? His attention was then drawn elsewhere. Turning around, he saw a statue of a woman. Shenlong Ding was kneeling before it. He approached her and asked if she knew who it was. With clasped hands, Shenlong Ding explained that it was Lady Kuei, whose skill in poison-making was unparalleled. She continued, explaining that Lady Kuei and the boundless Xingjuan had once roamed the continent together, sharing a period of romantic entanglement. She was then abandoned, and Lady Kuei, leaving behind the 10,000 poison scripture, died filled with resentment. Tian Shun's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't realized that she was an old acquaintance of his master's. He had to tell him. He looked around but still couldn't see Xingjuan anywhere. It was strange that his master hadn't reacted at all. Shenlong Ding seemed to notice the staff in Lady Kuei's statue's hand. She thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Looking in the direction the staff pointed, she thought, could there be? While Tian Shun continued to call out for his master, oblivious. They entered the hidden chamber. Shenlong Ding placed her hand on the brick wall, as if she could feel its solidity. They began to walk towards the center of the glowing room. Tian Shun looked around the chamber with a sigh. Another hidden chamber, he muttered, exasperated. Where's the exit? It's like we're trapped in some kind of elaborate dollhouse. But with no other choice, they pressed onward. Before them stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small, tower-shaped statue and a book. Shenlong Ding's gaze fixed on the book. She reached out and took it in her hands. Tian Shun stepped closer. Is this what you were after all along? He asked. She looked at the book with a gentle expression, then admitted her purpose. Shenlong Ding glanced around the room, noting the stone walls on all sides. It's a pity we can't get out of here, she said. But Tian Shun, ever the optimist, replied, don't lose hope yet. There has to be a way out. Suddenly, the tower on the pedestal caught his attention. It began to emit a musical sound. Tian Shun picked it up, examining it closely. This is intricately designed, he observed. Each level corresponds to the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale. If you turn it to the right position, it plays the corresponding sound. Hearing this, Shenlong Ding's thoughts turned to Lady Kuei. According to legend, she said, besides her skill in poison-making, Lady Kuei was also very fond of music. Tian Shun pondered this. Could this mechanism be related to music? He wondered aloud. He suddenly turned to her. Do you know what her favorite song was? Shenlong Ding thought for a moment, then began to hum a melody. Her clear voice seemed to resonate with the tower, causing it to glow. The tower immediately began to play the same melody Shenlong Ding had just hummed. The tune struck a chord with Tian Shun. This melody, it sounds so familiar, he mused, listening intently. Suddenly, a song flashed into his mind. Isn't this Starry Sky? The lyrics brought back memories of his past life. He remembered sitting by the window, listening to the song the year we watched the stars through his headphones. At least the memories will last forever, like the starry sky, he thought. Unchanging, beside me. In the end, only the starry sky remains, like unchanging memories. A daring thought struck him. Could there be other people who have transmigrated like me? The thought startled him. A hazy figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then, a strange sword materialized from the center of the floor. Tian Shun approached and examined it. He reached out and grasped the hilt, thinking, could this be what Master was talking about? As he touched it, the image of a golden dragon flew out. It was the dragon's roar sword. A magical formation appeared above their heads. The formation seemed to connect with another one below, creating a pillar of light like an elevator. In an instant, they were transported to the surface. We're out, Tian Shun exclaimed, overjoyed. We made it. Tian Shun looked at the crimson sun on the horizon, realizing how long he had been away from the sect. He thought of Yun Ling, who often stayed by his sect leader's side, wondering what her situation was now. Turning to Shenlong Ding, he explained that he had to rescue someone very important to him, someone currently in grave danger. He abruptly declared, we should part ways here. This unexpected announcement left Shenlong Ding with a strong desire to hold him back. Surprise flickered across her face, quickly replaced by a veil of sadness as she let out a soft sigh. Tian Shun, oblivious to her distress, continued his casual farewell. If you ever have the chance, come find me at the Piao Miao sect. To his surprise, she turned and walked away, seemingly ignoring him. Tian Shun, a little flustered, called after her. Well then, I'll be going. He set off in the opposite direction. Only then did Shenlong Ding cast a lingering glance at his retreating figure. Lost in thought, Tian Shun considered entering the city, hoping to uncover any overlooked clues. As he walked, he encountered a small group of people. Intrigued, he looked back and noticed two young men bullying two elderly individuals. The younger men carried nothing, while the elders were burdened with heavy loads. Something about the scene felt deeply wrong. A memory flashed through his mind, bringing with it a sense of foreboding. Could it be? He wondered. He approached the group and addressed the elders. Are you from the city? Just as the elders were about to speak, the two young men spun around, their eyes flashing with hostility. Intimidated by their fierce glares, the elders fell silent. They quickly turned to leave. Young master, we are in a hurry and cannot speak at the moment. Please excuse us. Frustrated that the information he sought was slipping away, Tianshan called after them. Honored elders, wait. A sword-bearing man stepped forward, warning him, we are on our way. It's none of your concern. Stop following us. Tianshan watched the four depart, a thoughtful expression on his face. Rain began to fall. The four sought shelter in a dilapidated temple. Finally, the elderly couple spoke. They cautiously asked, young sirs, we are so far from the city now. Where is our daughter? The two young men remained silent. Suddenly, one of the young men stood up. The two stepped outside to confer privately. A long night brings many dreams, one said. We might as well finish this here. He made a slicing motion across his neck. The other nodded in agreement. Just what I was thinking. Dragging these two old pretenders around is a nuisance. We'll just bring their bodies back to the sect as proof. With that, they kicked open the temple doors and strode back inside. One of them addressed the elders. If you're in such a hurry, old men, there's only one way to reunite your family quickly. The elders, momentarily believing his words, began to thank him. Their words died in their throats as the men drew their swords. Terror widened their narrowed eyes. What are you doing? They croaked. The men swung their swords. Go join your daughter in the underworld. A flash of steel. Before the villain could complete his swing, his neck was severed. The remaining man stared in horror at his fallen comrade, paralyzed with fear. Tianshan, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, pressed his sword against the man's throat, declaring that the two of them were clearly up to no good. The man, his bravado instantly dissolving, pleaded for his life. Tianshan glanced at the two elderly individuals huddled together, trembling, and demanded to know who they were and why they wanted to kill the old couple. The bandit began to explain, we are disciples of the Blood Robe sect. Not long ago, he stammered, his voice laced with fear, our sect leader. He hesitated, then confessed the crimes of his superior. Our sect leader ordered the abduction of a group of young women from the city. Then, he continued, his voice barely a whisper, he commanded us to lure their families out of the city under the pretense of searching for them. And then, to eliminate them all. Tianshan's eyes narrowed. So, the true culprits were the Blood Robe sect. Feeling the unwavering pressure of the sword against his neck, the bandit groveled. Good sir, he begged, I've told you everything. Can you let me go now? To his surprise, Tianshan released him. From now on, Tianshan instructed, you will live a righteous life. The bandit eagerly agreed, stammering, yes, I'll be going now. But as he turned to leave, his face twisted into a sneer. I'll remember you, he hissed. Just wait until I get back to the sect. Tianshan's expression darkened. He flicked his wrist, sending his sword hurtling through the air. The blade pierced the man's chest, pinning him to a pillar with a sickening thud. He cried out in agony. Tianshan walked slowly towards the writhing man. The bandit, staring up at him with terror-filled eyes, gasped, You said you'd let me go. Tianshan withdrew his sword. I said in your next life, he corrected as the man's face paled further. He retrieved his sword, letting the falling rain wash away the blood, and looked down at the dying man. Just your next life? He repeated. Sometime later, the rain stopped, and the moon emerged from behind the clouds, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. Tianshan approached the elderly couple. Don't worry, he reassured them. I will rescue your daughter. The next morning, he continued his journey towards the village ahead. A woodcutter, returning from his work, saw him and called out, Young master, don't go any further. He trembled as he spoke. That's the Blood Robe sect's lair up there. They're monsters. They devour people whole. Intrigued, Tianshan asked, Is that so? The honest farmer replied, The Blood Robe sect demands tribute from us. If we don't pay on time, the entire village suffers. He looked up to see Tianshan, regarding him with a predatory smile. Confused, the farmer stammered, Young master, what Tian Shun took the farmer's clothes and donned them, then headed deeper into the village. He'd barely reached the gate when two guards stopped him. "Halt!" they commanded. Pulling up his hood, Tian Shin asked, "What's the matter, brothers?" The guards eyed him suspiciously. "We've never seen you before," one of them said. Tian Shun lied smoothly. "I'm Zhang San's nephew. He injured his leg, so I'm here in his place." The guards exchanged glances. "Nephew?" one questioned. "We've never heard of you." Growing more suspicious. They weren't easily fooled. "Who are you trying to kid?" one scoffed. Seeing his ruse had failed, Tian Shun resigned himself to the inevitable. "Seize him!" the guard shouted. Realizing he couldn't bluff his way through, he unleashed a burst of fire magic. Just then, the sound of approaching hooves echoed through the air. A carriage pulled up to the gates, and a servant announced, "The young sect master has arrived." The guards immediately stepped forward and respectfully announced the arrival of the young sect master. Seeing this, the servant outside relayed the young sect master's words, saying that this man was merely a peasant without any weapons and shouldn't be troubled. Hearing this, the guard became flustered and said that the young sect master's instructions must be obeyed. He added, "It said the young sect master has been away from the sect for quite some time. Who knows what he's thinking?" The sect master's maid, seeing the guard's questioning tone, angrily scolded him, saying, "How dare you question the young sect master's affairs?" The guard, terrified, immediately knelt and begged for the young sect master's forgiveness. Afterward, the young sect master's carriage slowly departed. Tian Shun, watching from behind, felt puzzled. Why would the young sect master want to save him? Seeing him still standing there dazed, the guard said, "You lucky brat. Get out of here." Tian Shun quickly and repeatedly agreed, then ran off. He followed the crowd deeper inside, where they were carrying provisions into the blood-robed sect's storehouse. After carrying several sacks of rice, he wearily wiped the sweat from his brow. Then, he nudged a nearby guard and called out, "Brother." Tian Shun feigned a sudden and urgent need to relieve himself, groaning, "My stomach really can't hold it any longer. Could you possibly let me go take care of something?" Hearing this, the guard immediately pinched his nose and cursed, "What bad luck. Get out of here, quickly." Tian Shun, upon hearing this, happily took his leave. He observed the city wall below, fully manned with guards on 24-hour watch. Tian Shun inwardly marveled at the blood-robed sect's tight security. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey kid, I've been watching you. What are you pacing around for?" Tian Shun immediately grew alert, looking left and right, and asked, "Who's there?" To his surprise, it was a small guard who said, "I'm right here." The guard's sudden appearance startled him. Tian Shun began to feign ignorance, saying, "I'm new here. May I ask who you are, brother?" Seeing someone who didn't know his reputation, the spirit ghost exclaimed in surprise, "You don't even know me." He proudly introduced himself, boasting, "My nickname is Spirit Ghost. There's nothing big or small in this sect that I don't know about." Seeing how easily fooled this chicken was, Tian Shun hatched a plan. This fellow could probably be used. Feigning ardent admiration, he grasped Spirit Ghost's hand and exclaimed, "So you're the great Spirit Ghost. I've admired you for so long." This sudden enthusiasm further surprised Spirit Ghost. Tian Shun continued to play the part of a devoted fan, saying, "I've come here with a special treasure I want to give you." Upon hearing the mention of a bribe, Spirit Ghost's eyes lit up with greed. "A treasure," he said, "Quickly, show it to me." He added, "If you're offering a bribe, we need to find a more private place." Tian Shun agreed, saying, "It's too crowded here. What if someone sees us?" As they walked away, Spirit Ghost excitedly chattered, "There's a dungeon nearby. It's always guarded, and no one can ever find it." Hearing this, Tian Shun suspected that the captured villagers were being held in the dungeon. As soon as they arrived, Spirit Ghost got straight to the point, "Quickly, show me the treasure." A glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Tian Shun took out the sword he'd found in the secret chamber. Upon seeing it, Spirit Ghost immediately exclaimed, "What a beautiful sword! What a beautiful sword!" He snatched it up, cradling it in his arms. Seeing this, Tian Shun asked, "Brother, I've heard there's been a new batch of prisoners in the dungeon recently." Still stroking the sword, Spirit Ghost replied, "Indeed, all women, captured from the city." Tian Shun, feigning concern, began to fabricate a reason. "To be honest with you, brother, I have an older sister who went missing not long ago. Would it be possible for me to take a look in the dungeon?" Hearing this, Spirit Ghost immediately retorted, "Forget it. You can forget about your sister. You wouldn't even be allowed to see your own mother." Learning this truth, Tian Shun feigned disappointment. "Is that so?" he murmured. Suddenly, he brightened. Oh, right. This treasure has a special feature. Come closer, brother, and you'll see. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tian Shun drew the sword. With a single stroke, he ended the life of the gossiping guard. Down in the dungeon, 2 guards stood idly by the entrance. One of them, a heavier set man, began to speak lewdly. So many beautiful, delicate flowers down here, and all we can do is look. Hearing this, the thinner guard beside him immediately clapped a hand over his mouth. Are you crazy? Those are the sect leader's women. You dare to have such thoughts? How many heads do you think you have? The heavier guard scoffed. Relax, it's just us 2 here. No one else will hear. But from behind them, a voice echoed who said no one else can hear. Tian Shun suddenly appeared before them. Seeing him, the 2 guards immediately became wary, gripping their weapons. Who are you? They demanded. Tian Shun immediately adopted the air of a powerful figure. I am the newly appointed emissary, overseeing the young sect master. I am responsible for maintaining the security of the sect and preventing any villainous disruptions. The 2 guards immediately challenged him. Emissary, do you have proof? Committed to his charade, Tian Shun roared. How dare you? You 2 insignificant wretches dare to question the identity of an emissary. Seeing his imposing demeanor, the heavier guard immediately tugged on the thinner one's arm. Are you stupid? Who would be foolish enough to come here and impersonate an emissary? Look at that aura. He's definitely newly appointed. Knowing they had taken the bait, Tian Shun began to threaten them. Just you wait. I'm going to report what you just said. The heavier guard immediately rushed forward and clung to Tian Shun's leg, pleading, Lord Emissary, please stop. Tears and snot streamed down his face. It was this lowly one who was blind. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please, Lord Emissary, consider that this lowly one simply misspoke. Keep my secret. Seeing the guard's rapid change of face, Tian Shun almost burst out laughing. You're quite the actor, aren't you? He pretended to think for a moment. This emissary is tired after a long day. I'm rather hungry. The heavier guard immediately transformed into a Michelin star chef. This lowly one will immediately prepare meat and wine for Lord Emissary. Seeing his companion about to leave, the other guard reminded him, but the sect leader ordered us to guard here. The heavier guard slung an arm around his shoulders, coaxing him. What could possibly happen with Lord Emissary here? With that, the 2 of them departed. Seeing them go, Tian Shun finally let out a sigh of relief. He began to open the dungeon door. Stepping inside, the scene within astonished him. Dozens of frail young women were imprisoned in this dungeon. The grimy girls all trembled, their eyes fixed on him. Seeing the murderous glint in their eyes, Tian Shun immediately cried out, Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. At this moment, the 2 guards who were bringing Tian Shun food and wine encountered their grand elder. The heavier set guard, without even looking, bumped right into him. Not only that, but he also blurted out who's blind here. Only when he saw clearly who was in front of him did he realize he had offended someone important, stammering out, Grand Elder. The old man, seeing a group loitering around, questioned the 2. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the dungeon? Why are you here? The 2 guards trembled, their teeth chattering, unable to speak clearly. They stammered, reporting to Grand Elder, the emissary is guarding there. The old man, upon hearing this, knew something was amiss. He barked, What emissary? Hearing footsteps, Tian Shun knew they were returning. He warned the young women inside to be quiet. Just as he finished speaking, shouts erupted from outside. You idiots, open the door. This startled him, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Bursting into the dungeon, the guard roared, You little punk, you dare to trick me. Tian Shun, still unsure what was happening, put on an even fiercer act. How dare you raise your voice to this emissary? Do you have a death wish? Who has bewitched you? The guards trembled at the sight of him, exchanging glances, speechless. Suddenly, someone yelled, Get out of the way, shoving the guards aside. The Grand Elder, upon seeing him, bellowed, Reveal your identity. Die knowing who you crossed. Tian Shun, continuing his charade, shouted, Seize him. He's a saboteur, disrupting our sect from within. The guards cried out in terror, We won't. Seeing his defiance and threats, the Grand Elder began to channel his energy, preparing to strike. This fool seeks death. Knowing this wouldn't be easy, Tian Shun drew his sword. He felt a surge of unease. The pressure was immense. This opponent was formidable. Just as the 2 were about to clash, a voice suddenly rang out, Stop. Shun Lan Ding appeared before them, her graceful figure slowly entering the dungeon. Seeing a familiar face, Tian Shun was utterly astonished. Upon seeing her, someone immediately called out, young sect master. The remaining guards promptly knelt. We greet the young sect master. The Grand Elder, seeing her arrival, inquired, "What brings the young sect master here?" Tian Shun's mind raced with questions. Why is she the young sect master? Shenlong Ding's arrival was timely. She immediately intervened on his behalf. "This man once saved me. I see potential in him, someone we can use. That's why I kept him around." The old man listened, still somewhat skeptical. "Then why did he barge into the dungeon?" Shenlong Ding offered an explanation. "He's new here, unfamiliar with the sect. He probably got lost." After listening to Shenlong Ding's explanation, the Grand Elder, though suspicious, couldn't find any grounds to punish Tian Shun. He scrutinized the young man from head to toe, then approached him with a thin smile. "Considering young sect master's favor, I'll let you off this time." He slung an arm around Tian Shun's shoulders, leaning in close with a menacing whisper. "But if there's a next time, even I won't be able to protect you." With that, he turned and swiftly departed. Seeing the Grand Elder leave, one of the guards rushed over and slapped his companion's face, jolting him awake. "The Grand Elder's gone. Wake up." The scene left both Shenlong Ding and Tian Shun speechless. Shenlong Ding turned to Tian Shun. "Let's get out of here." They found an empty room. Knowing Tian Shun must be brimming with questions, Shenlong Ding spoke first. "Ask away." Tian Shun considered for a moment. "What is your relationship with the Blood Robe Sect Master?" "He's my adoptive father," Shenlong Ding replied. Tian Shun gasped. "What?" She added, her voice low, "and my sworn enemy. 20 years ago, she began, I was just a child playing with my friends in the village. I saw something strange floating down the river. Look," I pointed. "What's that?" My friends, curious and a little scared, crept closer to the boat to see. They recoiled in fear at the sight. It was the Blood Robe Sect Master, still young then, badly wounded and adrift. We brought him back to the village and called for the doctor. After bandaging his wounds, the doctor sighed. "Poor fellow. It doesn't look good." The doctor left, closing the door behind him. "All we can do now is leave it to fate," he said. Once the doctor was gone, the sect master sat up, a dark look on his face as he stared at the door. 20 years ago, the villagers hunted for their livelihood. Before setting out, they bid farewell to the village elder. When everyone had gathered, the elder called out, "All right, everyone's here. Let's go." With the adults gone, the children cheered. "Yes, the grown-ups are out. We can play all we want." Only I felt uneasy. "There have been wild beasts around the village lately," I warned. "We shouldn't wander too far." "But what child doesn't love to play?" One of them scoffed. "You're such a scaredy cat. If you're too afraid, then don't play with us." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind us. It was the Blood Robe Sect Master. He approached us with a smile. "I know a fun place," he said. He led us to a deserted area outside the village. He took out a pill and held it out to us. "Whoever eats this first," he promised, "something magical will happen." The other children, easily swayed, took the pill, thinking it was candy, and popped it into their mouths. When it was my turn, I hesitated. My grandfather, the village elder, told me never to take anything from strangers, I said. The Blood Robe Sect Master chuckled. "A clever girl," he said. After giving the children candy, the Blood Robe Sect Master returned to the village elder's house, feigning illness in bed. He asked the elder, "Have you returned? Did you catch the beast?" The village elder began his report. "We didn't even see the beast's shadow, but we encountered 3 lost travelers on the road." Hearing this, the Blood Robe Sect Master seemed tense. He cautiously cracked the door open and peered outside. Outside, members of the Blood Robe Sect were sitting, their faces etched with worry. He quickly slammed the door shut and said to the village elder, "Elder, you've caused a disaster. These people are ruthless killers. They're the ones who injured me." Upon hearing this, the village elder immediately believed him. The old man cried out in fear, "What should we do?" The Blood Robe Sect Master leaned in and whispered in the elder's ear, "Do this." A moment later, the village elder emerged with 3 cups of wine. He offered them to the travelers, saying, "Honored travelers, have some wine to quench your thirst." Unsuspecting, they replied, "Thank you, village elder." Whether from the heat or fear, the village elder was drenched in sweat. He wiped his brow with a handkerchief and asked, "What brings you so far from home?" One of the travelers, a Taoist priest, immediately spoke, "It shames me to say, but we are searching for a treacherous disciple." Another Taoist priest, upon hearing this, slammed his staff on the ground and cursed. "Our master treated him like his own son, yet this beast poisoned him for an elixir." After venting their anger, they picked up their wine cups to drink. At this point, the village elder seemed to realize something. He quickly intervened. "Wait, don't drink. but it was too late. The wine cups shattered on the ground, and the travelers collapsed, poisoned. The blood robe sect master emerged, feigning concern. He asked, "Senior brothers, it's been a while. You don't look well." Upon seeing him, they cried out, "It's you." Just as they lunged towards him, the poison took hold. They fell to the ground dead. Terror seized the village elder. He stumbled backward, trembling. "Stay away from me." Silence descended upon the cave. The children, poisoned by the cunning fox, lay dead on the ground. Realizing the danger had passed, Shun Ding slowly opened her eyes. She struggled to her feet and ran towards the village. She had to warn her grandfather, the village elder, but the sight that greeted her stopped her in her tracks. Before her, a raging inferno consumed the village. Flames licked at the sky, casting a hellish glow. Seeing her village ablaze, like a scene from a destructive game, Shun Ding collapsed in anguish. She couldn't believe her eyes. "How could this be?" she cried. A figure emerged from the flames. Shun Ding stared in stunned silence. It was the blood robe sect master. He approached her, surprised to find her alive. This child survived the poison. He mused. He crouched down, studying her youthful face. A spark of interest flickered in his eyes. "Interesting," he said, "very interesting." He was even more terrifying than a wild beast. He began to coax her, "Little one, follow me from now on. I will treat you well." Shun Ding, looking into his eyes, knew this man was not someone to be trifled with. From that moment, she understood he was taking her as his adopted daughter, and from then on, she became his poison tester. Having listened to her story, Tian Shun sighed. "I never imagined you had such a past." The unpleasant memories resurfaced, and Shun Ding couldn't help but slam her fist down as she stood, declaring, "I have endured humiliation all these years for the sole purpose of one day taking revenge." Gazing at her own fists, Shun Ding said sorrowfully, "Once this is done, I will atone for my sins." Understanding her feelings, Tian Shun comforted her. "These things are not your fault." However, Shun Ding remained stubborn, insisting that it was her fault. "If it weren't for me, that devil wouldn't have come to the village, and everyone." Knowing she was overthinking, Tian Shun firmly stated, "You shouldn't blame the innocent for the actions of the wicked. He's the one at fault, not you." Shun Ding still hesitated, but Tian Shun, seeing her fear, said sternly, "Trust me, this is not your fault." Finally feeling understood after so long, tears welled up in Shun Ding's eyes. She immediately threw herself into Tian Shun's arms, seeking comfort. He embraced her, saying, "It's all right. Everything will be all right." After a while, Shun Ding's emotions stabilized. She released Tian Shun and said, "Thank you. You've saved me once again." She then remembered why he had come. "Right, you came here to..." Tian Shun sighed. "It's a long story. It starts with something that happened at the Pyamya sect." To lighten the mood, he began to tell her about his past. After hearing his story, Shun Ding unconsciously murmured, "So she's the important one to you." But she spoke too softly, and Tian Shun didn't hear clearly. He asked her what she had just said. Shun Ding quickly changed her tone. "I said that even though I'm the young sect master in name, in reality, my authority is very limited." Remembering the overbearing Grand Elder, she said, "Right now, that devil isn't at the sect, and the Grand Elder is in charge of everything." Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "Or, how about I assassinate him?" Tian Shun definitely couldn't let her do something so foolish. He thought for a moment about strategy. The Grand Elder's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, he's definitely already wary of you. To lure him into a trap, we need high-quality bait. After a moment, Tian Shun moved closer to her and whispered a few words. Shun Ding immediately protested vehemently. "No, that's too dangerous." But he was confident. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he said, "I trust you." Tian Shun began to deal with the two prison guards. Finished, he casually brushed the dust off his hands. He didn't know that a guard had been watching him from behind the whole time. Having witnessed everything, this person transformed into a gossip monger, seizing the opportunity to say, "This guy is definitely suspicious. I must report this to the Grand Elder immediately." Not long after, the Grand Elder appeared, bellowing, "You brat. How do you explain yourself this time?" But he stopped abruptly, his face creasing in confusion. Wait a minute, he muttered. What sort of charade is this? Tian Shen and Shenlong Ding were locked in a mock struggle. He gripped her arm tightly, sneering, "You fool. The young sect master only spared you because you had a pretty face. Now that he's discovered this place is teeming with women, naturally he's going to take them all." Shenlong Ding feigned displeasure, struggling against his grip. "Let me go," she cried. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of lecherous intent as he pulled her closer. "That old codger isn't here," he whispered. "What are you going to do about it?" The Grand Elder, still standing there, overheard the insult. "You want to die?" he roared. "How dare you call this Grand Elder an old codger?" He lashed out with a swipe of his hand. Tian Shen clutched his bleeding chest as he crumpled to the ground, his blade clattering beside him. "You shameless old scoundrel," he gasped. "If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight." The Grand Elder scoffed. "You a nobody. You've lost that chance." Just then, Shenlong Ding intervened. "Wait." The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Young sect master, are you still trying to help this wretch escape?" To his surprise, she ground her teeth, her voice dripping with venom. "Letting him die so easily is too merciful. We must use the strongest poison to torment him, make him wish he were dead." Hearing her pronounce such a cruel sentence upon him, Tian Shen cried out, "You vicious woman. Even as a ghost, I won't forgive you." Seeing the fury in her eyes, the Grand Elder decided he must have been mistaken. That evening, he was enjoying the company of his concubines. Suddenly, Shenlong Ding appeared. "Enjoying yourself, Grand Elder?" she asked. He sat up, dismissing the women with a wave of his hand. "All right, young sect master," he said. "What is it?" Shenlong Ding approached him. "There was a slight misunderstanding between us earlier, Grand Elder," she said. "I'm truly ashamed that you had to intervene on my behalf." She continued, her voice sincere, explaining that she had retrieved a special treasure from Tian Shen and wished to present it to him as a gift. Intrigued, the Grand Elder asked what kind of treasure. Shenlong Ding solemnly produced a sword, unwrapping the cloth covering it for the Grand Elder to see. He took it eagerly, exclaiming, "A fine blade. A truly fine blade." Suddenly, his eyes rolled back in his head as if he were experiencing a dizzy spell. What's happening?" he stammered. "Such a sudden headache. Something's not right." A terrifying thought flickered through his mind. Shenlong Ding, dropping her act, said he was right. When you let your guard down, even the most improbable things can happen. Only then did he look properly at the sword in his hand. It was poisoned. The Grand Elder roared in fury, his voice thick with the promise of vengeance. "You treacherous wretch," he bellowed. "My master will not spare you." But as soon as he finished speaking, the old man was dead, completely dead. His task complete, Tian Shen immediately freed the girls imprisoned in the dungeon. Pointing the way, he urged them, "Hurry. Be careful." One by one, the girls slipped through the city gates, while the guards remained soundly asleep, drool trickling from their mouths. Overjoyed, the freed captives exclaimed, "We're out. We're free." Tian Shen, filled with longing, glanced at the sky and thought to himself, "Sect Master's sister, I'm coming back." Meanwhile, Situ Changkong shared a bed with an elder of the Piamiao sect. Afterward, the old man praised her skills, saying, "I haven't seen you in days. I never expected someone as cold as you to be so skilled in bed." She replied without much warmth, "Don't forget your promise. Once this is all over, I will be the master of the Piamiao sect." At the Piamiao sect, Yin Linchong sat serenely in a chair as her disciple, Liuli, brought her a plate of food. "Master," she said, "please don't worry so much. Eat something." Touched by her concern, Yin Linchong gently stroked her hair. "Liuli," she said, "I'm fortunate to have you here with me now." Hearing her master's praise, Liuli smiled faintly. No matter what happens, Liuli will always be by master's side. Suddenly, the Grand Elder burst through the door. Seeing her aggressive entrance, Yin Linchong questioned, "Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this?" The Grand Elder declared, "Sect Master, the sect protecting Grand Formation won't hold much longer. I advise you to surrender." Yin Linchong found her words preposterous. "Absurd," she retorted. "The 100-year legacy of the Piamiao sect cannot be so easily handed over." The Grand Elder, not one to be trifled with, drew her sword and pointed it at Yin Linchong. With a chilling laugh, she said, "Cooperate, or do you want the entire sect to die with you?" The disciples behind her followed suit, their swords aimed menacingly at Yin Linchong. The Grand Elder declared, besides, that sect master position should have been mine all along. Words turned to action, and the two women clashed. Their powers, one green, one red, collided, creating a powerful gust of wind. Suddenly, Liuli stepped forward and struck Yin Linchong in the back. Struck by the blow, Yin Linchong fell to her knees, a mouthful of blood spraying from her lips. The Grand Elder spoke, a triumphant smirk on her face. Surprised, aren't you? The one closest to you has been on my side all along. Betrayed by her most trusted confidant, Yin Linchong cried out in anguish. Liuli, why? Liuli's true colors were finally revealed. As long as you're dead, she hissed, Brother Tianshun will come back to me. Not long after, Yin Linchong was brought to the execution grounds. Her hands were bound to the pyre. Situ Changkong stood below, gloating. Demoness, he sneered. Have you any last words? A radiant smile spread across Yin Linchong's face. She thought of Tianshun. Perhaps, if she had treated him better, he wouldn't have left. Yin Linchong looked up at the sky, her thoughts racing. I'm about to die, and yet I'm still thinking of him. Since when did he occupy so much of my mind? Below, Situ Changkong could no longer contain himself. Demoness, he declared, unable to hold back any longer. Since you have confessed your crimes, this city lord will carry out heaven's will today. Inwardly, he gloated, the Piamiao sect will be mine after this. Watching this scene, Yin Linchong felt a pang of sadness. It's a shame I won't be able to see him again. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced the gloomy sky. A voice echoed, Sect Master Sister, do you remember me? In the distance, Tianshun was flying towards her on his sword. Seeing his figure, she was overcome with emotion. It really is him. He's returned. Tianshun approached her and said gently, Sect Master Sister, you've suffered. Unexpectedly, she spoke words contrary to her true feelings. You chose to leave the sect. This has nothing to do with you. Go. Hearing this, Tianshun's heart ached. Run away. I clearly said I was going to find the truth. Could it be? He turned and understood. Situ Changkong wouldn't let him ruin his plans. He pointed accusingly. This man is with the Demoness. Seize him. Tianshun found himself surrounded by disciples. He immediately questioned, City Lord Situ, why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid your deeds will be exposed? Situ Changkong feigned righteousness. How ridiculous. This city lord's actions are always above board. Tianshun's voice dripped with contempt. Is that so? What if I said that the missing girls in the city were taken by you and the blood-robed sect master? The words had barely left Tianshun's mouth when Situ Changkong was struck, caught completely off guard. He stammered, don't spout nonsense. What proof do you have? Tianshun had been waiting for this moment. He clapped his hands. Moments later, several girls emerged. The surrounding crowd immediately recognized them, their murmurs growing into a roar. Isn't that old Zhang's daughter from the East City? And it looks like Aunt Wang's daughter from the South City is there too. The girls, emboldened, spoke out. Everything this young master said is true. If he hadn't saved us, we would have died miserably in that demonic lair. The crowd erupted in fury. We've been used. The city lord colluded with demonic cultivators. Liuli stared, bewildered. What's going on? Suddenly, the demonic influence within her urged her to kill Yin Linchong. It whispered incessantly in her ear, kill her. You can change everything. Liuli's eyes hardened. She lunged forward, sword raised, screaming, as long as she's dead, Brother Tianshun will be mine. Seeing this, Tianshun cried out in alarm, stop. He rushed forward to block her attack. To her horror, her sword struck him. Panic seized her. Brother Tianshun. I didn't mean to. Tianshun saw Liuli's true face. He couldn't believe she could be so cruel, driven by her selfish desires. With all his strength, he knocked her away. His power caused her bracelet to glow, instantly forming a shield against the angel's attack. However, it couldn't withstand such immense force and shattered into pieces. Liuli, clutching a shard of the broken jade, cried out, why? After all I've done for you, why do you betray me? Tianshun's voice was cold. From this day forward, we are finished. Take care of yourself. His words cut her like a knife. She turned and walked away. Suddenly, she stopped and looked back. One day, she vowed, I will take back everything that belongs to me. As she departed, the onlookers erupted in accusations. This kind of person is not fit to be city lord. She must give us an answer today. Sensing the shift in the crowd, Situ Changkong panicked. Brother Shuiyu, are you just going to sit back and watch this? A burst of crimson energy exploded, sending a wave of terror through the crowd. The blood sect master, Shuiyu, appeared before them, his skull-shaped artifact clutched in his hand. He raised it, and a torrent of poisonous smoke spewed from its 7 orifices. Those who inhaled the fumes clutched their chests, gasping for air. The old fox cackled. I've secretly laid a formation. Soon, you will all be nourishment for me. Tian Shun, however, remained unaffected. Shui Yu, seeing him standing there unmoved, thought angrily, how is this brat unharmed? Suddenly, Tian Shun's eyes snapped open. He tightened his grip on his sword and conjured countless copies of himself. Using instantaneous movement, Tian Shun launched himself at Shui Yu, his sword blur. The Blood Sect Master's artifact flew out to meet him, but Tian Shun's sword shattered it to dust. Shui Yu stared in disbelief. Impossible. He destroyed my artifact with a single blow. Tian Shun pressed his attack, taking advantage of Shui Yu's shock. But the cunning Blood Sect Master yanked the two Grand Elders and Situ Shankong forward, using them as shields. They cried out in horror, Shui Yu. A golden dragon materialized in the sky, diving towards the Blood Sect Master. Without hesitation, Shui Yu shoved the two elders into the dragon's path. 1 month later, at the Piao sect, red lanterns hung high. Tian Shun's room was adorned with wedding decorations. Lying on the bed, he thought with amusement, not long ago, the sect master was pointing her sword at me. Now it feels like a dream. He rolled around like a child, giddy with happiness. Meanwhile, a shadow of worry crossed Yun Linchong's face. She walked over and picked up a brush, beginning to write a letter. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tian Shun decided to visit his bride. It's still early, he reasoned. He arrived at Yin Linchong's room and knocked. Seeing no light, he thought, she's asleep already. But when he entered, the room was empty. He noticed a letter on the table. Tian Shun opened it. His blood ran cold as he read the words. He bolted from the room, leaving behind the letter that read, I'm sorry. Don't look for me. Meanwhile, Yin Linchong was being led away by a stranger. Seeing this, someone shouted from below, let her go. Hearing the scream, the stranger lashed out with a single hand, sending Tian Shun flying. He crashed to the ground, blood spraying from his lips. Seeing this, Yin Linchong pleaded with the stranger, I'll go with you. Just don't hurt him. Tears streamed down her face as she turned to Tian Shun. I'm sorry, she choked out. Forget me. Disbelief and agony warred in Tian Shun's eyes. No, he roared, the sound laced with despair. He wept bitterly in the night, a broken man. 2 weeks later, in the forest outside the Piao sect, Tian Shun's sword dripped with a viscous ichor. He had just slaughtered a pack of beasts. His gaze, cold and distant, settled on the items laid out before him. Looking at the medicinal herbs and vials on the ground, he said, Master, please help me refine these. As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Nai Xingjuan, with a flick of his wrist, sent the herbs and vials swirling into the air. Vials filled with potions of various hues materialized. Xiao Shanzi, he said, his voice tinged with concern, cultivating too hastily will lead to failure. Despite his warning, he handed the vials to Tian Shun. You haven't slept for days. Your killing intent is too strong. Although you've advanced to the 7th level of qi condensation, continuing like this will only damage your foundation. Tian Shun's hands clenched, the image of Yun Linchong being taken away, flashing through his mind. It's because I'm too weak, he muttered, his voice thick with self-reproach. I couldn't even protect the woman I love. Master, I don't want to experience this loss again. Wu Nai Xingjuan, however, only saw his disciple's weakening state. He frowned. If you continue like this, exhausting your body, how will you find Xiaoyun? Tian Shun slumped against a tree trunk, his voice heavy with despair. I've asked everyone who knows her. I even searched her entire room. There's no trace. Only by increasing my strength will I have a chance. His master chuckled. My dear disciple, you even went through her undergarments. Folding his arms, he turned away. I have a clue. Focus on your cultivation. Surprise jolted through Tian Shun. He clenched his fists in frustration. Master, why didn't you tell me sooner? Wu Nai Xingjuan simply replied, wasn't I worried you'd rush headlong into a death trap? Closing his eyes, he explained, the one who took her is from a top power in the Tianhua continent. Their strength far surpasses yours. Even if I wanted to help, I'm limited by your current level. He raised a finger, seemingly envisioning Tian Shun's future strength. When you reach a certain realm, when the time is right, I will help you find Xiaoyun. His eyes glinted sharply, and then he thought it will be time to settle some old scores. Tian Shun immediately tugged at his master's sleeve. Master, I can cultivate on the way. I'll have Second Elder take over as sect master. We leave tomorrow. A week later, At Luoyin Mountain, Tian Shen stood, a newfound confidence radiating from him. Once I cross Luoyin Mountain, I'll reach Fian City. He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. I didn't expect to come here. A sudden rustle caught his attention. A spirit beast. Footsteps approached. Han Wanning, her clothes torn and tattered, clutched her arm as she stumbled towards him. Tian Shen stared, bewildered. What happened? Before he could react, she threw her arms around him, her embrace tight and desperate, leaving him flustered. As he looked at her dazed expression, a blush crept up his cheeks. At this moment, someone approached, Han Wanning. Just give up and die obediently, she said, victim of my love-inducing incense. Tian Shen looked at her in surprise. You're Zhao Qizai. He, too, recognized Tian Shen. What's this piece of trash doing here? Zhao Qizai sneered, brimming with confidence. Isn't this the waste that was kicked out of the Tian clan? Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare your life. But Tian Shen didn't flinch. Just you. He gently lowered the girl he was carrying to the ground. Once she was settled, Tian Shen met Zhao Qizai's gaze. Who kills who is yet to be seen? Enraged, Zhao Qizai lunged. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. As Zhao Qizai charged, Tian Shen simply shifted his weight, then blurred into motion, moving with lightning speed. Zhao Qizai stared, dumbfounded. Tian Shen glanced back, his eyes sharp as daggers. Panic flickered across Zhao Qizai's face. Movement like a phantom, but he wasn't supposed to be able to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Tian Shen appeared behind him, striking out with a single palm. The blow sent Zhao Qizai flying. Tian Shen smirked, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Suddenly, arms wrapped around his chest from behind. Han Wanning clung to him tightly, a blush rising on Tian Shen's face. Zhao Qizai, groaning in pain, scrambled to his feet. Damn you, Tian Shen. He turned and fled. This isn't over. But Tian Shen paid him no mind. He was far too preoccupied with the girl clinging to him. She wasn't just hugging him. She was practically tackling him to the ground. Flustered, he cried out, Master. What do I do? Wu Nai Xingjuan covered his face with his hand, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his features. He gestured vaguely. Little Shun Zi, remove her clothes and channel your spiritual energy into her dantian to counteract the love-inducing drug. Tian Shen carefully began to unfasten Han Wanning's clothing. My apologies, miss. He channeled his spiritual energy into her, and she moaned softly in discomfort. An hour later, they sat in silence beneath the tree, the air thick with awkwardness. Tian Shen thought to himself, what am I supposed to say in this kind of situation? Suddenly, Han Wanning stood up. Tian Shen looked up in surprise. Who? He watched as she walked away, her figure quickly disappearing into the distance. Tian Shen sat alone, bewildered. That was unusual. He thought about the strange encounter, a sense of confusion washing over him. One fine morning in Fian City, the streets bustled with activity. Tian Shen gazed around, a sense of wonder filling him. Is this where my previous self grew up? As he observed his surroundings, 2 figures approached. It was Tian Zhe. He presented a token, his voice firm. Tian Shen, by order of the clan leader, you are to return with us to the Tian clan. Tian Shen turned and waved his hand dismissively. I am no longer a disciple of the Tian clan. The clan leader's orders hold no sway over me. Tian Zhe's face hardened. Insolent. The blood of the Tian clan still flows through your veins. As long as you live, you are bound by the Tian clan's commands. The guard beside him lunged forward. Tian Shen effortlessly dodged their attacks. If you want to take me, you'll have to try harder than that. At this moment, he realized the patriarch's guess wasn't wrong. This brat really could cultivate after all. He then extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, and attacked Tian Shen. The more Tian Shen retreated, the more aggressively he pressed forward. But in the next instant, he unleashed the Heavenly Net 5-star technique, Ascending Heaven Palm. A gigantic golden hand materialized, sensing the imminent danger. Tian Shen swiftly drew his sword. This old man is too strong. It's best to avoid a direct confrontation. With that, Tian Shen swung his sword towards the oncoming hand. Gripping his sword tightly, Tian Shen chanted, take this. My 8-star spirit technique, Yang Flame Dragon Slash. On the other side, he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. This fool not only withstood 2 of my attacks, but he also knows such a powerful spirit technique. Terrifying. Tian Shen closed his eyes, focusing his power into his sword. But in the next moment, his eyes snapped open, and he turned and fled. "Farewell, farewell, esteemed elder," he shouted back, feigning respect. The elder roared in fury. "Damn it, I've been tricked." Reality proved harsher than his hopes. Just as Tianxin thought he had escaped, a powerful force slammed into him, sending him flying. The one who attacked Tianxin was none other than Tianzheng. In the Tian clan's meeting hall, Tianzheng interrogated him. "Tianxin, you injured Zhao Yu, causing conflict between the Tian clan and the Zhao clan. Do you know your crime?" Facing this question, Tianxin calmly replied, "Everyone in the city knows I was expelled from the Tian clan. If you wanted to quell the conflict, you shouldn't have mentioned me, or you should have handed me over to the Zhao clan already." Tianxin continued seriously, "Patriarch, stop beating around the bush. Tell me straight, what do you want by bringing me back?" Hearing this, the patriarch stood up. "Boy, you're not stupid, are you?" He approached Tianxin. "I hope you'll return to the Tian clan and represent us in the youth grand tournament organized by the Tianlan Ning clan next month." Tianxin asked in surprise, "The Ning clan's tournament?" Seeing Tianxin's confusion, the patriarch explained, "The Ning clan recently discovered a secret realm. To secure it, they want the Tian clan and the Zhao clan to explore it." He continued, "Whoever wins the qualification will be given pills to advance to the profound Jade realm. If the Zhao clan wins, the Tian clan will be in danger." He leaned closer to Tianxin. "This time, everything obtained in the secret realm belongs to the individual. If you don't agree, you can leave, but the Zhao clan knows we brought you back." Hearing this, Tianxin thought to himself, "If I leave, the Zhao clan will definitely hunt me down throughout the city. And once that happens, the Tian clan will seize the opportunity to strike." Then he spoke, "Patriarch, since I was young, the clan has taught me to pursue the path with the highest chance of victory." The patriarch replied, "Indeed." Tianxin recalled his childhood. "But since I was young, I've never listened to the clan." With that, Tianxin brandished his sword. "Isn't it just the Zhao clan? I want to show them just how sharp my sword is." Tianxin's sword strike sent a shower of dust and debris raining down from the ceiling, surprising the patriarch. The roof tiles, forged from low-grade spirit minerals, were supposed to be impervious to all but the strongest of attacks. It had only been a few months since the boy had left. The patriarch picked up a scroll. "Young man, don't be so hasty. This is a high-grade spirit technique, a gift from the clan." He handed Tianxin the scroll and a token. "This clan token grants you access to the family treasury and its cultivation techniques. Consider it compensation from the Tian clan. Keep it." He clapped Tianxin on the shoulder with a smile. "From now on, in the Tian clan, you're under my protection." Tianxin, pleased with these offerings, replied, "Patriarch, such generosity is hard to refuse. I will return to the Tian clan." Within the Tian clan's cultivation hall, Tianxin walked past two whispering figures. One said, "Look, isn't that Tianxin?" The other replied, "I heard that Waste had returned. I didn't think it was true." Lost in thought, Tianxin bumped into a group. One of them spoke up, "Tianxin, long time no see." He stared blankly at them. These faces seemed familiar. Then the memories flooded back, the humiliation of their past bullying. "Hand over your winnings, or you'll regret it." They had even stepped on him. "Next time you make things difficult for us, it won't be this simple." Back then, Tianxin had been powerless to resist, forced to endure their cruelty. "Trash like you should learn to obey us. Understand, time had passed, but their arrogance remained unchanged." One of them barked, "Piece of trash, I don't care how you came back, but you'd better hand over your belongings." Another chimed in, "Or you know what will happen." Tianxin immediately produced the token. "This is the token the patriarch gave me yesterday. It allows me to freely choose cultivation techniques from the clan." Seeing the token, the leader smirked and reached out to grab it. "Kid, since you're being so cooperative, I'll let you off the hook this time." A cryptic smile played on Tianxin's lips. He seized the outstretched hand, startling the two bullies. His grip tightened, and a scream of pain echoed through the hall. Clutching his hand in agony, the leader roared at his companions. "He dares to mock me. Kill him." The two lunged forward. Onlookers gasped. If they hit him, Tianxin will die. But to everyone's surprise, Tianxin effortlessly dodged their attacks. His eyes, sharp and cold, fixed on the two. "Do you still think I'm the same person as before?" With that, he blurred into motion, a fleeting shadow passing by them. They turned, bewildered, just as Tianxin spun around, sending them flying with a single blow. The ringleader watched in horror. Zulfast, having dealt with the two lackeys, Tian Shun turned his attention to their leader, who paled at his approach. After settling the matter, Tian Shin cheerfully walked away with a pouch of money, saying, "Consider this compensation for teasing me. See you next month." A witness to the entire scene couldn't help but marvel. I never expected Tian Shun to be so strong. Those were some of the most capable disciples in the clan. Tian Shun then arrived at the technique pavilion, surprised by the sheer number of spirit techniques the Tian clan possessed. As he looked around, Tian Zhe approached him. The first floor holds the clan's common spirit techniques. Since you have the Patriarch's token, you can go up to the second floor. Tian Shin simply replied, "All right." He ascended to the second floor and surveyed the items before him. Looking at the gleaming books, he remarked with slight surprise, "There are only 7 key technique books for disciples to cultivate in the entire Tian clan. That's quite few." Tian Shin picked up a book and began to read it carefully. Suddenly, his face flushed crimson. Looking at the dual cultivation technique within, he imagined a passionate scene of 2 people embracing. Though slightly embarrassed, he remained engrossed. The dual cultivation technique is good, but the level is too low. At that moment, Wu Nai Xingjuan rushed over and handed him a book. "Little Shun, take this." Receiving the book, Tian Shun appeared puzzled. "Master, this is only a 5-star spirit technique. The best here are 6-star. Seeing his confusion, Wu Nai Xingjuan explained, "Boy, what do you know? This is a hidden scroll of a Silver Moon Expert's spirit technique. The complete version is a 7-star technique." He then pointed at the book proudly and added, "And I can complete it." Hearing this, Tian Shun excitedly clutched the book. "Then I'll choose this one." Wu Nai Xingjuan replied, "That's the spirit." Having chosen a technique to his liking, Tian Shun walked out cheerfully. Finally, something worthwhile. Suddenly, Tian Zheng appeared with men surrounding him. He ordered his subordinates, "Seize him." They responded, "Yes, sir." As soon as the words left his mouth, they lunged forward to attack Tian Shun. "What's going on?" A voice boomed, "Stop." Everyone turned to look. Patriarch. Recognizing the Patriarch, they all knelt and chorused, "We greet the Patriarch." The Patriarch walked towards Tian Zheng. "Tian Zheng, what is the meaning of this?" Tian Zheng responded respectfully, "Patriarch, Tian Shun has severely injured fellow clan members. As the enforcement elder, it is my duty to apprehend him and investigate." He continued with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain order." The Patriarch turned to Tian Shun. "Tian Shun, is this true?" Tian Shun replied, "Yes, but they plotted against me first. The people in the square can testify." Tian Shun gestured towards the 3 injured men. "Grand Patriarch, if anyone should be arrested, it should be them." His words further enraged Tian Zheng. "Patriarch, this brat injured his fellow disciples and shows no remorse. I propose revoking his qualification for the grand tournament and sending him to the disciplinary hall for punishment." The Patriarch seemed to have realized something. "Tian Zheng, it seems you've been targeting Tian Shun's tournament qualification from the start." He then offered a suggestion. "The grand tournament concerns the rise and fall of our clan. If there are doubts about the roster, why not select the top 4 performers in the clan's internal competition? Let's drop the matter with Tian Shun." Tian Zheng replied, "Yes, Patriarch." Then, turning to leave, the Patriarch said, "Let's go." Watching his receding figure, Tian Zheng muttered, "With great power comes great responsibility, kid. You don't blame me for giving you this extra task, do you?" Tian Shun understood the implication. "This is mine," he thought. "No one can take it away. Even if the Patriarch hadn't spoken, I would have reclaimed it before the grand tournament." 2 days later, inside the Tian clan's resource hall, Tian Shun slammed his fist on the counter, fury radiating from him. "I ordered 15 portions of spirit herbs. Why aren't there 15 portions?" Facing his outburst, the shopkeeper remained unfazed. "There's no such thing as perfectly exact portions. The other spirit herbs have already been distributed to other clan members. Take it or leave it." Hearing this, the flames of anger within Tian Shun roared even higher. He wasn't intimidated. Instead, his fury intensified. "Are you trying to provoke a fellow clan member without cause? You know that's grounds for being taken to the disciplinary hall for punishment." Left with no other choice, Tian Shun grabbed the meager portions of herbs and stormed off. The shopkeeper smirked, calling after him, "Welcome back anytime." Stepping outside, Tian Shun recalled his inability to schedule a training room. A realization dawned on him. Missing herbs, constantly unavailable training rooms, Other things too. It's clear. Someone is targeting me. Stroking his chin in thought, he mused, could it be the Grand Elder? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his contemplation. Brother Shun, you seem troubled. Startled, Tian Shun looked up. Seeing Tian Dan, a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. Where have I met him before? Then he remembered. Back in the academy, Tian Dan had been one of his tormentors. Tian Shun, you can't even cultivate. Why are you even at the academy? Planning to bore the teacher to death with your trash bloodline. Not content with verbal abuse, Tian Dan had also deliberately tripped him, forcing him to kneel. A wise man knows his place. If you can't cultivate, then obediently go farm or do chores. You're not welcome here. But now, here was Tian Dan, approaching him with a respectful air. Brother Shun, is there anything I can help you with? Tian Shun responded haughtily. And why would you be so kind as to help me? Leaning closer, Tian Dan whispered conspiratorially, there's no such thing as a free lunch, of course. His eyes gleamed with cunning. I need you to withdraw from the clan's grand tournament. Tian Shun had guessed it, so it's this weasel pulling the strings. He delivered a sharp rap to Tian Dan's head. Absolutely not. Clutching his face in pain, Tian Dan snarled, you're still as arrogant as ever. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Undaunted, Tian Shun unleashed the 7-star spirit technique, Night King Fist. Let's see what you can do. Tian Dan stared in disbelief. That phantom image, it looks like the Night King Fist. Despite a flicker of apprehension, he began to cast a spell, summoning crimson flames. Why is the spirit technique fluctuation so high? Just as they were about to clash, a messenger arrived, breathlessly announcing, Tian Shun. Tian Zheng. The patriarch summons you both to the clan's main hall immediately. Hearing this, both of them ceased their hostilities and turned to leave. Moments later, within the Tian clan's main hall, everyone had assembled. There, Tian Shun spotted Han Yuanming and instantly recognized her. At this moment, Han Yuanming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Brother Tian Zhan, he greeted, it's been a while. He then gestured towards Han Wanning. This daughter of mine, he explained, has possessed a stubborn streak since childhood, insisting on choosing her future husband herself. I ask for your understanding, brothers. Tian Zhan immediately replied, no worries, Brother Yuanming. Our Tian clan boasts numerous outstanding young men. Surely one will meet young Miss Wanning's approval. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanning drew her sword, her eyes sharp. I am Han Wanning, she declared. Whoever can withstand my sword shall be my husband. Tian Wan, brimming with confidence, stepped forward. I am Tian Wan, he announced. Please, allow me to accept your challenge. Tian Zheng observed the scene and commented, Tian Wan is the son of the second elder, and at such a young age, he has already reached the 7th level of qi condensation. He would make a fine match for Miss Wanning. Han Yuanming nodded in agreement. Indeed, that would be excellent. But in the next instant, Wanning's sword was pressed against Tian Wen's throat. Yield, she commanded confidently. Tian Shun watched in astonishment. Impressive, he murmured. Within half an hour, she had defeated all the Tian clan disciples who dared to challenge her. Tian Shu, the first elder, was furious. Han Yuanming, he roared, did you come here for a marriage alliance, seeking our protection, or to flaunt your daughter's strength? Do you truly think our Tian clan is so easily trifled with? Han Yuanming, startled, stammered, no, of course not. How could I? He continued, my son, Tian Ming, is the only one who can withstand 3 moves against your daughter. This put Yuan Ming in a difficult position. Well, he hesitated. Observing the situation, Tian Shun couldn't contain himself any longer. How can they let that scoundrel Tian Ming face her? He thought, I have to help this young woman somehow. Tian Shun raised his hand. First elder, he said, I haven't had a chance to test my skills against Miss Han. How can you be so certain it must be Tian Ming? Standing beside him, Tian Ming sneered. You've only been cultivating for how long? Don't embarrass yourself. But Tian Shun remained resolute. If no one can pass this test, he argued, will we let others mock our Tian clan for lacking talent? Is that what you want, first elder? Tian Shu's anger intensified at Tian Shun's words. Tian Ming crossed his arms, arrogance etched on his face. Father, he said, Let him try. I want to see how a Feiwu who's only cultivated for a few months can possibly pass this test. Suddenly, a powerful hand slammed down on the table. Tianzheng, the clan leader, rose to his feet, his face thunderous. Enough, he boomed. One relies on influence to bully, the other mocks his own clan members. Do you both wish to become the laughingstock of the outside world? Seeing this, Tianming hastily knelt and apologized. Clan leader, I spoke out of turn. He then turned to Tianshun. Go ahead and try, Tianshun. Tianshun replied cheerfully, yes, clan leader. With that, Tianshun stepped forward. Wanning's gaze held no trace of the contempt she had shown the others. Tianshun raised his own sword. I am Tianshun, he said. Miss Han, please instruct me. He then winked at her. In the hall, Tianshun and Han Wanning faced each other, the eyes of everyone present upon them. Wanning drew her sword, not with apprehension, but with an eager glint in her eyes. Let's begin, she said. Tianming scoffed from the sidelines. Let's see how many moves you can last. Tianshun calmly replied, we shall see. With that, he lunged forward with astonishing speed. His first strike was easily parried. Tianshun smiled, thinking, she's even stronger than I initially thought. Her immediate counterattack was also deflected with ease. Time to settle this, he thought. Tianshun split into 3 identical figures, each launching a relentless flurry of attacks against her. Tiandan watched in astonishment. How could he be this strong? Tianshun's gaze sharpened. She pressed her attack, but he evaded every blow. Their blades clashed, and Tianshun was sent flying. Tianzheng gasped. Sword intent. He offered effusive praise. Clan leader Han, you have a remarkable daughter. I'm humbled to admit, none of the Tian clan's younger generation can compare. It's truly something to behold. Han Yuanming responded modestly, you flatter me, clan leader Tian. I still have much to learn and will rely on your guidance in the future. Tianzheng beamed. Think nothing of it. The Han clan's affairs are now the Tian clan's affairs. I hope we can continue to support each other. Meanwhile, Tianshun remained defiant. Clan leader, I haven't lost yet. Han Yuanming raised her sword. If you can withstand my sword intent and reach my side, I'll concede defeat. Tianshun's eyes lit up. It's a deal. Wu Nai Xingjuan's voice whispered urgently in his ear. Little Shun, don't be foolish. Run. Don't throw your life away. Tianshun was taken aback. Huh. Wu Nai Xingjuan explained her cultivation. That girl possesses the innate sword body. She's naturally gifted with swordsmanship, but her sword intent can unintentionally inflict harm, even to the mind. His voice was laced with worry. If your cultivation isn't strong enough, the mental strain from her sword intent can drive you to madness. Tianshun brushed his concerns aside. Master, aren't you worried about being seen? Infuriated, Wu Nai Xingjuan grabbed him by the collar. You idiot. Can you focus on what's important? Tianshun replied nonchalantly, obviously not. He continued forward, resolute. Master, if things get tough, I'll retreat. Wu Nai Xingjuan sputtered. Why are you still going? And what was that about finding the sect leader's wife? Watching Tianshun's retreating back, Wu Nai Xingjuan mused, the heart-questioning sword intent. Only those without fear can advance. Perhaps this is the opportunity this boy has been waiting for. Her sword ignited with flames, but Tianshun showed no fear. Han Yuanming, let me experience the might of your sword intent. Memories of his past self-surfaced. Give up. We don't deserve to exist in this world. I used to curse my ugly appearance every single day. He remembered Shun Landing. But because of her, I could truly learn to feel, to make friends, to understand the meaning of life. The inner demon within Tianshun stirred. A useless, incompetent fool. You couldn't even protect your own wife. What's the point of living? Give me your body. Let me take care of everything. But the image of Yin Lingchong flooded his mind. Before, I could only watch helplessly as my loved ones were taken from me. Now, that memory only strengthens my resolve. Even if it means risking my life, Tianshun declared, his voice resonating with a newfound steel. I won't watch myself lose everything again. I will reclaim all that was taken from me. With that, he advanced towards Han Yuanming, closing the distance between them with each determined stride. The onlookers gasped. That boy, he's actually making a breakthrough under her sword intent. Surprise flickered across Han Yuanming's face. Tianshun seized the opportunity, his sword flashing out in a swift attack. Catching her stunned expression, he declared confidently, I win. Later, amidst the celebratory atmosphere of the Tian clan feast, the two of them raised their cups in a toast. Tianzheng beamed. Brother Han, he chuckled. From this day forward, our families are joined by marriage. Han Yuanming responded with equal cheer. Brother Tian, we will be relying on your support in the future. Then, raising his voice, he addressed Tian Shun, son-in-law, my daughter is now in your care. Han Yuanming's daughter blushed. Father, she chided gently, you've had too much to drink. Tian Dan watched from the sidelines, his teeth grinding together. Everything that should have been mine, he seethed inwardly. Tian Shun, I won't let you have a happy ending. Back in the main hall, Tian Zheng, now thoroughly inebriated, slurred. Tian Shun, Brother Han and I haven't had our fill yet. Let them stay here tonight. You can escort Yuan Nin to the guest quarters. Tian Shun dutifully replied, yes, Patriarch. Under the silvery glow of the moon, Tian Shun paused as they walked. Lady Yuan Nin, he began, what happened before, it was truly an accident. I've been meaning to explain myself to you. Han Yuan Nin stopped as well, a puzzled expression on her face. Before, what are you talking about? Seeing her confusion, Tian Shun clarified, that day in the forest. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She covered her face with her hand. All right, she mumbled, you don't have to say any more. Turning away, she continued, I, Han Yuanin, am not one to ignore reason. If it weren't for you, I would have certainly fallen victim to the Zhao family's poison. How could I blame you? She glanced back at him, a shy blush still coloring her cheeks. Let's not speak of it again. Tian Shun quickly agreed. Of course. Finally, they reached the guest quarters. The servants clean these rooms every day, Tian Shun explained. A maid will be here shortly to attend to your needs. If you require anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I understand, she replied. As she turned to enter, Tian Shun stopped her. Wait, Lady Yuan Nin. He placed a hand over his heart, his expression earnest. I know you were forced into this marriage. When the opportunity arises, I will give you your freedom. Han Yuanin's lips curved into a pout. Tian Shun was taken aback. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy? She closed the distance between them, her sudden proximity catching him off guard. Rising on her tiptoes, she kissed him. Tian Shun froze, completely bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He gently pushed her away, his hand instinctively rising to cover his mouth, flustered by the unexpected kiss. Han Yuanin looked displeased. I don't need your pity, she declared. The marriage contract has been signed. I will honor my word and marry you, fulfilling my duties as a wife. Despite her words, Tian Shun couldn't help but voice his true feelings. I only wanted to help you, he confessed. The truth is, I already have someone in my heart. What? She gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Then, her expression hardened, and she drew her sword, pointing it at him. Will you marry me or not? She demanded. Tian Shun replied, I'm afraid I cannot. His answer only fueled her anger. Sword in hand, she lunged at him. Fine then. Today, unless you defeat me, I'll drag you to the wedding ceremony, bound if I have to. Tian Shun easily dodged her first blow, thinking to himself, what's gotten into this girl? Am I really so handsome that everyone falls for me? He glanced at her. Undeterred, she attacked again. This time, Tian Shun didn't evade. He met her force with his own, then swiftly disarmed her, leaving her momentarily stunned. He lifted her into the air, leaving her dangling. Flustered, she struggled. Put me down. Then promise you'll stop attacking, he bargained. With her agreement, he set her back on her feet. Looking up at him, tears welling in her eyes, Han Yuanin declared, for the sake of the Han clan, Tian Shun, whether you like me or not, I will marry you. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, bewildered. I just don't understand, he muttered. The next morning, a voice called out from before Tian Shun's door. Brother Shun, are you in? Roused from sleep, Tian Shun stumbled to the door. Who's looking for me this early? His eyes widened at the sight of two beautiful young women. Who are you? The two women stepped forward, each taking one of his arms. We're disciples of the Tian clan's Gong lineage, so we're like your younger sisters. We've heard of your impressive martial skills, Brother Shun, and we have some cultivation questions we'd like to ask you, if you wouldn't mind. Beaming at the two attractive women, Tian Shun readily agreed. We're all members of the Tian clan. Of course. Gomein. As soon as he finished speaking, each woman kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Shun. 2 hours later, they bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Shun. Tian Shun, feeling rather pleased with himself, replied, certainly. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Suddenly, they began to disrobe. The scene before him left him utterly confused. With seductive expressions, they purred, little sister has nothing else to offer you in return, only this. Just then, the door burst open. Tian Shun froze, a wave of panic washing over him. It was Tian Dan, leading a group of men. He roared, Tian Shun, Half an hour later, everyone was assembled in the Tian clan's meeting hall. The two women feigned innocence and fragility. This morning, my sister and I heard of Tian Shun's great strength, and we wanted. They recounted their version of the encounter. We heard Brother Shun was a skilled martial artist, and we had some cultivation questions we wanted to ask him, if he wouldn't mind. According to their story, Tian Shun had greeted them with a sly grin. We're all members of the Tian clan, of course. But then they claimed Tian Shun had approached them, lifted their chins, and said, "You should kiss me as a thank you." Left with no choice, they said they had kissed him. At this point in their tale, the women began to weep, affecting an air of injured innocence. We thought that by offering him a small token of gratitude, we could learn from him in peace. But then, the two women pointed at Tian Shun and cried out in unison, "He's a lecher." While you feign indifference, Tian Sach sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Let me assure you, the matter doesn't end there. These two girls even concocted a story about you lifting their skirts." And then, he continued, his voice rising with each accusation. "They had the audacity to tell everyone that you not only used the pretense of cultivation to take advantage of them, but, according to their embellished account, your behavior was so outrageous that they were forced to their knees in utter humiliation. We could only sit there helplessly. Sister, what have we done to deserve this?" At that moment, Tian Shun entered, a book in hand. "There's no need for alarm, my young friends," he said calmly. "My adjustments to the incense were merely intended to enhance your cultivation." Opening the book, he held it aloft. "Research suggests that dual cultivation can accelerate one's progress," Tian Shun explained. "I was simply attempting to assist you both." The two women burst into tears, covering their faces with their hands. "He forced himself on us," they wailed. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. No one could believe that Tian Shun would commit such a depraved act. The women, their voices united in a desperate cry, continued their accusations. "Patriarch, this man is a beast. We demand the annulment of the marriage agreement. According to clan law, he should be stripped of his cultivation and banished." Tian Shun realized he'd fallen into a trap. This was Tian Sach's opening gambit, a plan long in the making. Seeing the unfolding drama, Tian Zheng, about to intervene, was stopped by Tian Sach. "Tian Shun," Tian Sach addressed him, his voice heavy with feigned concern. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Tian Sach pointed triumphantly at the bloodstains on the women's clothing. "What more needs to be said? The timing, the bloodstains on their clothes, the faint lipstick marks on his face, it all points to his guilt." He recalled forcing the women to ingest a concoction earlier. "I made them take a virginity-breaking potion beforehand," he thought, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "There's no escape for you now, Tian Shun." He glanced at Tian Zheng, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Something felt amiss. Tian Shun's character wouldn't allow for such an act, and even if he were capable of it, he wouldn't be foolish enough to get caught so easily. This whole situation. With a sigh, Tian Zheng declared, "First, we will annul the marriage agreement between Tian Shun and the Han family. We will discuss the rest later." Tian Sach turned towards Tian Shun, a smug look on his face, but before he could utter a word, a voice rang out, interrupting him. "I disagree with this decision." Tian Sach's smugness turned to anger. "Who dares interrupt me at this moment?" Han Yuan strode into the hall, her eyes fixed on Tian Shun. "Tian Shun," she asked, her voice laced with concern, "did you truly do this?" Meeting her gaze, Tian Shun replied calmly, "No, I never lie. I did what I did, and I didn't do what I didn't do." Han Yuan's concern turned to righteous anger. Drawing her sword, she declared, "Very well, Patriarch. My heart-questioning sword intent can force the truth to be revealed. Please allow me to bring clarity to this situation." Tian Zheng nodded slowly. "Granted." Panic flared in the eyes of the two women. "Sister," Tian Sach, standing nearby, felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. "This isn't good," he thought. "Could we be exposed?" Han Yuan leveled her sword, imbued with her furious sword intent, at the two women. "Did Tian Shun truly force himself upon you?" she demanded. "My heart-questioning sword will devour your hearts if you lie." Terror seized the two women. They began to confess. He didn't, but before they could finish, blood erupted from their mouths. They collapsed to the ground, dead, as the stunned onlookers gasped. What just happened?" Tian Zheng immediately approached and checked the bodies. There was no doubt about it. They had died from poison. This brought a sigh of relief from Tion's satch. Good thing the aphrodisiac was laced with poison. I originally intended to silence them anyway, along with that brat. A venomous glint flashed in his eyes. One must be ruthless. Tianjing noticed his expression and glanced at him sharply. There's definitely something wrong here. Could have been him. If I find out he's responsible, I'll destroy him. Tian Satch's eyes met Tian Shun's, sparks flying between them. Old man, he hissed, I'll be back for this. Tian Shun and Han Yuanin then left the main hall together. He scratched his head sheepishly. Thank you, he mumbled. She crossed her arms, her expression cool. Don't mention it. You're the only one who's ever overcome my sore intent, so I don't want the marriage agreement to be nullified. But Tian Shin still felt indebted to her. Regardless of your reasons for helping me, I'll repay you. Hearing this, her face lit up with a smile. Then take me home. Looking at her radiant smile, Tian Shun felt a flicker of something within him. She's actually quite beautiful when she smiles, he thought. They then rode together in a carriage to Flying Eagle City. Once they disembarked, she cheerfully strolled through the streets, enjoying a candied apple, while he trailed behind, laden with her numerous purchases. Tian Shun grumbled internally. I thought I was taking her home. How did this turn into a shopping trip? They then arrived in front of a clothing store. Looking at the clothing store, she recalled their earlier encounter during the bath. Blushing slightly, she touched her chest. They've grown quite a bit recently. My undergarments are feeling rather tight. She then pointed at the clothing store. I want to buy some clothes. You can wander around here. I'll meet you later. Tian Shun simply replied, all right. With that, he went off to explore the surroundings, which were much more bustling than he remembered. At that moment, the Voidwalker Star-Lord appeared, following close behind Tian Shun. Suddenly, he caught a scent and grabbed Tian Shun's arm. Little Shun, he said, his voice filled with excitement, come quickly to that stall over there. I think I've found a treasure. He led Tian Shun to a stall filled with an assortment of low-level, worn-out items. Looking at the display before him, Tian Shun asked dubiously, Master, the treasure you mentioned isn't this junk, is it? The Voidwalker Star-Lord raised a hand dismissively. Boy, what do you know? He pointed to a jade-green ring on the stall. See that ring? I can sense a faint spiritual aura. It's a storage ring. Tian Shun's eyes widened in surprise. A storage ring. The Voidwalker Star-Lord continued, by it. There might be treasures left inside by the previous cultivator. Tian Shun looked up at the stall owner. How much for this? The stall owner sized Tian Shun up, noting his fine clothes and distinguished bearing. This one looks wealthy, he thought. I can charge a higher price. With a greedy glint in his eye, he announced, Young master, everything on this stall is 10 taels apiece. Tian Shun's eyes lit up. That cheap. I'll take everything. The stall owner watched in stunned silence as Tian Shun swept up a pile of items for a mere 10 taels. That cheap, he muttered. Is this the life of the rich? Buying things like it's nothing. Meanwhile, Tian Shun clutched the ring triumphantly. I hope there's something good inside, he thought. There has to be a treasure. Suddenly, something caught Tian Shun's eye. He was surprised to see Han Yuanin walking ahead. Has she finished shopping already? Why is she going that way? He wondered. In a dark, narrow alley, Xiao Zhu was being bullied by 3 men. At that moment, Han Yuanin arrived, shouting, let her go. Her face was etched with anger. Seeing her, the men sneered. Oh, look who it is playing the hero. Be careful, you might get hurt. Hey boss, this girl is pretty cute. How about we? Before they could finish their sentence, Han Yuanin lunged forward, knocking them all to the ground. Having dealt with the commotion, she rushed anxiously to Xiao Zhu's side. Little sister Xiao Zhu, are you all right? But the girl pushed her away and ran off. It's none of your business, she cried, running past Tian Shun. The scene left Tian Shun bewildered. He turned to look at Han Yuanin, whose face had darkened. Tian Shun asked, surprised, do you know each other? You clearly just saved her. He gestured towards the fleeing girl. Why would she treat you like that? Seeing his confusion, Han Yuanin sighed. It's a long story. I was always clever and talented, the darling of my clan since childhood. She recalled the past, a monstrous beast that had defeated everyone. But 5 years ago, because of my stubbornness during an outdoor training exercise, many people in my clan died because of me. Sheathing her sword, she spoke with self-reproach. Xiaoju's father also died because of me. I want to make amends to those in the clan who lost loved ones because of me, but they all reject me. She stepped closer to Tian Shan. That incident severely weakened the Han clan. The Zhao clan has bullied us for years. Only by marrying into the Tian clan and seeking their protection can the Han clan be safe. Suddenly, she embraced him. This is the only way I can actively atone for my clan. Marrying you is the only thing I won't regret. That's why I want to marry you. Though slightly embarrassed, Tian Shun comforted her. Everything will be all right. It's getting late. Let me take you home. Hearing this, she looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears. All right, but there will come a day when I'll make you marry me. One afternoon, in Tian Shun's room, the Voidwalker Star-Lord was channeling energy into a ring. He then refined it, to Tian Shun's astonishment. He handed it to Tian Shun. Little Shun, this is for you. Tian Shun quickly accepted it. Thank you, Master. He immediately slipped the ring onto his finger. It shimmered, filling him with excitement. There must be a treasure inside. I don't ask for much, just some high-grade spiritual energy, a divine weapon, something like that would be nice. Suddenly, a pile of women's belongings flew out of the ring and into Tian Shun's face. In moments, he was buried beneath them. Seeing this, the Voidwalker Star-Lord walked over and picked up an item. Little Shun, it seems this ring isn't anything special. It's a storage ring used by female cultivators to hold their everyday items. But he continued rummaging through the pile of junk and pulled out a flower stalk. Well, it's not a total loss, I suppose. He tucked the stalk into his sleeve. If I can find a few more spiritual herbs, I can help your cultivation advance quickly in a short time. 3 days later, the atmosphere outside Flying Eagle City was bustling with excitement, filled with the cheerful chatter of the crowds. Inside, Tian Shan eagerly awaited the auction. There are more people here than I expected. I wonder if 500,000 gold coins will be enough to buy the medicine master needs. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was Zhao Qi Kai. That guy's here too, he thought. A soft voice purred, young master. A scantily clad, serving girl approached Tian Shun. Would you care to sample the fruit, wine we've specially prepared for our esteemed guests? She boldly perched herself on his lap. Tian Shun thought to himself, is this what VIP service is like these days? Suddenly, a booming voice announced, next up for auction, we have a Yongning herb. Hearing this, he immediately grasped the girl's hand and turned his attention to the stage below. Someone on the platform presented the item. The Yongning herb is not only used for refining medicine, but after consumption, it can also nourish the kidneys, which is very beneficial to one's health. A glamorous woman with fiery red hair held up the box, her voice laced with excitement. I hear the Yongning herb can bring about indescribable sensations in bed. I'm very eager to try it. Her words ignited a flurry of bids. The starting price is 5,000 gold coins. I'll offer 8,000. Zhao Qi Kai, seated nearby, called out 50,000 gold coins. His bid stunned the crowd. He's from the Zhao family. It looks like we're out of luck. He started at 50,000 gold coins. How can we compete with the Zhao family? The red-haired woman below gleefully raised her gavel. Do I hear any bids higher than young Master Zhao's? Zhao Qi Kai sat back, smug. In Flying Eagle City, who would dare to compete with our Zhao family? But just then, a heavy bell resonated through the hall. Tian Shan spoke, his voice clear and steady. 60,000 gold coins. Zhao Qi Kai gritted his teeth. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Who is that daring to bid against the Zhao family? I have no idea. Zhao Qi Kai, undeterred, snarled, you dare to challenge me. Let's see how much money you have to throw around. 100,000 gold coins. Tian Shan remained unfazed. 150,000 gold coins. Panic flickered across Zhao Qi Kai's face. Any more, and I'll exceed my budget. He roared. Fine, you can have it for now. We'll settle this outside. He raised his hand in defeat. The room erupted in chatter. Young Master Zhao lost. Unbelievable. 150,000 gold coins. That's more money than I'll see in 2 lifetimes. The serving girl beside Tian Shan gazed at him with open admiration. So this is what true wealth looks like. I want to experience that kind of extravagance. The red-haired woman on stage brought down her gavel. The Yongning herb sold for 150,000 gold coins. An hour later, 3 figures emerged from the auction house. 2 women clung to Tian Shun's arms. He shifted uncomfortably. Ladies, he said, we're outside now. Perhaps you could let go. Hearing this, the two women finally released Tian Shun. The redhead spoke, "Young master, my humble dwelling is at number 66, just up ahead." She lifted her skirt slightly, revealing an alluring glimpse of her leg. "If you have free time, please do come visit. I will certainly give you a warm welcome." Though inwardly captivated by her charm, Tian Shun maintained a composed exterior. He thought to himself, "Are all the women of this era so forward? I need to handle this situation tactfully." Aloud, he said, "I will visit when I have the opportunity." The two women waved goodbye cheerfully. "Young master, you must come." The redhead's eyes were full of promise. Men with money are truly captivating. My heart is aflutter. The woman beside her wasn't about to be outdone. "Elder sister," she chimed in, "if you can't handle the young master alone, you can always bring your little sister along." Tian Shun walked on at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he realized he was being followed. A plan formed in his mind. Such clumsy tracking. "You dare to follow me? Let's have some fun." He quickly ducked into a narrow alley, leaving his pursuers momentarily bewildered. Tian Shun stopped, hands clasped behind his back. "You followed me long enough. Come out." Zhao Chi felt a flicker of panic. "He's discovered us." He and his subordinate stepped out in front of Tian Shun. Zhao Chi's face still held a smug grin. "Since you were clever enough to notice us, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Yongning herb and all your possessions. Kneel down and kowtow, and I'll spare your life." He added a menacing threat. "Otherwise, I'll make sure you're buried without a grave." Tian Shun feigned fear and nodded, then started walking towards Zhao Chi. "Zhao Chi smai. That's more like it." But Tian Shun simply walked past him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Infuriated, Zhao Chi spun around. He lashed out with a hand seal, preparing to attack from behind, while his subordinate charged forward. "You dare toy with me, you're dead," he thought. Zhao Chi's blade flashed towards Tian Shun, but he remained unfazed. With a swift, powerful kick, he sent Zhao Chi reeling back in astonishment. Tian Shun moved past him like a phantom, his hand closing around the hilt of Zhao Chi's dropped sword. He drew the blade in a blur of motion, his eyes glinting sharply, unleashing the chain slash technique. Shimmering threads of energy wrapped tightly around the three men, immobilizing them. The deed done, Tian Shun stood over them, sword in hand, his expression stern. They were now on their knees, a small box having fallen to the ground. Tian Shun's eyes immediately locked onto it. "Isn't this?" He scooped up the box with a triumphant grin. "Robbing someone only to be robbed in turn. This auction item is mine now." That night, in Tian Shun's room, the Void Walker Star-Lord was meticulously refining a medicine. Upon completion, he immediately handed it to Tian Shun. The young man accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, master." The Void Walker Star-Lord offered a word of caution. "This Yongning herb is the best aid for the Qi condensation realm. Because the medicine's effects are potent and long-lasting, you must prepare yourself thoroughly before using it." Tian Shun opened the vial and peered inside. "Yes, master." 3 days later, Tian Shun poured the medicine into his bath. As the medicine touched the water, the bath began to shimmer and change. Tian Shun immersed himself within, and a surge of energy radiated outwards. 5 days later, the energy grew increasingly powerful. The bath shattered under Tian Shun's touch as he rose, a single piece of cloth clinging to his body. Suddenly, the door opened and Han Yuanin entered, calling Tian Shun's name. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took in the sight of Tian Shun, unclothed, his face glowing as he walked towards her. The room, filled with steam, heightened the charged atmosphere. Blushing furiously, she spun around and fled, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud, leaving Tian Shun bewildered. He muttered to himself, a touch of anxiety in his voice. Do girls not knock anymore? He strode to the door and quickly donned his trousers. Moments later, fully dressed, Tian Shun emerged to meet Han Yuanin. He approached her with a cheerful air. "Lady Han, what brings you here today?" In stark contrast to his bright demeanor, she drew her sword, her expression cold. "Let us spar," she declared. Tian Shun blinked, utterly confused. Pointing her sword at him, she stated, "I told you I would make you marry me. This time I won't lose." Unfazed, Tian Shun replied with unwavering confidence. "Fighting again will yield the same result, unless you'd prefer otherwise." Ignoring his words, she lunged forward. "We shall see." He dodged her attack, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Could you at least let me finish speaking?" Tianshan effortlessly sidestepped her sword strike. He then leaped into the air, focusing his energy in his hands. He unleashed his Night King fist towards her. His gaze remained fixed on her throughout the exchange. To his surprise, she severed every silken thread of his technique. "You actually cut them all," he remarked, genuine astonishment coloring his tone. Having dispelled his attack, she gripped her sword with renewed confidence, channeling her chi condensation 9th level. Raising her sword high, she charged towards him. "Don't think you can subdue me so easily this time." Her attack was fierce, but Tianshan met it head-on with his perfected chi condensation. His technique not only withstood her powerful blow, but also transitioned into a grip around her arm. "What?" she gasped. She struggled, panic rising in her voice. "Let go." He then lifted her skirt, eliciting a cry of surprise. Defeated, she sank to her knees, frustration evident in her voice. "Damn it, I lost again." Tianshan extended a hand towards her. "Let's make a deal." She looked up, surprised. "A deal? Your only concern is the Zhao clan," he continued. "Give me 3 years. If I can resolve the issue with the Zhao clan, this matter will be settled. If not, after 3 years, I will marry you." "Agreed," she exclaimed. He helped her to her feet. "So it's settled then." Looking into his warm eyes, she affirmed, "It's a promise." 2 nights before the Grand Clan competition, inside Tian Dan's room, Tian Sach pushed open the door. "Danner," he called. Tian Dan, who was cultivating to enhance his strength, looked up and addressed him, "Father." He then handed him a vial, saying, "Take this. It will be of great use tomorrow." Holding the vial, Tian Dan asked in surprise, "Is this an elixir inside?" The man replied that it was a body-strengthening pill capable of temporarily boosting one's cultivation level after consumption. The man's expression then turned serious as he declared, "If it weren't for Tianshan defeating Zhao Yu and participating in the grand tournament, why would you have to fight for what was rightfully yours?" He then approached Tian Dan, giving him careful instructions. "Those 3 are all stronger than you. Tianshan is the only opponent who can pose a threat. This time, you must eliminate him." He continued, "Regarding the list of participants for this grand tournament, after you return from young clan leader in Jiading, you absolutely must not be careless." Hearing this, Tian Dan smugly held the vial. "Don't worry, father. Tomorrow, I will definitely not let him leave the arena alive." The next day, the grand tournament commenced at the Tian clan estate. Everyone was present, creating a bustling atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, Tianshan showed no fear, simply yawning, quite the crowd. "Suddenly, Han Yuan n'est arrivé." Tianshan was surprised to see her. "Miss Han, you're here." Hearing this, she instructed him, "Call me Yuan Nin from now on. Although we have an agreement, we are nominally engaged." She tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her captivating face. "For such an important event, whether as a friend or fiancé, how could I not come to cheer you on?" Tianshan was slightly embarrassed. "Thank you." In the competition area, Tianze held a piece of paper, reading aloud in a serious tone, "Everyone come draw lots. For the first 4 rounds of the grand tournament, those who draw matching numbers will be opponents." Hearing this, Tianshan stepped forward. "I'll draw." But she stopped him. "Wait a moment." This left him feeling perplexed. Suddenly, she stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek, causing Tianshan to blush with embarrassment. The crowd outside, witnessing this scene, cried out in regret. "How can that guy have such a good fiancé? Why don't I? My goddess is gone," just like that. She then explained her actions. "The clan leader and my father are watching us. We have to show some affection to reassure them. Good luck." Tianshan mumbled a response, still flustered. After speaking, he joined the line to draw lots. But he noticed Tian Dan standing nearby. Why is he here? Seeing Tianshan, Tian Dan acted arrogantly. What a coincidence. He approached Tianshan, whispering a warning. "Taking advantage of this coincidence, I'll give you one last chance. Withdraw now while you still can. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't survive today." These words did not frighten Tianshan. Who will lose their life is yet to be seen. "We should settle our score as well." Hearing this, Tian Dan angrily turned his head. "Settle the score with me. Wait until you've reached your limit before saying that." Tianshan also turned his head and retorted, "As if you've advanced. See you in the arena." With that, both of them walked toward the lottery box. Then Tianze announced, "Tian Dan will fight against Tian Wu." Hearing this, Tian Dan sneered dismissively. Tianze continued, "Tianshan will fight against Tian Hu." At the grand tournament arena, the spectators' stands were packed. The spectators below erupted in a flurry of excited chatter. Tough luck for Tian Shun. Right off the bat, he's up against Tian Hu, who's already broken through to the 8th level of Qi condensation. What do you think? Can Tian Shun win against Tian Hu? This is going to be interesting. Tian Hu, practically vibrating with anticipation, blurted out, "Brother Shun, please instruct me." Let's begin. With that, he spun around, poised to leap onto the platform. He charged forward with the ferocity of a tempest. Witnessing the aura radiating from the combatant, like a gamecock primed for battle, the audience buzzed with anticipation. Such explosive power. Is this the true strength of the 8th level of Qi condensation? I think Tian Shun is about to lose. Even with Tian Hu's fist a hair's breadth from his face, Tian Shun remained as unyielding as a mountain. Tian Hu roared, "7th level Qi condensation scum. I'll finish you with a single blow." He channeled his entire life force into his fist as he lunged. But Tian Shun, with a deft application of technique, met the attack with a swift backhand slap, sending Tian Hu flying into the wall behind him. Tian Shun couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Wasn't he supposed to be at the 8th level of Qi condensation? He's pathetically weak. Tian Hu lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. The spectators gaped in disbelief. Tian Shun took down Tian Hu with a single slap. Hasn't he only been cultivating for a few months? He's incredibly powerful. And so, the competition continued under the clear sky. The grand tournament proceeded in an orderly fashion. Tian Shun systematically dispatched opponent after opponent. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the martial arts fanatics, the referee declared Tian Shun is victorious and advances to the next round. Realizing they had underestimated him, the spectators buzzed with renewed excitement. Tian Shun effortlessly defeated 4 opponents and advanced. He's truly exceptional. It seems our Tian clan is about to have a new genius. Everyone now regarded Tian Shun with a newfound respect. Han Yuanin approached Tian Shun as he returned, triumphant. "You fought well," she said, offering him a cloth. "Wipe your sweat." Tian Shun accepted the cloth with a grin. "Thank you, Yuanin." She lowered her voice, adding, "The clan leader came by and asked me to relay a message. Tomorrow's decisive match is the Hand of Thunder trial. It will determine the ultimate victor. You absolutely cannot afford to be careless." Tian Shun wasn't just confident, he was brimming with it. "Unless I want to lose," he declared with a spark in his eyes, "I won't be defeated within the Tian clan. Tomorrow, watch me secure my place in the outer tournament." Han Yuanin rolled her eyes, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks as she silently admitted that he did look rather handsome when he was serious. The next morning, at the tournament grounds, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. This decisive match will be the Hand of Thunder trial. The last 4 remaining on the platform will be the victors. Remember, each participant has only one chance to challenge. The signal to begin will be a single gong strike. Tian Shun's mind raced, calculating his strategy. Since each person only gets one challenge, the later I go up, the less energy I'll have to expend. I'll wait until everyone else has fought. But fate had other plans. The announcer's voice rang out, "Tian Shun and Tian Xiao step onto the platform to begin the Hand of Thunder." His plan to conserve his energy was foiled. With a resolute expression, Tian Shun stepped onto the platform. "Looks like I can't take it easy after all. I'll just have to win every match." Tian Dan watched Tian Shun from below, his gaze intense. "Tian Shun," he muttered, "this time I will defeat you." Suddenly, the sound of bickering children erupted nearby. "I was here first. Let me challenge Tian Shun." "No, I was here before you." Tian Shun felt a sting of annoyance. He thought to himself, do these guys really think I'm some soft persimmon they can just squeeze whenever they want? Everyone seemed eager to challenge him. "Just hold on a second." Suddenly, a sweet, feminine voice cut through the air. "Esteemed clan brothers, might I request a chance to spar with Brother Tian Shun?" The audience collectively sighed inwardly. What a coincidence, they thought. Why has this little she-devil shown up here? Tian Yu stepped forward, head held high, hands clasped before her. Younger sister Tian Yu requests Brother Shun's guidance. Tian Shun, of course, was well aware of this younger sister's reputation. Wasn't she the clan leader's youngest daughter? After months of not seeing her, Tian Shun's eyes, quite involuntarily, landed on a pair of assets that seemed to have grown since their last encounter. Without even a proper greeting, Tian Yu drew her sword and lunged forward. "Come now, Brother Tian Shun. Getting distracted in a fight will cost you the match." In a blink, Tianyu was upon him. Tianshun hastily raised his sword to block the blow. It was then that Tianshun noticed something odd. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. This sword strike, it feels light, almost effortless. Tianyu grinned triumphantly. Brother Tianshun, you've been tricked. Before Tianshun could react, Tianyu soared into the air, spinning gracefully before shouting, "Detonate." Tianshun was caught off guard. He watched, stunned, as Tianyu's sword intent converged from all directions. Under the scorching midday sun, an explosion rocked the arena. Wiping sweat from their brows, the spectators muttered, "That little she-devil, still as terrifying as ever." The slightest provocation, and she's burning through her spiritual energy. A thick cloud of dust obscured the scene. Unseen, Tianshun had slipped behind Tianyu. Where's brother Tianshun? She wondered aloud, assuming he'd been swallowed by the earth. Did something happen to him? I calculated it very carefully. At worst, you'd only be injured. Tianshun immediately taught her a lesson, pinching her cheek. Little rascal, are you scared now? He kneaded her face like dough. If you don't announce your intentions before attacking, don't blame me for being ruthless. The little she-devil wailed as if truly bullied. Brother Tianshun, stop pinching. I was wrong. I yield. The referee stepped forward to announce the result. Tianshun versus Tianyu. Tianshun wins by successfully enduring the attack. The warriors below erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Tianshun surveyed the noisy crowd below, his voice cold. Who's next? The other warriors had learned their lesson. Anyone who could handle the little she-devil was best left unprovoked. Retreat was the better part of valor. Here, let me hand each of you a skirt, Tianshun taunted. They stammered in mock distress. Oh dear, my stomach suddenly hurts. I forfeit. Suddenly, I remember I had an appointment to challenge Tian Shao. Another exclaimed, making a hasty retreat before even finishing his sentence. You guys are too quick. Suddenly, Tianshun's voice came from behind. He spun around reflexively. It was Tian Dan. I thought you wouldn't dare to face me. Tian Dan smirked, his expression full of disdain. You're not worthy of my fear. Tianshun and Tian Dan locked eyes, animosity crackling between them. We should end this, Tianshun stated. Yes, Tian Dan agreed. It's time to finish this. A palpable aura of power emanated from the two rivals. Tian Dan raised his hand, forming a seal, his aura aggressive. I only need one move to defeat you now, he declared. A sky thrust palm, like a furious gale, surged towards Tianshun. The sheer force of it made the spectators raise their arms to shield themselves. Is the sky thrust palm truly this powerful? Someone murmured. Only those at the peak of chi condensation can use it. Tian Dan has reached the peak. Tianshun is finished. Another exclaimed. Tianshun watched the approaching palm attack, clicking his tongue dismissively. You think this is enough to duel me? He drew his sword intent. Let me bring you back to your senses. And just like that, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Tianshun shattered the sky thrust palm. Tian Dan stood, rooted to the spot, muttering, How? How is this possible? Tianshun stepped forward, his figure radiating an almost golden aura of power. Did you think you were the only one who could improve? The spectators below now regarded Tianshun with awe. He had become a figure worthy of reverence. Tian Dan felt his pride threatened. I've reached the great completion of chi condensation today. I refuse to believe I can still lose to you. He decided to unleash his ultimate technique, the Night King Fist. Tianshun stood firm as a pine, reveling in the intoxicating feeling of his own advancement. He didn't disappoint the crowd. As it happens, Tianshun announced, I've also reached the great completion of chi condensation. The renowned expert Tian Dan has met his match in Tianshun. His Night King Fist is even more refined than yours. Someone shouted from the stands. A powerful fist pierced through Tian Dan's chest, leaving him completely defenseless. He collapsed to the ground in agony. Only then did he seem to emerge from his delusion. Tianshun, he admitted, I underestimated you. But he was determined to persevere, refusing to give up. He struggled to his feet. But this has to end. He bit his finger, drawing blood. What was he planning? He was determined to force a breakthrough. Tian Dan swallowed a body-strengthening pill, pushing himself to the first level of the nascent soul realm. The spectators were so shocked, they nearly stormed the arena. That aura, it's clearly nascent soul. Tian Shun is in danger. Is this even allowed? A monstrous aura erupted from behind Tian Dan. He roared, "This time, I will cripple you." It seemed this battle was now a fight to the death. Tian Shun, however, refused to surrender. "You're not enough," he stated coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tian Shun executed a series of fluid sword movements, trapping his opponent in the extreme shadow labyrinth steps. Like a seasoned hunter, Tian Shun declared with domineering confidence, "I've killed nascent soul cultivators before." With a single palm strike, he sent Tian Dan flying, crashing into the roof. Tian Shun had kept his fans on the edge of their seats throughout the fight. He had won, and he had utterly defeated Tian Dan without much effort. But in the world of cultivation, underhanded tactics were not uncommon. Tian Zhe, disregarding the rules, charged towards Tian Shun. Seeking revenge for his beloved son, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, aiming to take Tian Shun's life. Tian Shun understood his own strength. He truly couldn't oppose a demon emperor several realms above him. This time, he was certain he'd find his burial place. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared. The clan leader materialized like a god. Tian Zhe, what do you think you're doing? Tian Zhe helped his son up, feigning righteousness. He nearly killed Tian Dan. How could I not intervene when he treats his own clan members this way? The clan leader pointed directly at Tian Zhe's face and scolded. If Tian Shun weren't so strong, he would be the one dead from the effects of the strength enhancement pill. The clan leader didn't pursue the matter further, stating coldly, "Let this matter drop. The clan will devote all its resources to Tian Dan's recovery." Tian Zhe, left with no other recourse, swallowed his anger and turned back. He nursed a dream of revenge. Tian Shun, I won't let you off. The next day, at the Azure Pond clothing shop in Flying Swallow City, the maidservant Xiao Lan stood before a mirror, appraising herself. Xiao Lan, whose style leaned towards the daring, expressed her dissatisfaction. "This top is still a bit too tame. Future designs need to be more audacious." She muttered to herself, "Show as much skin as possible." Xiao Lan murmured, "Let's try another one." This time, it was a truly daring outfit. Xiao Lan, pleased, slipped it on. Hopefully no one barges in. Suddenly, Wan Ning and Tian Shun burst through the door, calling for Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan hadn't finished changing. The atmosphere immediately became incredibly awkward. The most mortified, of course, was Xiao Lan, who let out a mortified shriek. Wan Ning immediately covered Tian Shun's mischievous eyes. "Silly, remember to lock the door when trying on clothes next time." Xiao Lan, having changed back into her regular clothes, replied softly, "Miss." "I'll remember." Mississippi Xiao Lan stepped forward to greet Tian Shun. "Miss, is this the young master you mentioned?" Wan Ning nodded in agreement. Tian Shun was the legendary heartthrob, the subject of countless whispered fantasies. "Young master, you're truly handsome, worthy of being Mrs. Fiancé." Xiao Lan stepped closer, her face flushed, and greeted him. "Young master, I am Xiao Lan. From now on, I'll be Mrs. Personal Maidservant." Then, she added a shocking piece of information, "and also your concubine servant." Taken aback by this unexpected offer, Tian Shun stumbled back several steps. Wan Ning had to step in to smooth things over. All right, let's get down to business." Due to the significant height difference, Xiao Lan had to stand on a stool. As she meticulously took measurements, Tian Shun asked Wan Ning curiously, "Why did you suddenly decide to open a clothing shop?" Wan Ning hesitated, unsure how to explain. "Well," quick-witted Xiao Lan interjected, "isn't it obvious? Because we're short on money." Tian Shun initially thought she was joking. "You're the eldest miss of the Han family. How could you be short on money?" At this, a shadow seemed to pass over Wan Ning's face. "My monthly cultivation expenses are rather high, and I also need to help those who were denied compensation by the clan because of me all those years ago." Tian Shun looked at Wan Ning's troubled expression, realizing that the events of the past had clearly left a deep wound. Tian Shun remained at the clothing shop until noon before finally being released. Stretching his shoulders, he mused to himself, "I never imagined modeling could be so tiring." The next day, a sudden commotion broke out on the street. A young woman cried out desperately, "Doctor, please." An elderly man across from her replied, "There's nothing more I can do, young lady. Go home." The young woman, refusing to give up, pleaded, "Doctor, I beg you, please save my mother." The old doctor shook his head. "It seems this illness is beyond even my abilities. Young lady, your mother's condition is grave. There's no cure left." Her elderly mother, racked with pain, embraced her daughter, coughing as she urged Xiao Zhu, "Let's go home, child." Xiao Zhu, still trying to persuade her mother to seek treatment, watched in horror as her mother suddenly shuddered, cried out, and then collapsed unconscious. "Mother!" Xiao Zhu screamed in terror. The doctor quickly stepped forward, checking the mother's pulse. "Young lady, you must prepare yourself. I fear your mother doesn't have much time left." Xiao Zhu stared in disbelief, the reality of the doctor's words hitting her with devastating force. "It happened so fast," she whispered, cradling her mother and weeping uncontrollably. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Tian Shen stepped forward with a gentle smile. "I can save your mother," he offered. The old doctor turned, his eyebrows raised in question. "Are you a physician as well?" Tian Shen waved his hand modestly. No, I only know a little medicine." As he spoke, Tian Shen began to channel his spiritual energy, gently guiding it into the ailing woman's body. As if reborn, the woman slowly stirred, her eyes fluttering open. The old doctor, who had practiced medicine for many years, had never witnessed such a thing. You can bring someone back from the brink of death with such ease and claim to only know a little medicine, he exclaimed. Tian Shen remained humble, scratching his head. "It's just a small trick, nothing worth mentioning." The doctor muttered under his breath. Where did this young man come from? Reunited, mother and daughter clung to each other, as if they had been separated for a lifetime. Suddenly, the mother collapsed again, her symptoms mirroring a final surge of life before death. Xiao Zhu gasped, terrified. Tian Shen reassured her, "Don't worry. She's only fainted. With the right ingredients, I can cure her completely." The old doctor, both kind and eager to learn, offered, "I'm happy to provide whatever ingredients the young master requires. May I observe your methods?" The four gathered inside the clinic, where the doctor confirmed he had assembled all the necessary components. Only then did Tian Shen call upon his master. "Master, I need your help. I apologize for troubling you." Wu Yixing Jun responded impassively, "Don't worry." The two began their work, their movements in perfect synchronization, as spiritual needles were swiftly inserted into Madame Liang. The doctor watched with his jaw agape. This acupuncture technique, hitting precise pressure points, was a secret skill known only to grandmaster physicians. The old doctor suddenly felt incredibly small. This young man, so young, yet already a grandmaster. Who have I encountered? He wondered. Oblivious to the doctor's astonishment, Tian Shen focused all his energy, pouring every ounce of his being into the treatment. In the final moment, with a powerful surge of energy, Tian Shen let out a resounding shout. Madame Liang coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of black, toxic blood. Tian Shen slowly withdrew the needles. "It's done," he declared. He handed Xiao Zhu the prescription. "Prepare this medicine. In 2 days, your mother will be fully recovered." Xiao Zhu, weeping, knelt down. "Young master," she cried, "your kindness is immense. Xiao Zhu doesn't know how to repay you." Tian Shen helped her up, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Stand up," he said. "Rather than thanking me, I think you should thank someone else." Xiao Zhu, bewildered, couldn't understand what he meant. The following afternoon, at the Azure Pawn clothing shop, Tian Shen arrived to meet Wan Ning. Surprise flickered across her face. "Why are you so late?" she asked. Xiao Zhu peeked out from behind Tian Shen. "Because," he continued, "a certain young lady insisted I bring her along." Wan Ning's face lit up at the sight of the girl. "Xiao Zhu," she exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. "Tian Shen told me," Xiao Zhu began, her voice filled with gratitude as she clasped Wan Ning's hands, "that if it weren't for your quiet support, my mother wouldn't have made it this far." She bowed her head. "Sister," she said sincerely, "thank you for silently caring for me and my mother all this time." A radiant smile bloomed on her face. "If you feel any guilt over my father's death," she continued, "then please live well. That's the best way to honor his memory." Wan Ning was taken aback by Xiao Zhu's words. The two sisters, bound by affection, parted ways there. Tian Shen smiled to himself. Such a thoughtful girl, he mused. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air. Reacting instantly, Tian Shen shoved Wan Ning aside. Dozens of darts followed in its wake. Wan Ning, look out! Tian Shun shouted, barely managing the warning. The projectiles thudded into the storefront of the Azure Pond clothing shop. Tian Shun's instinctive push had saved Wan Ning. The darts now embedded themselves where she had been standing moments before. From the rooftops, a figure clad in black rained down another volley of darts, intent on eliminating both Tian Shun and Wan Ning. Tian Shun wished time would stand still. With remarkable quick thinking, Wan Ning tackled him to the ground, a mooncake, salted egg yolk filling, squishing against his face. So soft, he thought absurdly, no regrets. The mooncake indeed was soft. Wan Ning, regaining her composure, sprang to her feet. Tian Shun, slightly disappointed that the unexpected embrace was over, drew a grateful breath. It was good to be alive. The attacker, abandoning his ranged assault, drew his sword and charged. With a flourish, Wan Ning's own blade deflected the incoming darts. The Han girl is no simpleton, the assailant thought, impressed. She actually parried my attack. A sinister thought took root in his mind. What ways for her to marry that Tian boy, he mused. Perhaps I should kill him and take her for myself. Wan Ning assessed her opponent. He was powerful, far stronger than either she or Tian Shun. And Xiaolan was still inside the shop. Retreat wasn't an option for Tian Shun. If we can't run, he declared, surging forward, then we fight with everything we've got. Wan Ning's blood ran hot. Together, they would face this threat head-on. The attackers scoffed, viewing them as insignificant. Qi condensation dares to challenge a demon emperor. He sneered. He unleashed a devastating sword attack from afar, sending the pair sprawling. Wan Ning crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Van Ning, Tian Shun cried, scrambling to her side. The attacker pressed his advantage, moving in for the kill. The speed of the assault was blinding, leaving Tian Shun frozen in place. The man in black envisioned a glorious promotion, picturing himself rising to the esteemed rank of 8th Elder after successfully eliminating Tian Shun. However, the scene unfolding before him shattered his fantasy. Tian Shun unleashed a divine palm strike, its power resonating with the formidable might of a demon emperor. Half an hour later, within the meeting hall of the Tian clan, the clan leader had been pacing anxiously since dawn. Suddenly, news arrived from outside. Clan leader Tian Shun had returned. The old man, having long awaited this moment, hurried out to greet him, exclaiming, "I'm coming right away." A coffin lay in the center of the Tian clan hall, and mourners offered condolences to the grieving family. Tian Zheng entered and asked Tian Shun, "Are you and Wan Ning injured?" Upon seeing the elder, Tian Shun addressed him as clan leader. Then, turning to Elder Zhe, he replied, "Thankfully, Elder Zhe arrived in time. Wan Ning and I only suffered minor injuries." Tian Shun hesitated, wanting to ask the clan leader about the coffin. Tian Zheng glanced at it and said, "It was my oversight." With a somber expression, Tian Zheng alluded to Tian Zhao's assassination earlier that morning. Tian Shun's face grew grave upon hearing the news. Tian Zheng analyzed the situation, saying, "This attack on you was premeditated. Their targets are all clan disciples with the strength to participate in the grand tournament." Elder Zhe, enraged, exclaimed, "It's 8 parts out of 10 the Zhao clan. Clan leader, let's go to war with them." Tian Zheng disagreed. "The grand tournament is in 2 days," he replied. "We can't afford any major actions. We must win the tournament first, then settle the score with them." Elder Zhe held a different opinion. "But no one in the clan can replace Tian Shao. If we choose a weaker disciple, I fear we'll have little chance of defeating the Zhao clan." Just then, Wan Ning stepped forward and volunteered. "If there's no one else," she declared, "I will represent the Tian clan in the grand tournament." The 2 men were taken aback by her declaration. Time passed swiftly. Tian Shun and Han Wan Ning dedicated every moment of the next 2 days to cultivating their strength. Naturally, with cultivation came sparring. Their moments of rest slipped away unnoticed. On the day of the grand tournament, at the relay station outside Flying Swallow City, Zhao Tianba greeted Tian Zheng. "You're early, Brother Zheng." Tian Zheng politely replied, "You as well." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Tianba began to provoke him. "I heard you unfortunately lost a talented disciple. Such a pity. I was looking forward to a true contest with them." Tian Zheng responded with sarcasm. "Rest assured, whether you're serious or not, we can easily defeat your lot." The members of the Zhao clan flushed with anger. Zhao Tianba gritted his teeth. Do you dare repeat that? Tianzheng continued to goad him. What will you do if I do? Just as the tension reached its peak, another elder intervened, interrupting them with a boisterous greeting. It's been too long, my friends. He rushed forward, engulfing both men in a tight embrace. I miss you terribly. The two, squeezed breathless, cried out, let go. We can't breathe. Ning Meng, oblivious to their protests, turned his attention elsewhere, asking, are these the talented youths of your clans? Truly, they all seem exceptional. Zhao Tianba, still struggling in Ning Meng's grip, ground out, put me down. Ning Meng finally released them, satisfied, and said, all right, let's talk business. He smiled amiably, his expression radiating fairness as he declared, near Trading City, in the Yin Thuong mountain range, there's a third-level spirit beast, the Flame Wind Tiger. Within 3 days, whoever can kill it and bring it back will qualify to cooperate with our Ning family on the secret realm. In the Yin Thuong mountain range, on a bright sunny day, deep within the mountains, something was fleeing. It was the legendary spirit beast, roaring furiously. Meanwhile, Tian Shun slumped to the ground. Feeling the earth tremble, he thought, that thing's not just fast, it can maintain that speed for so long. Wu Ye, aware of his thoughts, materialized beside him, murmuring, don't underestimate the Flame Wind Tiger. Although it's a low-level spirit beast, it's a top-tier existence within its rank. Tian Shun, hearing this, looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Master, he asked, is there any way you can help me? Wu Ye, upon hearing this, rarely considered anything seriously. There's a way, of course. It's just. A second later, he returned to his usual demeanor. Which one should I give you? Tian Shun, delighted, exclaimed, I get to choose. Then, as if a sudden thought struck him, the old man said, I've got it, little Tian Shun. I'll transmit a tracking spirit technique to you. Use it to lock onto the Flame Wind Tiger's residual chi, and you'll be able to track it. Tian Shan gave a thumbs up, grinning. Thanks, master. And so, time slowly drifted by until noon arrived. The three-person group, led by Wan Ning, descended. Wan Ning called out seriously, Tian Shan. The two people beside her were both members of the Tian clan. She asked, did you lose it again? Tian Shun, having just learned a new trick, smiled confidently. I did, but I have a way now. We'll definitely complete the mission before the Zhao clan. 2 hours later, within the Flame Wind Tiger's cave, the two girls were sweltering. Wan Ning sighed, it's so hot in here. The cave was filled with orange mineral deposits. Tian Nu, sweating profusely, said Flame Wind Tigers like heat, so their caves are always hot. It seems Tian Shun really found the right place. Tian Shun, as if patrolling his own territory, said softly, too bad it's not in the cave. He curiously picked up a piece of the mineral deposit. What is this? He asked, unsure. The others were curious as well. It looks like spirit essence, someone guessed. The spiritual chi fluctuations are very strong. It's probably something used for cultivation. Tian Shun pocketed the mineral. Let's keep it, he said eagerly. We'll get appraised outside. Who knows? We might have struck it rich this time. The other three responded with excited agreement. Lost in pleasant dreams of a wealthy life, they frantically dug up the mineral deposits. Not long after, the cave's owner returned. Everyone instantly snapped back to alertness. Tian Shun gripped his sword tightly, shouting, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Looking at the tiger hurtling towards them through a flow of molten rock, he sighed inwardly. We're done for, he muttered. That speed. The tiger swiped with its claws, striking Tian Nu. The others cried out in alarm. Tian Nu. Despite the danger, everyone charged towards the tiger. Tian Shun raced ahead, aiming to strike it with a decisive blow. But his attack failed to inflict any real damage. The beast was simply too powerful, its hide too thick. The two women, Wan Ning and Tian Nu, simultaneously attacked from either flank. The Flame Wind Tiger, noticing their approach, unleashed a deafening roar, a wave of sonic force rippling outwards. Tian Shun, standing at the forefront, erected a barrier to deflect the shockwave. He was fortunate, escaping with only a torn sleeve. It seemed the attack's primary effect was to shred clothing. Tian Nu suffered the worst of it, her upper body left nearly bare. Unfazed, Tian Shun calmly changed into a fresh set of clothes. Once dressed, he turned and asked, are you all right? He saw the two women, their clothes tattered and torn. The sight, while undoubtedly captivating, amused him greatly. It also caused the women considerable embarrassment. They shoved Tian Shun, turning his back to them, as if to say, turn around. The tiger, unburdened by such modesty, roared and charged. The colossal cat lunged towards them. Tian Shun, startled, gritted his teeth. Heavens, I forgot about it. Scooping up a woman in each arm, he executed the extreme shadow, bewildering steps, narrowly escaping the tiger's raking claws. The flame-wind tiger then unleashed a torrent of fire, streams of flames swirling around them. As the fiery vortex descended, flames licking at them from all sides, they thought their end had come. Just then, something flew towards them. Recognizing the familiar egg, Tian Shun cried out in excitement, Dan Dan. The small, adorable, yet powerful egg entered the fray. In the blink of an eye, the little egg transformed into the black dragon, Dan Dan. The imposing flame-wind tiger immediately faltered. The little dragon, with evident relish, unleashed its own fiery breath, a torrent of dragon's fury. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the flame-wind tiger collapsed. Its task complete, the black dragon descended leisurely. As if starved for 300 years, it began to devour the tiger with gusto. Tian Shun, supporting the two women, approached cautiously. Wan Ning called out tentatively, Tian Shun. Releasing the women, he gently stroked the dragon's scales and explained softly, it's all right. It's my spirit beast. Both women stared in astonishment. Such a powerful spirit beast belongs to you. As the dragon transformed back into its egg form, Tian Shun replied simply yes. Tian knew, a touch of envy in her voice, said, I wish I had such a powerful spirit beast. Unable to keep up the pretense any longer, Tian Shun blurted out, Sister Tian Nu looked at him quizzically. His words jogged her memory, and she said, embarrassed, let's change our clothes first. That evening, in the Yin Thuong mountain range, the two women bathed together in a river, their chatter echoing through the twilight. The two men were grilling fish. Tian Nu, leaning comfortably against the tiger's carcass, said, Tian Shun, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't just have lost the grand tournament. We might have lost our lives. Thank you. Tian Shun, taking a bite of his fish skewer, replied, don't mention it. We're a team. We came together, we leave together. Not far from them, a group of figures watched from the shadows. They watched Tian Shun's group with cruel smiles. It should have been a beautiful, peaceful night. A suspicious group of people were following Tian Shun and the others. One of them clutched a vial, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. This man, Zhao Yulong, thought viciously soon, I'll turn all of you Tian clan members into dead dogs. Zhao Qitai heard a rustling sound and, looking back, realized that he and his companions had been discovered by Wan Ning and another. She shouted, who are you? The faces of the Zhao clan members changed. Not good. Zhao Yulong pointed at the two and ordered attack. Knowing she was outmatched, Wan Ning cried out for help, Tian Shun. Her cry echoed through the night, startling birds from their roosts. Tian Shun and the others heard her and exchanged worried glances. That's Wan Ning's voice. Meanwhile, the fight had already begun. Wan Ning lunged, her blade piercing the thigh of one of their attackers. Zhao Yulong seized the opportunity to attack her. She thought she was done for. But just in time, Tian Shun swept her into his arms, dodging the blow. The heroic rescue sent her heart racing. Frustrated, Zhao Yulong gritted his teeth. Damn it, so close. Tian Shun gave his orders. Tian Nu, you're injured. Take by Xin and go. Tian Nu immediately responded, yes, sir. Zhao Yulong roared arrogantly. None of you will escape today. If it weren't for wanting you to deal with the flame-wind tiger first, I would have killed you all already. Zhao Qitai leaped forward, ready to strike. Tian Shun, he bellowed, this time I will kill you. But before he could make a move, Tian Shun sent him flying with a single punch. You talk too much. Nearby, Wan Ning was locked in a sword fight with Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong had the upper hand, and Wan Ning was knocked back. Tian Shun caught her just in time. He asked with concern, Sister Wan Ning, are you all right? Slightly disheartened, she replied, I'm fine. Wan Ning glared at her opponent. But this man is unusual. He's at the Qi condensation realm, but he's unleashing the power of the nascent soul realm. Looking strained, Wan Ning furrowed her brow, speculating it must be the Zhao clan's high-level spiritual technique treasure, the nascent Soul 9 transformations. Hearing this, the man laughed loudly. You have a keen eye. Cooperate with me and kill them. Offer yourself to me willingly, and I'll spare your life. Wan Ning pointed her sword directly at him, her voice unwavering. You're dreaming. If you want to fight, then fight. We'll see who kills who. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong unleashed his ultimate move, shouting, "Then all of you will die." Wan Ning raised her sword towards the heavens, calming her mind and focusing her spirit. She pointed the tip of her blade towards the double-headed dragon extreme intense sword before her. Zhao Yulong, witnessing this, was stunned. How is this possible? However, the move also caused Wan Ning to cough up blood. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she yelled, "Tian Shun, follow my command. Attack!" Tian Shun closed in on Zhao Yulong, delivering a powerful blow. The next day, as they reached the city walls, a voice cried out in astonishment, "You're incredible. You actually managed to hunt a third-level spirit beast." Others in the courtyard echoed the sentiment. As expected of the Zhao clan, the great family of Flying Swallow City, Zhao Tianba, basking in the praise, thought smugly, "It seems Zhao Yulong has dealt with Tianzhong. I can't wait to see the look on your face." He swaggered forward, interrupting the crowd. "Don't be so surprised. It's just a third-level spirit beast. Don't mention one. If our Zhao clan wanted to, we could hunt 10. Tian Shun, hearing this, couldn't resist a jab. "If your Zhao clan is so capable, why don't you go hunt one and show us?" Zhao Tianba's face changed as he saw Tian Shun and his companions. He stammered, Why is it you?" That night, in the Tian clan's banquet hall, everyone gathered around a circular table. Tian Zheng raised his cup with a cheerful air. "Tian Shun, you and Wan Ning deserve great credit for the success of this grand trial. I offer you this toast." Tian Shun politely returned the gesture. "Clan leader, you give us too much credit." The two clinked glasses. As Tian Shun drank, he heard Tian Zheng say, "Young man." Tian Zheng's eyebrows crinkled with a smile. In the blink of an eye, a nostalgic look came over him. The little boy who once played games dressed as a girl. The memory comes flooding back. You ran so fast, absolutely refusing, while the other children chased after you, shouting, "Don't run. We haven't finished painting you yet." Tian Zheng sighed. "Now you've grown into a man who can stand tall against the heavens." Tian Shun, embarrassed, mumbled, "Clan leader, please don't mention that anymore." Beside him, Wan Ning chuckled. "I never knew Brother Tian Shun had such a phase." Tian Zheng, regaining his composure, said with a smile, "I've spoken too much. I've nominated you as the future young clan leader of the Tian clan. The future of our clan rests on your shoulders." He declared, "Everyone, find an auspicious date. I will use the Ning clan Xiao, Danyao medicinal pills to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the profound Jade Realm. The affairs of the Tian clan are entrusted to you. The day I break through will be the day the Tian clan dominates Flying Swallow City." The others responded enthusiastically, "Yes." Tian Shu, sitting beside them, sipped his wine, a disgruntled look on his face. If Tian Zheng breaks through to the profound Jade Realm and Tian Shun becomes the young clan leader, avenging my beloved daughter will become even more difficult. He thought of a certain letter and mused darkly. "It seems I'll have to gamble with the Zhao clan." Suddenly, a cry jolted him back to reality. "Wan Ning." He glanced over and saw her state. Alarm flooded his voice. "Wan Ning, wake up." Later, as the moon hung high in the sky, the physician spoke humbly, "My knowledge is limited. I cannot diagnose what ails Miss Han." Tian Zheng turned to Tian Shun, offering comfort. "Don't worry. I've arranged for clan members to search for renowned physicians within 100 miles to treat her. We will definitely—" But his words trailed off, replaced by his own anxious cry, "Wan Ning." Tian Shun, increasingly panicked, asked, "What's happening to her?" Wu appeared, his voice grave. "Young Shun, she's suffering from sword intent backlash." Tian Shun asked, stunned, "Sword intent backlash?" He recalled the earlier battle. He surmised, questioning heart extreme intense sword. Could it be from that day? Wu, knowing his thoughts, immediately replied, "The questioning heart sword intent. If the questioning heart is forced to use its sword intent techniques, it will inevitably result in backlash." Tian Shun asked anxiously, "Master, can you save Wan Ning?" Wu replied honestly, "I can only help you suppress it." After saying that, he merged with Tian Shun, who murmured, "Then I'll trouble you, Master." Spiritual energy surged around Tian Shun. He focused the energy at his fingertips, then placed that finger on Wan Ning's forehead. A torrent of spiritual energy flowed into her, and her pained moans gradually subsided as she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Tian Zheng and the physician said in disbelief, "Is she cured already?" Tian Zheng asked Tian Shun, "What happened to Wan Ning?" Tian Shun answered truthfully, "Clan leader, Wan Ning is suffering from sword intent backlash." Tian Zheng exclaimed excitedly, "You can cure sword intent backlash?" Tian Shin denied it. "No," he replied seriously, his voice laced with disappointment. "I was only guided by a respected expert and learned a little suppression technique." At this point, the physician spoke, "Clan leader, young clan leader, if it's sword intent backlash, I know someone who can save Miss Han." Both of them asked simultaneously, "Who?" The old physician seriously uttered a name, Zen Sword Immortal. Tian Zheng and Tian Shun listened intently. The next morning, in Tian Shun's room, Wu Yu was refining medicine for Wan Ning. Holding the medicine bottle, he declared decisively, "Little Shun, I don't know about others, but that person can definitely cure this girl." Thinking of someone's silhouette, Wu Yu murmured, "Zen Sword Immortal is naturally born with a Zen heart. His Zen heart sword intent has miraculous effects in treating backlash from heart demons." Finishing his words, Wu Yu handed over the medicine bottle. "Add this medicine to the water for Wan Ning to soak in. It can slow down the sword intent backlash and allow her to wake up. The rest is up to you." Tian Shun transformed into his small, adorable form and flattered Wu Yu skillfully, "Master, your strength is formidable, your knowledge profound. Your disciple doesn't know how to repay you. In the future, I can only find a wife for you to repay your kindness." Hearing this, Wu Yu's face beamed with joy. Stroking his chin, he muttered, reminiscing, "In my youth, this seemed to be my boyhood dream." Then he suddenly remembered someone's fierce shout calling his name. Oddly, Wu Yu feigned seriousness and dismissed him. "Little Shun, there's no need for formalities between master and disciple. Go and see to Wan Ning." Tian Shun immediately replied, "All right." Following Wu Yu's instructions, he prepared a purified bath. Amidst the ethereal mist, he carried Wan Ning into the water. After Wan Ning was settled in the bath, he poured the medicine into the water. Tian Shin couldn't help but recall the physician's words. "Zen Sword Immortal has recently been meditating at the Flying Swallow Temple. If we can invite him to help, he can certainly cure Miss Han." Looking at the woman before him, he resolved, "I will definitely cure you." Warm sunlight filtered through a forest. A luxurious carriage traveled leisurely along the path. It was the carriage carrying Tian Shun, who said gently, "Wan Ning, we've arrived." The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain where the Flying Swallow Temple was located. He helped Wan Ning out and, looking around, noticed the unexpected bustle. The young servant, forcing a polite smile, stepped out of the carriage and announced, "Honored guests, our master wishes not to disturb the serenity of the temple." Yu Jing interrupted the servant, speaking amiably, Now, young sir, we all understand the Zen Sword Immortal's rule of only meeting those with whom he shares a karmic connection. None of us here are anything less than accomplished individuals who have come seeking an audience based on his reputation." Fan Jian added vaguely, "I, unworthy as I am, only managed to pass the imperial examinations at the licentiate level this year." Another man patted his chest, feigning modesty. "I, insignificant as I am, have only graced the beds of nearly 10 pleasure houses, leaving countless courtesans kneeling at my feet." Yu Jing, leading the group, said politely, "If you please, young sir, present the challenge directly." The servant sighed and produced a scroll. "Very well. Whoever can complete this couplet will have the opportunity to meet my master." The men chuckled, brimming with confidence. A mere couplet. How could it possibly stump those of our considerable talent? The servant unfurled the scroll and, with an amiable smile, read aloud the first line. "I laugh at the past, laugh at the present, laugh at east, laugh at west, laugh at south, laugh at north, laugh at all that comes and goes, laugh at myself, for I am ultimately ignorant and unaware." Upon hearing the first line, the men began to chuckle. Such a simple. Their laughter abruptly ceased, their faces paling as they exclaimed in unison, "It's too difficult." Without hesitation, the group turned to leave, lamenting, "It seems a meeting with the Zen Sword Immortal is not easily obtained. Let's go. If even we cannot complete this couplet, no one within 100 miles will be able to." Only Tian Shun, moving against the flow of the departing crowd, spoke. Young sir, I wish to attempt the couplet. The servant, about to roll up the scroll, paused. Tian Shun, supporting Wan Ning, looked at the servant with a confident smile. The appearance of this unexpected, plainly dressed figure caused a stir amongst the dispersing crowd. His extraordinary aura and dignified appearance led them to murmur. Could this be some distinguished scholar from afar? Three of them stepped forward to introduce themselves. The man with blue hair was Yu Jing, the one with a bun hairstyle was Zhu Zhao, and the one with a ponytail was Fan Jian. Yu Jing inquired respectfully, "We are scholars from Flying Swallow City. May we ask where you hail from, young master?" Supporting the weary Wan Ning, Tian Shun waved his hand modestly. "You flatter me. I am but a humble cultivator, Tian Shun." Seeing his apparent lack of scholarly credentials, they turned away, shaking their heads. "It seems we were mistaken. He's likely just here to try his luck, possessing no real learning." Yu Jing, fanning himself, said to the other two, "I think we should be on our way." Suddenly, Tian Shun recited the second line, "I illuminate matters, illuminate things, illuminate heaven, illuminate earth, illuminate the sun, illuminate the moon." Yu Jing's attention snapped back to him. Each word seemed to radiate light as he continued, "I illuminate above, illuminate below, illuminate myself, for within man there is both high and low." Upon hearing the completed couplet, Yu Jing couldn't help but applaud. After pondering Tian Shun's words, he exclaimed in admiration, "This couplet is truly profound." Tian Shun's successful completion of the challenging couplet bolstered his confidence, and those around him were captivated by his words. Yu Jing, reconsidering his earlier dismissal, swayed on his feet, a pang of realization striking him like a knife. Tears streamed down his face as he understood. The fool is me. Approaching the servant, Tian Shun was told, "This couplet has gone unanswered for many years. Young master, your literary talent is exceptional. Allow me to inform my master of your arrival." Tian Shun replied, "You are too kind." The young attendant used magic, a strange light emanating from her cupped hands. She sent a message through the smoke to the Zen sword Immortal. Tian Shun thought to himself, surprised that the couplet he'd encountered on a trip in his past life had appeared in this world. Coupled with the 8 tones from earlier, he wondered if these were coincidences or if another transmigrator had been here before. Seeing him lost in thought, Wan Ning waved to get his attention. He snapped back to reality with a murmur, and she said, "Don't be distracted. Let's go over there." The attendant stood there and handed him a jade pendant. "Young master," she said, "take this jade pendant and go up the mountain with this young lady. You will meet my master." She then pointed towards the mountain peak. This was the Flying Swallow Temple. Tian Shun hurried inside to find someone. He had barely arrived and hadn't even sat down when the attendant appeared at the door. Tian Shun asked if the Zen sword Immortal had arrived. The young girl bowed her head respectfully. "Please wait a moment. My master is playing chess with the abbot. He will be here shortly." After a while, the incense stick in the room burned out. Wan Ning calmly sipped her tea, waiting for the sword Immortal. Tian Shun paced the room, admiring a painting of a golden dragon. "This painting is so full of life," he murmured in appreciation. Looking at the vivid depiction of the golden dragon, he couldn't help but voice his praise. Then, something strange happened. The space before his eyes blurred. He found himself transported to another dimension, looking around in bewilderment, wondering where he was. Turning his head, he saw the golden dragon from the painting. It flew to Tian Shun's side and circled him, startling him. Feeling the warmth emanating from the golden dragon, he marveled at the sensation, unsure what was happening or what he had done. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Great majestic heavenly dragon, world-honored one, earth-shattering, bestowing like Buddhas, bestowing like Mara, emptiness." At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy flooded in, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist. Seeing his unusual state, Wan Ning approached, calling out, "Brother Tian Shun." The air around them seemed to lighten. Tian Shun stumbled towards Wan Ning. The atmosphere shifted again, and his mind spun. Wan Ning repeatedly patted his face, calling out, "Brother Tian Shun, what's wrong?" Someone entered the room and, seeing the scene, said to Wan Ning, "Young lady, don't panic." Catching the unconscious Tian Shun, Wan Ning looked at the newcomer in confusion. The old man explained to her he simply fainted from expending too much mental energy during his enlightenment. Later that day, still on the mountain peak, Tian Shun awoke on a strange bed. Sitting up, he saw an old man pouring tea. The old man spoke first. To gain enlightenment from one of my paintings, young man, you possess remarkable talent. Tian Shun asked curiously, who are you? The old man replied calmly, me. So it seems. He continued, I am the one you seek. Tian Shun's eyes widened in realization. He quickly climbed out of bed and exclaimed, Zen Sword Immortal. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. I am Tian Shun, and I have a request. The Sword Immortal gestured with his hand. Sit and speak, he commanded. Tian Shun sat and immediately got to the point, imploring the Sword Immortal to heal his friend. The old man calmly questioned him. Do you understand how precious this opportunity is? Tian Shun lowered his head. I do, he replied. The Sword Immortal continued. I have cultivated in secluded meditation for countless years. For those with whom I share a karmic connection, I will perform one deed. Some have defied the heavens and altered their destinies for my aid, he explained. Others have reversed their crippled fates. Are you willing to waste such a precious opportunity on another? Wanting, arriving just then, overheard the old man's next words. Even if this person is your friend. Tian Shun didn't hesitate. Yes, he affirmed, meeting the Sword Immortal's gaze. She is not just my friend, but a comrade I hold in high regard. Standing outside, Wanning's eyes welled with tears as she heard his words. A comrade, she thought. Is our bond truly that deep? The Sword Immortal pointed at Tian Shun. I acknowledge your sentiment, he said, but what if saving her requires a drop of your lifeblood? Before Tian Shun could answer, Wanning burst into the room. Tian Shun, don't agree, she cried. Lifeblood is the essence of a cultivator, she exclaimed, rushing to his side. A significant loss can cause a decline in cultivation, and even a small amount can lead to days of weakness. Tian Shun, taken aback by her sudden intervention, was almost speechless. She pulled him up. I don't need the treatment, she insisted. Let's go. Her urgency was palpable, but Tian Shun showed no sign of leaving. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his voice gentle but firm. Lost cultivation can be regained, he reassured her. A weakened body can recover. But if you're gone, then you're truly gone. You must be healed. Realizing the depth of their connection, Wanning stammered, but we were just... Seeing her confusion, Tian Shun continued. That day, if it weren't for you, we don't know what would have become of us. Why so many questions? He asked softly. We are comrades. Tears streamed down Wanning's face as she heard his heartfelt words. What's past is past, she said, her voice thick with emotion. What matters is moving forward without regret. I hope you no longer carry this burden of guilt. Seeing their continued hesitation, the Sword Immortal stepped forward. I will give you the time of 1 incense stick to prepare, he declared. After that, I will begin the treatment. Stepping outside, the old man reflected on the 2 young cultivators. Youth is a beautiful thing, he murmured. Time slowly ticked by, and the incense stick burned down. Tian Shun, through focused meditation, condensed a single drop of his lifeblood. The Sword Immortal took the glistening drop. Come, he said, guiding it towards Wanning. The drop merged with her, sinking into her subconscious. The rest is up to her, the old man said as Wanning slipped into a deep trance. She found herself in a familiar place. Isn't this my childhood home? She wondered aloud. She saw a younger version of herself running back towards the house after playing outside. Oh no, young Wanning said, panting. If father catches me sneaking out again. Her father suddenly appeared before her, his expression stern. He continued to question her, asking what would happen. Young Wanning, seeing her father's anger, was too frightened to speak. Watching this memory unfold, Wanning smiled. Such precious memories, she whispered. Her father's voice boomed, scolding her younger self. Sneaking out is bad enough, but how could you leave your guard behind? Suddenly, the little girl from her childhood seemed to see her. Turning, her face a mask of terror, she said, Sister, you miss your past life, don't you? The space around Wan Ning shattered into countless fragments. Then, she plummeted into another realm. Disoriented, she watched as a figure, identical to herself, approached. The figure stopped before her, a perfect mirror image, except for eyes that burned with a demonic fire. Am I frightening? The doppelganger asked. Reaching out, the figure touched Wan Ning's face, then gripped her arm. Ah, she breathed. Wan Ning listened, stunned, as the figure continued. It is you. Her hand, restless, trailed across Wan Ning's body. Every inch of your flesh, each word dripping with a chilling, sinister undertone. Even your memories, figures are mine. Wan Ning stumbled back, desperate to escape the reality unfolding before her. No, she whispered, you are not me. The figure's terrifying expression remained unchanged. Why wouldn't I be you? I am you. She began to unearth Wan Ning's memories. Mischievous, willful. Suddenly, the doppelganger's face twisted, her mouth splitting into a grotesque grin that stretched to her ears. You, she hissed, voicing Wan Ning's deepest, darkest fear. You killed them all. The words ripped through Wan Ning, dredging up the buried horrors of her past. Terror seized her, forcing her to retreat until she stumbled and fell, her eyes fixated on a nightmarish vision of corpses piled high like a mountain. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately tried to deny the truth. No, she sobbed. The figure advanced, her touch cold against Wan Ning's chin and lips. Her voice, laced with a seductive purr, whispered, haven't you suffered enough all these years? The condemnation of your clan, the ruin of your family. Wan Ning could bear no more. She clapped her hands over her ears, screaming, stop it, stop talking. The doppelganger pinned Wan Ning to the ground. Do you want the pain to end? She asked, her gaze predatory, as if she would devour Wan Ning whole. Let's become one, Wan Ning. Tears flowed freely down Wan Ning's face, her body paralyzed by the overwhelming force pressing down on her. The doppelganger's seductive whisper continued, then you will suffer no more. The torment will cease. Pinned and helpless, Wan Ning's consciousness began to fade. The doppelganger, consumed by the desire to possess Wan Ning's body and merge with her, gazed down with an alluring intensity. Her words tumbled out in a rush. Wan Ning's pupils contracted as she heard the final, tempting promise, you will suffer no more. A sudden, sharp constriction gripped Wan Ning's chest, stealing her breath. Then, the searing pain of a blade piercing through her. Blood welled up, dripping onto the ground. A sword thrust directly through a lotus flower. A voice echoed, resonant and clear, what you sow, you shall reap. All is created by the mind. Awaken. The words pierced through the fog of despair, rekindling a spark of her former self. With a surge of strength, she shoved the doppelganger away, breaking free. The doppelganger recoiled in confusion, bewildered by this unexpected resistance. Why? She demanded. And then, Wan Ning remembered her sister's words. If you feel guilty about father's death, then live well, sister. That way, his death won't be in vain. The memory ignited a fierce desire to live. No, Wan Ning declared, her voice gaining strength. I must live. I will not become one with you. The doppelganger's face contorted in displeasure. What a pity, she hissed. Wouldn't it have been easier to simply let me consume you? The clothes resembling Wan Ning's on the doppelganger began to tear, then completely transformed into a different outfit. Revealing its true face, it declared, because of you, I have suffered torment, so I beg of you. Leaping in front of Wan Ning, it hissed, die. Wan Ning was sent flying, crashing to the ground some distance away. The force of the blow was so powerful that she coughed up blood, but she still had the strength to rise, immediately summoning something. Seeing this, the doppelganger sneered, don't struggle. Yet Wan Ning's mind was clearer than ever. Summoning her sword, she unleashed a fierce, decisive strike towards the figure. The doppelganger remained unafraid, taunting her, it's useless. It continued with a cruel smirk, your sword intent is incomplete. You can't kill me. Each word seemed to drain Wan Ning of hope. The doppelganger blasted her back with a wave of power, saying, just obediently let me consume you. Suddenly, Tian Shun's words echoed in Wan Ning's mind, giving her strength. The past cannot be changed. What matters is living well in the future. With renewed determination, she struggled to her feet. Focusing her entire being into her sword, she declared, absolutely not. I must protect the self that they sacrificed their lives for, live well, and create a future without regrets. The power she unleashed was immense, surging towards the doppelganger. Now, it knew the meaning of fear. The attack struck true, shattering the doppelganger completely. A moment later, Wan Ning was back in the original room, having successfully completed the trial. The Zen sword Immortal, observing her, relaxed visibly. He announced, she's all right. Tian Shun, who had been tense with worry, released a breath of relief. That's good, he murmured. The Zen, sword immortal, turned to him. I think you should rest. I'll make some restorative medicine later. Tianxin agreed. All right. The next day, Wan Ning visited Tianxin at the Flying Swallow Temple. She presented him with a gift box, explaining, "This is medicinal elixir for my master. You were seriously injured. This will help you recover." Touched by her concern, Tianxin accepted the gift. "Then I won't stand on ceremony," he said. "It's good news that the Zen Sword Immortal has accepted you as his disciple. Focus on your cultivation. I'll keep the Han family matter in mind." Suddenly, Wan Ning stepped forward and embraced him tightly. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He replied, "I should be going." Tianxin started to walk away, but Wan Ning remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Suddenly, she called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Tianxin turned back, a question in his eyes. "What is it?" Wan Ning rushed to him and, throwing her arms around his neck, shyly kissed him on the cheek. Blushing, she looked away. "I've changed my mind," she confessed. "In 3 years, let's have another duel. If I win, I want you to marry me." Sensing her sincerity, Tianxin readily agreed. "All right, I agree to another duel in 3 years." Hearing his words, Wan Ning declared with fierce determination, "In 3 years, I definitely won't lose to you again." The Zen Sword Immortal, watching from the window, chuckled to himself, thoroughly entertained by the young couple. "That boy," he mused, "he keeps giving me this strange sense of familiarity." Recalling his comrade in arms from a battle many years past, the Zen Sword Immortal mused wistfully, "Are you still alive, old friend?" 2 days later, in Flying Swallow City, Tianxin strolled amongst the bustling crowds of martial artists. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. He blinked, wondering if his eyes deceived him. Could it be Lan Ding? Recognizing her, he called out, "Lan Ding." Lan Ding turned sharply, her face etched with alarm. She, too, recognized Tianxin. Sensing trouble and unwilling to involve him, she quickly said, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Tianxin looked at her, bewildered. "It's me, Tianxin. Don't you recognize me?" Her response was chilling. "I don't know you." Suddenly, a group of thugs behind her roared, Lan Ding, you think pretending not to know him will save him." Turning, Tianxin saw they were martial artists from the Cheng-Yi sect, 3 of them at the 6th level of the Manhua realm. Lan Ding quickly intervened. "I'm the one you want. He has nothing to do with this. Let him go." The thug sneered. "You think we'll let either of you go so easily? Hand over the blood robe sack secrets, and maybe, just maybe, we'll consider letting you live. And give us some fun while you're at it." Both Lan Ding and Tianxin responded in unison, their voices filled with defiance. "You're dreaming, and you want to die." Enraged by their defiance, the Cheng-Yi sect members brandished iron rods and charged. "Lodiman havang hayaim scum." Get them, brothers. The tension in the air crackled. Lan Ding, gathering her strength, urged Tianxin. "Tianxin, their power far surpasses ours. I'll hold them off. Run." But Tianxin, loyal and steadfast, stepped in front of her. "I don't abandon my comrades. We fight together, we leave together." As the aura around him flickered and faded, the thugs paused, stunned. Then, they burst into mocking laughter. "Trying to make us laugh ourselves to death, so you can inherit our belongings." Embarrassed, Tianxin explained, "I've lost some of my vital energy recently. I didn't expect it to be this bad." Lan Ding watched, her heart sinking. He pulled out a signal flare. Well then, he ignited it, and a brilliant burst of fireworks exploded in the sky, startling everyone around. With renewed confidence, he declared, "I didn't want to do this, but my hand is forced." Suddenly, figures emerged from every direction, converging on the Cheng-Yi sect members and surrounding them. Reinforcements had arrived. A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 troops gather. Young clan leader, a throng of warriors clad in green, swords gleaming, filled the street. Fear gripped the Cheng-Yi sect members. "Boss, I think we've stumbled into something big." Tianxin, the patrol elder of the Tian clan, a formidable presence at the 7th level of the Manhua realm, appeared. His voice boomed, "Seize them." The Tian clan members immediately surged forward to apprehend the thugs. But suddenly, the thugs employed a secret technique. Their leader sneered, "Don't be afraid. Except for that one. The rest of you are of lower realms than us. You can't win against us with sheer numbers." Undeterred, the Tian clan members swiftly formed a joint attack formation. Before the thugs, a colossal Buddha statue materialized. Its palm, shaking the heavens, emitted a blinding light that momentarily stunned the thugs. Hundreds, Thousands of staff strikes rained down upon the thugs' shields, sending those cowering behind them scattering in terror. Heavens! Finally, two immense energies, one crimson, the other gold, collided, erupting into a gigantic mushroom cloud. The sight was blinding. Onlookers gawked, mesmerized. What's happening over there? Such terrifying tremors. Let's get home. Realizing they were outmatched, the thugs prepared to flee. Boss, let's run. I miscalculated. A smoke bomb detonated. The Tian clan members, inhaling the noxious fumes, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, but they still managed to yell, "Don't let them escape." My head, seeing their opponents succumb to the poison, the thugs bolted, laughing as they ran. This is our special escape smoke. If you want to catch us, try again in your next life. Suddenly, an immense force slammed into them, sending them flying. Standing before them, blocking their path, was the Grand Elder and his powerfully built companions, their imposing figures radiating an intimidating aura. Just then, Tian Shun appeared, his voice laced with disdain. "Where do you think you're going? Did you think it would be that easy? This is our Tian clan's special cloud piercer." Seeing escape was impossible, the Mohawked leader sighed. "At this point, we have only one option left." They erupted with power, like a pack of enraged Sun Wukongs. "Boss, let's give them a good fight. We may not have been born in the same year, but we can die on the same day." Observing the potent aura radiating from the thugs, Tian Shun assessed the situation. Such powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Could they be using some powerful spiritual technique? They had successfully combined their powers and were now on the offensive. Tian Shun sensed a palpable danger in their combined aura. Tian Qing warned, "Young clan leader, I fear this is dangerous." He raised a hand to stop Tian Shun, then declared, "Step back, all of you. Let me handle them." Suddenly, the thug's actions, a simple clapping of hands, caught Tian Qing off guard. It was a feint. The Mohawked leader immediately pleaded, "Spare us, good sir." After such a display of power, their sudden plea for mercy surprised everyone. With Shun Landing's tormentors finally apprehended, Tian Shun turned to her. "I'll leave them to you." Watching her approach the captured thugs, Tian Shun asked curiously, "Why are they looking at you like that?" "It's a long story," she replied. Shun Landing recalled past events, then explained, "The death of the Blood Abyss caused internal strife within the Blood Robe sect, splitting it into numerous factions. The young clan leader possesses the secret manual. That day, I became a prime target for rogue cultivators and smaller sections." Knowing that Landing was troubled, Tian Shun immediately offered comfort. "Being able to start over is a good thing. Why don't you come stay with me for a few days? I'll take good care of you." She readily agreed. "All right, I'm also very curious about what you've been up to lately." That afternoon, in a tower overlooking Flying Swallow City, Zhao Tianba sipped tea with Tian Su while watching a play unfold below. He suddenly turned and asked, "Brother Su, are all the preparations complete?" Tian Su promptly replied, "Fireworks will be the signal tonight." Hearing this, Zhao Tianba declared fiercely, "Good. Then we'll lie in wait outside the city. Once it's done, the Tian clan will be mine." He further assured, "Rest assured, I only need the list for the grand examination. With the Ning and Tian clans ruined, they'll be useless to me even if I take them." Burning with a thirst for vengeance, Tianba seethed, "My son, tonight your father will avenge you." That night, at the Tian clan estate, fireworks unexpectedly burst across the sky. Seeing the fireworks illuminating the night sky, Tian Shun felt a flicker of suspicion. Who would set off fireworks this late? Could something be happening? He gazed at the bright streaks against the darkness, lost in thought. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the air outside. Members of the Tian clan were being ambushed, falling one by one. Zhao Tianba, seemingly appearing from nowhere, led his forces in an assault on the Tian clan estate. His voice rang out with exhilaration. "Everyone, the opportunity to solidify the Zhao clan's dominance over Flying Swallow City has arrived. Follow me and kill." Just then, the alarm bells began to toll. Tian Shun recognized the 7 beats of the war drum, the signal of an enemy attack. He threw open the door and stepped out, only to be met by the sight of Tian clan members fleeing in panic. A sudden realization struck him. Lan Jing, this isn't good. He'd barely taken a few steps when members of the Zhao clan intercepted him, surrounding him menacingly. "This is Zhao clan territory," they declared. "Tian Gue, How could you side with the Zhao clan? Tian Gei, the two-faced traitor, stood with the enemy and sneered. Today, the entire Tian clan is under the control of the Grand Elder and the Zhao clan. He continued, his voice dripping with malice. Obey my orders, or you will be killed without mercy. Seeing this betrayal, the Tian clan members erupted in outrage. You disgrace the Tian clan, conspiring with the Zhao clan. Tian Gei, true to his thuggish nature, struck down a dissenting voice without hesitation. You talk too much. The Tian clan members recoiled in horror. He killed his own kin. Tian Gui's voice was cold. This is the consequence of disobedience. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos, stopping the Zhao clan members in their tracks. A strange light flashed, hurtling towards Tian Gui. It was Tian Shun's Shun Ni Lianhuanzhan. With a few swift strokes of his sword, he sent the arrogant attackers sprawling. The Tian clan members immediately recognized their young clan leader. Tian Shun barked out orders. Enact the clan's emergency plan. By now, the Zhao clan forces were wreaking havoc throughout the Tian clan estate, burning and pillaging as they went. Having dealt with Tian Gui, Tian Shun raced towards Shun Landing's quarters. Landing, are you all right? Shun Landing was enjoying a relaxing hot bath when he burst in, startling her. The sight was too stimulating. Tian Shun stared, dumbfounded. Shun Landing's body was completely exposed. Shun Landing, finally snapping back to reality, cried out and quickly submerged herself in the bath, turning her back to him. Have you seen enough? She demanded, embarrassed. Tian Shun averted his gaze. I apologize, he stammered. The Tian clan estate is under attack. It's an emergency. I was so worried about you that I forgot to knock. But as he turned to leave, he saw a group of Zhao clan members charging towards them. This is bad, he muttered. This is very bad. Bani Sivivet Shen Lanzing. She stepped out of the bath. Go and hold them off, she urged. I'll be right there. Tian Shun slammed the door shut. All right, he shouted back. Just then, the Zhao clan's second elder, a cultivator at the 8th level of the Manhua realm, appeared. What a coincidence, he sneered. You killed members of my Zhao clan during the grand tournament. Today, I will avenge them. Tian Shun, impatient with the elder's bluster, charged forward. You talk too much. The second elder effortlessly dodged Tian Shun's attack. You overestimate yourself, he taunted. With a single palm strike, he sent Tian Shun flying. Tian Shun crumpled to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. As I feared, he thought, without Master's help, my temporary power boost is no match for a late-stage Manhua realm cultivator. Seeing Tian Shun grievously wounded, the second elder pressed his advantage. He roared, lunging forward. The situation was dire. Clutching his chest, Tian Shun desperately searched for a solution. I'm done for, he thought. That blow has disrupted my qi circulation. Suddenly, a wave of green qi surged towards the second elder. He stared at it in horrified disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Two skeletal figures, wreathed in the same noxious green qi, materialized and closed in on him. But with a single Tathagata palm strike, the second elder shattered the skeletal forms. The green qi dissipated, leaving the second elder standing alone. Then, without warning, the venomous qi rushed into his nostrils. The second elder instantly knew something was terribly wrong. The other Zhao clan members who inhaled the qi began to froth at the mouth. Even the second elder succumbed. Poison within poison. He cursed inwardly. How insidious. The potent toxin was overwhelming him. He pulled out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. Knowing reinforcements were on their way, Shunlan Ding grabbed Tian Shun's arm. We have to go. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small courtyard house. Where are we? Tian Shun asked as they entered. It's a place I rented, Shunlan Ding explained, lighting a candle. I felt uneasy staying at the inn before I met you, so I found this place. She turned to Tian Shun. What's our next move? Tian Shun sighed wearily. I never imagined Tian Su would collude with the Zhao clan, he said. Tomorrow, we can only try to gather information and plan from there. But Landing wouldn't let him risk it. She immediately stopped him. It's too dangerous for you to go out there. You'll be seen. Let me go. Tian Shin replied confidently, "Don't worry, I have a cunning plan." The next morning, at the Tian clan estate, disguised as a Busta woman, Tian Shin stealthily infiltrated the Tian clan estate to observe. The tight security made it clear that getting in undetected would be difficult. He paused, thinking, how am I going to get any information? Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind him. He spun around to see a building engulfed in flames. Just then, Tian Wu came running from seemingly out of nowhere, pursued by several thugs. They yelled after her, "You can't escape." She glanced back, but tripped on a loose stone and fell face first onto the ground. Unfortunately, the thugs quickly caught up to her. "Come quietly," they sneered, "and we'll make it easy on you." Despite her injured leg, Tian Wu defiantly retorted, "I won't go with you." The thugs, irritated by her defiance, snarled, "You little brat, you'll learn some respect." At that moment, Tian Shun's sword flashed, blocking their path. He stood protectively in front of Tian Wu, his voice laced with authority. "Aren't you ashamed of yourselves, bullying a young girl like this?" The three thugs bristled. "Who are you, fool? How dare you interfere in the Zhao clan's business?" Without a word, one of them drew his sword and lunged, boasting, "You'll pay for your arrogance." But Tian Shin easily parried the clumsy attack. "Is that all you've got?" He scoffed. Seeing that retreat was difficult, the thug, desperate to save face, gritted his teeth. "Not bad," he admitted. "We're at the great completion of Qi condensation realm." He then spun around like a clumsy panda before stumbling back. "This is getting tricky," he yelled. "Everyone, attack." The thugs, embodying the principle of "I'm not strong, but I have many friends," surged forward to avenge their comrade. Seeing this, Tian Wu realized the situation was dire. Unfazed, Tian Shun unleashed his full power, adding a taunt. How can fireflies compete with the brilliance of the moon? With a single strike, the thugs went from high to by, their drunken swagger replaced by unconsciousness. Finished, Tian Shun let out a weary sigh. Tian Wu, having witnessed the entire scene, was filled with admiration. "Sister, you're amazing," she exclaimed. After dealing with the thugs, Tian Shun turned to Tian Wu. "Are you all right?" Tian Wu clasped her hands together in a respectful gesture, addressing him as if they were sworn siblings. "Little sister is fine, thank you, elder sister, for your chivalrous intervention." Tian Shun then reverted to his true appearance, flicking her forehead playfully. "Wrong," he corrected, quickly amending his title to brother to be accurate. Tian Wu, recognizing him, was overjoyed. Half an hour later, they returned to the small courtyard house Shun Landing had rented. Landing had just arrived and called out excitedly, "Tian Shun, little sister, I'm home." Tian Wu greeted her cheerfully as she entered. Landing, curious, asked, "And who is this?" Tian Shun affectionately pinched Landing's cheek. "This is my clan cousin, Tian Wu." He then proceeded to recount the entire incident to both of them. Tian Wu, between sobs, explained that's exactly what happened. "Fortunately, even though father was gravely wounded, he still managed to help me escape." Tears streaming down her face, she continued, "If it weren't for brother Tian Shun, I might be living a miserable life in captivity right now." She then started calling him brother Tian Shun in a coquettish manner, her expression making him unable to refuse her. Who would have guessed this mischievous girl would then use his sleeve to wipe her nose, saying, "Thank you, brother." Tian Shun, exasperated but amused, pinched her cheek and admonished, "If you want to thank me, don't wipe your nose on my sleeve." The little imp retorted, "I couldn't help it." After watching their playful banter for a while, Landing finally spoke, "So what are we going to do next?" Her words jolted Tian Shun back to reality. He realized he hadn't actually formulated a plan. After a moment of thought, he said, "Right now, the clan leader is seriously injured and captured. Most of the elders have fallen in battle, and the Zhao clan has even taken the Tian clan's place in exploring the secret realm." A growing unease settled over him. If they complete the exploration, he continued, the Ning clan will give them the second pill to break through to the profound Jade realm. We can't let that happen. We have to act, whether we can rescue the clan leader or not. We can't afford a direct confrontation with the Zhao clan at their current strength. Landing and Tian Wu listened intently, then asked curiously, "So what do we do?" Tian Shin replied, "We can only do this." He trailed off, uncertainty clouding his features. "But I don't know exactly what yet." 1 week later, in the guest hall of the Ning clan estate in Sky Blue City, everyone had gathered, much like the first day of school. The Zhao clan, led by Zhao Xiong, had arrived. Upon entering, they gawked at everything like country bumpkins in the big city. This Ning clan estate is truly worthy of being a great clan of the profound Jade Realm, one of them exclaimed. Looking around at the cultivation formations etched in gold, they gaped like startled deer. Not only are cultivation formations carved throughout the entire estate, Tian Shun happened to be passing by and overheard the Zhao clan members chattering. Even the buildings on the way here were so magnificent and luxurious. The moment they saw him, they fell silent. Then they cried out in alarm, "What's he doing here?" Noticing their stares, as if he were an animal in a zoo, Tian Shin couldn't help but retort, "What? Are you allowed to be here? But I'm not." Zhao Xiong suddenly appeared, practically leaping in front of Tian Shun. "You were lucky to escape," he sneered, "but unfortunately, the slots for the secret realm are already ours." This Zhao Xiong was the first elder of the Zhao clan, at the 8th level of the Manhua realm, and his reputation was quite formidable. Tian Shun responded with a dismissive chuckle. "That's not certain." Too lazy to engage them further, he strode towards the Ning clan gate. Inside the guest hall, the Ning clan leader was waiting to assign their positions. Ning Tung, the Ning clan leader, at the 9th level of the profound Jade Realm, began explaining the rules. Due to the limitations on bone spirits and cultivation levels within the secret realm, unaware that Tian Shun was only at the 1st level of the Manhua realm, while Shenlan Ding had already reached the 6th, he continued, "Naturally, within the set limits, the stronger the participant, the better. Your Zhao clan has been allocated 2 slots. Zhao Xiong outwardly complied, "As you command, clan leader Ning." Inwardly, however, he cursed Tian Shun's ancestors for 18 generations. "Damn it," he thought, "I calculated everything, but I didn't account for that brat." Hearing clan leader Ning Tung's words, Zhao Xiong thought smugly, "By preventing the Zhao clan from obtaining the medicinal pills, I'll have a chance to save my own clan leader." He didn't realize that the person feigning friendliness towards him harbored murderous intent, waiting for the secret realm's closure to become his moment of demise. After the assignments were given, Ning Tung signaled the start. "In 1 hour, we will depart." Everyone immediately obeyed and began their preparations. They had already been inside this secret realm for 2 double hours. Facing the layered mysteries of the secret realm before them, no one knew what to do. Tian Shun was still trying to determine if this was even a secret realm at all. Shenlan Ding focused her spiritual energy to investigate, discovering that her power was limited to the 1st level of the Manhua realm. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking and grinding echoed from somewhere unseen. Everyone instantly went on high alert. At that moment, several calcium-rich skeletons, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, charged forward, screeching and howling. The members of the Zhao clan immediately formed a defensive formation, urging everyone to prepare for battle. Then, they surged forward to confront the undead creatures. Just then, a girl screamed as her clothes were ripped open by the skeletal claws. A young man couldn't help but curse, "You damned beasts." But their next action stunned him. One of the creatures opened its mouth, offering him a whiff of its putrid breath, causing him to vomit on the spot. Ning King quickly produced a talisman, shouting, "Everyone, get to me." Instantly, a circular formation materialized around him, encompassing a radius of several meters. Everyone rushed towards him, leaving only a few unfortunate skeletons waiting outside. The formation proved effective, preventing the skeletons from approaching. Everyone was thoroughly shaken by the terrifying undead. Tian Shin wondered what kind of monsters these were, assuming they could simply be killed. The Boundless Star Monarch appeared, informing him that these were corpse demons. But Tian Shun was even more confused after hearing this. The Boundless Star Monarch reluctantly took on the role of an encyclopedia, explaining corpse demons are created through evil techniques using the bodies of deceased cultivators. They not only retain most of their strength from their lifetime, but their bodies are also incredibly tough, making them resistant to ordinary swords, spells, and techniques. Upon hearing his master's explanation, Tian Shin immediately understood the nature of these creatures. "Aren't these just zombies?" he thought. The Boundless Star Monarch hadn't expected these people to be so unlucky, encountering such a calamity in the vast expanse of the secret realm. The corpse demons, agitated by something unknown, grew increasingly frenzied. Suddenly, the arm of one of the corpse demons pierced through their protective formation. Someone immediately cried out, "The formation can't hold." Aware of the rising panic, Ning could try to reassure them, Don't panic, everyone. He continued, these are ninja corpse demons. The reason our last expedition failed was because of them, so we've come prepared this time. But before he could finish his sentence, the next report slapped him in the face like an insult. Clan leader, it's no good. The formation has broken. Ning can flush crimson, thinking, couldn't they have waited for me to finish? Outside, the horde of corpse demons swelled, their numbers overwhelming. Panic rippled through the ranks as people realized these creatures were like ants, endless and impervious to ordinary attacks. How could they possibly fight them all? But then, something unexpected happened. The corpse demons flowed around Tian Shun, leaving him untouched. Ning Can, regaining his composure, lit 3 sticks of incense. These, he announced, are demon-subduing incense. As the incense burned, a strange allure emanated from it, drawing the corpse demons towards Ning Can like moths to a flame. He explained that the burning incense emitted a powerful attractant for the creatures. Suddenly, the sheer number of corpse demons converging on him became too much to handle. Overwhelmed, Ning Can tossed the incense aside and fled, the horde of corpse demons hot on his heels. There were simply too many. Even as he ran, Ning Can didn't forget to advertise his wares. Everyone, he shouted, these pills can soften the rigid bodies of the corpse demons, allowing you to kill them quickly. Tian Shun's group, led by Lan Ding, sprang into action. Zhao Xiong, not to be outdone, also joined the fray, eager to claim the glory. Zhao Xiong's followers, seeing their master in action, rushed to flatter him. Brother Xiong, we've already killed 100 of them, haven't we? Zhao Xiong boasted, I want to see how those 2 can compete with us for kills. Suddenly, an attack came from behind him. While the 2 members of the Zhao clan were still stunned, Tian Shun closed in, decimating the corpse demons surrounding them. With a single, fluid movement of his sequential chain slash, he sent the creatures flying. Ning Can, surrounded and overwhelmed, was saved by Tian Shun's timely intervention. He'd nearly been killed. This person's strength is overwhelming, Ning Can thought, reeling. Is he truly only at the first level of the Manhua realm? After Tian Shun's display of swordsmanship, he became an instant hero. Brother Tian Shun, you're incredible. Someone shouted. You killed more than all of us combined. We wouldn't have stood a chance without you. Even the women crowded around him, showering him with praise. Brother Tian Shun, you were so handsome just now. Come to our tent tonight and teach us some cultivation techniques. Zhao Xiong, seeing Tian Shun basking in the attention, seethed with jealousy. Damn it, he thought, it's just a few more kills than us. What's the big deal? They've been battling corpse demons for an entire day. Finally, with the creatures dealt with, Ning Can spoke respectfully. Thank you all. Now, everyone is free to explore. We will meet again at the plaza in 3 days. He took his leave, and Tian Shun's group followed suit. As they departed, one of Zhao Xiong's underlings suggested a devious plan. Brother Xiong, shouldn't we take this opportunity to get rid of them? But Zhao Xiong shook his head. Not yet, he replied. Zhao Xiong explained his reasoning. These Ning clan members are clearly familiar with the secret realm. They have numbers and a well-thought-out plan, while we are limited in manpower. A good villain must use his brain. After careful consideration, he continued, if we want the biggest haul, we should let them explore first. Then, when they're leaving the secret realm, we'll kill them and take everything. Isn't that better? His underlings, hearing this sinister plan, were impressed. Brother Xiong, you're brilliant. Why didn't we think of that? From a distance, Tian Shun observed the group, their expressions giving away their scheming. What are those guys whispering about? He muttered. Lan Ding, sensing something amiss, replied, it can't be anything good. Disgusted by the sight of them, Tian Wu suggested, why don't we just kill them? Tian Shun immediately sensed the danger in that. There are too many of them, he said. If they really try to escape, we won't be able to stop them all. Now that we're in this secret realm, he continued, we can't leave empty-handed. We should scout ahead and capture them all when the time is right. Lan Ding suddenly told him to remove his hand. Only then did Tian Shun look down and realize he'd placed it in the wrong spot. They journeyed for some distance, encountering a number of corpse demons, all of which Tian Shun dispatched. They came across a dilapidated temple. Tian Shun said to Lan Ding, we've explored quite a bit, and this place is the most intact. There might be treasures inside. Let's take a look. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. As the door swung open, a horde of corpse demons greeted them. We've been waiting here since this afternoon. Tian Shun's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately grabbed Lan Ding and fled. After a long trek, they finally found house. Tian-shun rushed inside and bolted the door. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "This place is crawling with corpse demons." Suddenly, the sight before him caught him off guard. Tian-shun asked innocently, "What are these things?" The two of them stared at the golden puppets before them. Lan Ding, equally perplexed, said they look like cast puppets. Just then, the boundless star monarch appeared. "Little mortal," he said, "it seems you're in luck. These are skill transfer puppets." Tian-shun, still confused, echoed, "Skill transfer puppets." The boundless star monarch recalled a distant memory. "When I was young," he began, "I once challenged myself here. By defeating these puppets," he explained, "one can obtain the spiritual techniques of the Wuji sect." Tian-shun's excitement was palpable. "Master," he asked eagerly, "how do I activate them?" Suddenly, a noise echoed through the room. The boundless star monarch looked at him with a sigh. "You've already activated them." It turned out Tian-shun had inadvertently stepped on a tile, triggering the mechanism. "What do we do now?" He fretted, unsure of how to proceed. The puppets began to vibrate violently. Lan Ding watched in horror, pressing close to Tian-shun. "Tian-shun," she whispered, "we're in trouble." But Tian-shun remained calm, drawing his sword. "It's all right," he said. "We just have to defeat them." Lan Ding struck first, landing a palm strike against the chest of one of the puppets. She followed up with attacks on several more, but one of them suddenly lunged at her. Seeing how easily the puppets evaded her attacks, she realized they were resistant to her poison techniques. The situation was not good. Suddenly, Tian-shun leaped into the air, dispatching the group of puppets with a single, elegant move. Watching him cut down the puppets as if they were mere insects, Lan Ding was utterly astonished. Suddenly, she noticed several puppets approaching her. As Lan Ding dodged, Tian-shun rushed forward, knocking away the puppets that were ambushing her. She watched for a moment, then remarked, "I didn't realize you were this strong." Suddenly, a formation appeared beneath their feet. Lan Ding cried out, "Brother Tian-shun, look!" A golden book materialized before them. Tian-shun knew this was the secret manual. He picked it up, his voice filled with excitement. "Lan Ding," he said, "it seems we've stumbled upon a great opportunity." He opened the book curiously. "I wonder how many stars this technique is," he mused. Suddenly, several tenacious corpse demons lunged at them from behind. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Tian-shun yelled, "This is bad. The commotion we made must have attracted them." Lan Ding reacted swiftly, clearing a path for their escape. She sprinted towards the exit, shouting, "Let's go." They quickly fled into a windy forest. Tian-shun, following close behind, asked, "Where are we going?" Lan Ding, equally unsure, replied, "I don't know." Suddenly, she pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Brother, look." Fortuitously, a house stood before them. Tian-shun, taking one look, surmised that the place had once been a medicinal garden. As Lan Ding approached, she noticed a trap ahead. Several plants suddenly sprang up from the ground. He stared at them, fear creeping into his voice. "What are those?" Suddenly, Lan Ding sensed danger. She urgently cried out, warning Tian-shun to be careful. But her words were barely out before she herself was ensnared. "Lan Ding!" Tian-shun shouted. It was too late. Lan Ding was now tightly bound by vines. Tian-shun, without hesitation, sprang into action, the hero rushing to save the damsel. He drew his sword and charged forward, slashing at the vines that coiled around Lan Ding. Utilizing his phantom shadow steps, Tian-shun pressed his attack, seamlessly weaving in the dazzling missteps, his sword flashing. No matter how tightly the vines clung, they were forced to release their grip. With a single stroke, all the vines binding Lan Ding were severed. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face. Just as he reached out to support her, they realized the vines emitted a poisonous gas. He quickly covered his nose with his hand. "Not good. This is poisonous." Seeing Lan Ding's apparent calmness, he asked anxiously, "Lan Ding." She channeled her own power, dispelling the poisonous mist. The vines withered as a result. Only then did Lan Ding reply, "I'm all right. It was just my poison mist. I can neutralize it." With the danger averted, they entered the medicinal garden. The two searched throughout the house. Tian-shun, looking at the collection of jars and bottles, remarked, "I can't believe this place has been abandoned for so long, and there's still something to be found." But Lan Ding, knowledgeable in all manner of poisons, sighed, "It's a pity so many spiritual herbs have withered. Otherwise, we could have gathered enough for every occasion." Then Tian-shun suddenly pulled out a bottle, asking curiously, "What's this?" Lan Ding turned to look, recognizing it instantly. "If I'm not mistaken, That's a breakthrough pill. Lan Ding explained, a breakthrough pill can elevate any minor realm below the profound Jade realm. Each person can only use one. She gazed at it for a moment longer. I can't believe such a precious pill is here. At those words, Tian Shun's entrepreneurial spirit ignited, his eyes gleaming. We've struck it rich, haven't we? I've heard these pills are incredibly difficult to refine. Every time one appears, it causes a bloodbath. The more he thought about it, the more excited Tian Shun became. With this, if I take it at the 9th level of the Bright Emperor realm, I could break through directly to the profound Jade realm, maybe even. Suddenly, a noise echoed from behind them. The two quickly rushed outside to investigate. Shun Lan Ding, ever vigilant, whispered from behind a wall, "That's the emergency signal. Something's happened to the Ning family." Tian Shun also recognized the signal. What could have happened to the Ning family? Giving up exploring the secret realm on the very first day, they immediately sprang into action. We have to go back quickly. Only the Ning family has the Jade talismans that can activate the exit formation. Meanwhile, back at the Secret Realms Plaza, devastation reigned. A corpse demon king of the 5th level of the Manhua realm had suddenly appeared. Ning Can, gravely wounded, could barely hold his own against it. Terror gripped the Ning family members at the sight of the monstrous demon. The secret realm suppresses our power. How can we fight such a strong corpse demon? We're going to die here. Ning Can, as their leader, shouldered his responsibility. He drew a talisman. "Everyone, I'll lead it away. You must escape." Unwilling to leave him to face the danger alone, they cried out, "Young clan leader." The corpse demon lunged at Ning. "Can seize your chance and run," he commanded. The demon slammed into the spot where Ning Can had been standing moments before, but he narrowly dodged the attack. A cry rang out. Ning Can turned to see one of his family members cornered by the corpse demon, screaming, "Stay back." Just as the demon prepared to strike, a flash of light erupted. Tian Shun, unleashing the dragon demon northern kick, sent the corpse demon flying. The Ning family members cried out, "It's Tian Shun." Then, despair crept back into their voices. It seems we're doomed after all. Even a young clan leader couldn't defeat the corpse demon. I'm afraid even Tian Shun's arrival is futile. Seeing Tian Shun facing the demon unarmed, they thought he'd lost his mind. Why would he challenge the corpse demon head-on? The corpse demon opened its maw, spewing a cloud of poisonous gas. At that moment, the boundless star monarch appeared. "Little disciple," he said, "I shall impart to you another technique." He instructed Tian Shun on how to focus his spiritual energy into a single point. As Tian Shun raised his sword, the boundless star monarch advised, "Release it in a burst upon impact. It will double the destructive power." Tian Shun's sword plunged into the corpse demon's chest. "This is the explosive sword," the boundless star monarch declared. A blinding light erupted from the sword within the demon's chest. Seeing the corpse demon vanquished, the Ning family erupted in cheers. He killed it. Is it truly possible for someone at the 1st level of the Manhua realm to achieve such a feat? Ning Can stared, dumbfounded. Are all the cultivation geniuses this powerful nowadays? I can scarcely believe it. Suddenly, Lan Ding spotted another horde of corpse demons approaching. Tian Shun, she called out urgently. Taking in the situation, Tian Shun turned to Ning Can. "Brother Ning, we must retreat." Ning Can readily agreed. Ning Can quickly set up a teleportation formation. Members of the Zhao family cried out, "Wait, don't leave us behind." Just as the corpse demons closed in, the Zhao family members scrambled into the formation. With the demonic horde bearing down on them, they vanished, escaping certain death. After they teleported back, Ning Tong was waiting for them outside and asked, "Where did you go? Did something unexpected happen? Why are you back so soon?" Ning Can immediately called out, "Father." Then father and son pulled each other aside and whispered conspiratorially. Seeing this, Tian Shun thought to himself, the Ning family must have discovered some treasure within the secret realm. These corpse demons were probably drawn out then. Boundless Star Monarch, his master, knowing his worries, said, "Tian Shun, I left a mark in that realm. When you're a bit stronger, you can go and see." Hearing this, Tian Shun felt a little more at ease and said, "Thank you, Master." Now it was time for the commendation and reward ceremony for the outstanding disciples. Ning Tong took out a treasure and said, "Thanks to your help in entering the secret realm this time, on behalf of the Ning family, express our gratitude to both of you." Seeing the large number of treasures awarded to Tian Shun, a member of the Zhao family, clutching the bottle of friendship elixir gifted by the Ning family, felt a pang of jealousy. Damn it, that brat received even more rewards than our entire Zhao family. After finishing the formalities, Ning Tong stood before everyone and announced, "Everyone, our Ning family bids you farewell." Tian Shun and Lan Ding then also promptly took their leave. Watching the Ning family depart, Zhao Xiong hatched a sinister plan. Once the Ning family is further away, that's when you'll die. The treasures will all belong to my Zhao family. An hour later, outside the wilderness, the two had left the secret realm. After running for a while, Tian Shun stopped and said, "You've been following me for a while now. You might as well show yourselves." As he spoke, he flung several throwing darts behind him. A member of the Zhao family had been stealthily tailing them. He couldn't dodge in time, and the darts grazed his face. Startled, he lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. Lan Ding and Tian Shun immediately approached. "Little brat," Lan Ding sneered, looking for an early reincarnation. "We can oblige." Seeing that he'd been discovered, Zhao Xiong dropped the pretense and jumped out. The older man, brimming with confidence, declared, "Hand them over obediently." But Tian Shun, already well-versed in such cliched pronouncements, retorted instantly, "Leave your treasures, and I'll let you leave with your life." The words rendered the old man speechless. Weren't those my lines? Taken aback by having his own words thrown back at him, Zhao Xiong couldn't help but curse, "You're just a little insect. How dare you speak of killing me?" Tian Shun swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously throwing a glass vial, which shattered upon impact. As the vial broke, a pungent aroma enveloped the Zhao family members. Lan Ding then chanted an incantation, exhaling a cloud of poisonous gas that surrounded them. The group, now affected by the poison, began to cough violently. Zhao Xiong scoffed, waving his hand dismissively to disperse the poisonous gas. "You think poison will work on us? We've all taken pills that can neutralize any toxin." But Tian Shun had another surprise in store for him. "This poison wasn't meant for you." His voice dropped to a low murmur. 100-mile, bewildering fragrance. Within 5 hours, it will create an irresistible lure for spirit beasts within a 100-mile radius. Once they catch the scent, they'll chase you to the ends of the earth. As soon as the words left his mouth, a creature resembling a monstrous bird appeared in the sky, slowly descending. Upon seeing it, Tian Shun announced, "This is my special, improved version. Enjoy." With that said, as if on cue, a number of adorable animals escaped from a nearby zoo, each one charging towards the members of the Zhao family. Sensing the impending chaos, Tian Shun took Lan Ding's hand and said, "Let's go." He was oblivious to Zhao Xiong's struggle against the onslaught of ferocious beasts. Zhao Xiong glared, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. If I survive this, I'll tear you to shreds." In a matter of moments, the Zhao family members were bitten and clawed by a variety of animals, from bears to snakes, leaving them covered in wounds. One unfortunate individual even suffered a snake bite to the buttocks. Clearly outmatched by the wild animals, they caused utter pandemonium in the forest. That afternoon, Tian Shun returned to check on their situation. He discovered that they all appear to be dead. With that observation, Tian Shun swiftly dispatched the last remaining monkey. He then turned his attention to the group lying on the ground. Approaching Zhao Xiong, he searched his body and uncovered a multitude of rare and precious treasures. His eyes lit up. "Lan Ding," he exclaimed, "we're rich." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss behind him. A surviving beast, eyeing him as a tasty meal, lunged in his direction. Tian Shun leaped back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The beast, having missed its target, roared angrily at him. Lan Ding, realizing the danger, identified the creature as a red fox, a third-level spirit beast, likely summoned by Li Mi Feng. The red fox possessed lightning-fast speed and the ability to exhale a mesmerizing poison. As the fox continued its attack, Tian Shun yelled, "Lan Ding, watch out. They're coming for us." He battled the fox, exclaiming, "It's so fast." The fox swiped with its claws, then landed on its hind legs. Lan Ding attempted to take advantage of the opening to ambush the fox, but unfortunately, she succumbed to its poison. By the time she realized it, the fox was upon her. The fox leaped, jaws wide, aiming to seize Lan Ding. She tried to defend herself, but suddenly lost her balance. The poison had taken hold, her body burning with an uncomfortable heat. Tian Shun rushed to her side, calling out in concern, Lan Ding. Seeing her condition, he was utterly shocked. Tian Shun, in a moment of bewildered instinct, lost his nth first kiss. But the sight of the approaching fox snapped him back to reality. Even mid-kiss, the ring on his finger still functioned. It glowed, and a vial materialized in Tian Shun's hand. Just as the fox's maw came close enough, the vial shattered. The liquid within was swallowed by the fox, which immediately erupted in howls of pain. Tian Shun, finally free from its jaws, quipped, "No matter how strong you are, a weak mind is useless." His words were cut short as he was tackled to the ground once more. Lan Ding, now sitting atop him, gasped for breath. The boundless star monarch materialized, urging, "Young disciple, the red fox's inner core can neutralize the poison. Quickly retrieve it for her." Distracted by the view, Tian Shun mumbled, "So big, so white, master." That night, beside the lake in the forest, Tian Shun said, "Lan Ding, I'm taking these off." Lan Ding, annoyed, kicked him lightly and snapped, "Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore." If it weren't for the lingering poison in the fox demon's core, which can only be absorbed by soaking naked in the water, do you think I'd want to undress? Wrapped in a towel, she gauged the situation and said, "The spiritual energy within this red fox's core is potent enough for both of us to advance further." Having said that, Lan Ding urged, "Let's begin quickly." Tian Shun, now undressed, replied, "All right." Then the two, like Yang Guo and Xialong Nu of legend, began to cultivate their powers. Lost in their practice, they forgot the passage of time, and dawn arrived before they knew it. Spiritual energy surged powerfully within them. Both cried out in joy, "I've broken through." 3 days later, Tian Shun and Lan Ding returned to Cheng Fian's rented house. Tian Yu was still sound asleep in her room. In her dreams, Tian Shun stroked her head and praised her. "Xiao Yu, you did a great job this time." Entering the room, the two were slightly exasperated to find her so unguarded. The next morning at Cheng Fian's rented house, Tian Shun, concerned for Tian Yu, entered her room and said, "The sun is already high in the sky. Why hasn't this girl woken up yet?" Hearing her even breathing, he realized she was still sleeping soundly. Even so, Tian Shun still thought he should wake her up early. He leaned over, intending to pat her shoulder, when Tian Yu suddenly rolled over. As a result, Tian Shun accidentally brushed against her breast. The unexpected contact left him deeply embarrassed. Tian Yu also woke up at that moment, still drowsy. Seeing Tian Shun, she sat up happily and exclaimed, "Brother Shun, you're back. Even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash this away now." "I'm doomed," he thought. Tian Yu, only then noticing Tian Shun's hand, saw him mortified, wanting to sink into the ground. He stammered, "I swear it touched you on its own. Do you believe me?" This absurd excuse made her both embarrassed and angry. Humiliated, Tian Yu threw a pillow at Tian Shun, scolding, "What a hateful brother." The two bickered until noon before finally calming down. Tian Yu changed her clothes and went outside, ignoring Tian Shun. Knowing he was at fault, he tried to make amends with a smile. Come on, don't be angry anymore. It was really an accident just now. I have a treasure for you." Hearing the word treasure, Tian Yu's expression immediately changed. "Is the treasure from the Ning family?" Tian Shun waved his hand in denial, confidently saying, No. On our way back, we dealt with the Zhao family squad and had a huge haul." Tian Yu's face fell in disappointment. She pouted and said, "I thought it was something special. The Zhao family is only slightly stronger than ours. What good treasures could they have? Brother Shun is tricking me again." As soon as she finished speaking, the treasures began to tumble out. He set them down, feigning indifference. "If you don't want them, I'll give them to someone else." Seeing the pile of items, Tian Yu's eyes lit up. She excitedly flew over and hugged them, hurriedly shouting, "Third-level spiritual artifacts. I want them." "Brother Shun, you absolutely can't give them to anyone else." To explain, spiritual artifacts are divided into 9 levels. The more times they are refined, the better the artifact. Tian Shun picked up a sword from the pile of treasures and said, "This spiritual sword is the biggest prize this time." It was a golden sword, its hilt inlaid with several rubies. Tian Yu held the sword gleefully, saying, "A 4th-level spiritual sword." Pressing her cheek against the blade, she murmured longingly, I wonder what kind of destructive power it would unleash if I channeled my spiritual energy through it. Seeing her captivated, Tian Shun gently reminded her, all right, put it away quickly. Your sister Landing is waiting for us to attend to more important matters. An hour later, at the main gate of the Tian family estate, Tian Shun offered a friendly greeting to the two gatekeepers. Gentlemen, it's been a while. The two gatekeepers responded with utmost respect. Young clan leader. The brown-haired guard spoke urgently. Young clan leader, you must leave. The Grand Elder holds power now, and many in the clan support him. If he discovers you here, he will certainly not spare you. The blonde-haired guard agreed. Yes, exactly. Tian Shun began to reassure them. Don't worry. But a voice cut him off. You ungrateful wretches. The guards cried out in alarm. It's Tian Nan. This is bad. Before they could even see him, their faces were caved in by a brutal blow. Tian Nan flew forward, shoving the two guards aside. After I've dealt with him, he snarled, it will be your turn. He lunged repeatedly at Tian Shun, fists clenched, aiming for his face. The two guards watched in anguish, powerless to intervene. However, Tian Shun effortlessly subdued him with a single hand, and then stomped on Tian Nan's face. Grinding his foot down, he said with contempt, I'll spare your life for now. Tell Tian Shi to wash his neck and wait for his death. The bright sunlight glinted off the walls of the Tian estate. Tian Shin easily dispatched several more guards, but they were numerous as ants. For every one that fell, another took his place. Soon, he was surrounded once more. A shout rang out, Tian Shun. Tian Shi arrived with reinforcements, and the guards roared, the clan leader is here. The sight of Tian Shun sent Tian Shi into a frenzy. You were lucky to escape last time, he raged, but this time, I will kill you. Unafraid of escalating the situation, Tian Shun taunted, I'd like to see you try. Tian Shi, unable to contain his fury, struck first. Seeing this, Tian Shun's mocking smile vanished. With a single step back, he neatly evaded the blow. Tian Shi stared in disbelief. Impossible, he blurted. How could you dodge my full power attack so easily? Without even looking back, Tian Shun fled, goading him, old man, your skills haven't improved at all. Give up, you're no match for me. Tian Shi, already enraged, gave chase. Stop. Glancing back, Tian Shun added insult to injury. Save your breath, old-timer. You're too old for this. Better save your energy for building your coffin. This final taunt sent Tian Shi into a blind rage. Stop him, he roared. Don't let him get away. Meanwhile, on a path within the dungeons of the Tian estate, Tian Yu led Lan Ding forward. Sister Lan Ding, she said, our three cousins are imprisoned here. Lan Xing, Ga Pet. Two guards stood before the dungeon entrance. One challenged them. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the forbidden dungeons? Lan Ding, wasting no words, flung a handful of purple powder. Take this. The guards, struck by the powder, cried out in agony. Back with Tian Shun, he found himself hard-pressed by Tian Shi's relentless assault. He and several soldiers blocked Tian Shun's path, arrogantly declaring, today, you will die. But Tian Shun wasn't fazed. He smiled and replied, that's not certain. Tian Zheng appeared as if from nowhere, shouting, Tian Shi. He frowned at Tian Shi with an air of natural authority. Seeing Tian Zheng, Tian Shi finally understood. He gritted his teeth, thinking this is bad. I've fallen into a trap. Tian Zheng attacked without a word. He roared, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Unwilling to accept his fate, Tian Shi sneered and retaliated. You're gravely injured. How can you possibly fight me? He was wrong. The palm strike devastated a wide area. A mixture of disbelief and terror washed over Tian Shi. He was clearly badly wounded, he thought. How could he have recovered so quickly? Fear gripping him, Tian Shi yelled at his men, stop him. Stop him now. Tian Shun, having finished off the soldiers, glanced over at the scene, a wry smile touching his lips. I didn't expect Xian's medicine to be so effective, he mused. He recalled hearing about Tian Zhang's condition earlier. Now, sheer terror consumed Tian Shi. He wanted to flee. This is bad, he thought, but Tian Zheng wouldn't allow it. Going somewhere, Tian Shi, accept your fate. Already severely wounded, Tian Shi staggered under another blow. Then, Tian Shan arrived, causing him to inwardly cry out, no. Tian Shan finished off Tian Shi, his voice booming with authority. Tian Shi rebelled against the clan. His crime is punishable by death. Surrender now. Tianxi's fall shocked his men. They immediately dropped their weapons and pleaded for mercy. Spare us. Young clan leader, spare us. That night at the Zhao family estate, a panicked voice reported, clan leader. Terrible news. There's been a change in the Tian family. The next morning, at the Tian family estate, a servant burst into Tian Shun's room, shouting, young clan leader. It's bad. The Zhao family has surrounded our estate. The clan leader requests your presence. He needs your counsel. Tian Shun lowered his book, raised an eyebrow, and replied, understood. I'll be right there. Meanwhile, in the Tian family's meeting hall, the Zhao family representative droned on, finally concluding with a thinly veiled threat. I hope you will make the right decision. Tian Zheng had remained silent throughout. Once the representative finished, he bowed and said, I bid you farewell. Tian Shun arrived just as the representative reached the door. The man whistled as he left, his expression smug, as if victory were already his. As soon as he was gone, a fist slammed into the arm of a chair. An elder raged, the Zhao family is going too far. They dare to say that if we don't become their vassal family, they'll wipe the Tian family from Fian City. Tian Shun, after listening, considered the situation. Tianxi's death had been discovered in a single night. The Zhao family was moving quickly. Tian Zhe, his blood boiling, urged the clan leader to declare war. Tian Zheng, ever the pragmatist, sighed. The disparity in our strength is simply too vast. Engaging in open conflict would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Surrendering, however, would leave the Tian family utterly humiliated. We are in a terrible predicament. Two other clan elders echoed his despair. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. What are we to do? Tian Shun, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. It's not entirely hopeless. There might be a way. The bald elder, skeptical, questioned him. You have a solution. What is it? Tian Shun smoothly produced a pill from within his robes. With a confident and serious air, he declared, we could try this transformation pill. Confusion rippled through the room. The transformation pill. What do you intend? Tian Shun simply offered a cryptic smile. Indeed, but I'll need the assistance of a few members of the clan. A day later, in the Zhao family marketplace, Zhao Xiao strutted about, spreading gossip. Have you heard? The Tian family has become a vassal of the Zhao family. I hear it's true. From now on, Fian City will bear the Zhao name. We absolutely mustn't offend the Zhao family. Tian Shun, disguised as a woman and accompanied by a troupe of actors, arrived at the marketplace and spotted his target. Action, he commanded, his voice serious. The others, seemingly satisfied, sprang into motion. Tian Shun darted towards Zhao Xiao, pursued by shout from behind. Stop, don't run. He intentionally collided with Zhao Xiao, startling him. The impact, however, was more forceful than intended, sending Zhao Xiao sprawling. Tian Shun offered an embarrassed chuckle, thinking to himself, oops, I used a bit too much force. Zhao Xiao, teeth gritted, pushed himself up, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. But the words died on his lips as he saw Tian Shun turn around. My, what a beautiful young lady, he stammered. The actors, seizing the moment, surrounded Tian Shun and delivered their lines. Your gambling-addicted father lost you to us in a bet. Don't bother resisting. Come quietly, or we won't be so polite. Tian Shun, fully embracing his role, pleaded, please spare me. Zhao Xiao, captivated by Tian Shun's beauty, forgot his anger and intervened. Don't be afraid, miss, he said, fanning himself with an air of importance. I'll take care of this. One of the actors, playing a gruff older man, feigned suspicion. Hold on, young Master Zhao Xiao. Her father owes us over 10,000. Can you even afford that? Zhao Xiao scoffed and tossed a money pouch at them. A mere 10,000. As the young master of the Zhao family, I can certainly handle that. The pouch landed with a thud, spilling coins onto the ground. The actors, playing thugs, their eyes gleaming with avarice, scrambled for the money. Two of them gathered the coins while the third said with forced enthusiasm, we apologize, young master. We didn't recognize you. Please forgive our rudeness. We'll be on our way now. They snatched up the money and quickly departed. Tian Shun, feigning a blush, expressed his gratitude. Young master, I don't know how to repay your kindness. I can only offer myself in return. By this point, Zhao Xiao was utterly mesmerized. Please, don't underestimate yourself, he murmured, his eyes fixated on Tian Shun. How could I possibly refuse? Come with me to my estate. I promise I'll treat you well. Later that afternoon, Back in the Zhao family marketplace, Tian Shun was browsing through clothing for reasons unknown. He examined the various styles hanging on the wall and sighed. So many choices. I'll just grab a few to fool Zhao Xiu with. Suddenly, a beautiful woman touched his waist, whispering, "While what you have in your hand isn't bad, the material is ordinary. Wearing it for long periods won't be comfortable." She smiled charmingly and added in a low voice, "We women should choose fine silk. Although it's not as durable, it feels much more comfortable and cool against the skin." Tian Shun felt a blush creep up his neck, thinking to himself that this woman was rather forward. The woman, who appeared to be older, continued her enthusiastic commentary, her hands still restlessly exploring. "My dear girl, you're naturally beautiful, with such a graceful figure. You're so enchanting. Even I, a woman, am captivated." Tian Shun, feigning shyness, wondered if this woman perhaps had a preference for other women. Zhao Xiu picked up a set of pale undergarments. "These are lovely. Why don't you try them on? I'm sure they'll look stunning on you." Before the garments reached Tian Shun's hands, they were knocked to the floor. Zhao Xiu, his face a mask of fury, stormed over and barked, "Zhao Yu, get away from her." Zhao Yu, clearly enjoying the provocation, retorted with a confident smirk, "What's wrong?" "Afraid I'll steal your sweetheart." Zhao Xiu, refusing to admit anything, responded with righteous indignation, "You pervert. If you weren't the eldest daughter, I wouldn't let you get away with this. You dare touch her, and you'll regret it." Zhao Yu's eyebrows shot up in anger. "I dare you to say that again." Zhao Xiu, now fully enraged, roared back, "I'm not afraid of you. You want to fight, is that it?" The surrounding crowd, accustomed to such scenes, began to disperse. "Look, the Grand Elder and Zhao Xiu are about to brawl again. The three elders have never gotten along with the clan leader. I'm afraid the Zhao family is in for some trouble." Tian Shun, overhearing the whispers, felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed the Zhao family wasn't as unified as they appeared. Just as the confrontation reached its peak, a third voice cut through the tension. "Stop!" A stern-faced elder glared at the two of them. "Disciples of the Zhao family are forbidden from fighting amongst themselves. Such behavior will be severely punished according to clan rules." Reluctantly, both Zhao Xiu and Zhao Yu backed down. As she turned to leave, Zhao Yu muttered, "Spoil sport." Before exiting the shop, she couldn't resist one last jab. "Little sister, we've become so close so quickly. I commissioned a special outfit for you. Come to the tailor later for measurements." Zhao Xiu's suspicion deepened. "Don't trouble yourself, Mississippi. I'll pay for it." Zhao Yu dismissed him with a sneer. "This is woven from thousand-year-old silk. The bodice alone costs more than your yearly salary. Don't even pretend." Though he wanted to argue, her words were undeniably true. Defeated, Zhao Xiu turned to Tian Shun and said, "Don't pay her any mind. Our families have never gotten along." Tian Shun, however, was already scheming. Perhaps he could use this rivalry to sow discord within the Zhao family. The next day, at Tian Shun's residence within the Zhao estate, Zhao Yu's moans echoed through the room. "Oh, my dear sister, she purred, your ancestral massage technique is truly divine." Tian Shun replied softly, "I'm glad you enjoy it, elder sister. I have no other talents, so I can only offer you a massage as thanks for the beautiful clothes." Zhao Yu sat up, a seductive glint in her eyes. "Why don't you move in with me? Let me repay your debt of gratitude to Zhao Xiu." Tian Shun obediently replied, "As you wish, elder sister." With that, she comfortably settled back onto the bed. "Come with me later. I'll take care of everything else." As Tian Shun continued the massage, his mind drifted, making plans and anticipating the upcoming release of the iPhone 16. Seeing Zhao Xiu outside the window, Tian Shun began to act. His moment had arrived. He increased the pressure of his massage on Zhao Yu. But her cries were so loud, they made his head spin. Damn it, he thought, too much force. Zhao Yu, lost in the pleasure of the massage, clung to him. "Sister, oh sister," she moaned, "you're so good, this feels so good." At that very moment, Zhao Xiu witnessed the intimate scene within Tian Shun's quarters. The sight hit him like a physical blow. The sting of betrayal pierced Zhao Xiu. "Damn it," he seethed, "once wasn't enough. Does she really think I'm that easy to push around?" He roared, "Zhao Yu." She glanced over at the sound of his voice. Tears streamed down Zhao Xiu's face as he charged forward. "This is outrageous," he yelled. He leaped towards the bed, intent on violence. But Zhao Yu reacted even faster. Before Zhao Xiu could reach them, a pillow flew through the air, smacking him squarely in the face. In the same fluid motion, she pulled Tian Shun close, pressing his face in her chest. Tian Shun, caught between embarrassment and surprise, could only marvel at her swift maneuver. Zhao Yu adjusted her clothes and spoke in a conciliatory tone. There's no need for such anger. Can't we discuss this calmly? Zhao Xiu scoffed. Discuss? You think this is a discussion? He flew into a rage, his spiritual energy flaring. You've stolen my love twice now, he accused. This time, you'll learn your lesson. Zhao Yu leaned back, mocking him. Go ahead, hit me. I dare you. Zhao Xiu lashed out with a kick that nearly shattered the bed frame. He retracted his leg and glared at Zhao Yu before unleashing a flurry of punches. Tian Shun, observing from the sidelines, noted that while Zhao Xiu's attacks had the ferocity of a tiger, Zhao Yu seemed unfazed, yawning as she fought back. He hits like a kitten, she remarked. Tian Shun, speechless at the disparity in their strength, glanced at the score, 0-5. He felt a surge of relief. Good thing I anticipated that Zhao Xiu wouldn't be a match for Zhao Yu, he thought. I came prepared. Suddenly, Zhao Yu faltered. 5 thunderbolts to the skull. She exclaimed, my legs, they're giving out. A sly smile played on Tian Shun's lips. Zhao Xiu, he thought, his expression innocent, this is me helping you. I added a little something extra to that massage, just enough to weaken them both. At least one of them will end up seriously hurt. Zhao Xiu, fueled by rage, prepared his finishing blow. Zhao Yu, you're going to die. Zhao Yu formed a hand seal, gritting her teeth. You forced my hand. Her attack struck true, sending Zhao Xiu flying backward. Feigning concern, Tian Shun rushed to Zhao Xiu's side. Young master, he cried. After a quick assessment, he was disappointed. Zhao Yu wasn't ruthless enough, he thought. As he helped Zhao Xiu up, he delivered a surreptitious blow. Guess I'll have to finish the job myself. Zhao Xiu gasped in agony, his eyes rolling back in his head. He began to cough uncontrollably. Young master, what's wrong? Tian Shun asked anxiously. Zhao Yu, seeing Zhao Xiu's deteriorating condition, frowned. Damn it, she muttered, this is bad. The following day, within the Zhao family estate of the 3 elders, Zhao Heng, upon hearing the news, slammed his staff down in a fury. Damn it! Zhao Heng, one of the 3 Zhao elders, enraged by Zhao Xiu's severe injuries and unconscious state, had sought justice from Zhao Tianba, but returned empty-handed. The more he dwelled on it, the more his hatred festered. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Zhao Tianba, you think hiding Zhao Yu away means I'm powerless. This matter won't end with mere compensation. Zhao Heng shattered the staff beside him, his resolve hardening. Show her. Tonight, Father will activate the pawn I've had in place for years. I will kill Zhao Yu to avenge you. Late that night, at the Luiyue Mountain Manor outside the city, Tian Shun, his mind elsewhere, mused, how should I wreak havoc on their household next? Someone shoved his door open from the outside with considerable force. The sound jolted Tian Shun back to alertness. Yuni burst through the door, feigning enthusiasm as she greeted him, claiming to be Xiao Tran. Tian Shun, sitting on the bed in bewilderment, asked softly, who are you? Before he could get proper answer, she pushed him onto the bed and began groping him. So beautiful, such a fine figure. No wonder Yu Jia is infatuated with you. Flustered, Tian Shun shoved Yuni away, his hand accidentally brushing against her breasts. Tian Shun quickly retracted his hand, but Yuni, seemingly intent on a comparison, challenged. What? Not as good as mine. A cold sweat broke out on Tian Shun's forehead. I can't handle this kind of talk, he thought. Yuni sat on the edge of the bed, adopting a condescending tone. I am Yuni, Yujia's friend. Following proper etiquette, you should call me sister. I wonder why Sister Yuni has come to see me. Tian Shun added, playing along. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuni pulled something from her pocket. It was a dog collar. She said arrogantly, since you're new to the estate, I should at least make a gesture. I'm giving you this dog collar. Tian Shun stood up angrily, demanding, Sister, what do you mean by this? Yuni, intending to humiliate Tian Shun with the dog collar, continued, be obedient from now on, and naturally, you won't suffer. If you dare to compete with me, I'll make you worse off than a stray dog. Tian Shun pretended to accept the collar, murmuring, Xiao Tran thinks she succeeded in bullying me. Yuni said with satisfaction, not bad. From now on. In the next instant, through some unseen magic, Tian Shun had fastened the collar around Yuni's own neck. Thank you, sister, he said. The humiliation was immense. Yuni spun around furiously, shouting, do you want to die? She immediately lashed out, but Tianshan swiftly blocked the blow. That attack had the force of someone at the second level of fragrance chi, yet she blocked it with ease. Catching her off guard, Tianshan seized her throat and lifted her into the air with one hand. Yuni choked out, "It hurts. I can't breathe." Tianshan threatened, "I'm not someone you want to trifle with." After delivering a warning blow, Tianshan brushed his hands together. "For Yujia's sake, I'll spare you this time. Don't expect such luck again." The masochistic streak within Yuni was ignited. "She's even more masculine than Yujia," she thought. "It's making me flustered. I want to be dominated by her." Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Yuni did a complete about-face, grabbing Tianshan's hand. "I was wrong just now," she said. With that, Zhao Yu turned her back to Tianshan, saying, "Little sister, you must punish elder sister." Tianshan couldn't understand women anymore. Is this woman's brain broken? He thought. Just then, Yuni entered from outside. "Xiaotran," she said, "we'll be staying here for a while. Father can't resolve this matter." Having just witnessed the suggestive scene, Yuni exclaimed in surprise, "What are you two?" A second later, she regained her composure and walked over to caress Tianshan. "Little sister Xiaotran," she purred, "I didn't expect you to adapt so quickly." Tianshan, at a loss for words, stammered, "It's not what you think." The two women, like seductive spirits, pressed closer, their hands roaming over Tianshan. "What's so good about smelly men?" One of them murmured. "We're much better. You'll see later." "Don't worry." Elder sister Yuni was also quite hesitant at first. The image of being stripped bare flashed through Tianshan's mind. Panicked, he thought, "I'm dead. At this rate, I'll be exposed." Tianshan employed a diversionary tactic from centuries past. "Look," he exclaimed, "what's that outside the window?" "Little sister Xiaotran," Yuni said calmly as she walked over to close the window, "I used that tired old trick years ago. It won't work. How could there be anything outside the surprise?" Yuni's eyes widened in horror. An assassin, a black-clad assassin, unleashed a powerful sword attack. Yuni, quick-witted, channeled her spiritual energy to counter. The two clashed fiercely, but Yuni was no match for him. She took a blow, the pain causing her to cough up a mouthful of what looked suspiciously like strawberry syrup. Yuni rushed to her side. "Yuni, are you all right?" Yuni looked at Yuni with anguish. Barely clinging to life, Yuni strained to speak. "This person is stronger than me. You two must go. I'll hold him off." Tianshan, observing from the sidelines, wrestled with his conscience. "This woman is loyal and righteous," he thought. "Should I help her?" Yuni refused to leave, wanting to stay by her side. As the two sisters shared a heartfelt moment, the assassin closed in. Seeing this, Yuni made a desperate decision. Dizzy, she cried, "So be it." She shoved the two women away. "Get away from here. Don't worry, I'll avenge you." Tianshan sighed inwardly. Weren't they supposed to face death together? This woman isn't following the script. The situation had spiraled out of control. "Damn it," Tianshan lamented internally. "This is awkward." The two began to fight. Yuni was beaten so badly that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. The assassin shifted his attention to Tianshan. Tianshan, miraculously unscathed, wiped the sweat from his brow with difficulty, thinking, "Thank goodness for my agility." That was close. The assassin turned his attack on Tianshan. Yuni, intentionally drawing the assassin's attention, leaped out the window. The assassin, seemingly fixated on Yuni, turned and gave chase. Witnessing the assassin's impressive skills, Tianshan wondered, who sent this assassin? Yuni ran frantically, deliberately leading the assassin away. The assassin was no pushover, determined to pursue her to the end. A dark figure flashed past Yuni's vision. Closing the distance with incredible speed, he successfully intercepted her path. Before Yuni could escape, the assassin unleashed a fatal blow. Unable to defend herself, a deep gash appeared on her arm. Knowing he had the upper hand, the assassin spoke arrogantly, "Why struggle, young mistress?" Recognizing the voice, Yuni instantly deduced, "You're Zhao Dong." Determined to end Yuni's life, Zhao Dong poured all his strength into each swing of his blade. "My father treated you well." Yuni spat, "Why betray him? If I live, I won't let you get away with this." Too much talking, Zhao Dong sneered, kicking Yuni squarely in the mouth. Hatred burned in his eyes. He bellowed, "Pity you won't get the chance." With that, he leaped into the air, poised to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Yuni's eyes widened in terror. She screamed. Someone, using the Night King fist, shattered the assassin's incoming attack. As the dust settled, the figure revealed was none other than the handsome Tian Shun. "She's still useful to me," he declared. "I can't let you kill her." Wiping the corner of his mouth, the assassin muttered, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect a mere servant like you to possess such strength." Rage consumed the assassin. Unleashing the 6-star spirit skill, Crescent Moon Slash, he roared, "You dare interfere. I'll kill you first." Tian Shun, regarding the attack as a mere trifle, intentionally slowed his movements, narrowly avoiding the blow. Zhao Dong finally realized his opponent was no easy match, his movements like a phantom. Before he could react, Tian Shun was upon him, closing in from behind. Giving the assassin no chance to respond, Tian Shun unleashed the Heaven's Descent Palm. Even Unique couldn't believe her eyes. How can a mere servant possess such power? She wondered. Tian Shun, radiating a chilling aura, advanced on the assassin. "Tell me who sent you," he demanded, "and I might spare your life." Zhao Dong, defiant, yelled, "You want to know?" Choosing death over betrayal, he declared, "Find out in hell." With a sudden spurt of blood, Zhao Dong struck himself with a fatal blow. "Farewell," he gasped, collapsing to the ground. The two approached the body, lifting the mask to confirm his identity. Clutching her wound, Yuni sighed, "It really is him." He severed his own heart meridian. Tian Shun began searching the body, hoping to find some clue. He pulled a bagua-shaped jade pendant from the assassin's chest. "This jade pendant belongs to the 3 elders," he mused. A clever plan indeed. Suddenly, Yuni's voice sharpened with suspicion. "Who are you really?" she demanded. "What's your purpose in approaching me?" He replied, "Those things aren't important. What matters is that if you want to live, you'll obey me." Yuni retorted defiantly, "I'd rather die than submit to your schemes." Drawing a dagger, Yuni prepared to join Zhao Dong in the afterlife. "You won't control me," she cried. Swiftly, Tian Shun struck a pressure point on the back of Yuni's neck. She collapsed, unconscious. The next day, at the Tian family estate, among a group of bullied individuals, a blue-haired girl gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" 2 insolent guards leered at the young woman, abusing their authority. "We are Tian family guards today, responsible for security," one of them declared. "Cooperate with our search." The blue-haired woman retorted angrily, "I am a disciple of this clan. How could I possibly harm my own family?" The guard pointed a finger in her face, his tone dripping with contempt. "Even if your clan leader himself were here, it wouldn't matter. No search, no entry." The blue-haired woman's eyes flashed with fury, but she was forced to restrain herself. The disciples under her felt the humiliation keenly, but they were powerless to resist. "This is outrageous. The Zhao family is going too far. We are outnumbered today, so we must endure this indignity." The young woman of the Tian family finally yielded, her voice laced with pain. "Fine, search me." The lecherous guards advanced, their hands reaching out to grope her. "So obedient now are we. In the end, you have to listen to us. It's the only way you'll survive." The men of the Tian family could only grit their teeth and curse under their breath. "Damn them." One of the guards, his hand brushing against something unexpected, let out a smug chuckle. "So, this is the softness of a young maiden. What's this?" He had inadvertently groped Tian Shun. With a swift, brutal punch, Tian Shun struck the guard with such force that his teeth and lips became intimately acquainted. The blow was delivered in retaliation for the humiliation suffered by the women of the Tian family. Tian Shun, coming to their aid, spoke coldly. "We may be subservient to the Zhao family, but that doesn't mean we can be bullied by anyone. Young clan leader, the Zhao family has arrived." A murmur rippled through the ranks of the Tian family disciples. "Look, it's the 3rd elder of the Zhao family." The newcomer was Zhao Hong, the 3rd elder of the Zhao family. "Insolent whelp, you dare strike a member of the Zhao family in my presence. Such arrogance." Tian Shun defiantly produced the Bagua jade pendant. "And what will you do about it?" Zhao Heng's bluster evaporated, replaced by a stunned silence. He quickly regained his composure and demanded, "Where did you get that jade?" Tian Shun replied, "3rd elder, have you forgotten what you did last night? Perhaps I should remind you by informing clan leader Zhao." Zhao Heng's face paled. "How does this brat know? It's over. There must have been a slip-up with last night's assassination attempt." Terror gripped him, but he feigned anger. Guards, he bellowed. Panic erupted among the Tian family. This is bad. The young clan leader is in trouble. Another voice cried out, Zhao family, you've been bullying us far too much lately. Zhao Heng barked orders to his men. Kill those two who dare disrupt the relationship between the Zhao and Tian families. Seeing the presence of a powerful group within the Tian family, the Zhao family members hesitated. Zhao Heng, enraged by their inaction, roared, what are you waiting for? Move. Moments later, the Tian family courtyard was eerily deserted. Zhao Heng and Tian Shun stood alone, facing each other. Zhao Heng seethed, boy, don't think that a piece of jade can threaten me. Tell me everything you know, or I will make sure the Tian family never knows peace again. Tian Shun, far from intimidated, smiled. A single piece of jade might not prove anything. But what if Zhao Yu is still alive? Tian Shun recounted gravely. Yesterday, our people chanced upon Zhao Yu and rescued her. This jade pendant was found on the assassin. Zhao Heng replied, interesting. What is your purpose in telling me this? Under Zhao Heng's astonished gaze, Tian Shun declared, the Tian family wishes to cooperate with you, to conspire against the Zhao family, and help you ascend to power. Zhao Heng couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking to himself, sooner or later, I will have to contend with Zhao Tianba. This is a good opportunity. But Tian Shun continued his persuasion. Zhao Tianba has never trusted the Tian family. I hear the three elders hold considerable sway within the clan. I hope you can replace them. Zhao Heng, as if transformed, said cheerfully, your Tian family is not bad. You know how to choose. If this succeeds, I will not treat the Tian family poorly. Outwardly agreeable, Zhao Heng's inner thoughts were far more guarded. I must be wary of the Tian family. They wouldn't hesitate to use us as pawns. Tian Shun was no easy mark either, and he had his own calculations. Let you have your moment of delight, then. 3 days later, in the Tian family's meeting hall, Tian Shun sat at the head of the table, presiding over the assembly. Tian Shun announced shocking news. Everyone, I have colluded with Zhao Heng. Tomorrow at the hour of the dog, we will help him seize control of the Zhao family. The members of the Tian family below murmured amongst themselves, their discussions growing heated. A grand elder stepped forward to voice his concerns. Clan leader, Zhao Heng is unremarkable within the Zhao family. Even if we help him win, I fear our losses will be severe. Please reconsider. Tian Shun calmly rose and gently countered. The two elders' words are somewhat misguided. This is not only a good opportunity for our rise, but also a chance to swallow the entire Zhao family whole. The 500 clan members present could scarcely believe their ears. The two elders thought Tian Shun was speaking nonsense. Young clan leader, this concerns the grand scheme of our clan. We cannot be careless. Aiding him will undoubtedly result in heavy losses among our disciples, weakening our strength once more. Tian Shun had naturally considered this. With a knowing look, he said, who said I was going to help Zhao Heng seize the Zhao family? Having spoken these words, Tian Shun made his own decision. Our agreement is sufficient. I should go inform the Zhao clan leader. The members of the Tian family were left bewildered, completely lost. Even the experienced second elder felt a sense of unease. What scheme does this boy have up his sleeve? The next day, at the hour of the hare, in the mountains outside Fian City, a troop of cavalry galloped to a halt before a cave, the entire company stopping in the desolate wilderness. Old Zhao, looking at the dark mouth of the cave, asked doubtfully Xiao Zhang, is this the place? Tian Shun dismounted, speaking decisively. The eldest miss is hiding within this cave. He quickly jumped down from his horse, his voice filled with hatred. If anything has happened to Yuni, I will not let Zhao Heng go unpunished. Indeed, Yuni lay unconscious within the cave. Old Zhao rushed in, calling out in anguish, Yuni. Seeing this, the corner of Tian Shun's mouth curled into a slight smirk. An excellent opportunity. He suddenly shot into the air, launching a surprise attack from behind. Caught off guard, Zhao Heng staggered back, narrowly avoiding the blow. A formidable martial artist, he swiftly launched a counteroffensive. The two clashed head-on, their power instantly apparent. Two blinding palm strikes erupted, illuminating the cavern. Zhao Heng managed to force Tian Shun back, though he himself stumbled, barely maintaining his footing. Tian Shun inwardly acknowledged the third elder's strength. This old man is indeed worthy of his reputation at the peak of the Manhua realm. His reflexes are remarkable. Zhao Heng, his experience evident, demanded, you're just a servant. How could you possess such strength? Someone must be behind this ambush. Tell me, who is plotting against us? Tianshan calmly replied, you'll find out soon enough. Zhao Heng gestured to his disciples, ordering them to teach Tianshan a lesson. Tell me the name of your master. Zhao Heng roared, his voice echoing through the cave. He lunged forward, teeth gritted. If you don't, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Suddenly, the scene before Zhao Heng's eyes made them widen in disbelief. Expecting Tianshan to fall, Zhao Heng instead witnessed a surge of power. A fist slammed out, shaking the very foundations of the cave. Then, the disguise fell away, revealing the true identity of the attacker, Tianshan, the young clan leader of the Tian family. So it was you. Zhao Heng exclaimed, astonishment lacing his voice. Still clinging to the belief in his own dominance in Fian City, he bellowed, a clever scheme, but are you not afraid of the Zhao family's wrath? Tianshan's gaze pierced Zhao Heng like icy daggers. Zhao Heng, the game is up. Drop the pretense. Zhao Heng, desperate to end the fight quickly, gathered his chi. Do you think you have me cornered? The third elder unleashed a furious palm strike, roaring, if you want to kill me, you'll have to try harder than that. Tianshan channeled his own power to meet the attack. The collision of their palm strikes sent tremors through the air. Meanwhile, the Zhao family's fourth and sixth elders, both at the sixth level of the Manhua realm, charged towards Tianshan. They're stronger than us, Tianshan called out to his companions. Let's face them together. The fourth elder, wielding a Bagua sword, launched a sudden attack, followed by a fierce slash from the sixth elder. Tianshan nimbly dodged both blows. He moved with lightning speed, weaving between them before spinning and seizing the fourth elder by the head. Tianshan's allies fought with equal ferocity. The cave was ravaged by the clash of cultivators. Zhao Heng, visibly tiring, struggled to defend himself. Once I've dealt with you, he gasped, I'll destroy the entire Tian family. You'll pay for crossing me. Tianshan remained unfazed, his voice calm and steady, like a true immortal. After tonight, the Zhao family will be erased from Fian City. Zhao Heng, cunning and perceptive, immediately grasped the implication. Something's happened to the Zhao family, hasn't it? In the dead of night, within the Zhao family estate, chaos reigned. Members of the clan were locked in a brutal internecine struggle, purging their own ranks. It's the third elder. He's leading a rebellion. The Zhao family was tearing itself apart, elders clashing, blood splattering across the courtyard. Zhao Ming sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. Zhao Feng, what can you possibly achieve with this paltry force? Surrender now, and for the sake of our shared ancestry, I might just spare your life. Zhao Heng, unfazed, calmly flicked a speck of dust from the corner of his eye. The victor remains undecided. How can you be so certain of my defeat? In a breathtaking instant, 4 cultivators from the Tian family descended from the sky, landing in formation behind Zhao Heng. A spark ignited in Zhao Heng's eyes. I have the Tian family support. Do you still believe I am powerless? Tianze doused Zhao Heng's burgeoning hope with a chillingly casual remark. I'm afraid we must disappoint the third elder. A knot of unease tightened in Zhao Heng's gut. The Tian family, at the 11th hour, had turned on him. We can no longer assist you. Betrayed and trapped, a furious blush crept up Zhao Heng's neck. Well played, Tian family. You have no honor. I was a fool to trust you. Tianze responded with an icy calm. We are merely doing what is most prudent. Zhao Ming seized the opportunity to twist the knife. Zhao Heng, you betrayed your family for your own selfish gain. You must pay for your treachery with your life. Sensing the imminent bloodshed, Tianze made a hasty retreat. Our task is complete, esteemed elders. The Tian family bids you farewell. If it weren't for your timely intervention, he continued smoothly, the Zhao family would have suffered a devastating blow. The clan leader will reward you handsomely upon his return. Zhao Heng, backed into a corner, roared in defiance. If I survive this, I swear I will make Zhao Tianba and the Tian family pay for this betrayal. But his words were empty threats. Zhao Heng's purge from the Zhao family was complete. The Tian family reaped the rewards of their machinations. Tianze mused to himself. The young clan leader's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone was truly brilliant. Not only did it incite infighting within the Zhao family, but it also benefited us in the end. He gazed into the distance, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. I wonder if things are going smoothly on the other side. Meanwhile, Tianshan was locked in a fierce battle. Old Zhao stumbled stumbled back, losing his footing while Tian Shun remained relatively unscathed. Zhao Tianba, his face ashen, recognized the grim reality of his situation. It seems I may not escape this calamity today. The second elder rushed forward to assist him. Clan leader, he declared, we will cover your escape. Zhao Tianba, struggling to maintain his composure, offered a grim reassurance. They want my life. I will create an opening for you. You must survive and report back what happened here. Resigned to his fate, Zhao Tianba prepared for a final, desperate gamble. Tian Shun, if you want me dead, then we shall perish together. Tian Shun swiftly erected a defensive barrier, shouting a warning. Be careful, they're going to self-destruct. Zhao Tianba unleashed a blinding, three-layered beam of energy from his treasured artifact. Tian Shun's sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement. No, one of them is escaping. Under the pale moonlight in the stillness of the forest, the sixth elder of the Zhao family fled for his life. Burning with hatred, he sought reinforcements. Sixth elder, when I return, I will bathe the Tian family in blood and avenge you all. But fate had other plans. Two stones, hurtling through the air, struck him in the head. With his keen senses, the sixth elder reacted instantly, narrowly dodging a fatal blow. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted, cursing his misfortune. Damn it, how did they catch up so quickly? Are the clan leader and the others all dead? When he finally regained his composure, he realized the person standing before him was Tian Shun. The Zhao family's sixth elder immediately perked up, sneering, "You're only at the second level of the Manhua realm, yet you dare chase after me. Aren't you afraid of dying by my hand?" Tian Shun looked at the silver-haired old man, completely unimpressed. "If you were at your peak, I might be slightly worried, but now you're gravely injured. You're just putting on a brave face." Enraged at being mocked by a youngster, the old man lunged forward. Even an old tiger is still a tiger, more than enough to kill you. The old man's palm strike clashed directly with Tian Shun's. The younger Tian Shun, forced back a few steps, struggled to meet the attack head-on. Old Zhao, once a true tiger king, attacked relentlessly, giving his opponent no chance to react. He roared, "I'll kill you first to avenge my clan." Sixth elder, Zhao, unleashed a deadly technique. Go repent to the Zhao family in the underworld. But Tian Shun was no ordinary opponent. He shouted back, "I'll send you to reunite with them first." Tian Shun's figure vanished instantly, the old man's palm striking only air. Just an afterimage. What kind of movement technique is this? Tian Shun reappeared in a flash behind his opponent. While the old man was still stunned, he struck with a single decisive blow, ending the fight. Though victorious, Tian Shun wasn't entirely satisfied. The extreme shadow bewildering steps isn't just a simple evasion technique. Like a deceptive maneuver practice during training, perhaps I can develop even more uses for it. Suddenly, something strange approached from the forest behind him. Tian Shun, of course, sensed it. Tian Zheng, having dealt with Zhao Tianba, rushed over to assist. "Tian Shun, are you all right?" He calmly waved his hand. "I'm Yufine. This one has been dealt with." Tian Zheng, stunned, simply uttered "ah." The surrounding clan members were filled with even greater admiration for Tian Shun. The young clan leader is truly formidable. Even heavily injured, he can still kill a 6th-level Manhua realm expert. Using 2nd-level Manhua realm strength to kill a 6th level, he's a true monster. Suddenly, a strange object appeared in the sky. A large eagle descended, the clan's messenger hawk. It landed expertly on Tian Zheng's arm. Tian Zheng looked at the beloved bird, a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps there's news from Tian Zhe. He didn't hesitate to take the intelligence report. Tian Zheng read the contents aloud. Tian Shin's plan was a complete success. The Zhao family, both sides have been decimated. Only 10% remain. Tian Zhe has seized the opportunity to launch an attack. The eyes of the clan members lit up like stars. Excellent. From now on, we can hold our heads high. The young clan leader not only possesses great strength, but also unparalleled strategy. Heaven blesses our Tian family. He is truly a rising dragon. Tian Shun savored the feeling of victory. Clan leader, now that Zhao Tianba is dead, it's time to return and finish off the Zhao family. 1 hour later, at the Zhao family estate, the fighting continued. The Zhao family's 4th elder, a cultivator of the Manhua realm, poured all his strength into his final attack. Each spear thrust lunged furiously towards Shun Landing. She and her pet serpent fought in perfect coordination. Lan Ding closed her eyes, sensing the surge of spiritual energy. With one hand forming a mystical seal and the other issuing commands, her obedient blade serpent, Xiaona, followed her every instruction. It flicked its tongue, darting towards her opponent, its body coiling tightly around the spear. With a powerful squeeze, the fourth elder's fourth realm technique shattered into fragments. Zhao Heng, eyes wide with despair, choked out what? From behind her mask, Lan Ding issued a chilling command, die. The serpent opened its maw, revealing a horrifyingly venomous interior, and unleashed a soul-devouring strike. Zhao Heng was instantly paralyzed, frozen in place. The serpent, granting him no reprieve, struck with a decisive bite. Zhao Heng's face paled. Lady Shun is too powerful. Even the Zhao family's third elder is no match for her. To possess such strength at the sixth realm of the Manhua realm at such a young age, truly monstrous. I believe only the Zhao clan leader could stand against her. With Zhao Heng's demise, another attacker emerged from the shadows, intent on a sneak attack. Lan Ding, despite her weakened state, sensed the impending danger. Drained of strength, she could only sigh. It's over. Cultivating the 10,000 poison scripture to suppress the toxicity. Why is it flaring up now? The attacker, having waited for this very opportunity, sneered a perfect chance. Pouring all his spiritual energy into his sword, he roared, die. But just as victory seemed assured, a sudden change swept across the heavens. A beam of starlight descended. What appeared to be a celestial being revealed itself to be Tian Shun, arriving just in time. Scooping the unconscious Lan Ding into one arm, Tian Shun parried the attacker's blow with his sword in the other. The attacker, his death not yet met, leaped back, narrowly avoiding Tian Shun's blade. Staggering back several paces, he ground his teeth in frustration. How dare you interfere? Tian Shun glanced down at the unconscious Shun Lan Ding. The attacker, driven by desperation, lunged forward again, screaming, die together. Tian Shun, without even a glance, responded coldly, if you have the ability, then come. The two sword techniques, one of the Zhao family and one of the Tian, clashed head-on. However, the attacker's focus wasn't solely on Tian Shun. To his surprise, the attacker remained fixated on Shun Lan Ding, thinking, the one I want to kill, I will not let live for another minute. In that brief opening, he drew a hidden dagger with his left hand, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the unconscious Lan Ding. The movement was swift and decisive, but Tian Shun was faster, intercepting the attacker's wrist with an iron grip. His voice was ice cold. I anticipated this. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? Thwarted, the attacker's face drained of all color. Tian Shun delivered a swift kick to the attacker's throat. Still defiant, the attacker gasped, I underestimated you, but this is not the end. Like a cornered animal, he unleashed a desperate final attack. This time, let's see how you stop me. The surrounding disciples broke out in a cold sweat. That's the Zhao family's Meng Huang, 9 transformations. He's boosted his minor realm to the 3rd level in such a short time. Our young clan leader is only at the 2nd level of the Meng Huang realm. This is dangerous. The 6th elder, with the power of the 5th level of the Meng Huang realm, aggressively charged into the fight. Tian Shun also began to circulate his qi, subtly preparing his attack. The 6th elder, his 5th level qi threatening to engulf Tian Shun, believed victory was within his grasp. He sneered, against absolute power, all techniques are useless. Tian Shun remained calm, his plan already in motion. Arrogance, he thought, always comes at a price. By the time the 6th elder realized something was amiss, it was too late. A strange sensation washed over him, a chilling loss of control. He frantically searched within himself, wondering how his body could betray him so. Tian Shun, who had long since begun his game, spoke calmly. The poison on my blade entered your bloodstream some time ago. A flash of crimson erupted in the 6th elder's eyes as the poison ripped through him, tearing at his insides like paper. The Tian clan members looked at Tian Shun with awe. The young clan leader's battle awareness is so sharp. If that were me, I'd be dead by now. Clutching his head in pain, Tian Shun worried. What kind of poison has Shun Lan Ding been afflicted with? Mere proximity is affecting me. Just then, the Boundless Star Lord appeared. Young godchild, he said, this young lady requires immediate treatment. Her life is in danger. Members of the Tian clan stepped forward to survey the aftermath. Young clan leader, are you alright? What happened to Miss Shun? The battle here is decided. We'll hold the line. You should take Miss Shun back. Just as a sense of calm began to settle, a voice rang out, don't think you'll escape. Another challenger emerged, his voice filled with malice. Even if the Zhao family is destroyed today, we won't let your Tian clan off so easily. The Tian clan members instantly adopted battle stances. You look pathetic. Seems like you fled from somewhere else. The newcomers were a band of burly, aggressive mercenaries. Brothers, one roared, one head, one share. The more you kill, the more you earn. Emboldened by their numbers, they charged into the fray with a savage fury. Brothers attack. Kill them all. The Tian clan disciples quickly formed a protective circle around Tian Shun. Tian Shun's voice cut through the chaos. Hold the formation. Don't panic. Suddenly, a flurry of swords, seemingly appearing from thin air, whizzed past his head. Hundreds of them rained down from the sky like falling stars. The faces of the Zhao family remnants drained of color. Arrows, as if guided by an unseen force, found their marks with deadly accuracy. Confusion rippled through their ranks. They couldn't comprehend this strange technique. Countless blades plunged into the earth, forming a colossal barrier. The Zhao family members felt their spiritual energy draining away. The barrier exploded, and their screams of agony echoed through the air. As the dust settled, the Tian clan members began to speculate. This fighting style, it seems familiar. Only little Devil Wu could be so reckless as to detonate a mountain of spirit swords like that. Tian Wu descended from the sky. Brother Shun, are you all alright? A pungent, noxious scent filled the air. Little Devil Wu's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a groan of discomfort. Why does my head hurt so much? Tian Shun, holding Shun Lan Ding in his arms, prepared to leave. He instructed his older sister, Lan Ding has been poisoned. She'll be alright if you keep a little distance. Leave this place to me. I'll take her back and administer the antidote. At midnight, in the Tian family residence, Lan Ding lay resting in bed. Tian Shun began, Master, the poison affecting Lan Ding. He hadn't finished his sentence when a searing pain ripped through his insides, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Staring at the thick, viscous blood coating his hand, Tian Shun was horrified. Void Walker Star Lord, his master, looked at his disciple with anguish. You've been infected by the poison from this young woman. It seems to be exceptionally potent. Sit down and circulate your energy immediately. Delaying will only complicate matters. Unable to bear the thought of anything happening to Lan Ding, he diligently began to circulate his spiritual energy. Treat Tian Shun first. Leave the rest to me. Living up to his name, Voidwalker Star Lord's spiritual energy enveloped the poison, and in mere seconds, it completely dissipated. Tian Shun gradually recovered his vitality, breathing a sigh of relief. Voidwalker Star Lord's face became taut with worry. Unexpectedly, this poison originates from the 10,000 poison scripture. Tian Shun, hearing this term for the first time, asked in bewilderment, the 10,000 poison scripture. Cultivating the 10,000 poison scripture requires absorbing 100 poisons, forcing them to interact within the body, creating a cycle upon successful completion. Voidwalker Star Lord, deep in thought, explained if one doesn't absorb all 100 poisons required for cultivation and simultaneously utilizes too much poisonous spiritual energy, a backlash from the poison will occur. Understanding dawning on him, Tian Shun gravely asked, Master, is there a solution? Voidwalker Star Lord bowed his head, his hands clasped nervously. Well, just then, Lan Ding let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. Tian Shun froze, stunned by the sight before him. Several streams of poisonous energy shot directly into Lan Ding's chest. It was Voidwalker Star Lord who had acted. Tian Shun cried out in alarm, Master. His master replied, I can only temporarily seal the toxins within her acupoints. For a complete recovery, we need supplementary antidotes. He pleaded with his prized disciple, Little Shun, quickly use your spiritual energy to seal the acupoints. This poisonous spiritual energy is trying to break free from the seal. The virulent poison threatened to tear Lan Ding apart from within. Tian Shun immediately channeled his spiritual energy, temporarily suppressing the poison. He roared, Get back! The toxicity intensified, poised to consume Lan Ding entirely. After a long struggle, Tian Shun managed to subdue the poison, but he was utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, his body deeply permeated by the toxins. Believing himself on the verge of death, Tian Shun closed his eyes, his condition finally stabilizing. 1 week later, in the courtyard of the Tian family residence, Tian Shun gently helped Lan Ding sit down on a stone bench. You're still weak and can't use your spiritual energy. Don't stay out here too long. Plenty of rest will speed your recovery. Lan Ding smiled in response. Have you received the letter? Tian Shun pulled a letter from his robe. I have. Why was it hidden in such a hard-to-find place? Do you remember the young woman from the foreign tribe's martial arts tournament? Lan Ding, of course, remembered the beautiful foreign girl. I had a deal with her people once. I rescued Na, and in return, they gave me the sacred lotus essence. Tian Shun stroked his chin. It really was her. Lan Ding opened the letter, pointing as she spoke. The sacred lotus essence is the most crucial ingredient for cultivating the myriad poison scripture. It can also completely cure you. And this is a map of their encampment. Tian Shun took the map, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. For Directions Mountain, he murmured, now that the Tian family has risen to become the Flying Swallow clan, and everything is settled, it's time to set off to find Lung Xuan. His mind made up, Tian Shun tucked the map away and prepared for his departure. On a bright, sunny day in the Tian family city, all the villagers of the Tian clan gathered to see Tian Shun off. Before he left, Tian Zheng presented Tian Shun with a gold ring. The old man gave him a string of parting advice, which Tian Shun listened to attentively. His beloved's hair danced in the breeze, making him look incredibly handsome. All the officials of both clans clasped their hands, wishing the young clan leader a safe journey. Tian Shun and Lan Ding boarded their palanquin and began their travels. As they passed a steep cliff face, there was a sudden commotion ahead. Tian Shun brought the palanquin to an abrupt halt. Startled, Lan Ding quickly pulled back the curtain. Why have we stopped? Tian Shun carefully surveyed the scene, his expression serious. There's a lot of commotion up ahead. I don't know what's happening. It's best to take a look. As he got a clear view of the group ahead, Lan Ding gasped. They were the Black Prison Bandits. Their short, stocky leader, at the second level of the Manhua realm, spoke with a leering tone. What a stroke of luck. I never expected to encounter such exquisite beauty on our way back. His lascivious gaze raked over Lan Ding. Such a beautiful face, he purred, then his eyes flicked down to her chest. And such an alluring figure. It turned out their tastes ran to the palanquin driver, Tian Shun. Quite a rare find. A man like that, he mused. One of the smooth-talking bandits behind him shouted, Boss, just kill the girl and take the boy back for our enjoyment. The leader immediately dismounted, preparing to seize them. Look at your meager skills. You should be more polite to a pretty boy. He ripped open his shirt, revealing a forked tongue. Tian Shun looked mildly surprised. More fighting, is it? He leapt from the palanquin, moving with lightning speed to the bandit leader's side. What kind of politeness is this, old man? He delivered a punch that twisted the leader's face. The bandits froze, stammering, Boss. Their leader lay on the ground, his mouth askew. Seeing this, the bandits surged forward, seeking revenge. You dare touch our boss. You're looking for death, brat. They surrounded Tian Shun, a throng of men and horses. One of them barked orders, take him down first, then we'll deal with the woman in the palanquin. Just then, their leader staggered to his feet. Stop. To Tian Shun's misfortune, he had caught the leader's eye. No wonder he was chosen, he said, captivated by Tian Shun's display of power. Impressive. The leader began to flex his muscles. Don't interfere, he declared, puffing out his chest like a hungry tiger. I want to conquer him myself. The bandits paled, whispering amongst themselves. That kid's done for. We won't get a share. This is bad. Boss is in his love mode again. He lunged forward, tongue lolling, attempting to lick Tian Shun's face. Little one, let's have a little intimate wrestle, shall we? Tian Shun nearly retched, swatting the man's hand away. Don't touch me. The bandit leader only grew more excited, his lips curling into a lascivious leer. You can't escape. Let's have a nice, close cuddle. A sudden plan sparked in Tian Shun's mind. Just as the lecherous leader lunged to embrace him, Tian Shun deftly sidestepped, causing the bandit chief to grab a random, unsuspecting bandit instead. Oblivious to his mistake, the leader, believing he held the beautiful young man, sighed contentedly, wanting to hold onto this feeling forever. He began to activate his spirit technique, the friendly embrace. Become one with me, he roared. But by the time he realized he was clinging to a scrawny, twig-like man, it was too late. Tian Shun seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword forward. The other bandits cried out in terror. No, the boss is done for. Tian Shin slowly swept his icy gaze across the remaining men. They instantly turned and fled. Heavens! Even the boss was no match for him. Run! After chasing off the bandits, Tian Shun spoke with a hint of amusement. Those bandits, though disgusting, weren't entirely useless. Their eyes gleaming, the two companions began to examine their spoils. Lan Jing Godin, we're about to be rich. He stepped forward and opened a chest. Let's see what treasures lie within. To their surprise, inside was a bound young woman. Tian Shun was taken aback. Leaving her in the wilderness wasn't an option, so he began to cut her bonds. The girl immediately threw her arms around Tian Shun. This sister doesn't treat me like a stranger, she exclaimed. She looked up at him with gratitude. This humble one is Fu Dada. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. The voice was far too deep. Tian Shun recoiled. You're a man. Dada scratched his head sheepishly. I get that a lot, thanks to my appearance. He explained that many men on the street often flirted with him. Dada, it seemed, had a similar experience to Tian Shun, having been mistaken for a woman and ending up in the wrong bathhouse. Dada gigle y, like a blushing maiden. But I'm a man, he insisted. I have the goods to prove it. Tian Shun stared, slightly stunned. He couldn't be blamed, though. Dada's appearance was truly deceiving. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from behind them. It's Afu, Dada cried, jumping up and waving his arms. Afu, I'm here. Afu, a pleasantly plump young man, beamed. Young master, we found you. He excitedly urged his horse forward, but he was clearly clumsy. His horse stumbled, sending him tumbling to the ground, knocking out a few teeth in the process. Lan Ding, Tian Shun, and Dada watched in silence. Dada politely presented a token. The two men clasped hands in farewell. Thank you for your help, Brother Shen. I am the young master of the Dafu Trading Company. If you ever come to Shanglong City, I will be sure to treat you well. Tian Shun replied, try not to get captured by bandits again. Tian Shun watched them ride off into the distance. After that delay, we should be on our way. 3 days later, at Four Directions Mountain, Tian Shun consulted the map as he walked. Lan Ding, there shouldn't be any trouble ahead. This is the village of the Cat-Eared tribe. Suddenly, a plume of acrid, black smoke appeared ahead. Tian Shun and Lan Ding froze, stunned for a full 5 seconds. The village of the Cat-Eared tribe before them had been reduced to ashes. What happened here? Tian Shun breathed, horrified. The two slowly advanced, stepping into the ruins to investigate. Tian Shun touched the ground. It was still warm. It seems this disaster struck recently, he surmised. Panic flickered in Lan Ding's eyes. Only the priestess of the Cat-Eared tribe can extract the sacred lotus essence from the sacred lotus, he whispered. What are we going to do? Tian Shun stowed the map and slowly rose. Let's look around the village. See if we can find any clues. Suddenly, a cry echoed from within the ruins. Don't eat Coco. She's not tasty. The voice drifted from the direction of the trees. A young girl burst from the woods, running for her life. It was Coco of the Cat-Eared tribe. She was being pursued by a pack of monstrous beasts. Coco tried to dive into a thicket for cover, but it was too late. A black bear had spotted her. Coco was cornered. Her eyes widened in terror, her whole body trembling as she braced herself to become the beast's midday meal. In a heartbeat, not one, but 3 of the creatures emerged from the trees. Coco could only cover her head and cry out, "Sister." Suddenly, leaves swirled around them. The beasts were dispatched in a blur of motion. Coco was safe. Her face flushed as she looked up at her savior. It was none other than the breathtakingly handsome Tian Shun. It's all right now, he said, though the gruesome splatters of the monster's tomato sauce, as he put it, painted a grim picture. Coco was on the verge of tears. Don't be afraid, Tian Shun comforted her. The 3 remained in the forest until nightfall. Dinner was a smoked ham hock. Lan Ding watched the little girl devour her portion, his heart aching. Slow down, Coco, he said gently. There's plenty more. Coco ate as if she'd never seen food before, tears welling in her eyes. She threw herself into Lan Ding's arms. Sister, thank you for saving me. Tian Shun felt a pang of jealousy at having his heroic moment stolen. Hey kid, he said, take a closer look. I'm the one who saved you. Coco wiped her tears and offered him a shy thank you. As they ate, Tian Shun questioned her. Coco, why were those demonic beasts chasing you? It was a stormy day, Coco began. Everyone in the village was going about their normal business. Then, a group of people, we didn't know where they came from, stormed into the village and started wreaking havoc. They had swords and knives, destroying everything and capturing the people of the cat-eared tribe without mercy. These dog-headed men were ruthless, seizing everyone they could find. Anaya saw that things were bad. She pushed me and shouted, "Run! Don't look back." I was so scared, but I didn't want to leave my sister. I cried, "Sister, let's go together. I can't leave you here alone." But she told me, "Listen to me. Run. I have to stay and protect the priestess." Anaya's face was pale, and she gritted her teeth. Then she pushed me down the stairs. "Live well," she cried. Coco sobbed. I called out to her, "Sister, sister." Coco covered her face, her grief overwhelming her. I wanted to go back for her, but that's when I ran into those demonic beasts. Tianxin looked at Landing. Both of them were thinking the same thing. Only the priestess of the cat-eared tribe could refine the sacred lotus essence. Now that she had been captured by the bandits, it seemed they would have to make a trip to the bandits' encampment. Tianxin pondered for a moment, then smiled. "We'll help you rescue your people," he said. Coco was so overjoyed, she nearly jumped for joy. "Really?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Wonderful." Coco, eager to act immediately, tugged at Tianxin's arm. "Then let's go right now. I know the way." "Hold on," Tianxin said calmly, remaining seated. "Don't rush. Let me scout the situation first." That very evening, Tianxin went to investigate alone. From a hidden vantage point, he observed the enemy forces. The bandit group was not small. Suddenly, a noise startled him, and Tianxin quickly ducked behind a corner. A group of guards called out, "Time for the shift change." Tianxin thought worriedly. "I thought they were just a disorganized rabble, but they're actually decently trained." He couldn't delay any longer. He jumped down. He had to quickly find where the captives were being held. As he landed, a dislodged stone happened to strike the head of a dogman. The dogman's eyes widened, searching for the culprit. Just a cat. I thought someone was here for a rescue." Tianxin activated his extreme shadow bewildering steps, flitting away like a bird. Finally landing on a rooftop, Tianxin carefully assessed the situation. The heavy guard presence here suggested this might be where the cat-eared tribe members were imprisoned. He carefully lifted a roof tile, allowing a sliver of light from within to escape. Tianxin's face was tense as he peered inside. In the center of the room was a steaming hot bath, the air thick with mist. A beautiful woman was busy bathing. Taken aback by the unexpected sight, Tianxin quickly turned away, his face flushing. He decided it was best to leave. Just as he was about to make a discreet retreat, he overheard voices from below. "Did you hear? The camp is shorthanded. The boss wants to recruit more talent." The dogman replied, "Listen to your impoverished vocabulary. We call it conscripting soldiers and buying horses." A daring idea struck Tianxin. With the tight security, infiltrating the bandit group might make rescuing the cat-eared tribe much easier. No sooner had he thought it than he turned to act, accidentally kicking a loose piece of debris. The broken tile tumbled down through the hole he'd created, landing directly on the bathing woman. "Damn it!" The woman angrily crushed the tile in her hand, then let out a low chuckle before shouting, "Someone's there." Tianxin was spotted by the dogman. Escape was his only option. He immediately activated his extreme shadow, bewildering steps. The dogmen quickly rallied, raising the alarm that there was an enemy on the roof. A group of 6 quickly gave chase. "Stop!" The red-haired woman, now dressed, carefully emerged from the bath. Clad entirely in crimson netherworld attire, her full name was Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao watched the unfolding scene with amusement, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "This will be interesting," she murmured. "Those dogmen still haven't caught the intruder." A voice roared, "Stop right there." But stopping was the last thing on Tianxin's mind. He ran faster, his heart pounding. But man plans and fate laughs. Tianxin's blood ran cold. A cliff. He despaired, seeing the dead end ahead. The leader of the dogmen, his face smug, watched Tianxin's predicament unfold. "Little thief," he sneered, "you dare run to our very doorstep. Let's see how you escape this." The dogmen panting and disbelieving, froze. Tian Shun, equally stunned, shared their bewilderment. The entire scene ground to a halt. Following a sudden instinct, he turned. Heavens! A monstrous beast, seemingly sprung from the forest itself, lunged at him, jaws gaping. Tian Shun reacted instantly, leaping back. Good heavens! The beast, its attack thwarted, roared in frustration, its fury intensified. Just then, a massive, clawed foot slammed down from above, joining the fray. Under the moonlight, a bird and the beast locked in a savage struggle. The dogmen seized the opportunity, turning back to Tian Shun. Get him! One barked. He must have discovered something in the camp. Don't let him escape. Tian Shun wanted to kneel before these supposed masterminds. If only I had discovered something, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. He never felt so trapped, between a rock and a hard place, or rather, a wolf and a hawk. His luck had truly run out. Time for his trump card. He drew his sword, steel flashing in the moonlight, ready to fight to the death. Blades of spiritual energy erupted from his sword, swirling around him like a tempest. The energy coalesced, forming a terrifyingly powerful formation. With a flick of his wrist and a shouted command, the spiritual swords transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling towards his enemies. The devastating sword formation cut down the dogmen one after another. Tian Shun landed gracefully. The dogmen sprawled around him. Having dealt with these pawns, he calmly sheathed his sword. Discretion, after all, is the better part of valor. While the two beasts were still locked in combat, Tian Shun decided to make his escape. But it was too late. Hey you! The hawk-like creature, its gaze fixed on Tian Shun, swooped down. The four-legged beast, abandoning its current opponent, lunged towards the newcomer. Tian Shun narrowly dodged the attack. Trouble seemed to find him even when he was trying to stay out of it. The two monsters resumed their battle. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tian Shun prepared to slip away. This was his chance. Activating his extreme shadow confusion steps, he swiftly retreated. Suddenly, a strange light caught his eye. In the distance, a mystical plant pulsed with an ethereal glow. It was the Lin Hu Tao, a herb capable of reviving the dead. Tian Shun quickly ducked behind a boulder, his gaze fixed on the Lin Hu Tao. Possession of such a treasure meant a second chance at life. He couldn't just leave it behind. Lost in thought, he jumped as the hawk-like creature landed squarely on the boulder he was hiding behind. His heart leaped into his throat. Blast it! Does it have to be this precise? Wherever I hide, they attack. The hawk and the four-legged beast remained locked in a stalemate. Just go home and get married already, Tian Shun muttered under his breath. He realized that these two forces were evenly matched. If he wanted to reap the benefits of their conflict, he needed to add more fuel to the fire. Thinking was as good as doing. Tian Shun reached out, summoning his sword intent. To stir the pot a little more, Tian Shun roared, his swordsmanship obeying his command as it plunged into the fray. A satisfied smirk played on Tian Shun's lips as he watched the ensuing chaos unfold. His sword, wreathed in flames, tore through the air like a gale, piercing the back of the eagle demon. Crimson sprayed out like bursting tomatoes. Tears sprang to the creature's eyes as pain lanced through it. It whipped its head around, desperate to see its attacker. Tian Shun's swordsmanship grew fiercer, feathers scattering like snow in a blizzard. The eagle demon, realizing the gravity of the situation, decided to unleash its full power. Channeling a surge of spiritual energy, its eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Tian Shun sighed. Burning its demonic soul meant it was ready to fight to the death. The four-legged beast, oblivious to the escalating danger, charged forward, eager to end the spectacle. From a distance, Tian Shun slowly recalled his sword, his gaze contemplative. He surmised that even with its burning demonic soul, the bird was no match for the brute. The beast's muscles tensed, its spiritual energy threatening to ignite the entire forest. Moments later, the battle reached its climax. The eagle demon, consumed by the four-legged beast's overwhelming aura, was reduced to ashes. Looks like I'll have to lend a hand, Tian Shun mused. As expected, the beast now set its sights on the Lin Hu Tao. Tian Shun was quicker, intercepting the beast. He fixed it with a menacing glare. This doesn't belong to you. Challenged for its prize, the beast roared and attacked. Tian Shun, unyielding, drew his sword, gathering his strength, and unleashed the dragon claw slash. The beast, struck by the blow, paled with fear. Escape was no longer an option. With a single, piercing thrust, Tian Shun cleaved the beast in two. A tremendous explosion rocked the forest. Elsewhere, the chief of the White Tiger Mountain propped his chin on his hand. Curiosity piqued. What was that explosion? Suddenly, Lu Qiao, the gorilla demon, appeared as if from thin air, clinging to the chief and provoking him. That brat's causing quite a ruckus. The chief immediately summoned his men. Go and see which fool dares to cause trouble near our camp, he bellowed. Meanwhile, in a small mountain cave, Lan Ding held Coco, both fast asleep. A figure entered the cave, disturbing their slumber. Lan Ding jolted awake, her eyes snapping open. Instinctively, she pulled Coco closer, demanding, "Who's there?" Tian Shun stepped into the light, a large piece of meat in hand. "It's me," he announced with a grin. Relief washed over Lan Ding. "Why are you so late?" Suspicion laced her voice. "Weren't you scouting? Why do you have demon beast meat?" Brushing her questions aside, Tian Shun changed the subject. "Don't mention it." He sat down beside Lan Ding. "Are you hurt?" she asked, concern evident in her tone. "After I left the White Tiger area," he began, recounting his tale, "I encountered two demon beasts fighting." Leaning closer to Lan Ding, Tian Shun whispered, a playful lilt in his voice, "Are you worried about me?" Lan Ding's face flushed crimson. "No, of course not," she denied quickly. Clearly smitten, yet still shy, she worried for him deeply, but couldn't bring herself to admit it. Seeing Lan Ding's concern, Tian Shun pulled out a few medicinal herbs and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not only unharmed, but I also found some Lin Hu Tao." Lan Ding then asked, "Did you find the tribal medicine woman?" Tian Shun explained, "The place is heavily guarded, with sentries every few steps." His previous jovial demeanor vanished as he continued, "But I heard they're recruiting. It's a good opportunity for us to infiltrate and rescue her." Hearing this, Lan Ding stood and advised him, "Then we'll just wait. You've been up all night. Get some rest." Suddenly, a ray of light pierced the cave. Heeding Lan Ding's advice, Tian Shun fell asleep, drooling slightly. In his hazy slumber, he caught a delicious aroma. "Something smells amazing," he thought. He opened his eyes to find Lan Ding standing before him with food and drink. "You woke up just in time," she said softly. Tian Shun sat up, complimenting her before he began to eat. "Your cooking is getting better and better." Mid-chew, he abruptly stopped. Lan Ding immediately asked what's wrong. A premonition washed over Tian Shun. "I think I'm about to break through," he said, a hint of awe in his voice. Half an hour later, Tian Shun sat in solemn meditation. Opening his eyes after cultivating, he rejoiced at having reached the third level of Manhua. Lan Ding, who had appeared behind him at some point, held out a stick of incense. "This will disguise your appearance for a short time, but you have to reapply it every 3 days. Don't forget," she reminded him. Tian Shun covered his face with his hand. "Don't worry, little sister. Take care of Coco," he said. When he removed his hand, his face had transformed into a bestial visage, rather unsightly. Coco, waking up, rushed over to Tian Shun, cheerfully calling him Big Brother. "My people are counting on you." Mid-sentence, she froze, staring for 5 seconds before crying out in fright. "Who are you?" Tian Shun, seeing Coco's reaction, thought with amusement. Looks like the transformation was a success. Bidding farewell to Lan Ding and Coco, Tian Shun set off. "I promise I'll rescue your people," he vowed. Coco, suspicious, whispered to Lan Ding, "Sister, Big Brother smile doesn't look very trustworthy." Lan Ding sighed. "It is rather unsettling," she admitted. Outside the White Tiger stronghold, all the warriors from earlier had gathered. Tian Shun remarked in surprise, "Quite a crowd wanting to join a mountain stronghold like this." Suddenly, someone pulled him back, whispering in his ear, "Brother, do you think we're here by choice?" With all the calamities these days, the stronghold offers food and shelter. On the platform, the announcer boomed, "Brave warriors." The White Tiger stronghold recently clashed with the Red Leaf stronghold. Though victorious, many of our brothers were injured. This competition is your chance to join our ranks. He clenched his fist. "Let us strive together for the future of the White Tiger stronghold." The crowd below roared their approval. "Good," Tian Shun thought to himself. "This is practically a publicity stunt." He announced to the assembled crowd, "Anyone who can withstand 10 moves against me can join the White Tiger stronghold. Riches and glory beyond measure await you." Suddenly, a hammer, seemingly out of nowhere, flew through the air and embedded itself in the viewing platform. Manfu strode up from below and declared, "I'll go." The match began. Both men were ready. Tianshan thought, Manfu is definitely going to lose. Manfu, taking the initiative, attacked first, roaring, "Take this." Despite his eagerness to impress, his hammer blow was easily dodged. Instead, he received a swift kick to the backside, sending him sprawling face first onto the platform. He kissed the ground repeatedly. Though it appeared to be a simple kick, the force behind it was considerable. He called for the next challenger. Having wielded a hammer before, he now brandished a sledgehammer, swinging it with theatrical flair. "I accept the challenge," he boomed. "Only style matters here. Anyone who's afraid can go home." He confidently invited the crowd. "Let me show you what a real celebration looks like." His bravado lasted mere seconds. A miscalculated swing resulted in a chain wrapping around his neck, a self-inflicted humiliation. Tianshan thought, exasperated, is this all they've got? An hour later, having defeated all the volunteers, he asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "This guy's no joke. Anyone who goes up there's going to get beaten." After the flurry of challengers had subsided, Tianshan stepped onto the platform. "I'd like to try my hand at this." He crossed his arms and reiterated, "You said that anyone who lasts 10 moves can join Stronghold. What if I defeat you?" Seeing Tianshan's confidence, the Stronghold leader scoffed, "You're awfully arrogant, kid." The crowd below erupted in disapproval. "Do you think you're some kind of ultimate master?" They jeered. "Stop boasting and get down." "What a fool, dreaming pipe dreams. Are you asleep?" The Stronghold leader pressed forward, adding, "Kid, today I'll teach you a lesson in humility." Tianshan effortlessly parried the first blow, leaving the outcome of the fight uncertain. Tianshan took a step back and, with a touch of mockery, goaded his opponent. 10 moves is too many. 3 will be enough." He drew his sword and instantly employed the extreme shadow confusion steps. Hovering in midair, he flashed behind his opponent, his sword now wreathed in flames. Tianshan unleashed the Burning Heaven sword, striking directly at the Stronghold leader. The Stronghold leader was visibly startled by the attack. With a single move, the dueling platform shattered, the sheer power of the blow astonishing everyone present. Witnessing Tianshan's display, the Stronghold leader began to gather his strength. He clenched his buttocks, but something felt off. "Why am I getting hiccups while trying to channel my inner energy?" Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through him. He was transformed, his demeanor now as cold as a toilet seat, his essence as pure as distilled water. Seeing this, Tianshan declared, "You lose." Without further ado, he got straight to the point. "Now, tell me what I get for defeating you." But he countered, "Clearly you attacked by stealth." Tianshan, feigning confusion, echoed, "I attacked by stealth." He then pointed his sword at the man, the tip pressing against his throat, drawing a bead of blood. With a confident air, Tianshan declared, "Everyone here saw who struck first." Furious but forced to concede, the man seethed inwardly. If this brat joins the Stronghold, he thought, with his strength he'll surely climb over me. Better to deal with him now. With a sudden leap, he lunged at Tianshan, fist cocked, roaring die. Unflinching, Tianshan drew his sword, executing a series of dazzling, breathtaking flourishes. Just as the man was about to reach him, Tianshan sensed his approach. Suddenly, a figure intervened, shouting, "Enough." The clash of their powerful energies erupted in a small explosion. The newcomer was the second in command of the White Tiger Stronghold, Xianyu of the 3rd level. He announced, "As participants in this competition, anyone who resorts to unauthorized violence will be sent to the disciplinary hall for punishment." After which, Xianyu approached Tianshan, praising him, "Impressive skills. The White Tiger Stronghold keeps its word. Join us, and you shall be made captain of a small squad." Bowing his head in gratitude, Tianshan replied, "Thank you, sir." He thought to himself, "As a squad captain, my movements shouldn't be too restricted. This will make it easier to investigate where my people are being held." Xianyu's gaze lingered on Tianshan with an intensity that bordered on predatory. He was inwardly delighted with his find, a true treasure. This reaction, however, did not go unnoticed by Tianshan. Even with my disguise, he wondered, does this second-in-command have some peculiar predilections? 3 days later, in the meeting hall of the White Tiger Stronghold, Xianyu addressed the assembled recruits. "You have all entered the White Tiger Stronghold, but for your formal induction." He gestured toward the stack of documents on a table. A roster must be compiled. He then began calling individuals forward. Tian Shin stepped forward to examine the assignments, surmising that they were all targeted against the Red Leaf Stronghold. A line on the list caught his eye. Selections from the Fangshan guest. High difficulty. Choose with caution. He scrutinized the scroll, seemingly intent on selecting the task he had just considered. Completing this, he mused, would yield considerable benefits. Success would surely bring favor and greater freedom of movement within the stronghold. After a time, Xinyu, seated above, announced, "It seems you have all made your choices. I shall await your good news within the stronghold." The recruits bowed low, chorusing, "We will not disappoint you, second in command." Xinyu unfurled the roster, his expression one of surprise. He had held Tian Shun in high regard, but he hadn't expected the young man to choose that particular mission. This, he thought, will be interesting to watch. The chief of the White Tiger stronghold emerged from behind. He, too, seemed wary of Tian Shun, cautioning, "This Tian Shin's techniques are unusual. Investigate his background. Ensure he isn't a spy from the Red Leaf stronghold." Xinyu bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, Chief, I have already dispatched men to investigate." The two men walked together, their voices hushed with caution. "This time, we've also sent people to follow him." The speaker's face grew serious. "We can't have spies within our stronghold." The Four Directions Mountain and welcomed a new guest that day, Tian Shun, disguised with a tiger mask and a sword clasped in his arms. The inn's waiter shuffled towards the entrance, where he found Tian Shun waiting. The waiter snapped to attention, recognizing the newcomer. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he addressed Tian Shun. "Honored guest, are you here to rest or to stay the night?" Tian Shun didn't answer, instead scanning his surroundings. The waiter quickly added, "Don't bother looking, honored guest. There's not another inn for miles around." At this, Tian Shun seemed to hesitate. The waiter pressed on, his voice ingratiating. "Rest assured, honored guest, our prices are more than fair." Finally, Tian Shun decided to enter. The waiter led the way, calling out cheerfully a single guest. Once inside, Tian Shun felt the weight of a gaze. A woman in a red dress, standing on the upper floor, was watching him. He quickly registered her scrutiny and looked up. The woman was Yi San Yang, the sub-chief of the Red Leaf Stronghold, a Manhua 7th level cultivator. She called down, "From where does our honored guest hail?" The sight of the beautiful woman sent a flicker of something through Tian Shun. He answered smoothly, "From the west. I'm hoping to cross these mountains and reach the city." Yi San Yang, however, was focused on something else. That sword in his hand is a fine piece of work, she thought. With this thought in mind, she deployed her charms. Her voice took on a coquettish lilt. "Don't deceive me, honored guest. Bandits roam these mountains. Even with the greatest skill, passage is perilous." Tian Shin quickly regained his composure. He stepped closer, inquiring, "And does the esteemed hostess have a solution for crossing these mountains?" Yi Sun Yang beamed. "There's no need to rush, honored guest." She fluttered her fan, sending a wave of fragrance towards him. "Why not stay a few days? A merchant caravan will be passing through soon. You could travel with them." Tian Shin immediately recognized the unusual scent. Does she think a simple enchantment incense can control me? He thought. Despite seeing through her scheme, he feigned compliance. As the esteemed hostess suggests. Pleased with her success, Yi San Yang turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct the waiter, "See that our guest is well attended to." After she departed, the waiter promptly addressed Tian Shun. "What will you have, honored guest?" With a vacant expression, as if under a spell, Tian Shun replied, "Bring me everything." The waiter immediately responded, "Certainly, please wait a moment." A table laden with food was soon brought forth. Before leaving, the waiter solicitously added, "Honored guest, everything is here. Please enjoy." Tian Shun said nothing, only glanced around, a thought forming in his mind. These seemingly ordinary people are definitely not what they appear. With that, he slammed his chopsticks down. He swept his arm across the table, sending dishes crashing to the floor. "Is this swill fit for pigs?" he roared. The waiter's eyes narrowed, realizing something was amiss. "What do you mean by this, honored guest?" he asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. "What's going on? Why isn't he affected?" The other patrons, seemingly entranced until now, began to stir, their gazes drawn to the commotion. Tian Shun, having achieved his goal, thought with satisfaction, "As I suspected, these patrons are all fake." Then, with a casual air, he said aloud, "What's the meaning of this? Your food is terrible, and you won't even let anyone complain." Seeing this, the waiter furrowed his brow and asked directly, "Are you here to cause trouble, sir?" Tian Shun, exasperated by the waiter's slow comprehension, thought to himself, "It's so obvious, isn't it?" He drew his sword, adopting a fighting stance. "Can't you see?" he retorted, but the waiter showed no fear. Instead, he laughed, his body shaking with mirth. Stepping into the midst of the swords now pointed at Tian Shun, he declared, "Causing trouble in our establishment. You must be tired of living." Unfazed, Tian Shun flicked his wrist, sending his sword hurtling forward. The single blade multiplied in an instant, a flurry of flashing steel assaulting his adversaries. This was the all-cloud sword formation, and it struck before the patrons could react, freezing them in place. They stared, transfixed by the shimmering light of the swords, unable to escape. The light shining from above gradually faded. As it vanished, the patrons collapsed, leaving Tian Shun standing alone. He gazed at the sword in his hand, a thrill coursing through him. "This sword truly is a treasure," he thought, unaware of someone approaching from behind. Turning, he found himself face to face with Yi Sanyang. His expression darkened instantly. Without a word, Tian Shun lunged, attacking Yi Sanyang. With effortless grace, she blocked his blade with a single hand. "This sword," she said calmly, even as she deflected the blow, "I'll take it." With that, she leaped into the air, Tian Shun's sword flying with her. Stunned by the brazen theft, he reached out after the weapon. "Don't even think about it," he roared. But despite his speed, Yi Sanyang easily evaded him. Perched on the railing of the staircase, she crossed her legs, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Young man," she taunted, "don't be so unreasonable." Tian Shun, now enraged, began to channel his inner energy. At this, a knowing smile touched the corner of Yi Sanyang's mouth. Simultaneously, Tian Shun charged towards her, his inner energy blazing a vibrant green. Yi Sanyang's expression shifted suddenly, a flush rising in her cheeks. "Young man," she said, her voice taking on a new warmth, "I've changed my mind." With that, she seized the sword and lunged towards him, the two forces of green and gold colliding with explosive force. But her true intention was to return the sword, and she drove it into the ground between them. Tian Shun retrieved the powerful weapon, bewildered by her actions. What was she playing at? Suddenly, the sword pulsed with terrifying power, forcing Tian Shun to drop it with a cry. He struggled to regain control of the weapon, and seeing his struggle, Yi Senyang taunted him, "What's wrong? Can't even handle this." Provoked, Tian Shun grabbed the sword and demanded, "What are you trying to do?" Not immediately answering his question, Yi Sanyang descended the stairs with a sinuous grace, reaching out to caress Tian Shun's cheek. As her fingers brushed his skin, a tar-like substance oozed from the wound. She traced the injury with her fingertip. "My strength may be ordinary," she purred, "but my eye for talent is impeccable." Tian Shun recoiled. "Your strength is ordinary." He scoffed. "That's a laugh." Yi Senyang whispered playfully in his ear, "This face of yours is a mask, isn't it?" Flustered by her teasing proximity, Tian Shun recoiled, exclaiming, "What in the world are you trying to do?" With an air of nonchalance, Sanyang raised her fan. "More pesky rats from the White Tiger stronghold," she remarked. Then, under Tian Shun's astonished gaze, she flung the fan. The crimson fan blurred through the air with incredible speed. A scarlet streak aimed directly at the inn's entrance where a cluster of men bearing the White Tiger stronghold insignia stood. A scream ripped through the air, followed by the sickening thud of bodies hitting the exterior wall. Having dealt with the rats, Yi Sanyang calmly recalled her fan. Witnessing this brutal display, Tian Shun's wariness intensified. This Yi Sanyang is far more dangerous than the White Tiger stronghold's intelligence suggested. Killing her won't be easy, he thought. Sanyang gestured towards Tian Shun with her fan, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I see you have some talent. Why not join our Red Lee stronghold?" She then hid her face partially behind her fan, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she added seductively, "The benefits, shall we say, are considerably better than what the White Tiger stronghold offers." Tian Shun's brow furrowed. And what if I refuse? He asked. Yi Sen-yang continued her languid stroll, her voice light. If you refuse, her words trailed off, replaced by a chilling look, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. I will kill you. Without another word, she lunged at Tian Shun. Yi Sen-yang unleashed the force of the Bainan Hong, a wave of power aimed at Tian Shun. Tian Shun stood frozen for a moment, caught off guard like a startled chicken. Thanks to the CUC on me, Tung Bo, Tian Shun narrowly avoided the attack. But Sen-yang was swift. She appeared behind him in a flash. Is running all you're good at, little boy? She taunted. Trapped between Sen-yang's attack in front and her presence behind, Tian Shun felt a surge of desperation. Damn it, he roared. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. With a grunt of exertion, he plunged his sword into the floor. A golden aura erupted around him, expanding rapidly. Tian Shun continued to channel the Thuong Long Ho, a protective shield of energy. Empowered by its strength, he successfully blocked Sen-yang's attack. The force of the impact sent her flying backward, her clothes torn and disheveled. Seeing her current state, Yi Sen-yang was speechless with rage. Tian Shun remained on high alert. He realized that Yi Sen-yang's tactical prowess far outstripped her apparent cultivation level. Killing her would require precise timing and a perfect opportunity. A trickle of drool escaped the corner of Sen-yang's mouth, and a wide, unsettling grin spread across her face. She excitedly wiped it away. Little boy, she purred. The more you struggle, the more fun this becomes. Suddenly, Tian Shun lowered his sword and offered her a confident smile. Seeing him spread his arms wide with a smile, Sen-yang wondered what trick he was playing. Tian Shun furrowed his brow, muttering as if contemplating something of great importance. Big sister. Then, with a cheerful grin, he declared, I surrender. Sen-yang's jaw dropped. She stumbled backward, utterly bewildered. What the? She quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat slightly before asking, Do you think I'll believe you? Tian Shun said earnestly, Big sister must believe me. I truly can't defeat you. I want to surrender. Hearing him address her in such a manner, Yi Sen-yang stamped her foot in exasperation. Who are you calling big sister? Tian Shun could only reply, Well, it's the truth, isn't it? Yi Sen-yang then turned around. Fine, she said, this lady values talent. Follow me. Inwardly, she thought, only a devil would believe you. Indeed, as she suspected, Tian Shun surreptitiously summoned his sword with a hand gesture, asking aloud, Right. The sword, obedient to his command, soared into the air and hurtled towards her, unleashing the dragon's roar slash. Prepared for such treachery, Yi Sen-yang spun around, brandishing her fan in defense. You little rascal, she exclaimed, you really are full of tricks. The sword effortlessly cleaved through her fan. Same to you, Tian Shun retorted. Yi Sen-yang instantly conjured a protective sphere to shield herself from the onslaught. But her cultivation was too weak to withstand the force of the blow. She was sent crashing to the ground, the floor shattering beneath her. Tian Shun leaped forward, catching his sword in midair. He glanced at the gaping hole he'd created. This attack really does take a lot out of me, he muttered. Suddenly, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. Something felt amiss. What's down there? He wondered. Sensing something unusual, Tian Shun reinforced his legs with a protective spell and then jumped down into the chasm where Yi Sen-yang had fallen. She had no time to react, only managing a gasp of, You dare kill me, before Tian Shun's sword silenced her. As he withdrew his blade, droplets of blood splattered around him. Tian Shun looked down at Yi Sen-yang's lifeless form. Too much talking, he sighed. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the depths of the cavern. Tian Shun frowned. Someone else down here. Without hesitation, he grabbed a candlestick from a nearby table and cautiously made his way into the darkness. As he descended, Tian Shun pinched his nose against the overwhelming stench. What is that putrid smell? What was Yi Sen-yang doing down here? Where Tian Shun had just walked, blood dripped from the cavern ceiling. He continued deeper, his footsteps suddenly halting. Before him pulsed a sphere of crimson energy, barring his path. Tian Shun clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the pulsating orb. The nauseating stench emanated from it. Deciding to waste no more time, Tian Shun focused his energy, drawing his sword to confront the mysterious sphere. he unsheathed his blade, unleashing the dragon's roar sword, sending 1,000 shimmering shards of light hurtling towards the orb. But upon impact, something unexpected happened, causing Tian Shun to gasp. What's going on? The golden dragon within his sword now faced a crimson dragon within the sphere of light. The golden dragon lunged, sinking its teeth into the crimson dragon's flank, eliciting a pained roar. The crimson dragon thrashed violently, slamming against the cavern walls, sending debris flying. Even Tian Shun, standing off to the side, was struck by the flying rocks, crying out in surprise. Just then, a strange hand tugged at the hem of his robe. Startled by the sudden touch, Tian Shun spun around. Who's there? A frail young girl appeared, her life force so drained that her cheeks were hollowed. Weeping, she pleaded, "Save us." Looking at the angelic child, Tian Shun seemed to understand something. Then, with a sweep of his hand, he unleashed his power, shattering the prison that held her. He gazed at the necklace that relentlessly drained the young girl's life essence. The child was clearly being leached dry. Yi Senyang was truly vicious. Meanwhile, the golden dragon and the red dragon continued their furious clash. At that moment, the necklace seemed to be affected by something and suddenly shattered. Its destruction abruptly empowered the red dragon. A blinding crimson light erupted as the majestic red dragon roared, attempting to consume everything. Even the golden dragon was drawn in. Tian Shun wondered if the dragon's soul had been swallowed. He quickly reached forward, summoning his sword. Now devoid of the dragon's soul, it swiftly flew back to his hand. Gripping the sword, Tian Shun pondered, unsure if the dragon's soul now slumbered. He sheathed the blade, frowning, uncertain whether the dragon's soul's dormancy was a blessing or a curse. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he launched a sword attack. The unleashed energy swiftly destroyed the remaining prisons. Elsewhere, the second-in-command sat upon a high-backed chair, looking down and declaring, "Everyone has completed their tasks." Before he could finish his sentence, someone rushed in, reporting, "The commanders have returned." They've returned. Everyone turned to look. The second-in-command hurried over, asking who had returned. The messenger immediately replied, "That Tian Shun has returned, and not only that, but he's also, by whose stronghold?" Shielding his eyes, weakly asked, "He's also what?" At that moment, Tian Shun strolled in casually, answering, "He's also brought back gifts for the commanders." The second-in-command, recognizing the familiar figure, stood up in astonishment. Yi Sanyang, the others from Baihu's stronghold, seeing this, erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Is that really Yi Sanyang? Heavens! That woman was one of the top experts of Red Leaf Stronghold, and this Tian Shun killed her. Just what is this kid's background? He's terrifying. As for Tian Shun, he calmly clasped his hands, saying, "Fortunately, I did not fail in my mission." Overjoyed, the second-in-command immediately ordered someone to summon the first commander. He then approached Tian Shun, praising him, "Young man, you are truly a hidden talent." Tian Shun scratched his head modestly, replying, "Second commander, you flatter me. It was merely luck." Having just spoken, the second-in-command knelt down to examine Yi Sanyang's body. "Lucky, truly lucky," he muttered. Suddenly, he raised his sword and plunged it down, ignoring the cries of second commander. Unfazed by the blood that splattered across his face from Yi Sanyang's body, the second-in-command said cheerfully, "Excellent." He then stood up and turned to address the others. "You are all clearly still novices, unaware of the importance of tempering a blade." Tian Shun was stunned, thinking that this second-in-command was truly ruthless. If Yi Sanyang had been feigning death, she now had no chance of survival. Just then, the first elder and Lu Qiao entered. The first elder called out, asking who Tian Shun was. Tian Shun quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Greetings, first elder." Lu Qiao scoffed, her disdain for Tian Shun evident. He frowned, glancing at her. That woman again, he thought. The first elder praised Tian Shun, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Not bad, young man," he said. The hand on Tian Shun's shoulder exerted a surprising force. Tian Shun struggled to withstand the pressure. The first elder's strength, it must be at the peak realm, he thought, gritting his teeth. When the first elder finally removed his hand, Tian Shun's face was pale, and he gasped for breath. The first elder and Lu Qiao settled into their high-backed chairs. "Carry on," the first elder commanded. The White Tiger stronghold began assigning the newcomers. Lu Feng, you will follow the third elder. Zhao Wulong, you will follow the fourth elder. Qiu Timu, you, he pointed to another, will follow the fifth elder. Then, turning to Tian Shan with a smile, he said, as for Tian Shan, you may stay here. You're free to choose. Tian Shan seized the opportunity. Thank you for your generosity, elders, he said, his mind already working. This is a perfect chance. The second elder is in charge of the dungeons. Following him will make my investigation much easier. Without hesitation, Tian Shan declared, second elder of the White Tiger Stronghold, I will follow you. The fifth elder bristled. Boy, do you look down on us. Before the second elder could respond, the first elder intervened. Fifth elder, we agreed he could choose. Say no more. Tian Shan added smoothly, certainly not elders. It's just that the second elder was the one who brought me into the stronghold. I wouldn't dare forget that kindness. Lu Qiao suddenly smiled, a thoughtful expression on her face. It seems I've found a capable assistant, she murmured. Later, back in his room, Tian Shan was cultivating when a knock came at the door. He paused his practice. Who is it? A voice called back. Brother Tian, it's me, a Dago. Tian Shan opened the door to find a Dago, his aide, beaming at him. Brother Tian, a Dago said excitedly, I'll show you around the stronghold. Tian Shan readily agreed. All right, let's go. A Dago trailed after him, grinning. This way, this way. A Dago led the way enthusiastically, his tail practically wagging. As they walked, they encountered Wang Xiong and his group. Well, Wang Xiong sneered. Isn't this our newly appointed captain, Tian Shan? He then turned his mockery on a Dago. A Dago, your name truly suits you. Just like a dog, you fawn over whoever holds the power. A Dago bracelet. You. Tian Shan watched the exchange, a thoughtful expression on his face. This guy's words are barbed. He's clearly aiming at me. Wang Xiong turned to Tian Shan. I heard you killed Yi Sanyang, he said, his voice laced with disbelief. I am curious. With your mediocre cultivation, how did you manage that? Ignoring Wang Xiong, Tian Shan leaned closer to a Dago. Who is he? He asked quietly. A Dago whispered back. His name is Wang Xiong. He was supposed to be the captain. Understanding dawned on Tian Shan. He smiled faintly. I took his position. No wonder he's resentful. Suddenly, a sharp point of metal was thrust towards Tian Shan's eyes. Wang Xiong lunged, his hammer aimed at Tian Shan. Boy, he snarled, dare to spar with me. Unfazed by the provocation, Tian Shan flicked the hammer aside with a dismissive gesture. With your meager skill, he scoffed. You're not worthy to even compare yourself to me. Wang Xiong roared in fury. Adagowas chili intervened. We're all on the same side, he pleaded. Let's talk this through. But Wang Xiong turned his rage on a Dago. What are you? He snarled. Useless trash. All talk and no ability. He hefted his hammer, preparing to strike. And you dare lecture me. The blow never landed. Another blade, swift and sure, intercepted Wang Xiong's hammer mid-swing. Tian Shan's brow furrowed, his face hardening like granite. Even a dog deserves respect for its owner, he said, his voice dangerously low. Do you have a death wish? Wang Xiong let out a cold laugh, utterly defiant. He swung his hammer down with savage force. Then I'll kill the dog's owner first. Tian Shan, with the fluid grace of his extreme shadow evasive steps, effortlessly dodged the attack. Wang Xiong snorted, hefting his hammer once more. Then, with a guttural roar, he unleashed his heaven-splitting strike, a flurry of blows aimed at Tian Shan. Tian Shan, with almost casual ease, parried each attack with his sword, completely unscathed. He retaliated with his own fiery wind sword technique. Steel clashed against steel, a furious exchange of blows, neither giving an inch. The two figures clashed, a maelstrom of gold and green energy exploding around them. Through the swirling dust and debris, Tian Shan used his extreme shadow evasive steps to surge forward. The attack was so swift, Wang Xiong couldn't react. He could only stare in stunned disbelief as the tip of Tian Shan's sword stopped inches from his face. Tian Shan held the blade steady, his voice ice cold. Get out of my sight. Suddenly, a shout. Look out. Something hurtled towards Tian Shan from behind. Wang Xiong's hammer came crashing down again. You're dead, he roared. With lightning reflexes, Tian Shan leaped into the air. He spun towards Wang Xiong, unleashing his colossal wave slash. Caught completely off guard, Wang Xiong could only raise his hammer in a desperate attempt to block. The hammer shattered under the immense force. Wang Xiong himself was grievously wounded. He gritted his teeth in helpless rage. Tian Shan glanced dispassionately at Wang Xiong, then turned to it to go. Let's go. Go, still scrambling on the ground, stammered, pointing at the motionless Wang Xiong. Tian Shun's voice was flat. He's dead. I would have spared him, but he didn't appreciate the gesture. A wave of icy fear washed over Go. At that moment, Wang Xiong's body exploded, sending those nearby scattering in terror. Tian Shun walked away, his demeanor imperious. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when a group blocked his path. You're not going anywhere. Tian Shun surveyed the crowd that surrounded him, a cold smile playing on his lips. What's this? He asked. Do you all want to end up like Wang Xiong? None dared approach. They hurled insults from a safe distance. You arrogant fool. You killed Wang Xiong. You're going to pay for this. Tian Shun's voice was calm. Oh, is that so? I'll be waiting. Go, watching Tian Shun's retreating back, gritted his teeth. This Tian Shun, so ruthless, following him, it's like inviting a wolf into the house. He replayed the scene in his mind. Tian Shun stepping forward, declaring that even a dog couldn't be beaten without considering its owner, and then asking, do you want to die? The more Go thought about it, the angrier he became, his teeth grinding together. He doesn't consider me a person at all. He might even kill me later without a second thought. It seems I need to find another way out. Just then, a change came over Tian Shun's face. He touched his cheek, thinking, what's this? Why is it so itchy? The disguise he wore was beginning to fade. Tian Shun suddenly remembered. Not good. I forgot. This medicine needs to be reapplied every 3 days. Go, sensing something was amiss, hurried over and asked, Brother Tian, what's wrong? Tian Shun quickly covered his face with one hand and swatted Go away with the other. Get lost. But he had already seen Tian Shun's face. The Beast clan markings were gone. Tian Shun quickly left, leaving Go sitting on the ground, thinking, heaven is helping me. A cruel smile spread across his face as he plotted. It seems I need to find a good opportunity to rip off his fake face and show everyone. As for Tian Shun, he quickly ran back to his room. Back in his room, looking in the mirror, Tian Shun's normal human face was restored. As he applied the medicine, he thought, I hope Go didn't see my face. Finished with his disguise, he considered, I just killed Wang Xiong. I wonder how the person behind him will deal with me. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Tian Shun asked who it was. Go's voice came from outside, saying that Brother Tian had a mission. He stepped out, frowning. What mission? Go stammered, saying that they had to see what the mission assignment was. Go took the opportunity to study Tian Shun's face, thinking this guy's disguise is really good. There are almost no flaws. Tian Shun walked past him. Let's go. Let's see what this mission is. The scene shifted to a room where a man and a woman had just finished making love. Lu Qiao lay on the pillows, weeping heartbrokenly. Wang Lin, hearing her cries, turned and helped her up. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Lu Qiao wiped the tears from her flushed face. Yesterday, that Tian Shun, he almost assaulted me. Wang Lin flew into a rage. What? He dared to touch my woman. I'll show him. Lu Qiao seized the opportunity, nestling against Wang Lin, her voice a soft whine. I had to serve the first elder for you, and I accepted that. But now this Tian Shun is bullying me too. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin, you must avenge me. Wang Lin comforted her, helping her sit up. Don't worry. He has a mission today. I'll give him the Red Fire Camp mission. Then I'll have someone kill him when he leaves the camp. Having achieved her goal, Lu Qiao smiled to herself. This foolish Wang Lin is so easy to manipulate. At that moment, a voice called out from outside. Commander Wang, terrible news. Wang Xiong has been killed. Hearing that his younger brother had been executed, Wang Lin shoved the beauty aside in a fury. What? Lu Qiao, having fallen to the floor, also thought Wang Xiong has been killed. Who is so bold? He stormed to the door, bellowing at the messenger. What did you say? The messenger trembled. Wang Xiong. He was killed by Tian Shun. Lu Qiao adjusted her clothes on the bed, a smirk playing on her lips. The heavens are on my side, she thought. Let's see how you escape this time. Tian Shun. Wang Lin, in a furious rage, stormed out, roaring, I'll kill him. Lu Qiao quickly intercepted him. Lin, wait. She stepped forward, feigning concern. You're the chief commander now, Lin. All eyes are on you. If you directly confront Tian Shun, others might take advantage of the situation. She leaned closer, whispering her scheme. You mustn't be rash. It's better to stick to the original plan to deal with him. That way, no one can criticize you. Mollified by Lu Qiao's explanation, Wang Lin calmed down. All right, I'll go to the mission hall and wait for that, Tian Shun. Meanwhile, Tian Shun and Adago were reviewing the available missions. Tian Shun held the mission scroll he'd just received. Collect this month's payment from the Red Fire camp. Adago glanced at the scroll and muttered, "This is a real hot potato." He looked around furtively before whispering in Tian Shun's ear, "We could take a little extra for ourselves if we collect the payment." But the Red Fire camp is a tough nut to crack. Previous attempts not only failed to collect anything, but the collectors ended up paying out of their own pockets. Tian Shun, undaunted, looked towards the entrance. "Is that so? Now that sounds interesting." In the distance, Wang Lin, his face pale, overheard the exchange. The two men now stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. Wang Lin's grip on his own mission scroll tightened until it crumbled. Adago quickly filled Tian Shun in. "Brother Tian, this Wang Lin is Wang Xiong's older brother. You killed his younger brother. I'm afraid this mission is a trap." Just then, Wang Lin approached. "You'll pay for my brother's life." Tian Shun, unflinching, responded with a dismissive, "I'll be waiting." As they parted ways, Adago cautioned, "Brother Tian, we need to be careful." Tian Shun reassured him, "Don't worry. You go on ahead. I have some things to take care of." After Tian Shun left, Adago smiled slyly. "Go to your death then." That night, in his quarters at the White Tiger stronghold, Tian Shun changed his clothes, muttering to himself, "I'll scout out the dungeons first. If I can rescue the person directly, it'll save a lot of trouble." Moments later, a figure leaped from the window and vanished into the night. Reaching the prison, Tian Shun perched on a high vantage point, observing the guards below. Such tight security, he mused. Rescuing someone without raising the alarm will be difficult. With that, he dropped to the ground and walked away from the prison. "I'll have to find another opportunity." Hidden in the shadows, Lu Qiao overheard his words. That brat again, she thought, her mind racing. How did he slip past the guards? Could he have been inside the stronghold all along? Leaning against the wall, she toyed with a strand of hair, recalling recent events. Only a handful of outsiders have joined the stronghold in recent months. He must be one of them. She looked up at the vast night sky, a puzzled expression on her face. I wonder what could be so enticing about the dungeons to draw him there. Lu Qiao then descended to the basement, where a group of people awaited their leader. She pointed at someone and ordered them to inform the Red Fire camp that if Tian Shun showed up, they were to kill him on sight. The others quickly obeyed, acknowledging the command. Left alone, Lu Qiao looked up at the bright moon, thinking to herself, "Third sister risked her life for Hong Yi. I must avenge her." The next morning, Tian Shun arrived at the gate, ready for his mission. Someone greeted him with a touch of false cheer. "Tian Ge, you're right on time." Tian Shun looked at the two men who were to accompany him, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "Why are there only two of you? Where are the others?" Adago replied, "Everything was arranged last night. I don't know what happened." He spoke to Tian Shun with a worried tone. "Tian Ge, there's an old man in our squad named Hu Meng. He's always been a supporter of Wang Xiong." Tian Shun responded calmly. "It seems someone isn't happy." Adago anxiously offered, "Tian Ge, should I go and gather more men for you?" Tian Shun replied indifferently, "There's no need. I want to see when they finally decide to show up." The three of them then rested while they waited. Only Adago paced back and forth, his face etched with worry. He glared at the sleeping Tian Shun, thinking to himself, how can he sleep so soundly at a time like this? Just then, the others arrived, offering a flimsy excuse, "So sorry, we overslept." Among the group of men armed with swords and knives, supporters of Wang Xiong, was Hu Meng. Tian Shun, still reclining lazily, replied, "Someone should tell them they could have slept in even later. Slept right through to the afterlife." Hu Meng's face flushed with rage. "You," he recalled Wang Lin's instructions. "Remember, wait until we're outside the camp before you kill him. Don't give anyone an excuse." It was only these words that prevented him from attacking Tian Shun on the spot. Suppressing his anger, Hu Meng said, "I'm an old man. The commander was worried I would tire myself out, so he specifically gave me permission not to be on time. I hope you understand." Tian Shun didn't respond to this. He simply stood up, thinking to himself, unable to challenge my authority directly. He uses the commander to try and suppress me. He walked over and gripped Hu Meng's shoulder. "I'm not a patient man." The words had barely left his lips when Hu Meng's shoulder blade fractured with a sickening crack. Hu Meng gasped, speechless with shock and pain. Hu Meng clutched his shoulder, biting back a cry of pain. Tian Shun, having made his point, turned away. But since it was the commander's order, very well. Hu Meng managed a strained, "Thank you." Inwardly, he seethed. "Damn you. You dare injure me." Just you wait. I'll show you what happens when you cross me. The group then mounted their horses and set off. Hu Meng rode behind Tian Shan, his eyes fixed on him with a burning intensity. He signaled to the men behind him, thinking, "You arrogant brat, let's see how you fare against this." When everyone else stopped, Tian Shan continued forward, a faint smile playing on his lips, seemingly unconcerned. Hu Meng turned to a Dago, whose face was pale with anxiety. "Why aren't you following your master?" A Dago hastily dismounted, his voice laced with nervous flattery. "Hugo, what are you saying? I'm only serving under him because I have no choice. Even the commander gives him face. Of course, I have to follow the one with the real power." Hu Meng, upon hearing this, placed a hand on a Dago's shoulder in a show of sympathy. "I appreciate obedient dogs," he said, but inwardly, his thoughts were far more sinister. Sooner or later, this one has to die. At that moment, Tian Shan, who was riding on horseback, suddenly halted. He glanced around, his brow furrowing. "Come out," he commanded. An arrow suddenly whizzed from the shadows, aimed directly at Tian Shan. He remained calm, not even flinching. Instead, a faint smile played on his lips. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, cleaving the arrow in two with a single stroke. "Don't waste any more time," he called out. "Come on, all of you." As his words echoed through the air, the hidden assailants sprang from their cover. Tian Shan swiftly chanted an incantation, his hands glowing with power as he wielded his sword and ascended into the air. With his hands clasped together, he unleashed the bone rain technique. A flurry of spectral swords materialized, hurtling towards his enemies. The ferocious attack quickly repelled the attackers, forcing them back. Just then, a dragon materialized, the blood dragonine. It roared with terrifying power, unleashing a wave of crimson energy. The remaining enemies were swiftly overwhelmed by this devastating attack. When the dust settled, Tian Shan sheathed his sword, a thought crossing his mind. Wang Lin has truly gone to great lengths to eliminate me. As he grasped the hilt of his sword, he noticed something different. He recalled the previous day. While he was cultivating, his sword had suddenly lifted into the air and begun to glow. What's happening? Tian Shan had wondered aloud. Within the sword, the golden dragon and the crimson dragon were locked in a furious, swirling battle. Finally, as the two dragons merged into one, the sword had fallen back to the ground. Back in the present, Tian Shan marveled. "I never expected the fusion of the silver sword's dragon soul and the blood dragon soul to be this powerful." He furrowed his brow, preparing to draw his sword once more. Once these men are dealt with, he muttered, "It's Hu Meng's turn." At the edge of the forest, Hu Meng and his subordinates stood in the eerie quiet. Hu Meng thought with satisfaction, "It seems they've succeeded." He waved his hand, giving the order, "Go and collect our captain's body." Only to go seemed to find the order odd. He watched Hu Meng walk into the clearing, thinking to himself, "We'll see who's collecting whose body." Suddenly, a sword flew from the distance, impaling Hu Meng. He didn't even have time to react before he was struck. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, crashing into a tree. Those around him stared in stunned silence. As panic erupted, someone shouted, "Ambush." Tian Shan descended from the sky, landing in front of the fleeing men, blocking their path. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked. The men froze, speechless and ashamed. A Dago was the first to speak, giving Tian Shan a thumbs up. "Brother Tian, you're truly magnificent. I knew that old fool was no match for you." Tian Shan chuckled. "Oh really? And what were you doing just now?" A Dago immediately bowed low, his voice dripping with false flattery. "Wasn't I just keeping watch over that old man for you, Brother Tian? Making sure he didn't stab you in the back." Tian Shan's expression turned serious. Two-faced Dago, he thought. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. With this thought in mind, Tian Shan raised his hand in a gesture of reconciliation. "I'm not the type to bully others," he said. "Let's consider this matter settled. We're even." Hu Meng's spared followers, moved to tears, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you, Brother Tian. We swear to follow you wholeheartedly." Flattered by their devotion, Tian Shan playfully stroked a leaf, thinking to himself, being a leader is pretty damn enjoyable. Then, spreading his arms wide, he addressed the bowed figures, "Rise. It's time to head to the Red Fire camp." With that, he glanced towards the distance and whistled sharply, summoning his horse. The group continued their journey on horseback, covering a considerable distance. Soon, they arrived at the Red Fire camp, where a welcoming party awaited them. The Red Fire chief himself stepped forward to greet them. Brother Tian Shun, you've had a long journey. Tian Shun's brow furrowed the moment he saw the chief. He couldn't shake the suspicion that something was amiss, wondering what the Red Fire chief was really up to. As Tian Shun dismounted, the Red Fire chief rushed forward to assist him, calling out, "Someone, take his horse." The Red Fire chief, overflowing with false hospitality, led Tian Shun into the camp. "Brother Tian Shun, please come in. We have prepared a feast of food and wine, just waiting for your arrival." As they passed a group of Red Fire camp members, their incessant laughter set Tian Shun on edge. There was something about their mirth that felt distinctly unsettling, like the cackling of hyenas. Despite his unease, he followed the chief deeper into the camp. Sure enough, a lavish spread of food and drink awaited them inside. Tian Shun's men, their mouths watering at the sight of the feast, exclaimed, "Starving all day, finally some decent food." The food at the Red Fire camp smells amazing. Only Tian Shun remained suspicious, his brow still furrowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that the food had been poisoned. The Red Fire chief poured himself a cup of wine, then turned to Tian Shun with a courteous gesture. "Brother Tian Shun, you and I are destined to be friends. Let's drink until we drop tonight." Tian Shun smiled, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Destined to be friends. More like destined to kill me, he thought. Aloud, he raised his cup in response. "I admire your generosity, Chief. Tonight, I shall drink with you until we are both thoroughly inebriated." The Red Fire chief raised his cup, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. "Drink up," he thought. "Tonight, you'll die here." After several rounds of drinks, Tian Shun appeared to succumb to the alcohol, his speech slurring. "Come on, brother Red Fire, drink." The Red Fire chief, completely sober, raised his cup once more. "Indeed, let us continue." Finally, Tian Shun's cup slipped from his grasp, and he slumped to the ground, still mumbling drink. The Red Fire chief, his facade now gone, rose to his feet and barked, "Get rid of these fools." The chief's men surged forward. One of them drew his sword and swung it towards Tian Shun, thinking die. But just as the blade descended, it was met by Tian Shun's own sword. Tian Shun, completely alert, rose to his feet and turned to his attacker. "Why are you so eager for my death?" He stretched and yawned casually. "That was a nice nap." The attacker pressed harder against Tian Shun's blade. "You weren't affected by the drug." Tian Shun effortlessly evaded the blow with his extreme shadow, bewildering steps. Then, gripping his sword tightly, he prepared for battle. But unfortunately, it doesn't work on me." The others roared, "Stop wasting your breath. Kill him." They surged forward as one, intent on overwhelming Tian Shun. But he deflected their every blow with effortless parries of his sword. Then, with a gesture, Tian Shun gathered his power, unleashing a devastating technique, the fatal sword array. A tempest of sword energy erupted, radiating outwards towards his attackers. With that single, awe-inspiring strike, Tian Shun brought them all crashing down. He gazed down at the drunken figures sprawled on the ground. "You chose to attack me," he mused. "Whether you live or die now depends on your fate." His mind made up, he gripped his sword, preparing to leave. But his path was blocked by the Red Fire chief and his men. "Brother Tian Shun." The chief called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing himself outnumbered, Tian Shun touched his head, feigning a drunken stupor. Just borrowing some blood chi to sober up, he slurred. Then, seizing the opportunity, he vanished in a blur of motion, utilizing the extreme shadow bewildering steps technique. "Can't fight them all," he thought, "but I can certainly outrun them." Tricked, the Red Fire chief's face flushed with rage. "Try to run," he bellowed. A furious chase ensued, the Red Fire chief's men hot on Tian Shun's heels. "Stop! Get him!" Their cries echoed through the forest. Glancing back as he ran, Tian Shun grimaced. "These dogs are relentless," he thought, exasperated. Consumed by fury, the Red Fire chief unleashed his blazing fire fist, a torrent of searing energy hurtling towards Tian Shun. Hastily conjuring a protective shield, Tian Shun calculated his odds. The gap in our power is too vast, he realized. A direct confrontation is suicide. The shield shattered almost instantly under the might of the blazing fire fist. Using the momentary distraction, Tian Shun sprang back and darted into the dense undergrowth. Still running. You're courting death. The Red Fire Chief roared, his teeth grinding in frustration. But the forest had swallowed Tian Shun whole. As he ran, the young man reached into his pocket, cursing the pack of mad dogs pursuing him. He withdrew a paper crane and, with a swift incantation, imbued it with magic. The crane shimmered, then took flight, soaring into the sky. Having dispatched his message, Tian Shun pressed on, hoping the paper crane would reach its destination and bring the aid he desperately needed. The crane flew towards White Tiger Camp, its destination the camp's third-in-command. Suddenly, the paper crane burst into flames, revealing a message etched in fire. Red Fire Camp has betrayed us. Rescue Tian Shun immediately. The third-in-command frowned. Red Fire Camp has betrayed us again, he muttered. He pushed aside his work and barked orders. Prepare the horses. We ride to Red Fire Camp. Hearing the commotion, the second-in-command emerged. Where are you going? He asked. We just received a message from Tian Shun. The third-in-command replied grimly. Red Fire Camp has betrayed us. Incredulous, the second-in-command stammered. Red Fire Camp has always been loyal. How could they? The third-in-command cut him off. Enough, second brother. If Red Fire Camp were truly loyal, why would they cause so much trouble every year? He swung onto his horse, then added, Tian Shun serves our elder brother. Even if you won't help him, don't stand in my way. With that, he spurred his horse forward, leaving the speechless second-in-command fuming in his wake. He finally stopped objecting and said, all right, go and take a look. If there really is a problem, we'll send reinforcements immediately. Having settled their discussion, the third-in-command mounted his horse and set off. In the forest, Tian Shun and the men of the Red Fire Camp were locked in a fierce battle. He faced off against more than 100 men alone. Enemies swarmed around him, but with a single sword technique, he managed to destroy the weapons of many. Fighting against 100 men single-handedly was no easy feat. After a while, exhaustion began to set in. He thought to himself, the White Tiger Camp isn't coming. Am I really going to die a hero's death here? Battered and bruised, he was still surrounded by a multitude of Red Fire Camp soldiers. They focused their power, forming a massive energy sphere, and roared, prepare to die. Tian Shun used his sword to summon the Blood Dragon, shouting, Blood Dragon Slash. The two forces collided, the immense power throwing Tian Shun back. Suddenly, the Red Fire Chief appeared behind him, whispering in his ear, boy, just accept your fate. Without hesitation, the Red Fire Chief launched a sneak attack, slashing Tian Shun's shoulder. He prepared to strike again, aiming to sever Tian Shun's arm. But Tian Shun leaped back just in time, narrowly escaping the crippling blow. Struggling to regain his balance, Tian Shun looked at the wound on his shoulder. The gravity of his situation sunk in. Am I really going to die here? He wondered. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Xingjuan appeared, offering words of comfort. Don't worry, you won't die. He even mocked Tian Shun lightly. It's just a little nap. Look at you, all messed up. Examining the sword in Tian Shun's hand, Xingjuan uttered a cryptic remark. Such a fine blood dragon soul. It's time to unleash its true power. With that, Xingjuan stepped forward and merged Tian Shun's soul with the sword. His consciousness entered the blade, his body transforming into the dragon's soul. Brilliant energy surged around Tian Shun. The Red Fire Chief, momentarily taken aback, quickly recovered and resumed his attack. He swung his sword relentlessly at Tian Shun, but the surrounding spiritual energy deflected every blow. Tian Shun's consciousness returned, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. He called out the name of a new technique, Dragon Transformation Art. The ever-arrogant Red Fire Chief scoffed, "You're not strong enough to kill me." He countered with a technique of the Red Fire Camp, Crimson Body True Fire. The two figures clashed. Suddenly, a flaming object plummeted from the sky. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. The force of the blast sent Tian Shun crashing into the surrounding trees. The Red Fire Chief also suffered the impact, leaving a large crater where they had clashed. Looking at Xingjuan beside him, Tian Shun said worriedly, "The difference in our strength is too great." Witnessing the previous events, Xingjuan had to admit he was right. He had expected some brilliant strategy, but Xingjuan simply agreed with his assessment. Tian Shun looked at Xingjuan and said, "Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best." Xingjuan flitted back and forth, pondering for a moment before replying, perhaps you should run. Tian Shun said gravely, Master, you're still joking at a time like this. Thinking it was a jest, Xingjuan nevertheless flew in another direction, urging him, I'm not joking with you. You really should run. By now, the Red Fire Chief was furious. He cursed Tian Shun die, his body wreathed in fiery aura. He advanced on Tian Shun, his power several times greater than before. Seeing the imminent danger, Xingjuan anxiously grabbed Tian Shun by the collar, yelling, Run now. He unleashed another technique, the extreme shadow labyrinth steps, propelling Tian Shun into a desperate flight, with the Red Fire Chief hot on his heels. Seeing that simply running wouldn't work, Xingjuan advised, unify your mind and spirit, become wind and move. At this, Tian Shun stopped. The Red Fire Chief said smugly, It seems you've accepted your inevitable death, and stopped running. Tian Shun closed his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy. Xingjuan, standing beside him, saw that he had grasped the meaning, thinking to himself, he truly is a teachable one. Tian Shun rose into the air, surrounded by a radiant flow of spiritual energy. The Red Fire Chief, eager to finish him, scoffed, Such a pretentious display of power won't compensate for your foolishness. He charged forward, sword in hand, roaring the name of his technique, Black Flame Slash. He swung his sword horizontally, cleaving through Tian Shun's body. Tian Shun was split in two, and the Red Fire Chief sneered, What a waste of effort on such a shrimp. But the feeling of the blow felt wrong. He stared, dumbfounded, at the scattering fragments. Suddenly, Tian Shun appeared as if from nowhere, his sword plunging downwards. The blow struck the Red Fire Chief's back. Feeling the searing pain, he let out a piercing, agonizing scream. Tian Shun, drenched in sweat after the exchange, said, I am indeed no match for you in strength, but I am faster. His body relaxed as he slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. Xingjuan appeared beside him, explaining, That was become wind, the second form of the extreme shadow labyrinth steps. But with your current power, you can only use it once before exhausting yourself. Tian Shun sat up, recovering his energy. I understand, he said. I will quickly increase my cultivation. Outside the camp, a troop of horses galloped towards the entrance. A man at the gate yelled, Hurry, we're under attack. It was the 3rd Din Command's cavalry. A guard roared, Are you tired of living? How dare you storm our Red Fire camp? The 3rd in command not only didn't deny it, but added, storming the Red Fire camp to rescue someone. He signaled to his troops behind him to charge into the Red Fire camp. They surged forward like a whirlwind. The 3rd in command's men were tall and powerful. The Red Fire camp soldiers could only turn and flee. One, putting up a token resistance, told another, Quickly go find Yihong. After shoving the other man away, he yelled, Hurry. Unlike the others who fled, he took a fighting stance, declaring, I'll fight to the death. And then he engaged in battle. The 3rd in command leaped from his horse, joining the fray. You scum, take this. He slashed and cut through the enemy ranks, and no one dared approach him. With a mighty roar, the 3rd in command summoned his spirit beast, a spectral white tiger, into existence. The enormous tiger charged towards the ranks of the Red Fire camp, its massive paws pounding the earth. One unfortunate soldier became a quick snack for the colossal feline. Suddenly, a furious shout cut through the din of battle. Beast. The speaker, a woman, launched a relentless assault against the white tiger. Under the barrage of attacks, the spectral tiger faltered and fell. Seeing his spirit beast gravely wounded, the 3rd in command roared in rage, You dare injure my white tiger. You're looking for death. A smirk played on the woman's lips. With chilling composure, she greeted him, Tiger 3, it's been a while. Though, I believe you'll find I'm now 2nd in command of the Leaf Red camp. Pointing his sword at her, the 3rd in command bellowed, So you've allied with the Red Fire camp. I'll have your head for this treachery. She let out a cold laugh. We'll see who ends up headless. The Leaf Red camp's 2nd in command gave the order, Kill them all. Over 100 soldiers surged forward. Seeing himself outnumbered, the 3rd in command cursed under his breath. Damn it! He fumbled in his robes and pulled out 2 signal flares, launching them into the air. The flares burst high above, painting the sky with vibrant color. Tian Shun, deep in meditation, was startled by the sudden explosions. Seeing the flares, he realized, it seems the White Tiger camp is in trouble. Chanting a spell, Tian Shun uttered the words, Wild Emperor, 4th stage. He then let out a sharp whistle, as if summoning something. A horse appeared as if from nowhere, galloping to his side. Mounting the horse, he called to Xingjuan, "Master, let's go." Xingjuan, floating serenely in the air, stretched languidly and yawned. All right, I've had my nap." Tianshan couldn't help but feel exasperated by his master's nonchalance in such a dire situation. As Tianshan rode away, Xingjuan, still stretching, began to speak. "I just had the strangest dream." He opened his eyes, then looked around in confusion, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch, leaving your master behind like that." He quickly flew to catch up with Tianshan. "Wait for me." The scene shifted back to the confrontation between the second-in-command and the third-in-command. The young man was indeed the third-in-command. The two continued to exchange heated words. Seeing that negotiations were futile, the third-in-command scowled and lunged at the Leaf-Red Camp's second-in-command. She met his attack with equal force. The third-in-command was consumed by fury, while the second-in-command remained unervingly calm. Meanwhile, Tianshan raced towards the battlefield. He skidded to a halt, taking in the chaotic scene before him. Even a usually unflappable Xingjuan was speechless at the sight. Tianshan turned and gave Xingjuan a strange look, causing the older man to start. The scene abruptly changed to a different location, where no fighting had yet begun. A group of individuals were using their powers to summon a pack of wolves, setting them loose on another group. A swift explosion rocked the air. Fortunately, Tianshan had positioned himself in front of the others, shielding them as he obliterated the wolves. He pointed his sword towards the enemy, his brow furrowed. So, he challenged, "You intend to overwhelm me with sheer numbers." Witnessing this, the second-in-command of the Leaf-Red Camp pondered, suspecting that reinforcements from the White Tiger Camp had arrived. Receiving no reply, Tianshan pressed further, "Or perhaps you'd like a taste of what it feels like to be on the receiving end of such a tactic." A sudden eruption of war cries pierced the air, startling the second-in-command of the Leaf-Red Camp. The third-in-command launched a surprise attack from the rear, a grin splitting his face. "My men are finally here," he declared, grasping the perilous turn of events. The second-in-command barked orders for retreat. "Run! The enemy is upon us." The third-in-command roared in frustration. "Don't run." Tianshan halted the third-in-command's furious advance with a hand on his shoulder. Stepping forward, he murmured in his ear, "Brother, it's just an illusion. Don't overreact." With a sharp whistle, Tianshan dispelled the illusion, transforming the figures into horses. The third-in-command gaped in astonishment. Where did everyone go? Facing his bewilderment, Tianshan calmly replied, "It was a trick." Though still slightly disoriented, the third-in-command offered his praise. "Well done, Brother Tianshan. You're quite clever." He then raised his sword, addressing his men. "Let's go. Let's show them how we deal with the Red Fire Camp traitors." His men responded with a resounding roar, "Destroy them." A wave of relief washed over Tianshan. He wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled slowly. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind, followed by a booming voice. "Tianshan." Xingjuan, his voice hoarse with exasperation, called out, "Disciple, I've shouted myself hoarse calling for you. How do you intend to compensate me for this?" Ignoring his master's words, Tianshan ran towards the departing group, shouting, "Wait for me, third-in-command." Abandoned by his student, Xingjuan bellowed in frustration, "Don't expect any help from me in the future." That evening, Tianshan returned safely to the gates of the White Tiger Camp with his comrades. The men of the White Tiger Camp rushed out to greet him. "Brother Tian is back. Brother Tian, you've worked hard." As he rode in, their cheers and congratulations continued. "Brother Tian, from now on, will follow you." Taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm, Tianshan thought to himself, bewildered, what's gotten into these guys? Suddenly, Xingjuan appeared from behind. "Perhaps," he suggested, "they've recognized the masterful aura of your disciple and want to seize this opportunity to ride on your coattails." Xingjuan burst into laughter at his own words, leaving Tianshan feeling exasperated. But his laughter abruptly ceased as his gaze shifted. Wang Lin had appeared, blocking Xingjuan's path. With a whistle, he announced, "I've come for revenge." Clutching a bag of food, he addressed his disciple, "You two fight it out. Don't mind me." Wang Lin's words were met with a gnashing of teeth. "You are the only one who returned from the Red Fire Camp." He seethed. "Should I congratulate you on your good fortune?" Tian Shun, still smiling, clasped his hands in response. Then many thanks. Wang Lin's inner flames of anger raged even fiercer. Tian Shun lifted his head arrogantly. Commander Wang, I never expected that in the few days we haven't seen each other, you've developed a stutter. Wang Lin seemed unable to bear it any longer, gathering power in his hands. Tian Shun suddenly urged his horse forward. Commander Wang, he said, I'm in a good mood today and don't wish to fight you. He placed a hand on Wang Lin's shoulder, a blatant provocation. Wang Lin instantly flew into a rage. You may not want to, he roared, but I do. Prepared for this, Tian Shun used his extreme shadow, bewildering steps to leap nimbly from his horse, circling behind Wang Lin with blinding speed. You just wouldn't listen, he remarked. Wang Lin, turning, was stunned by the sheer velocity of the movement. Tian Shun's sword was already at his throat, but he didn't kill Wang Lin. Instead, he turned and walked away. If you cause me trouble again, he warned, I won't hesitate to take your head. Wang Lin, having narrowly escaped death, clenched his fists, his thoughts dark. You're lucky to be alive this time, he seethed inwardly. Next time, I'll kill you myself. Xingjuan, who had watched the entire scene unfold, called out, Disciple, you left your master behind again. He gazed forlornly into the distance, muttering, My disciple has grown up and no longer listens to his master. Woe is me, after all the years I spent raising him. Seeing Xingjuan's theatrical display of grief, Tian Shun sighed. Here we go again. Then, returning to his usual demeanor, Xingjuan cautioned, but seriously, Wang Lin holds a deep grudge against you. Be careful. Tian Shun replied gravely, Yes, I need to find a way to eliminate this Wang Lin. The next morning, at the second-in-command's quarters, sunlight bathed everything in a warm glow. The second-in-command clapped Tian Shun heartily on the shoulder, beaming. Well done. You truly lived up to my expectations. Tian Shun responded with a pleased smile. You flatter me, second-in-command. The second-in-command's eyes twinkled. I even have a surprise for you, he said warmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure entered from the doorway. Tian Shun's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the newcomer. Even Xingjuan couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. What a surprise indeed. Du Go, completely unscathed, grinned at him. Brother Tian, I'm still alive. Tian Shun's brow furrowed slightly, a calculating glint in his eye. He's certainly tenacious, he thought. It seems I have more than just Wang Lin to worry about now. The second-in-command leaned against Tian Shun, gesturing towards Du Go. See, quite the surprise, isn't it? Tian Shun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, Yes, it's good he's all right. The second-in-command folded his arms. Now that you're back, he addressed Du Go. Take Tian Shun and familiarize him with the prison. Du Go quickly agreed. Yes, sir. Hearing this order, Tian Shun stammered, second-in-command. The second-in-command chuckled. Weren't you looking for a less demanding position? The prison is the most relaxed post we have. Consider it yours. Recovering quickly, Tian Shun bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, second-in-command. Inwardly, he rejoiced. What good fortune. He then stood and addressed Du Go. So, Du Go replied, Brother Tian, please speak. But Tian Shun remained silent for a moment, then simply said, It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to escape death and return. Du Go replied with a cryptic smile, Yes, I didn't expect it either. They then entered the prison. Those who had been waiting rose to greet them. Welcome, Captain. Tian Shun thought to himself, just a few short days ago I was sneaking in here, and now I can walk in with my head held high. He stood at the entrance and instructed the warden, Show me around. The warden gestured with his hand. Yes, this way, sir. As they walked, Tian Shun spoke to the warden. This area holds ordinary criminals. The deeper inside you go, the more important the prisoners become. Tian Shun observed as he walked, calculating in his mind, this place is so heavily guarded. It's a good thing I didn't try to barge in before. When they reached a door guarded by 2 tall soldiers, Tian Shun turned to the warden, curiosity piqued. What's held in here? He reached out a hand as if to open the door. A powerful energy emanated from his fingertips. This holds members of the Jie clan. It's a camp secret. Tian Shun pondered this information. Not only is it heavily guarded, but it's also sealed with a formation. Rescuing someone from here would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Xingjuan suddenly materialized from the crack in the doorway. You're absolutely right. Seeing this, Tian Shun was so startled he lost his composure. Master, you can get in here. Xingjuan flitted around him, explaining, yes. If you were like your master, you could get in too. Tian Shun stammered, disciple. I forgot. He then turned and ordered the soldiers to open the door. The warden immediately intervened. Captain Tian, this is against protocol. I'm the prison warden. If I don't know who's being held here, how can I report to my superiors if something happens? But in the end, he agreed to open the formation. My apologies. I'll open it right away. With that, he waved his hand and shouted, open the formation. Release the seal. A long corridor appeared before them. A door at the end of the corridor opened. Finally, Tian Shun and the warden were allowed inside. Once inside, the warden knocked twice. Tian Shun's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The imprisoned Jie clan members were in a truly pitiful state. As he approached them, he thought in astonishment, what kind of grudge does the White Tiger camp have against the Jie clan to warrant such cruelty? The warden moved closer to him and suggested, Captain, the smell here is quite unpleasant. Let's go back outside. Tian Shun frowned, not replying, but silently asking himself, who are these people? His eyes suddenly fell upon a young woman sitting in the corner. The saintess. The gentle girl was indeed the saintess of the Jie clan. Xingjuan flew over to her and examined her. This aura, it is indeed the saintess. He then flew back to Tian Shun and suggested rescuing her. Judging by the situation, once you become the leader, you might be able to save her. Just then, the warden called out to him, Captain Tian. Tian Shun snapped out his thoughts. He waved his hand and ordered them to turn back. Let's go. The other two immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The three of them left together, and the warden used a spell to close the formation. The magic he used was powerful and difficult to break. Seeing this scene, Tian Shun worried about the rescue. Saving them won't be easy. Suddenly, Tian Shun saw another figure enter, Lu Qiao. She sneered inwardly. What's he doing here? Putting on a seductive air, she asked, isn't this Brother Tian? What brings you to the prison? Before finishing her sentence, she tripped and fell towards Tian Shun. Disgusted, he dodged her clumsy attempt at flirtation and retorted, that's what I should be asking you. Why are you here? He made no move to help her up. Annoyed, Lu Qiao huffed, Brother Tian, you certainly don't know how to treat a lady. He replied coldly, I wouldn't dare to treat you like a lady. Just then, a warden emerged and addressed Lu Qiao. Miss Lu Qiao, you're here to retrieve the second-in-command's token. Yes. It's right here. He gestured cheerfully. I'll have someone escort you. Before leaving, Lu Qiao waved at Tian Shun. Witnessing this charade, Tian Shun scoffed silently. What a performance. Xingjuan approached him and whispered, honestly, that acting wasn't even as refined as my own. Tian Shun, intrigued, asked, you act, master. Xingjuan immediately adopted a serious expression, prompting Tian Shun to quickly backpedal. This unfilial disciple wouldn't dare question his master. Without further hesitation, Xingjuan flew towards the wall. I'm going to see what that girl is up to. As he neared Lu Qiao, Xingjuan suddenly realized this girl's cultivation isn't weak. At that moment, a chilling aura emanated from Lu Qiao as she coldly questioned, what was that about Tian Shun just now? The guard replied that the second-in-command had put him in charge of the prison. She furrowed her brow and thought, those fools at the White Tiger camp. There's clearly something off about Tian Shun, and they give him control of the prison. Overhearing this, Xingjuan was impressed. Wow, this girl is sharp. She even noticed that. With that thought, Lu Qiao barked at the guards, be careful. If you let a single Jie clan member escape, you'll all pay with your lives. The guards, terrified, responded in unison. Yes, Mississippi Xingjuan pondered her words. It seems I need to go back and warn that boy Tian Shun. Outside the prison, Tian Shun concealed himself high above, observing the soldiers. He sat down, focusing his gaze, and thought with a sigh, sitting here every time, this wall's practically rotting away. Tian Shun waited for the shift change. Seizing the opportunity, he thought, now's my chance. With that, Tian Shun leaped down, utilizing his extreme shadow confusion steps to flit inside. The guards outside remained completely oblivious. What was that gust of wind? Last time, rocks even fell on us. Xingjuan, following Tian Shun, remarked casually, those guards wouldn't have a full brain between them. Once inside, Tian Shun tossed out a pellet of mesmerizing incense. Upon hitting the ground, it immediately released a distinctive pale purple fragrance. A guard inside reacted with suspicion. What's this? He only managed to utter, "So fragrant," before his consciousness began to fade. All the guards were swiftly subdued. Tian Shun strolled in calmly, remarking, "Truly fragrant indeed. How else could it knock you all out?" He continued his confident stride down the corridor. Reaching the entrance to the formation, he asked Xingjuan, "Master, can you open this formation?" Xingjuan, brimming with confidence, nudged Tian Shun aside. Out of the way, he said. "Step aside and watch your master open this." He placed his hand upon the door, which shimmered with the faint tracery of a protective formation. Under the pressure of Xingjuan's power, the formation flickered and distorted, its energy visibly yielding. The tightly sealed door swung open, releasing a burst of light that spilled into the surrounding darkness. Xingjuan, his eyebrows raised in a triumphant arch, declared, "Now, come and worship your master." Tian Shun could only cover his face in exasperation. He cautiously stepped inside. To his surprise, Lu Qiao was already there, waiting. She studied him, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. "I grow more and more curious about this one's origins," she thought. Lu Qiao then turned and glided away, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Her footsteps were silent and graceful, mirroring Tian Shun's own stealthy departure from the prison through the main gate earlier. The Jie clan prisoners, sensing the arrival of a stranger, tensed. They watched Tian Shun's approach with wary silence. He approached the Saintess. "Saintess," he addressed her. Another figure, their hair the color of twilight, stepped forward protectively. "Who are you?" they demanded. Tian Shun lowered himself to the ground and extended his hand, revealing a jade pendant nestled in his palm. "You are Aina, aren't you?" he asked. "Cuckoo sent me to rescue you." The Saintess, still cautious, questioned him. "Did you truly meet my sister?" Tian Shun replied, "The protective charm is here. It cannot be faked." After verifying the authenticity of the jade pendant, the Saintess pressed him. "What is your purpose? Speak." He rose to his feet, his expression serious. "You are indeed perceptive, Saintess," he acknowledged. "I need the Saint Lotus Sobering, due to save my friend." The Saintess responded coolly, "The Saint Lotus has already been confiscated. But if you can free us and retrieve the Saint Lotus, I can help you refine it." Tian Shun, without hesitation, smiled and agreed. "Very well, Saintess. You are forthright." She then rose and addressed Aina. "But with your strength alone, even if you can enter here, you cannot save us." Tian Shun's expression turned serious. "Do not worry about that," he assured her. "I have my own methods." With the agreement settled, Tian Shun returned home, a sense of ease settling over him. He stretched, feigning exhaustion. As his hand reached for the door, he paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He sent someone inside, his brow furrowed in suspicion as he drew his sword. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. Lu Qiao, lounging comfortably on his bed, raised an eyebrow. "Where have you been so late?" "Out thieving," she inquired. Tian Shun leveled his sword at her. "What do you want?" Lu Qiao smiled, rising gracefully to meet his gaze. "Don't be so tense," she purred, effortlessly deflecting his blade with a flick of her wrist. The ease with which she disarmed him sent a jolt of understanding through Tian Shun. This woman was powerful, far more than he had anticipated. Xingjuan suddenly materialized beside them. "This girl looks familiar," he mused, drifting closer to study Lu Qiao's face. "Now where have I seen her before?" He turned to Tian Shun, a spark of recognition in his eyes. "I remember," he exclaimed. "Isn't this the girl they call Big Brother in the prison?" Tian Shun groaned in exasperation. "If you knew, why didn't you say something earlier?" Xingjuan merely shrugged. "You didn't ask," he replied, then added with mock indignation, "My disciple is all grown up now, starting to resent his old master." Ignoring Xingjuan's theatrics, Tian Shun turned to Lu Qiao, his voice laced with a hint of warning. "Does your boss know you're in my room at this hour, Big Brother?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qiao stood up and said cheerfully, "A beautiful face always has to wear such a bothersome mask." Tian Shun, wary, pushed her away and asked, "Who are you, really?" Lu Qiao, no longer bothering with pretense, admitted, "Lu Qiao of the Red Leaf Camp." Tian Shun sighed reproachfully. She lounged languidly on the bed and retorted, "What's so strange about that?" As Tian Shun placed his sword on the table, he said, "So, when I arrived at the Scarlet Fire Camp, the Red Leaf Camp people were already there. Those people, you arranged them, didn't you?" Lu Qiao feigned indignation. Well, yes, because you killed third sister. He sat down, took a sip of tea, and remarked, "You're very straightforward." Lu Qiao stood up with a playful air and approached him. "Indeed, you're no match for me, so naturally, I can have it all." Xing Juan, observing the scene, commented, "Look at that calm expression of yours. Do you really think you could defeat her?" Tian Shan then placed his teacup firmly on the table and asked, "I'm also curious. What brings the esteemed leader Lu to me?" Lu Qiao replied seductively, "Why don't you guess?" Tian Shan didn't hesitate. "Well, it's certainly not to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have paid me a late-night visit and wasted so many words." She conceded, "I didn't want to kill you to avenge third sister, but unfortunately, not today. I came to propose a collaboration." He quickly saw through her scheme. A collaboration so the Red Leaf Camp can swallow the White Tiger Camp. And then, once I've served my purpose, esteemed leader Lu will dispose of me. Is that it? Unfazed by being exposed, Lu Qiao laughed. "Brother Tian Shun, you're so clever." She then pressed, "Someone as intelligent as you should know to cooperate, shouldn't they?" Tian Shun refused. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested." A flash of killing intent crossed Lu Qiao's face. "Then I'll beat you until you agree to cooperate." With that, she lunged at him. Tian Shun wouldn't be intimidated. He dodged her attack. Lu Qiao, equally unreserved, drew her Saint Lotus as a weapon. The flower bloomed, its 100 petals unfurling, and then each petal began to fall, transforming into razor-sharp blades that augmented her relentless assault. Tian Shun swiftly drew his own sword, dodging and parrying the flurry of petal blades. Lu Qiao followed up with a swift palm strike. Her attack was lightning fast. Tian Shun chanted an incantation, manipulating his sword to deflect the petals. Then he formed hand seals, moving with the fluid grace of a hidden leaf ninja. As if empowered by a surge of Red Bull, a colossal red dragon materialized, its claws intercepting Lu Qiao's attacks. Lu Qiao, also forming hand seals, complimented him. "Not bad. A pity. If you had cultivated for a few more years, perhaps I truly wouldn't be your match." She then unleashed her most powerful attack. The Saint Lotus soared skyward, bursting into violet flames, her Inferno Lotus. The space around Tian Shun warped and distorted, and a violet lotus blossom materialized before him. Witnessing this, Lu Qiao advised, "Give it up. I told you, you're no match for me." Xing Juan added, "The girl has a point." Since even his master agreed, Tian Shun conceded, "Fine, how do you want to cooperate?" Lu Qiao, finding his tone amusing, replied, "That's more like it." She then sauntered over to the bed and purred. "Perhaps Lu Qiao should seduce you." Patting the space beside her, she added, "Let's discuss this up here." Tian Shun, unimpressed by this tactic, turned his head away. "No need," he said flatly. "I'd rather not die of fright." His disinterest clearly irked Lu Qiao. "I'll support you. You'll follow my orders," she stated. "I know your ultimate goal isn't the throne, but those Jie clan. I suspect you might need this." With a flourish, she produced a lotus blossom, the Saint Lotus of the Jie clan. As Tian Shun reached for it, she snatched it back. "Not so fast," she teased. "Tell me you agree." Tian Shun gritted his teeth, weighing his options. Finally, he relented. "Fine, I agree to cooperate." Exasperated, he asked, "Can I have it now?" But the woman was not so easily swayed. "Brother Tian Shun, don't set conditions with your elder sister. Be a good boy and do my bidding, and the Saint Lotus will naturally be yours." Still empty-handed, Tian Shun forced a conciliatory tone. "I expect you to keep your word." Lu Qiao replied airily, "I'm nothing if not a woman of my word." After she left, Xing Juan materialized, shaking his head. "It's not that your master misjudges character, but someone with that demeanor claiming to be a good person is a bit of a stretch." Suddenly, Lu Qiao turned back. "Oh, and one more thing. Meet me behind the mountain tomorrow at the hour of the pig. I have something for you." Humming a tune, she disappeared. Tian Shun watched her go, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This feels like consorting with a tiger. Xing Juan, however, remained optimistic. "Look on the bright side, son. You're in her clutches now. You don't have much choice." Tian Shun, exasperated with his master's naivete, retorted, "Master, are you comforting me or bragging about not getting beaten up?" The old man pondered this seriously. "Well, back then I was so powerful, they couldn't touch me." At a loss for words, Tian Shun sighed. "Forget it. One step at a time." At the appointed hour, behind the mountain, Tian Shun met Lu Qiao. She greeted him with a smirk. "You came. Aren't you afraid I'd trick you? Tian Shun answered honestly, terrified. But unfortunately, I've run out of options. Lu Qiao seemed to appreciate his candor. Seeing her expression, Tian Shun pressed. What do you want me to do? A chilling look crossed her face. Kill someone in the forest. Alarmed, Tian Shun asked who. Lu Qiao remained cryptic. It's almost time. The person she spoke of finally arrived. Tian Shun instantly recognized him as Xiong Hao, the son of the chief. Xiong Hao, the young master of the White Tiger camp, eyed him with suspicion. Pale face, what are you doing here? Caught off guard, Tian Shun offered a lame excuse. If I said I was just passing through, would you believe me? The flimsy pretext was easily dismissed. As if, do you think I'm stupid? Xingjuan, witnessing this exchange, facepalmed. You can't just assume someone's a fool because they don't appear intelligent. Lu Qiao watched the two men circling each other, neither making a move, and grew impatient. This wasn't going anywhere. She'd have to take matters into her own hands. Putting on her most charming demeanor, she sidled up to Xiong Hao, feigning distress. You must defend me, she purred. He's bullying me. Her seductive manner, complete with a flutter of her eyelashes and a suggestive tug at her neckline, was almost impossible to resist. Tian Shun bristled at the blatant lie. When did I ever do such a thing? He demanded. Xingjuan, ever unhelpful, poured fuel on the fire. Master saw it with his own eyes just now. Tian Shun was speechless. What kind of people were these? Seeing his damsel in distress, Xiong Hao puffed up his chest. Just you wait, he blustered. I'll avenge you. With a roar, he charged at Tian Shun, eager for a fight. As Xiong Hao thundered across the intervening space, Tian Shun, still casually leaning against a nearby tree, thought to himself, can a man even have a moment's peace before being forced to kill someone? Tian Shun unleashed the dragon strike, a serpentine form of energy erupting from his sword. Xiong Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no time to react before Tian Shun's attack slammed into him. Sheathing his sword, Tian Shun glanced at the scene. Lu Qiao offered a sardonic compliment. Cleanly done. Every day, bodies of young women are carried out of his room. Consider this retribution for those lost souls. She produced the Saint Lotus essence and offered it to Tian Shun. He took it without hesitation. Thank you. Lu Qiao turned to leave. No need for thanks, she said over her shoulder. Just don't forget our agreement. Rest assured, Tian Shun replied. The scene shifted. Back in his own quarters, Tian Shun received a message. Captain, the first elder invites you in. He says everyone can relax. After a brief wait, he was finally admitted. He immediately presented the Saint Lotus essence to the Jie clan member. The saintess, Aina, accepted the flower. A pure violet light enveloped her. Feeling a sense of cleansing wash over her, she confirmed that it was indeed the Saint Lotus essence. She then offered Tian Shun a violet flame. Tian Shun extended his hand and took it. Thank you. The scene changed to a cave where Lan Ding was braiding Gugu's hair. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. Sword drawn, she moved to intercept, only to find Tian Shun. He gently pushed her blade aside. Lan Ding, it's me. Relief flooded her face. You're back. Is it done? Not yet, Tian Shun admitted, but I have the Saint Lotus essence. Lan Ding's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Now little sister can cultivate the 10,000 poison scripture. Gugu rushed over. Big brother, how are sister and the others? Tian Shun ruffled her hair. Don't worry, they're all fine. I'll get them out soon. Gugu beamed. I knew you could save sister. After reassuring the little girl, Tian Shun turned to Lan Ding. You should take the essence first. I'll stand guard for you. Lan Ding followed his instructions, settling into a corner in a meditative posture to cultivate the Saint Lotus essence. After a while, she finally opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, Tian Shun asked, how did it go? Lan Ding replied, I've reached the 5th level of the Jade Profound Realm. With this power, I won't fear even those from the Scarlet Fire Continent. Hearing this, he was happy for her. Then tonight, we'll return to the camp and rescue everyone. They arrived at the gates of the White Tiger camp. Tian Shun declared, it's time to teach these people a lesson. With that, he kicked the gates open, inadvertently interrupting the White Tiger camp leader's activities. Seeing Tian Shun standing alongside members of the Red Leaf camp, the White Tiger camp leader roared in fury. Tian Shun, you dare conspire with the Red Leaf camp. Finding the leader obnoxious, the second in command of the Red Leaf camp, Lu Qiao, lunged forward, her sword flashing. Shut up. But she was no match for the White Tiger camp leader. He attacked with full force, mocking her for overestimating herself. Suddenly, a sword appeared as if from nowhere. A single strike sent the leader plummeting into the afterlife. Who could have imagined he would be ambushed from behind? Lu Qiao, having finished her performance, sighed dramatically. The play is over. I've no more patience for acting. Then she shouted, "Your leader is dead. The rest of you are nothing to fear. Tonight, we will seize the White Tiger Camp." After a night of sweeping through the White Tiger Camp, they captured the remaining leaders. The second camp leader, upon seeing Tian Shun, bellowed, "I considered you a brother. Yet you dare conspire with the Red Leaf Camp to destroy us." Tired of his theatrics, Lu Qiao interrupted. "Enough talk." Obeying her command, Tian Shun formed a hand seal. A portion of his power transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the captured members of the White Tiger Camp. Having finished, Tian Shun turned to Lu Qiao with a request. "Leader, Tian Shun has another favor to ask." She responded frankly, "We're even now. If you want my help again, you'll need to offer something of equal value." Tian Shun pulled a crystal-clear herb from his robes. "Am I worthy now?" Lu Qiao instantly recognized it as the ethereal void herb. "Speak, brother," she said casually. He stated his request. "I need your help to reach the Scarlet Fire Continent to rescue someone." Hearing this, Lu Qiao, bewildered by his seemingly impulsive request, exclaimed, "What? Are you mad?" But Tian Shun remained calm. "One life in exchange for your assistance." After a moment of consideration, seeing the potential benefit, he continued, "Furthermore, if you agree, the Red Leaf Camp's influence won't stop here. You could even contend for control of the Scarlet Fire Continent." After a pause, she agreed. "Fine, we accept your proposal." Tian Shun praised her. "Leader, you are truly formidable." 3 days later, they used a teleportation array to reach the Scarlet Fire Continent. Upon arrival, Lu Qiao, like a tour guide, announced, "This is the Scarlet Fire Continent. Even the spiritual energy here is far richer." Suddenly, a woman appeared, calling out, "Lan'er." The Saintess, Ena, immediately ran to embrace her, crying, "Mother." It turned out they were mother and daughter, reunited after a long separation. Ena introduced everyone to her mother. "Mother, these are my saviors. If it weren't for them, you would never have seen your daughter again." Upon hearing this, the clan leader's wife spoke respectfully. "Thank you all for saving my daughter. The Duo Ring clan will forever remember your kindness." She then added, "Lan'er has told me your story. The Duo Ring clan is willing to help you attack the One Ming sect." Tian Shun, hearing this, responded joyfully, "Then I thank you with all my heart." She replied, "There's no need for such formality. This is simply a debt we owe you." She then offered them hospitality. "If you would be so kind, please come with me to the clan's quarters to rest." Tian Shun politely accepted. "Then we shall impose upon your generosity." Suddenly, Xingjun appeared, remarking, "Impressive. These white cloud horses are rare spiritual beasts, even the heavenly fire continent, and yet they are used to pull carts." Hearing this, Tian Shun mused, "It seems that with the Duo Ring clan's help, rescuing my senior sister from the Wenming sect might not be so difficult after all." Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked in the shadows, observing them. He recognized Tian Shun. "Isn't that the man from the portrait in the young mistress's room?" He carefully concealed his face. "I must inform Steward Yunfeng." The scene shifted to Yun Lingchang's quarters. She gazed at a portrait, lost in longing. For so long, she had lived with an endless yearning. "Tian Shun," she whispered, "where are you?" Suddenly, her maid rushed in. "Young mistress, terrible news. That Tian Shun is here." Hearing his name, she sprang to her feet. "Tian Shun? Which Tian Shun?" She shook the maid, who stammered, "Which Tian Shun could it be, young mistress?" "Someone in the sect saw that Tian Shun arrive in our heavenly fire continent. Steward Yunfeng is leading men to find him now." Overjoyed, Ling Chong rushed out to see for herself, but her eager anticipation was met by 2 guards blocking her path. "Young Mistress Ling Chong, the elder has ordered you to remain in your quarters. Please return. Don't make this difficult for us." Hearing their words, Ling Chong felt a surge of frustration, but she knew she couldn't act rashly. "Tian Shun," she murmured, "be careful." Ena's mother extended a warm welcome to everyone. "Rest well tonight," she advised. "The One Ming sect has deep roots in the heavenly fire continent. Rescuing someone from their stronghold will require a careful plan." Tian Shun turned to the clan leader's wife. "Do you know of Yun Ling Chong of the One Ming sect?" She replied, "Yun Ling Chong. Are you referring to Yun Feng's daughter?" Hearing that someone knew of Yin Ling Chang's whereabouts, he immediately asked, "Yes, do you know of her current situation?" Ana's mother seemed surprised by this. "I never imagined the person you wish to rescue was her," she said. "She's a bright girl, but burdened with a father like Yun Feng." Then, with a sigh tinged with sadness, she said, "It's fortunate you arrived when you did. If you had been a few days later, I fear you wouldn't have been able to see her." Hearing this, Tian Shun was immediately filled with unease. Just then, someone entered and announced, "Clan leader, the crane messenger has returned." Upon her return, Qin Yin immediately reported to the clan leader, "Clan leader, everything has been taken care of." The clan leader responded gently, "Crane messenger, you've worked hard. Go and rest." Suddenly, Qin Yin noticed Tian Shun. She froze, then called out, "Shen'er." Hearing his name, Tian Shun cried out in surprise. She grasped his hand tightly, then asked boldly, "Is it really you?" Xingjuan, believing himself unnoticed, circled her and remarked, "Who is this? You've only transmigrated here. You don't even have your past life memories. How could you possibly know her?" Tian Shun replied, "I don't know." Even more surprising, Qin Yin embraced him tightly, exclaiming joyfully, "My son, I've finally found you." Suddenly being claimed as a mother, Tian Shun was dumbfounded. Even the onlookers were astonished. Lu Qiao turned to Lan Ding and asked, "Is claiming random people as your mother a trend now?" Xingjuan pondered seriously, then said, "There's a resemblance. I doubt she's just claiming a random relative." Tian Shun looked at Qin Yin, lost in his own memories. She continued, "Shen'er, you've gotten thinner. Do you remember how you used to always acknowledge your father? Times have certainly changed. If she truly was the original Tian Shun's mother, he had to play along." "Mother," he said, "how did you end up here?" Suddenly, her eyes flashed with hatred, her voice filled with a chilling intensity. "It's all because of that damned Wenming sect. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been separated, and your father wouldn't have died." Then, turning to the clan leader, she explained, "I was being pursued by the Wenming sect. I fled here and was fortunate enough to be rescued by the clan leader, who hid me within the clan." Hearing of his father's murder, Tian Shun was consumed with rage. He wanted to curse them all to death. The Wenming sect again. They killed his father, harmed his mother, and stole his wife. This feud, this bitter hatred between him and the Wenming sect would never end. Just then, a voice boomed from outside, "Never end." How amusing. Everyone rushed out to see, gasping in unison, Yun Feng. Yun Feng, the sect master of the Wenming sect, appeared in the sky, his voice dripping with malice. "Tian Shun, I didn't even need to look for you. You've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down." With that, he unleashed a Tathagata palm strike towards Tian Shun. Qin Yin instantly displayed the unwavering protectiveness of a mother, shielding him with a thousandly ice seal. "You dare harm my son." In a flash, the two immense forces collided. Yin Feng, recognizing a familiar face, exclaimed, "Isn't that he, Qin Yin? I've been looking everywhere for you." "To think you're the mother of that little beast," Tian Shun, seeing his prey gathered in one place. Yin Feng gloated, "Well, this saves me the effort. I'll just kill you all at once." Qin Yan's people immediately formed a defensive formation. She roared, "Yin Feng, do you really think the Duo Ring clan has no one to defend it? Form the array." Qin Yin erected a barrier, shielding everyone from Yin Feng's attack. Yin Feng, having completed his formation, hurled a tempest of thousands upon thousands of swords towards them. His power was overwhelming. Qin Yan's defensive formation buckled under the strain. Suddenly, Lu Qiao sighed. This formidable woman made her entrance, accompanied by a surge of EDM music and a flurry of rose petals. "Well," she declared, "a promise is a promise." Upon arrival, she unleashed her net of flying flowers technique, transforming hundreds upon hundreds of rose petals into razor-sharp projectiles. These floral daggers cut down several of Yin Feng's subordinates with lethal precision. Recognizing Lu Qiao as a powerful adversary, Yin Feng's expression hardened. He called for reinforcements, but to no avail. Just as he lunged towards Lu Qiao, Qin Yin intercepted him. "Yin Feng," she stated, "your opponent is me." She turned and called out to those behind her, "Tian Shun, go to the Wenming sect. I'll hold him here." Lu Qiao rejoined Tian Shun's group. "I'm coming with you," she said. They raced towards the gates of the Wenming sect, demanding entry. A bald elder blocked their path, greeting them with a chillingly enthusiastic welcome. "Duo Ring clan," he boomed, "have you decided to oppose the Wenming sect?" Tian Shun wasted no time on pleasantries. "Release Yin Ling Chang," he demanded. His tone betrayed his identity, and the bald bald elder's eyes narrowed. Boy, he questioned, are you Tian Shun? He then signaled for someone to bring Yun Ling Chong. Moments later, she appeared, and upon seeing Tian Shun, cried out, Sect Master Sister. Despite Tian Shun's arrival, Yun Ling Chong urged him to flee. Tian Shun, go, she pleaded. The bald elder, however, had no intention of letting them escape. He introduced himself as Yun Ling Chang's fiancé. In a few days, Ling Chong will be my wife, he sneered. Let your head be a wedding gift. With that, he attacked. Tian Shun was not easily intimidated. Mustering his strength, he retorted, your head will make a better gift for me. The bald elder unleashed his ultimate technique, Giant Elephant's Fury. The monstrous beast charged towards Tian Shun, leaving him little time to react. Seeing him in danger, Yun Ling Chong screamed, look out. She threw herself in front of the attack, taking the full brunt of the elder's blow. Witnessing his beloved struck down, Tian Shun's eyes widened in fury. Through gritted teeth, he vowed, you'll pay for that. Tian Shun unleashed his soul fusion technique, and a crimson dragon materialized behind him. The sheer pressure emanating from the dragon paralyzed the bald elder, leaving him helpless against Tian Shun's onslaught. Tian Shun roared. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Shun plunged his sword into the elder's head, ending his reign of terror. With the battle concluded and the troublemakers dispatched, peace returned, and the Wunming sect was bathed in a crimson glow. Dressed in wedding attire for the first time, Tian Shun fidgeted nervously, convinced his collar was askew. Master, he fretted, adjusting the fabric yet again, is it straight? His master, Wuya Xingjuan, sighed patiently. It's perfectly fine, Tian Shun. Wuya Xingjuan, standing beside him, couldn't understand his disciple's anxiety. It's just a wedding, he said, bemused. Why so tense? Tian Shun's next question caught him completely off guard. Master, he asked, have you ever been married? Wuya Xingjuan, despite his long life, had never experienced the complexities of romantic love. Flustered by his disciple's unexpected query, he retorted, show some respect to your elders. Don't pry into such matters. Just then, a voice announced the bride has arrived. Tian Shun turned, anticipation thrumming through him. To his astonishment, two veiled figures stood before him. Two brides, he thought, bewildered. Looks like I'll be busy for the rest of my life. Wuya Xingjuan, a mischievous glint in his eye, teased, well, Tian Shun, which one will you choose today? Tian Shun stared, speechless. Suddenly, both brides lifted their veils. It was Yun Ling Chong and Shun Lan Ding, gazing at each other with knowing smiles. They both tugged at Tian Shun's ears.